Chapter 1. Betrayal and Unexpected Encounters. Ah, darling, I can't take it anymore. It hurts. This is just the beginning. No, it truly hurts. There's still 20 minutes left. You aren't going anywhere until it's over. High above, at an altitude of 6,000 meters, within an extraordinary defensive wall that pierced the sky, stood a luxurious mansion in the H05 district of Jiangnan province, before its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. A stunning woman, clad in yoga attire, her beauty striking and her figure exquisite, lay drenched in sweat on the carpet. Her shaped figure arched high, the light fabric of her yoga outfit soaked through, revealing darkened patches of perspiration. Keep going. Higher. I went through great lengths to secure an unknown online yoga instructor. The man, holding a tall glass, leaned against the bar, his gaze both teasing and intensely predatory as it fixated on the woman sprawled on the carpet. Breathe, strive to maintain on the electronic screen before her. A yoga instructor executed an array of exceedingly challenging poses, seemingly indifferent to the struggles of her student. I truly can't anymore. Darling, after a prolonged effort, the woman finally succumbed, collapsing onto the carpet with a soft thud. Her shaped form quivered with each labored breath. Is that all you can manage? The man set down his glass and sauntered toward her. Dinner was ready, and it was time to indulge. Just as he approached, his hands poised to explore her trembling curves, her phone rang with an inopportune chime. Wait a moment, she raised her hand to brush his wandering touch away, taking a moment to steady her breath before answering the call. Hello, what's up? Zhong Li, her voice was playful, yet she nestled into the embrace of the man beside her. Where are you? The voice on the other end was unmistakably strained as Zhong Li struggled to conceal his emotions. I'm doing yoga with my girlfriend. What's wrong, sweetheart? The woman paid little heed to Zhong Li's distress, affectionately calling him sweetheart, while her delicate fingers wandered behind her to the man. Is there something you want to eat? Tell me, and I'll bring it back for you. Throughout her conversation, her gaze remained fixed on the face of the man behind her, deliberately emphasizing the word eat, as if alluding to something more suggestive. Sigh. Listening to the increasingly frantic breaths emanating from the receiver, Zhong Li exhaled deeply, exchanged some trivial words, and casually concocted an excuse to end the call. He then slumped helplessly onto the sofa. I'm sorry, Zhong Li. I should have told you sooner. She threatened me not to say anything, but I simply couldn't bear to witness it any longer. Beside the sofa stood another woman, equally striking in figure and visage, her expression filled with guilt as she looked at Zhong Li. Well, thank you. Zhong Li nodded helplessly, his head seemingly radiating a faint green glow under the dim light of the rental apartment. I'll be on my way now, but please don't mention that I said anything. Whatever you do, don't say a word. The woman beside him left a 100 milliliters functional beverage for Zhong Li as a form of consolation, before turning and departing from the apartment. Zhong Li gazed at the expensive drink on the coffee table, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He had long suspected that this so-called girlfriend would betray him. Yet, hearing it confirmed from another's lips still left a heavy weight in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Li picked up the drink, deciding against discarding it outright, and unscrewed the cap to take a sip. In this post-apocalyptic world, water and electricity were precious commodities, let alone sugary beverages. Though it was merely 100 milliliters, it was rumored to cost as much as 50 beeswax. The drink was sweet and tangy, not particularly delicious, and certainly not worth the price in Zhong Li's estimation. He returned the beverage to the coffee table and began to gather the belongings of the woman who had just betrayed him. The one who had adorned him with a metaphorical green hat was named Yang Xiyu. 5 years his senior, she was neither an ability user nor a researcher, merely an ordinary employee in a shopping mall. Yet with her enviable figure, she had successfully transformed into a socialite of the apocalypse. From students like Zhong Li, who were on the cusp of entering research institutions, to personnel studying aberrant organisms, all were her prey. Of course, this was all information imparted by Zhou Hui, Yang Xiyu's close friend, who had only just informed him. Until today, Zhong Li had been blissfully ignorant, naively believing he had found a somewhat coveted girlfriend. After half an hour, Zhong Li had packed away all of Yang Xiyu's belongings. He stuffed them into a burlap sack and unceremoniously tossed it outside the door. Blocking her number, erasing all forms of contact from various platforms, and changing the door lock code, all were executed in one swift motion. Zhong Li was no enthusiast of betrayal. Having learned the truth, there was no reason to linger over it. He would not even grant her the opportunity for a meaningless explanation. Feeling somewhat dejected, he lay on his bed for a short while before Yang Siyu's knocks and her calls of baby. Baby echoed from outside the door. The noise irked him, and he simply put on his headphones, choosing to ignore her entirely. As he listened to the familiar audio novel, drowsiness gradually overcame him. There was no need to waste energy on such a woman. Tomorrow brought an exam, and he needed to sleep. Zhong Li was completely unaware of what transpired outside the door, or when she finally left. When the alarm roused him the following day, it was already morning. After freshening up and stepping outside, he noticed that the burlap sack had been taken away by Yang Siyu, but a note remained in its place, reading, "Beast. Scumbag. Abandoning a weak woman like me. Just wait." Huh. Zhong Li shook his head in resignation, crumpling the note into a ball and casually tossing it into the trash bin as he descended the stairs. How could I have overlooked that she was such a woman? After discarding the crumpled paper, Zhong Li donned his headphones and began to listen to the review materials for today's examination. If the separation had been prompted by conflict or quarrels, he might have been in a rather dismal mood. However, parting for such reasons left him with little more than a sense of emptiness within. At this moment, high above the H05 district, an enormous bird-like anomalous creature, entirely black in color, soared over the defensive wall, diving towards the city at supersonic speed. With a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, it resembled a colossal fighter jet from ground. As it cleared the defensive wall, it was approximately 6,000 meters high. In mere seconds, it had plunged into the towering structures of the city. This was Anomalous Sequence 15649, the Fierce Bird. Among all avian anomalous entities, it was the one capable of ascending to the highest altitudes. As the Fierce Bird flew over the skyscrapers, it opened its beak and emitted an extraordinarily piercing cry directed at the buildings and pedestrians below. Boom! The sound waves generated by its call reverberated through the surrounding high-rises, shattering countless panes of glass in an instant. The shards, some large and some small, rained down like blades upon the unsuspecting pedestrians and vehicles below. The cacophony of breaking glass echoed as shards struck the ground. Vehicles parked on the street, now littered with shattered glass, immediately blared their alarms. The streets erupted into momentary chaos, yet nearly every company and school had rehearsed countless drills for such scenarios. Thus, most individuals swiftly took refuge under the metal awnings at the roadside, avoiding a scene that could have resulted in grievous injuries. Meanwhile, Zhong Li had already distanced himself over a kilometer from that neighborhood, and with his headphones on, lost in thought, he remained oblivious to the Fierce Bird's cry above. Beep beep. Within mere seconds after the Fierce Bird surged between the buildings, the ground-to-air artillery stationed along the roadside and atop the skyscrapers activated its automatic targeting system. The barrels aimed at the avian anomaly, initiating a cleansing protocol. At this moment, the high-speed diving Fierce Bird had reached a position directly overhead Zhong Li. Boom! A torrent of bullets, akin to a metallic deluge, rained down upon the Fierce Bird from several heavy artillery units, striking it with a density of 2,500 rounds per second. Caw! Struck by the barrage, the Fierce Bird emitted a mournful cry, its massive form instantly losing momentum, plummeting towards Zhong Li below like a falling aircraft. Only then did Zhong Li, alerted by the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, realize something was amiss. He removed his headphones and turned to look. The descending carcass of the Fierce Bird loomed ominously above him. As if a ghostly figure were about to be struck by a speeding heavy truck at such proximity, a human would be utterly incapable of evading. Beep beep, the intelligence system of the ground-to-air artillery detected that a civilian was about to be struck by the body of the anomalous creature, promptly activating its high-heat laser mode. Simultaneously, several cannons unleashed intense lasers upon the corpse of the Fierce Bird. In a fraction of a second, the remains of the creature were vaporized, yet it was still too late. The blood mist, arising from the lifeless bodies, enveloped Zhong Li below as if it were a torrential rain. From the moment the Fierce Bird appeared above Zhong Li's head to the instant it was vaporized by artillery fire, a mere fraction of a second elapsed. Zhong Li had not even discerned what had transpired. Drip! The first drop of beast's blood fell upon Zhong Li's face. The untreated blood of abnormal creatures possesses a potent corrosive effect on human skin. Drip! drip, following closely with a second and third drops. A searing pain akin to being struck by countless thumbtacks pierced through his cheek, rendering Zhong Li incapable of even a cry of anguish. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his face from the deluge of beast's blood. Splash! The torrential blood cascaded down, staining Zhong Li in a vivid crimson hue. His clothing and skin began to corrode, emitting wisps of white smoke, and a harrowing scream escaped from his lips. Yet, the passers-by witnessing this scene dared not approach to rescue Zhong Li from the beast's blood, comparable to sulfuric acid. Chapter 2. The Crystal Palace. Less than 2 minutes after Zhong Li was engulfed and corroded by the beast's blood, the nearest specialized fire brigade and medical team arrived at the scene, erecting a perimeter. The firefighters acted with remarkable swiftness, donning protective suits designed to withstand the corrosive properties of beast blood as they disembarked from their vehicles. The team leader led the charge, taking mere seconds to confirm that Zhong Li, positioned in the center of the blood pool, was still alive before initiating the rescue. The team first constructed a pool-like wall using foam that solidifies upon contact with air, effectively isolating both the beast's blood and Zhong Li within. They then poured copious amounts of neutralizing solution into the pool, reducing the corrosiveness of the beast's blood to a level safe for contact with their protective gear. Quick, save him! Having completed this series of maneuvers, the specialized firefighters promptly leaped into the pool. Amidst the murky mixture of beast's blood and neutralizing solution, they retrieved Zhong Li, whose visage had been grotesquely marred by corrosion. Quick, stretcher, stretcher! The fire chief cradled the bloodied and disfigured Zhong Li as he rushed out of the pool. With the medical team's assistance, they swiftly placed him onto an ambulance, racing toward the hospital. No sooner had the ambulance transporting Zhong Li departed than a private vehicle emblazoned with the logo of a tree and the words camphor tree arrived at the perimeter. The door swung open, and a robust, middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit stepped out, presenting his credentials to the firefighter guarding the perimeter. Camphor tree, Senior Abnormal Ability User, District H05 of Jiangnan Province. Li Ling, Sequence 10357 Grasshopper. The man, having shown his credentials, faced no obstruction as he strode straight past the perimeter and approached the pool. The camphor tree is directly governed by the Daxia government and serves as a frontline investigative and combat agency against abnormal creatures, wielding the highest authority in law enforcement. Have you retrieved the recordings from the defense artillery? Li Ling inquired, his brows furrowed as he gazed at the murky liquid filling the foam pool before him. Right here, the fire chief quickly presented an electronic screen. The display revealed seconds of footage captured by one of the cannons that had successfully eliminated the harpy. The colossal creature swooped down from the heights, and the artillery responded with impeccable timing, demonstrating no flaws in its predictive capabilities. What is the condition of the injured? Upon confirming that the defense system functioned correctly and that the injury was purely coincidental, Li Ling exhaled deeply. To put it bluntly, Zhong Li was simply unfortunate. The harpy had been dispatched before it could launch its attack, its remains vaporized by the swift laser. However, due to his headphones and his preoccupied demeanor, he had overlooked his surroundings, leading to this unwarranted misfortune. The fire chief shook his head. We do not know yet. Preliminary estimates suggest severe disfigurement, but it is not life-threatening. Understood. I will head to the district management office immediately to secure free medical care for the injured. Leave the subsequent matters to me. I trust you and your team to manage the scene. After transferring the footage from the electronic screen to his phone, Li Ling returned the device to the chief. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. With the presence of an ability user affiliated with the camphor tree, the fire chief appeared to shed a heavy burden. His responsibility now was merely to maintain order at the scene and ensure the beast's blood was properly dealt with. How could the harpy have had the audacity to breach the high walls? Li Ling mused, recalling the image that had flashed across the screen, his gaze lifting toward the sky and the anomalous defense wall looming 100 kilometers away. The harpy ranked 15,649 among the 20,000 anomalous creatures worldwide. While it possessed a degree of intelligence, it was markedly inferior, comparable to that of typical wildlife. It should have exhibited a natural instinct to avoid danger. It was akin to a wild boar encountering thorns in the wild. Its instinctual reaction would be to navigate around them, yet it had chosen to charge directly through. This was a clear violation of biological instinct. Such anomalous behavior had now manifested for the third time in the past 2 months. With a soft exhale, Li Ling closed his eyes and summoned his ability user panel within his mind. It appeared as a two-dimensional crystal, virtually weightless, approximately 5 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters long, documenting the abilities awakened by anomalous users alongside their basic personal information. Name: Li Ling. Gender: male. Sequence: 10, 357. Jumping locust sequence ability. Jumping ability surpassing the average human by 20-fold. Recorded information: as he observed the final line flickering, awaiting input, Li Ling focused his thoughts and inscribed the details of this incident upon it. This two-dimensional crystal, residing within his mind, was an automatic possession granted to every individual upon awakening their anomalous abilities. After being transformed by the Daxia Anomalous Biological Research Institute, it acquired the ability to communicate with other empowered individuals and upload recorded information to the headquarters of the Camphor Tree. The number 10357, however, is a unique anomalous ability serial number belonging solely to Li Ling. There are a total of 20,000 anomalous creatures in the world, each with a distinct serial number. The anomalous abilities that humans can awaken can be matched with corresponding sequences found among these creatures. In other words, Li Ling's sequence 10357 grasshopper originates from the anomalous creature numbered 10357, the authentic grasshopper. Yet, despite sharing the same sequence, the potency of human abilities does not entirely parallel that of the anomalous beings. For instance, Li Ling's jumping strength is merely 20 times that of an average person. Conversely, the anomalous creature, known as the grasshopper, boasts a leaping capability nearly 100 times greater than that of an ordinary human. Moreover, the lower the number of the sequence, the greater the inherent power it typically signifies, though this is not an absolute rule. Where am I? Zhong Li, having succumbed to shock from the corrosive beast's blood, slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay an expanse of total void, with nothing visible save for a faint mist. Am I dead? Zhong Li reached out toward the mist, only to be astonished by the palpable sensation of moisture against his fingers. This tangible feedback led him to realize that he was indeed alive, having arrived at a place he had never encountered before. Is anyone there? Hello! Zhong Li shouted into the encompassing darkness, yet was met with silence, not even an echo to affirm his presence. This lack of response further suggested the vastness of the space around him. Unable to ascertain his location and with no echoes to guide him, he steeled his resolve and began to venture forward in the dark. After what felt like an eternity, the void remained unbroken, save for the mist. Just as Zhong Li was on the verge of losing patience, a series of brilliant lights suddenly descended from above, illuminating a distant object. What is that? The sudden radiance compelled Zhong Li to squint as he focused on the object. After allowing his eyes to adjust, he discerned that the illuminated entity was a diminutive crystal palace. From his current vantage point, the palace appeared no taller than half a meter. However, as he approached, the crystalline structure grew ever larger in his field of vision. This sensation was peculiar, akin to an automatic Hitchcock zoom performed by his eyes, yet devoid of any lens mechanism. Having traversed merely a few paces, the once trinket-like crystal palace had transformed into a monumental edifice, several dozen meters wide and over 100 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. The palace's material remained unchanged, still composed of seemingly transparent crystals. Its design, though lacking the grandiosity of the ancient palaces described in history books, nevertheless imparted an intense feeling of oppression. It felt as though something so formidable resided within that it could obliterate the world. The unfolding scene had completely transcended Zhong Li's comprehension, leaving him momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to proceed. However, in the next instant, the grand entrance of the palace opened automatically, and a formidable force seemingly sucked Zhong Li inside. No, to be precise, Zhong Li was not merely drawn in. It was as if a spatial transformation occurred, entirely displacing the space Zhong Li occupied into the interior of the palace, and this process unfolded without the slightest passage of time. Zhong Li, forcibly transitioned, had not even comprehended what transpired before he found himself within the palace. Outside, the entirety of space was engulfed in dark void, while within the palace, a resplendent brilliance reigned. Every structure, every beam, every brick, and every tile appeared as though crafted from golden crystals, nearly blinding Zhong Li upon his entrance. After a prolonged moment of acclimatization for his eyes, he finally discerned the surroundings. The interior was an expansive hall, measuring hundreds of meters in length, width, and height, significantly larger than it appeared from the outside. On either side of Zhong Li's position, colossal golden crystal pillars stood every 10 meters, supporting the ceiling and extending toward the far end of the palace. Apart from these pillars, the hall was devoid of any embellishments or objects, and after a few moments of observation, the emptiness felt almost eerie. Yet, at that moment, Zhong Li had no time to dwell on the sense of void. His gaze was captivated by several massive mirrors at the far end of the palace. After several minutes of walking, he finally approached these mirrors, which were so immense they induced a sense of trepidation. There were 9 mirrors in total, each towering over 100 meters, arranged in a staggered formation with considerable gaps of several meters between them. However, rather than mirrors, they resembled frosted glass. Zhong Li could faintly perceive within each pane, as if they imprisoned some colossal entity. Just as Zhong Li approached the first pane of glass, a tremendous sound resonated throughout the palace, and simultaneously, the frosted effect of the first glass vanished. Steadying himself amidst the cacophony, Zhong Li looked up. In the next moment, as he comprehended the object within the glass, he nearly forgot to breathe. It was a statue of a Buddha, every detail so exquisitely rendered it seemed lifelike, matching the height of the mirror. The visage of the statue was divided into 2 halves. The left side bore a compassionate expression, as if benevolently guiding all beings, while the right side exuded a fierce ferocity, as if intent on bringing calamity to the world. In that instant, as Zhong Li's eyes locked with the gigantic Buddha within the glass, a vast array of textual information materialized before him. Sequence 009 Buddha of good and evil. Sequence ability. Diamond body. The entity of sequence 009, Buddha of good and evil, can withstand all physical attacks from sequences below 009. This is a conceptual ability exclusive to the Buddha of good and evil entity. The Palace Master cannot replicate the intensity of this ability before transformation. Current containment progress 20. Severe damage detected in the Palace Master's body. 10 progress consumed for body repair. Warning, warning, warning. Sequence 009 Buddha of good and evil containment progress is down to 10. This containment will completely fail in 30 days. Chapter 3. What nonsense! The Buddha of good and evil. Zhong Li gazed at the words before him, drawing in a sharp breath. He was not well versed in the various Buddhist cultures that existed before the apocalypse. Yet he had heard tales of the notion that one could become a Buddha or a demon in a single thought. Both the compassionate Guanyin and the formidable Dizong held esteemed positions in legends. However, why would such entities manifest here? Moreover, it was inscribed with sequence 009. But how could this be possible? The historical teachings from his instructor immediately flooded Zhong Li's mind. After the emergence of anomalous beings on Blue Star, humanity waged war against them for 5 years, until individuals with extraordinary abilities began to awaken among humans. Under the government's leadership, the awakened established a towering anomalous defense wall, reaching heights of 6,000 meters along the borders of the Great Xia, driving the majority of the anomalous beings beyond its confines. With a relatively secure environment established, human scientists promptly commenced their studies on these anomalous beings, meticulously documenting each of their sequences. There were a total of 20,000 sequences, corresponding to the number of awakened individuals. Yet what perplexed the scientists was that sequences 001 to 009 seemed to have never existed, leaving no trace whatsoever in any corner of the world. With this thought, Zhong Li lifted his gaze to the enormous Buddha statue sealed within the glass crystal before him. The previously unseen 009. What are the remaining ones? Behind this revealed visage of the Buddha of good and evil, there were 8 equally sized mirrors. Could it be? With a heart full of trepidation, Zhong Li approached the next mirror. slowly extending his hand to touch its surface. Upon his palm, making contact with the mirror, another line of text floated before him. The containment progress of Buddha of good and evil must be elevated to 50 before unlocking the information regarding this sequence. Currently, it is inaccessible. Very well. Zhong Li retracted his hand and stepped back before the Buddha of good and evil, although it remained uncertain. Since the previously unseen 009 had manifested here, it was highly likely that the remaining 8 mirrors contained sequences 001 to 008. Yet the pressing question remained, where exactly was this place? Why were the 9 highest-ranked sequence beings in the world gathered here? Who then? Was the master as mentioned on the panel? With this thought, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhong Li. This could not possibly be. In the next moment, as if to validate his suspicions, another segment of text appeared before him. Name, Zhong Li, Master. Gender, male sequence, none. Sequence ability, 009, Buddha of good and evil, diamond body. The strength of the abilities available to the Master increases with the containment progress of 009. When the containment progress reaches 25, 2 random abilities of the Buddha of good and evil will be granted. When the containment progress reaches 50, one may unlock access to sequence 008 upon attaining 100 progress. The Master may transform into the true essence of 009, known as the Buddha of good and evil. Progress enhancement explanation. Acting with a mindset that embraces both good and evil, a successful endeavor may yield up to 5 progress. Furthermore, every 3 days, the containment progress automatically diminishes by 1. Should the progress revert to 0, it signifies the failure of 009's containment, at which point the sequence will tear through the Master's body, returning to reality. At that juncture, the Master may choose to continue unlocking the subsequent sequences. The final sentence of this passage left Zhong Li somewhat speechless. The failure of containment would directly rend my body? How, pray tell, am I to unlock the following sequences whilst being torn asunder? As for the conditions of unlocking the next sequence at 50 and transforming into 009 at 100, these are easily comprehensible. However, one particular phrase piqued Zhong Li's interest: the progress enhancement explanation, acting with a mindset that harmonizes both the Buddha and the demon. A successful attempt can yield 5 progress. What does it mean to act with a mindset that harmonizes both the Buddha and the demon? To commit virtuous acts while simultaneously engaging in malevolent ones? Absurd. How could that possibly be? Yet, regardless of its absurdity, as Zhong Li gazed upon the progress that had plummeted to 10, he immediately grasped the reality. If he did not take action to elevate this progress bar, he would undoubtedly perish within 30 days. This is irrefutable. Do not speak of such a grand Buddha. Even a mere mouse crawling from within him would suffice to render him incapable of survival. Ding, as Zhong Li processed all this information, pondering what actions to take, the entire palace erupted with a resounding noise, reminiscent of the moment he first entered. What is happening? Before Zhong Li could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the peculiar Hitchcockian zoom perspective reemerged. Yet, it was the opposite of when he first arrived. The entire palace rapidly shrank within his view. It was as though a black hole was devouring the entire palace, and even the surrounding void was being consumed. However, contrary to the visual experience, Zhong Li's body felt as if it were being propelled by a formidable force out of the void containing the crystalline palace. The ejection was swift, so much so that it left him slightly dizzy. In the next moment, Zhong Li opened his eyes in a hospital bed. Holy cow! Regaining consciousness and control of his body, Zhong Li abruptly sat up. Was that a dream? Instinctively, he glanced down at his arms and body, only to be astonished to find himself entirely unscathed, without a single wound. Yet he vividly recalled the excruciating pain of being engulfed by beastly blood. That was undeniably real. Could it be? The words he had seen within the palace echoed in Zhong Li's mind. 10 of progress has been consumed to restore the Master's body. Holy cow, is this really happening? That palace, those 9 mirrors, is the colossal sequence 009, known as the Buddha of good and evil, truly real? Has my injured body been healed by this so-called sequence ability, Diamond Buddha? I can even sense that the immense palace now resides within the confines of my mind. Just as I prepared to close my eyes and delve back into the palace for confirmation, a sudden commotion erupted. The door to the hospital room was flung open from the outside, abruptly interrupting my thoughts and actions. The first to enter was a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his legs appearing remarkably robust, reminiscent of an athlete with exceptional jumping prowess. Following him were two faces I wished to avoid at all costs: Yang Xiu, who had betrayed me, and her confidant, Zhou Hui. Zhong Li, is it? Greetings. The man, exuding politeness, approached my bedside and extended a handshake. I am Li Ling, a senior ability user affiliated with Camphor Tree, from the H05 district of Jiangnan Province, sequence 10357, with the ability of Grasshopper. I am also the principal coordinator of this unfortunate incident. First and foremost, on behalf of Camphor Tree, I extend my condolences for the attack by the anomalous creature you endured. As he spoke, Li Ling retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to me, presumably containing compensation for my ordeal. You have been in a coma for 2 days. During this time, we attempted to reach your family, but found no relevant information. The system indicates that you are an orphan. Is that correct? With formalities concluded, Li Ling promptly shifted to his routine duties, explaining the current situation. Yes, I nodded, feeling a wave of discomfort from Yang Xiu's gaze directed at me. All right, we found your friends in your recent phone call records, these two ladies here, and informed them of your predicament. Li Ling was oblivious to the complexities of my relationship with these two women and had no inclination to delve into it. He simply aimed to expedite the task at hand and move on to other matters. Thank you. I nodded again, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Xiu's expression. To my surprise, her face was pale, her eyes filled with worry and a sense of helplessness directed at me. Who would have thought that this woman, whose countenance was etched with concern, was the same one who had berated me for being a scoundrel after her own betrayal? You're welcome. Beyond that, there's one more matter. Li Ling once again reached into his pocket, producing another item to present to me. It was a card resembling a business card, detailing my information: name, Zhong Li, gender, male, occupation, student at the Anomalous Biological Research Institute, ability status, awakened, estimated sequence, 19,976, salamander, possessing a certain degree of self-healing capability, yet lacking combat skills. What is this? I stared at the card in my hand, momentarily taken aback. Was it the entity that aided in my recovery, the sequence 009, the Buddha of good and evil? How had it transformed into 19,976? Or was it merely an estimation? This is the verification application card issued to you by the Camphor Tree Review Agency. Following your day-and-a-half-long coma, the areas of your body that suffered burns have begun to self-repair. Upon the report of your attending physician, the review agency dispatched personnel to assign you a sequence number. Aside from the restoration process, no additional abilities have manifested in your body at this time, which led the evaluators to assign you this particular sequence number. Although it ranks quite low, do not be disheartened. The awakening of your abilities signifies that you are indeed eligible to apply for membership in the Camphor Tree. The decision to join rests solely upon your own choice. Li Ling, with a warm demeanor, offered Zhong Li an encouraging glance before inscribing a series of numbers on the back of the card. This is my phone number. Should you wish to join the Camphor Tree, feel free to contact me at any time. With that, she stood up, nodded at Zhong Li and the bystanders Yang Xiu and Zhou Hui, and gracefully exited the hospital room. Li Ling's gaze, filled with encouragement for a less capable junior, struck Zhong Li as a profound insult. Sequence number 19976? What a jest. The weakest I have ever encountered is 009. Chapter 4 must be said, quite remarkable. However, before Zhong Li could voice the sarcastic remarks lodged in his throat, he was abruptly interrupted by Yang Xiu, who hurriedly approached him. Darling, how are you? Are you still in pain? As she spoke, she lifted the covers draped over Zhong Li and extended her slender fingers to caress his arm. Thank you for your concern. I'm not in pain. Zhong Li instinctively shifted slightly to the side, evading Yang Xiu's touch with a sense of physiological aversion. He could not fathom why the woman who had previously treated him so poorly was now showering him with such affection. Un perturbed by Zhong Li es retreat. Young Siu ed get closer, deliberately narrowing the distance between them. Then, in a position from which Zhong Li could hardly escape, she flopped onto his abdomen, exclaiming, "Why, you have no idea how worried I was when I received the call about you. What would I do without you?" Wow. Yang Siyu's actions were cunningly devised, imbued with intention. The warm breath, escaping her lips, wafted through the hospital gown, accurately conveying warmth to his lower regions. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Zhong Li sighed in exasperation, instinctively wanting to move away. However, the remaining space on the hospital bed was insufficient for him to maneuver. One could not deny that the sensation was rather pleasant, yet regrettably, Zhong Li felt no inclination towards Yang Siyu at this moment. "Wah, I'm just worried about you. Is it wrong to be concerned?" Yang Siyu seemed entirely oblivious to Zhong Li's disdain, relentlessly persisting in her calculated gestures. Good grief. Zhong Li was increasingly irked by her inexplicable affections, a surge of unnameable frustration rising within him. Just as he contemplated pushing her away, he caught the awkward gaze of Zhou Hui, who had been standing nearby. Her expression suggested she was witnessing the most cringe-worthy of short dramas, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. After locking eyes with Zhong Li, Zhou Hui hesitated for a moment before slyly winking at the business card in Zhong Li's hand. It was then that he grasped the reason behind Yang Siyu's current demeanor. As a socialite in this apocalyptic world, her goal was to ascend the social ladder. Previously, she had treated him, a mere student from a research institution, as a mere plaything. How much more so now? Presumably, upon learning of his newly awakened abilities, she had promptly severed ties with her extramarital partner and rushed to his side. Zhong Li glanced down at the serial number on the business card, a dismissive smile creeping across his lips. 19976, perilously close to the bottom among a total of 20,000 sequences. Yet even so, it was enough to ensnare Yang Siyu's attention. This was the worth of possessing extraordinary abilities in this post-apocalyptic era. The anomalous sequence 19976 was not the 25th from the bottom, but rather among the top 20,000 of a population of hundreds of millions. With this thought, Zhong Li's expression towards Yang Siyu became even more contemptuous. Merely the figure of 19,976 has already compelled this woman to display such eagerness. What then? If I were to reveal my true designation, 009, wouldn't all the women pursuing me line up from here to the opposite end of the blue star? Yet, regardless of whether it is 009 or 19,976, neither is a treasure that a woman like Yang Siyu can covet. If one aspires to marry into affluence, one must possess the requisite qualities, even if it be the most modest of wealthy households. Despite Yang Siyu's persistent advances, Zhong Li remained unmoved. Had it not been for Zhou Hui, who could no longer bear to witness the scene and forcibly pulled her away, Zhong Li might have questioned whether she was about to take further liberties with her attire. His restraint in not delivering a swift slap to Yang Siyu was largely attributed to the significance of the business card in his possession. For an individual who had just awakened their abilities and was registered by the government as an anomalous power user, the first action being a strike against a woman would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. After watching Yang Siyu leave in a dramatic state, Zhong Li took a moment to compose himself before retrieving his phone to call a teacher at his school. "Hello, Zhong Li, you have finally awakened," came the gentle voice of teacher Jiang from the other end. "How is your health? I came to see you a couple of days ago, but you were still unconscious. I'm currently organizing lesson plans and will come by once I finish." "No need, teacher Jiang. Please attend to your matters. I merely wish to inform you that I am well." Upon hearing teacher Jiang's voice, soothing and maternal, the gloom stirred by Yang Siyu dissipated considerably. "Do not be so formal. You must be starving after waking up. Just wait a moment. Once I am done, I will bring you something to eat." With that, the call ended abruptly before Zhong Li could protest. Sighing, he gazed at his phone, now darkened, feeling a mix of gratitude and helplessness. Teacher Jiang was the only person he could truly rely on in this world. Since childhood, he had been unaware of his parents' identities. From the moment he could remember, he had wandered alone, struggling to survive beneath the high walls of this post-apocalyptic realm. Eventually, with the assistance of a charitable organization. He worked various jobs to earn his tuition fees. Fortunately, Zhong Li excelled academically, securing a place at the preparatory university of the Camphor Tree Research Institute with outstanding grades. Teacher Jiang served as his advisor at the university, perhaps due to her lack of a son throughout her life, or perhaps because of Zhong Li's commendable character and achievements. She had always treated him with kindness. She provided substantial support not only in his studies, but also in his daily life. Zhong Li, in turn, was considerate, often gifting her with essentials during festive seasons. This exchange fostered an increasingly close bond between them, to the point where Zhong Li now regarded teacher Jiang as family. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a maternal figure. As he awaited teacher Jiang's arrival, Zhong Li found himself idly scrolling through the Anomalous Creatures forum on his phone. Prior to this, Zhong Li had always regarded the posts within this forum as mere snippets of science fiction tales. After all, even in a post-apocalyptic world with towering walls and formidable beings, those endowed with extraordinary abilities and anomalous entities felt distant from an ordinary person like Zhong Li. Some fortunate souls might never witness a genuine, anomalous creature in their lifetime, only catching glimpses of capable individuals vanquishing such entities through videos and news reports online, or perusing official publications that elucidated the nature of these anomalies. However, the current circumstances were utterly transformed. Whether it was the ominous countdown of a one mortality rate every 3 days or the card in his possession signifying his registration, it was abundantly clear that Zhong Li had been forcibly thrust out of his once comfortable existence as an ordinary individual. Confronted with the impending reality of a world steeped in the anomalous and the sequential, Zhong Li found himself woefully unprepared. Before the containment progress of good and evil Buddha reached zero, he had to unearth valuable information and act accordingly. Otherwise, his demise was all but assured, and even the city might face instantaneous obliteration. Upon opening the forum, he was immediately met with a deluge of posts extolling the virtues of those with extraordinary abilities. The content of these posts had become tiresome to him. Some were not genuine praise, but rather opportunistic attempts to capitalize on trending topics, with authors promoting their own science fiction narratives in the comments section. The Hot Topic section had long since ceased to contain anything that piqued Zhong Li's interest. After a moment's contemplation, he navigated to the search page, entered sequence 009, and clicked search. The most recent post dated back nearly 8 years. Entitled "Why is there no number above 009 in the anomalous sequences?" Delving into this post, Zhong Li scoured the comments for useful information, but found none. Most discussions revolve around mysterious conjectures of whether it ever existed or if perhaps 010 was the true 001. Such speculations held no value for Zhong Li, especially since 009 resided vividly within the crystalline palace of his mind. Scrolling down to the end of the thread, he encountered a plethora of inane comments, including one that read, "Emmy, if you're a local big sister, who likes me?" Disheartened, he was about to exit when a comment with 0 likes and 0 replies caught his eye. 009 is real. It is a colossal statue of Buddha. I have seen it. The comment's author bore an ID composed of meaningless strings of numbers, accompanied by a grayish-white default avatar. To others, such a comment might have seemed as trivial as the previous one. Yet Zhong Li found himself lingering over this particular remark. The previously unseen sequence 009 had been witnessed by someone who even articulated its form as a grand statue of Buddha. Chapter 5, Progress Enhancement. Moments later, Zhong Li opened the profile of that individual and pondered for quite some time before sending a private message. "Greetings. I am a university student currently working on my thesis regarding sequences. I came across your description of 009 from a few years ago, and I find it quite intriguing. I would like to learn more. May we converse?" As the saying goes, a common man bears no guilt, yet possesses a jewel incurs blame. The possession of 009 must remain a secret. Otherwise, the ensuing troubles would be unfathomable. To glean more information, this was the only approach. The good news was that the individual S account had not been deactivated, and a message was successfully dispatched. The bad news, however, was that the last login of this account occurred 5 years ago, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a deactivated account. After sending the message, Zhong Li promptly closed the forum. It was akin to placing a bet on a dead horse. A response was unlikely to materialize in the near future. Before long, Teacher Jiang arrived at the hospital room, carrying a small bag. Inside was a steaming box meal, the kind that was quite economical, featuring Zhong Li's favorite dish, braised taro leaves. "Thank you, Teacher Jiang," Zhong Li exclaimed, taking the box meal and eagerly opening it. After lying in bed for so many days, his instinctive sensation was one of hunger. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Teacher Jiang chuckled warmly while observing Zhong Li. She then retrieved a stack of test papers from her bag, stating, "You missed the last exam, so I help you apply for a deferred exam with the school. These are review sheets. Make sure to study them well during this time." With that, she rose and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to let the sunlight pour in. Young people should bask in the sun. It is good for the health, Teacher Jiang remarked. However, at that moment, with his mouth full of food, Zhong Li's expression grew grave. It was not due to the unexpected review papers nor the intensity of the sunlight, but rather an odd sensation emanating from within him. He felt no hunger whatsoever. Not only was he devoid of hunger, but he also found himself utterly disinterested in the braised taro leaves he usually adored. This sensation was perplexing. He was neither hungry nor full, but entirely lacking in appetite. He even contemplated spitting out the mouthful he had just taken. It was akin to eating several buckets of instant noodles, only to take another bite and feel overwhelmed by the taste. What is happening? How could my favorite dish evoke such a sense of disgust? Is something wrong? Teacher Jiang turned to notice Zhong Li's discomfort expression. "Surely not. I just visited the cafeteria before coming here. It should be fine," Teacher Jiang said, her face etched with concern as she sat by Zhong Li's bedside, leaning down to sniff the contents of the box. No. Zhong Li hurriedly shook his head. Then, suppressing the nauseating sensation and revulsion he felt towards the taro leaf dish, he forced himself to swallow it, no matter how uncomfortable it was. He could never betray Teacher Jiang's kindness, Zhong Li thought resolutely. As he swallowed that mouthful of food, however, a sudden, resounding chime echoed in the depths of his mind. The crystalline palace that floated within his consciousness erupted with a deafening sound. A line of text suddenly materialized before Zhong Li's eyes. The master acts in coexistence of good and evil. Buddha of good and evil, containment progress. 1. Current containment progress, 11. The master S, Vajra body, sequence ability strength, 11. The instant the words appeared, Zhong Li, holding his chopsticks, was taken aback. This is coexistence of good and evil? The malice of this meal contrasted with the kindness towards Teacher Jiang? Is this even possible? How foolish he had been to ponder the meaning of coexistence for so long. If only he had known it was this simple. The text gradually faded, and Zhong Li promptly scooped up the lunchbox, devouring the contents with great enthusiasm. If each bite adds 1, then finishing this box should yield an increase of 20 or 30%. Oh dear, what has gotten into this child? Suddenly eating so voraciously. Slow down, oh no. Zhong Li's sudden action startled Teacher Jiang, who gently patted his back with a mix of reproach and affection, fearing he might choke. However, much to Zhong Li's disappointment, despite enduring the greasy meal and finishing the entire box of taro leaf rice, the text did not reappear. It seemed that consuming the meal with kindness towards Teacher Jiang while suppressing his aversion could only be deemed as a single instance of good and evil coexistence. With great effort, he swallowed the last mouthful of rice, setting down the lunchbox. After engaging in casual conversation with Teacher Jiang for a while, Zhong Li, despite her firm refusal, insisted on getting up to see her off from the hospital. Upon returning to the ward, his expression turned grave. This time, through the lunch delivered by Teacher Jiang, he had inadvertently increased the Buddha of good and evil progress by 1. Yet, according to the textual information he had seen in the Crystal Palace, only about a month remained until the containment would completely fail. If he did not find a way to continue enhancing the progress, a dead end awaited him. However, how many such fortuitous encounters could one expect? Relying on such random events was akin to waiting for death. What kind of actions could truly embody the coexistence of good and evil? Zhong Li lay on the bed for quite some time, still devoid of any clarity. After a prolonged mental struggle, his thoughts nearly boiling over, he abandoned his efforts. Humanity cannot envision what it has not encountered. Rather than continuing to ruminate aimlessly, it would be more fruitful to engage with something that might inspire new ideas. With this thought, Zhong Li reopened the forum dedicated to anomalous beings. This forum, aside from discussions on anomalous entities and their abilities, contained various other sections. The one he entered this time was called Meme Text and Images. Here, most of the content consisted of humorous images and absurd jokes that were amusingly terrible. Whenever Zhong Li felt mentally exhausted from studying or reviewing, he would visit this section to lighten his mood with these ridiculous memes. Upon opening this section, he was greeted by a plethora of parodies and hellish jokes, mocking certain institutions, dual towers, and the history of cotton picking. These memes were already quite familiar to Zhong Li. As a regular user of the forum, he could be considered a loyal fan of the hellish meme series in a certain sense. Gazing upon the myriad of both novel and time-honored memes, the once tumultuous thoughts of Zhong Li began to settle. After scrolling for several minutes, an idea, as infernal as it was brilliant, suddenly illuminated his mind. A realization that some hellish memes epitomized the coexistence of good and evil. If one were to actualize the actions depicted in those memes, would it not lead to? At that very moment, Zhong Li felt as though all his merits had been irrevocably diminished, as if a lifetime of chanting wooden fish would never suffice to restore them. Yet, what are merits compared to life? Success would enhance his containment progress, while failure bore no significant loss. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. Zhong Li surveyed the hospital room before him, and the first instance of this extreme coexistence of good and evil that came to his mind was to find a comatose patient in this very hospital, to offer words of comfort while simultaneously watering him. Chapter 6. May I water him? When the thought crossed his mind, Zhong Li felt as though all his accumulated virtues were being stripped away. What could be more morally reprehensible than engaging in such an act? Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, he found himself with no alternatives. With his hands clasped together in prayer towards the sky outside his window, he murmured a few lines of Amitabha's name, beseeching forgiveness. Once he felt absolved, Zhong Li commenced his task. First, he utilized the bank card given to him by Li Ling to procure a box of milk and a bottle of purified water from the small shop in the hospital lobby, spending a full 10 beeswax coins. The milk was intended as a gesture of consolation, while the purified water would, of course, serve the purpose of watering later on. The next step involved puncturing several tiny holes in the cap of the water bottle, enabling it to function like a watering can. However, this posed a challenge for Zhong Li, as he lacked any sharp object to accomplish the task. After returning to his hospital room and pondering for considerable time, he finally glanced at the back of his hand. There remained the residual needle from when he was receiving intravenous fluids during his unconscious state. With no other options, he decided to use it. After peeling away the adhesive covering, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and grasped the needles to pull it out. To his astonishment, the entire needle felt as if it were firmly lodged within his skin, refusing to budge. Even more absurdly, whether he attempted to wiggle the needle beneath his skin or pull it in and out, it remained utterly immovable. His hand appeared as if it were an impenetrable slab of steel. The needle, which had been inserted prior to his awakening, was now resolutely fixed within him. This explained why no matter what he did, he could not shift it even slightly. Could this be the indestructible body? Zhong Li murmured while observing the needle embedded in his hand. There could be no doubt. The strength of his physique had evidently surpassed that of an ordinary person. Indeed, he was part of Sequence 009, and merely at 11 progress, he had already attained such remarkable prowess. As Zhong Li instinctively flexed the muscles in his hand, the residual needle was suddenly propelled out by the pressure from the muscle interstice with a sharp sound. Clink! After flying several meters, the silver needle, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, embedded itself deeply into the hospital wall. Goodness! Zhong Li stared in disbelief at the needle, which had penetrated the wall, leaving barely a centimeter visible. How could a mere clench of his fist have sent it flying so far? What terrifying extent of physical strength had he achieved at just 11 progress? This marked the first moment Zhong Li became fully aware of the formidable capabilities bestowed upon him by Sequence 009. Contemplating this, he reached down to grasp the load-bearing steel plate beneath his hospital bed and applied gentle pressure. Creak! To his astonishment, the steel plate, exceeding 5 millimeters in thickness, bent effortlessly in his grip. With a gentle twist of his wrist to the left, the steel plate effortlessly tore away as if it were merely a fragile sheet of A4 paper. My goodness! As I stared at the 5 millimeter steel plate I had so easily ripped apart, I instantly grasped why those endowed with abilities hold such elevated societal status. Yang Xiyu's demeanor suddenly became less incomprehensible. After carefully extracting the needle from the wall and puncturing several holes in the bottle cap, I donned my mask and exited the hospital room. Having experienced the terrifying power of Sequence 009, the face of good and evil, I found myself increasingly indifferent to the morality of my subsequent actions. Upon entering the elevator, I meticulously examined the departmental floors, and after a brief moment, I pressed the button for the F-34 neurology department. The comatose patients were likely to be found in this section, although I reassured myself that I was indifferent. An unsettling apprehension gripped me as I stepped out of the elevator and beheld the sign indicating the neurology ward. The gravity of this endeavor, if recounted in the context of hellish tales, would surely be of a magnitude that even Satan would hesitate to claim. Yet here I was about to undertake it. Amitabha. As I walked toward the ward, I muttered to myself, I am here to live. I am here to live, not to mock, nor to indulge in hellish narratives. May the Buddha see through my intentions. May the Bodhisattva grant me protection. Throughout my journey, I passed several young nurses, all casting curious glances my way. While reciting Amitabha in a hospital is not particularly uncommon, encountering someone as young as I reciting, it was a rare sight for them. Before long, I pushed open the door to the first patient room. Inside lay an elderly couple with graying hair. The elderly man lay quietly in bed, adorned with a breathing apparatus, his hands and feet exposed outside the covers, visibly atrophied from prolonged immobility. Meanwhile, the elderly woman tenderly wiped his body with a warm towel, whispering softly into his ear. Upon hearing the door creak open, the elderly woman looked up at me. You are? Wrong room, my apologies. As our eyes met, filled with the weight of hardship and sorrow, I bowed my head and promptly exited the room. How could I possibly do this? A couple who had shared their lives together, now facing an inevitable separation at some unknown moment. To enter and pour water over the elderly man's head, that would be utterly inhumane, even for the sake of survival. I could not bring myself to do it. After silently repeating 1,000 apologies in my mind, I turned toward another patient room. However, the scenes in the subsequent rooms mirrored that of the elderly couple. Whether it was struggling couples, or grieving parents accompanying their children, or children tending to their aging parents, I found myself unable to convince my conscience to enter and pour water upon the patients' heads. It wasn't until I reached the end of the corridor and pushed open the door to the final patient room that I finally mustered the courage to proceed. Lying upon the hospital bed is a massive man, entirely adorned with tattoos, exuding an aura of strength. Beside him, a group of imposing figures, their gazes brimming with menace, occupies the space. Every breath of air in a room seems to whisper to Zhong Li of their affiliation with the underworld. Given their intimidating appearance, the profound sense of remorse Zhong Li once felt dissipated. Greetings, he said, entering the room with a polite wave of his hand. In an instant, a chorus of fierce stares converged upon him. What do you want? One who appeared to be a minor leader furrowed his brow and menacingly approached Zhong Li. I am here to extend my condolences. This is a gift. Zhong Li raised the box of milk in his hand, then turned his gaze towards the tattooed behemoth on the bed. May I offer him a drink? Chapter 7, could you please repeat that? The small leader before Zhong Li could scarcely believe his ears. Stepping forward with a fierce expression, he leaned in, nearly nose to nose with Zhong Li, and demanded, Say that again. I was asking if I could water the comatose person on the bed, despite the imposing stature and overwhelming presence of his opponent. Zhong Li felt no fear. The extraordinary abilities he had just experience from the 009 sequence, instilled within him an unwavering confidence. He thought to himself, even if faced with a supernatural being, he would not be intimidated. Are you looking for death? As soon as Zhong Li's words fell, the small leader's fist, resembling a sandbag, swung towards Zhong Li's face. In his eyes, this insolent brat was simply courting disaster. His boss had just fallen into a coma after pressing an elderly couple for debts, and now he was being taunted by this young upstart. As a most loyal subordinate of his boss, how could he possibly swallow this insult? With a swift motion, the small leader unleashed his punch, a sound cutting through the air, but the next moment, bang. The moment the massive fist connected with Zhong Li's cheek, a sound akin to bones striking steel echoed ominously, followed by a sickening crack. Gasp! True to his street-fighting nature, the small leader stifled a scream, gritting his teeth to suppress the agony of his shattered knuckles. Upon realizing that his fist had broken, he instantly recognized that the youth before him was a supernatural being. Why are you still hitting people? Zhong Li reached up to touch his face, which had just endured a punch. Though he felt almost no pain, he did perceive the considerable force of the impact. If you don't want me to water him, then so be it. It's not like we can't negotiate. Looking down at the small leader, who was now crouched on the ground in pain, Zhong Li's expression held a hint of confusion. He wasn't fixated on this individual. Why resort to violence immediately? Damn it, don't think just because you're a supernatural being, you can trample over us. The small leader, suppressing his suffering, gazed up at Zhong Li. To him, Zhong Li's words sounded not like a proposal, but a more outrageous mockery. Though he maintained an arrogant demeanor, he dared not rise to confront Zhong Li again. Regardless of which sequence this youth hailed from, any supernatural being was beyond the capability of those in the room to handle. Uncertain of the reason for this sudden provocation, it was wiser to exercise caution. Meanwhile, the small leader's underlings, who had intended to rush in at the moment of his attack, hesitated upon witnessing their leader's pain, none daring to move. Challenging a supernatural being was futile, even with a multitude of ordinary individuals. I'm not here to intimidate anyone. I merely inquired whether I could water the plants. Why the tension? Observing the serious, anxious, and vigilant expressions of the crowd, Zhong Li felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never encountered such a criminal underworld before. Had he known it would be so awkward, he would have refrained from entering. After exchanging glances with the small leader for a few seconds, he weighed the water bottle in his hand, contemplating turning to leave. This notion was indeed both absurd and difficult to realize. However, just as Zhong Li was about to turn away, the phone of one of the henchmen in the room rang. This was of no concern to him, and he initially wished to ignore it. Yet, the conversation he overheard in the following seconds dispelled his intent to depart. Hello. What's the matter that you had a call now? What? That old man refuses to pay? Then go after his partner. Beat him until he pays up. The thug was acutely aware that making a call in the presence of capable individuals was somewhat ill-timed, so he hastily relayed a few instructions before hanging up. Little did he know, those few words had condemned everyone in the room. Damn it, are you insane? The thug who had just hung up was met with the furious glare of the small leader, who clearly sensed that Zhong Li had paused upon hearing the conversation. No, The caller also seemed to grasp the implications of his words. Those with abilities were there to protect humanity and combat aberrant creatures. Though they were not obligated to fulfill the duties of law enforcement, they were still enforcers of the law. Speaking like that in front of a capable individual was akin to turning oneself in. Zhong Li slowly turned around, gazing with keen interest at the cornered thug. What did you just say? Could you kindly repeat that? Aye. The thug, under Zhong Li's intense scrutiny, found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter even a single syllable. Having only recently joined the group, he lacked the courage of the small leader, and, under the gaze of a capable individual, he was too frightened to speak. Merely standing his ground was a feat in itself. Damn it, since there's no way out, let us go for it, shouted the small leader. Zhong Li's inquiry conveyed a clear message. No one in this room was to leave today. With that understanding, they might as well fight it out. Whether or not they were capable individuals, whether this was a hospital or not, they would take down anyone they could. With a collective roar, the others in the room echoed his sentiments, pulling out an assortment of weapons from their pockets and bags. charging towards Zhong Li. Witnessing such a scene, Zhong Li smiled softly. Had this been half an hour earlier, he might have been intimidated by their ferocity and fled. But now, it was the perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of 009 under an 11 containment progress. Consciously tightening his fists, he faced the first thug armed with a sharp knife. Thud! Clang! The sound of a solid steel fist shattering a cheekbone reverberated simultaneously with the crack of a sharp blade piercing through the abdomen of a thug named Zhong Li. In the next instant, the thug struck directly by Zhong Li was sent hurtling backwards, with considerable force behind that punch. The thug soared through the air like a tattered sandbag, propelled by immense kinetic energy, colliding with several other thugs rushing in from behind. Oh no! Ouch! Merely being struck by this thug's body inflicted varying degrees of injury upon those behind him. With a single punch, Zhong Li incapacitated nearly half of those in the room. However, following this blow, Zhong Li became acutely aware of a problem. His extraordinary physical strength aside, it seemed he had not gained any other enhancements. Were it not for the resilience of his abdomen, that blade could have easily eviscerated him. Damn it, I will take him down. If just moments ago the thugs, including their small leader, were merely contemplating survival, Zhong Li's lethal punch had fundamentally altered their mindset. At this juncture, to emerge alive, they must eliminate Zhong Li. Chapter 8. The coexistence of true good and evil. Following a furious roar from the little leader, all the ruffians in the room donned menacing expressions, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Zhong Li. With mere fighting experience, any one of them could easily overpower him. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 blades were already poised at Zhong Li's throat, their gleaming tips seemingly ready to slice open his windpipe at any moment. Ha! A cold laugh escaped Zhong Li's lips as he made no attempt to evade. No experience to dodge? Then I shall not evade. Forgive me, but the sequence I currently employ ranks 9th globally. Clang! 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 The sound of metal shattering echoed repeatedly. All the daggers and fruit knives pressed against Zhong Li's neck shattered upon impact. What? The ruffians encircling Zhong Li, armed with sharp blades, had yet to react when his fist struck toward their midsections. Boom! 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 Zhong Li's fist landed solidly on the waist of the closest thug, sending him spinning around in a complete circle. Like beads on a string, the ruffians were all propelled into the air by this single punch. They crashed against the wall in a heap. With just 2 punches, the thugs in this hospital room had been utterly vanquished, none remaining upright. The only one still crouched, there was the little leader, whose hand had shattered after striking Zhong Li. Why provoke me? Huh? After dispatching all the petty minions, Zhong Li approached the little leader, squatting down to meet his gaze with a mocking expression. I was wrong, brother. I was wrong. I should not have harbored murderous intentions toward you. Witnessing how effortlessly Zhong Li had dispatched his comrades with merely 2 punches, the little leader could no longer maintain his bravado. When there was still a chance of resistance, even a cornered beast may fight fiercely. Yet, faced with an absolute threat of death, the instinct for survival compelled the little leader to plead for mercy. As he bowed before Zhong Li, he slapped his own face repeatedly. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life, I beg you. Spare my life. The echoes of the little leader's pleas and the sound of slapping filled the entire ward. Only when his face had swollen from the blows did Zhong Li finally speak. Who said I intended to kill you? It was your own actions that revealed your nefarious deeds. I merely sought to teach you a lesson. Understand? Moreover, lift your gaze and observe. Has anyone here perished? As Zhong Li spoke, he rose and gestured to the ruffians sprawled on the floor. The little leader looked up and realized that all his brothers were merely injured with broken bones, groaning in pain. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed from the crystalline palace within Zhong Li's mind. A line of text appeared simultaneously. The master acts in the balance of good and evil. The face of good and evil. Containment progress 5. Current containment progress 16. Master Vajrabody sequence ability strength 16. The moment the words appeared, Zhong Li, who had intended to continue reprimanding the small gang leader, was momentarily stunned. 5%. How could it have surged so drastically? However, after just a brief pause, he quickly comprehended the situation. Standing up for the oppressed elderly against the tyranny of the underworld is virtuous. Striking out against all thugs, incapacitating them completely, even to the point of severing limbs, is malevolent. Thus, the notion of coexisting good and evil in action is embodied in this understanding, originating from goodwill to commit acts that cause profound suffering to a specific target. This is the essence of the face of good and evil. Good precedes, evil follows. How enlightening. At that moment of realization, Zhong Li was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Merely subduing this group had already resulted in a 5% increase in containment progress. So, what if next time, driven by goodwill, he directly eliminated a more wicked individual? How much would that yield? With renewed vigor, Zhong Li gazed at his own fists. There could be no mistake. This was indeed the swiftest method to enhance the progress of the face of good and evil. Brother, don't strike. I understand my mistakes. I'll avoid you from now on. Seeing Zhong Li clench his fist once more, the small leader was nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily begging for mercy. He had witnessed Zhong Li's combat prowess. If that fist were to come crashing down upon him, he would not emerge unscathed. Get lost. Zhong Li's train of thought was interrupted as he shot an irritated glare at the small leader. He held a deep disdain for those who bully the weak, cowardly in their misfortune. After kicking the small leader aside, Zhong Li approached the bedside, gazing towards the towering walls on the distant horizon. To eliminate the most malevolent targets with the utmost goodwill? In terms of goodness in this world, what surpasses the guardians of all living beings? In terms of evil, who could rival those aberrant beings that have slaughtered countless humans? With these thoughts, an unprecedented idea resolutely crystallized within Zhong Li's heart. I shall join Camphor Tree. Using the guise of the 19976 salamander, I will leverage the characteristic of the face of good and evil, which allows for the enhancement of strength through the coexistence of good and evil to protect the people, eradicate the aberrations, and amass wealth in silence. Having solidified this conviction, Zhong Li took out his phone along with the business card of Li Ling from his pocket and dialed the number. Hello? Officer Li? I wish to join Camphor Tree. When Li Ling arrived, he was taken aback by the scene in the hospital room. A multitude of small thugs lay scattered about, each silently groaning in agony. Meanwhile, Zhong Li sat coldly in a corner of the room on the sofa, gesturing for silence towards the thugs. Indeed, loud noises were prohibited in the hospital. No matter the pain, they must endure. After notifying the police to arrest all the thugs, document them, and ensure they receive medical attention, Li Ling and Zhong Li returned to Zhong Li's own hospital room. What happened? Li Ling, not one to beat around the bush, directly inquired. Zhong Li scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. He was at a loss for how to explain how all of this had transpired. After a prolonged silence, Zhong Li concocted a tale, claiming that out of sheer boredom, he had wandered through the building and, upon overhearing their intentions to assault an elderly person, gallantly intervened. Ah, is that so? Li Ling nodded, half convinced. But how did you manage to inflict such damage upon them? If memory serves me correctly, your estimated sequence is 19,976. The salamander, which possesses no remarkable combat prowess. Having been a member of Camphor Tree for many years, Li Ling had become well-versed in most sequences. The 19976 salamander ranks quite low among anomalous entities. Aside from its ability for self-repair, it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate, yet it possesses virtually no combat capabilities, rendering it akin to a target on the battlefield. Could it be that this sequence, once manifested in a human, undergoes a transformation that bestows combat enhancements upon the ability user? Director Li, if I were to confess that I have previously practiced by watching combat videos, would you believe me? Zhong Li forced a smile, adopting an expression that seemed to imply, surely, you would believe this, as he gazed at Li Ling. Chapter 9. Deception. As Zhong Li pondered how to fabricate another lie to embellish the first, he was taken aback when Li Ling simply nodded in agreement. That is quite reasonable. Young people should certainly learn some self-defense. With that, he turned away to contact the reviewers from the Camphor Tree organization, leaving Zhong Li in a state of bewilderment. What? You believe that? Do I truly appear to be someone who has practiced? Zhong Li incredulously gazed at the mirror against the wall, only to be astonished to discover that, at some point, his physique had transformed, appearing significantly more robust. Could it be? He immediately recalled the text that had appeared after he dealt with the thugs. Upon reaching 16 progress, there was indeed an enhancement effect on muscle mass. No wonder Li Ling was convinced. When Li Ling had previously come to visit, Zhong Li had been lying in bed under the covers. He was unaware of Zhong Li's true form. This was the first time Li Ling had genuinely seen Zhong Li. And naturally, he assumed that this was how Zhong Li had always looked. All right, I have contacted the reviewers from the Camphor Tree organization. After a brief pause, Li Ling hung up the phone. He then settled onto the sofa and began to explain. The previous assessment was somewhat rudimentary, and since you were in a state of unconsciousness, the results may not have been entirely accurate. The reviewers arriving shortly will conduct a thorough evaluation of your sequence. If you pass, you will be admitted directly into the preparatory team of the Camphor Tree. What does auditing sequence mean? Zhong Li furrowed his brow. He could grasp the concept of entering the preparatory team upon passing the assessment, but what exactly was this auditing sequence? This had been a lingering question for him. Wasn't it the case that once a person awakened an extraordinary ability, they simply reported it? Would there really be any need for specialized instruments to verify it? You are unaware? Observing Zhong Li's puzzled expression, Li Ling found himself intrigued. You wish to join the Camphor Tree, but have made no effort to familiarize yourself with the prerequisites? He shook his head in exasperation. In his eyes, Zhong Li was merely a naive youth eager to become a heroic savior with a mere hint of ability. Over the years, he had encountered many such idealists. Some had confidently joined the Camphor Tree, only to meet their untimely demise in battles against anomalous creatures. Others had honed their skills alongside their seniors through repeated combat, gradually becoming stalwarts within the preparatory team. What path would this young man before him ultimately choose? Well then, allow me to enlighten you, lest you remain utterly uninformed when the reviewers arrive and find yourself unable to cooperate. Li Ling remarked, patting the cushion beside him, indicating for Zhong Li to take a seat. The so-called auditing sequence exists to prevent individuals from misrepresenting their true sequences. For instance, if your actual sequence is 19,976 salamander, one might, for the sake of pride, status, or other interests, falsely report it as sequence number 976. The discrepancy between your registered combat capabilities and reality could be staggering. If you were initially suited only for a patrol squad, but due to your deceit, were assigned to a hunting squad, the consequences would be dire. As Li Ling spoke, he withdrew 2 lollipops from his pocket, consuming one and offering the other to Zhong Li. Upon seeing Zhong Li shake his head in refusal, he retracted his hand and continued, "To illustrate the gravity of your false reporting, allow me to inform you about the performance of the various teams within the Camphor Tree. Those with lower rankings or weaker combat abilities will, upon approval, be relegated to the reserve squad. The reserve squad of Camphor Tree differs significantly from conventional reserves. Once assigned, one remains in the reserve indefinitely unless their ranking changes, an occurrence that is almost impossible. In the entire history of Camphor Tree, such a case has only transpired once." Zhong Li nodded, aware that Camphor Tree comprises both reserve and hunting squads. The reserve squad is tasked with patrolling within the high walls, eliminating the anomalous creatures that, having evaded expulsion, now coexist with humans beneath the walls. The Li Ling before him is a member of this reserve squad, whose duty is to maintain societal order. In stark contrast, the hunting squad is solely responsible for venturing beyond the walls as a unit to hunt formidable anomalous creatures and retrieve their remains. Given the potent energy contained within these creatures, the government converts their bodies into energy and utilizes their subcutaneous fat to produce beast wax, the universal currency of the post-apocalyptic world. The hunting squad's mission is to ensure the normal functioning of human society within the high walls. Those with higher rankings and exceptional combat prowess are directly inducted into the hunting squad. Li Ling elaborated. Before the implementation of the review mechanism, there were frequent cases of individuals who, despite being suited only for security roles, succumbed to the powerful creatures outside, due to their vanity. Therefore, to prevent such incidents from occurring, the government initiated the existing review system. The review process itself is quite straightforward. Li Ling looked up, locking eyes with Zhong Li. You see that small chip? The one that displays your sequence number and capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. A small chip? A towering structure over 100 meters high, with each side sealed by a mirror reflecting the world's most elite sequences. Could that be what one would term a small chip? This chip is visible to no one but you. Li Ling, seemingly oblivious to Zhong Li's emotional shift, continued. However, the upper echelons of Camphor Tree, in collaboration with the government, have devised a server capable of detecting all chips. Beyond your own reporting, it can also ascertain through reverse detection whether you have engaged in deceit. After listening to Li Ling, Zhong Li found himself completely stunned. Reverse detection? Could it be the end? His original plan was to infiltrate the Camphor Tree using the 19976 salamander sequence, gradually enhancing the containment progress of 009, and quietly amassing wealth from the depths below. However, if reverse detection were possible, wouldn't the palace in his mind and all 9 mirrors be exposed to the world? It was over, utterly over. Forget about quietly accumulating wealth. Avoiding dissection and having the 9 mirrors extracted from his body would be a blessing in itself. Zhong Li immediately regretted his hasty decision to submit the application to join. But now, it was far too late for remorse. Chapter 10. Sequence confirmation. Shortly after Li Ling's words fell, the door of the hospital room was pushed open by a group of officials holding various forms and instruments. You have arrived. Li Ling stood to greet them, saying, "Allow me to introduce this young man, the applicant for this submission, with an estimated sequence of 19,976. Mr. Zhong Li. These are the reviewers. All you need to do is cooperate with them to complete the review process." After Li Ling finished speaking, he nodded to the individuals in the room and turned to leave. "Now, Mr. Zhong Li, let us proceed with the panel inspection." One of the women holding an instrument approached Zhong Li after Li Ling had departed and handed him what resembled a pair of headphones. Very well. Zhong Li accepted the headphones, his face flushed with embarrassment. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. Fleeing would only arouse greater suspicion, potentially leading to a citywide manhunt for him. He could only hope for malfunctions with this device, yet that seemed increasingly unlikely. As he donned the headphones, Zhong Li contemplated how he might extricate himself once the Crystal Palace and all the mirrors were exposed. After securing the headphones, the woman operating the device switched it on. In an instant, a visible stream of light akin to an electric current shot from the headphones, directly penetrating Zhong Li's mind, racing towards the Crystal Palace. With his eyes closed, Zhong Li could vividly perceive the trajectory of the current, yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as it encircled the entire palace before diving straight through the entrance. Hiss, clang. At the very moment the light entered the palace, the detection device emitted a sound reminiscent of a short circuit. What's happening? A man, who appeared to be in charge, immediately stepped forward to take the device from the woman. "I'm not certain, it seems. There's an issue with the equipment?" The woman furrowed her brow, equally perplexed by the situation. This was the first time she had encountered such an anomaly. Everything displayed on the panel appeared normal, yet produced an unmistakably faulty sound. "Impossible." The man firmly refuted the woman's speculation, his expression grave. "This is the ability of sequence 1069, Hive. Unless the wielder is deceased, a malfunction should not occur." As he spoke, he rapidly adjusted the knobs and panels on the device, attempting to stabilize the frequency and restore normal operation. However, all efforts proved futile. The short-circuit-like sound persisted without any sign of improvement. Meanwhile, Zhong Li, sitting aside, opened his eyes, his face a mask of anxiety as he observed everything unfolding before him. He could not fathom why the device malfunctioned, and since the light had ensnared the palace, he was unable to touch or interact with it, leaving him utterly ignorant of what transpired within. Inside the Crystal Palace, the beam of light seemed to possess its own consciousness as it entered the palace. Hurtling straight towards the mirror where 009, the embodiment of good and evil, resided. It appeared intent on enveloping the palace itself and conducting an inspection. However, just as it approached, 009 suddenly opened its eyes within the mirror and fixed its gaze upon the light. The serene eyes of the Buddha narrowed slightly, radiating compassion, while the demonic glare was fierce and unyielding. 1069. How audacious of you to attempt to draw me into the hive. The mouth on the demonic visage opened wide, revealing a maw filled with sharp fangs. Amitabha, the secrets contained within must not be exposed. The mouth of the Buddha then opened, emitting a radiant glow. The dual voices of Buddha and demon resonated simultaneously, and in an instant, the beam of light was suppressed, as if it were a writhing loach subdued by an unseen force. After merely using the power of speech to quell the light, the Buddha slowly closed its eyes, conveying a message. All beings endure hardships. Carry this message I give you and depart. Begone, roared the demon face. The demonic voice formed a terrifying sonic wave that warped space, unceremoniously expelling the light from the crystalline palace. The moment it exited the palace, the light appeared to be frightened, its trajectory becoming utterly chaotic. Yet, this state lasted only a brief moment. Shortly after leaving the palace, the light regained its composure and retraced its path back into the headset. At the instant it returned, the short-circuited instrument returned to normal. After flickering a few times, it displayed the test results. Testing concluded. Sequence confirmed. Name, Zhong Li. Gender, male sequence. 1998, Honey Badger sequence ability. Nearly invincible surface defense. Possessing formidable resistance to acid corrosion and venom. Temperament, irritable. Recorded information, none. This young man. The man gazed at the test results displayed on the panel, dumbfounded as he looked at Zhong Li. Sequence 1998. Prior to arriving here, they had already known that Zhong Li's estimated sequence was 19,976, and they were prepared for the possibility of inaccuracies in the estimate. However, they never anticipated that the actual test results would deviate so drastically, from being at the bottom of the self-healing sequence to suddenly transforming into a combat sequence ranked before 2,000. What is happening? Zhong Li observed the man's astonished expression and anxiously inquired, has it truly been exposed? It's over. What should we do now? Yet, the man paid no heed to Zhong Li, instead turning to excitedly pull in Li Ling, who was waiting outside. Look, this young man's sequence is actually. Li Ling, sucking on a lollipop while awaiting the results, initially thought nothing of it, pondering how absurd it could possibly be. An estimated sequence of 19,976 surely could not exceed his own 10,357 by much. But when he finally beheld the numbers on the panel, his expression instantly mirrored that of those around him. Even a lollipop fell from his mouth to the ground. In the next moment, he excitedly grasped the instrument before him, confirming repeatedly that he was not mistaken, and then leaped directly in front of Zhong Li. You rascal. Ha ha ha. This time, we have truly struck gold in the H05 district of Jiangnan province. Unlike the exuberant Li Ling, Zhong Li was at the peak of his anxiety. Oh no, he thought. He claims to have found treasure. Surely he does not intend to capture me and take me to the laboratory for dissection. How did he recover so swiftly and fight so fiercely? Just passing by that ward, he laid everyone inside flat. Ha ha ha. Li Ling wrapped his arm around Zhong Li. So it turns out you are the legendary Honey Badger, sequence 1998, known as the Flat-Headed Brother. You truly have some tricks up your sleeve. Chapter 11. The Honey Badger, what is this? Honey Badger? Zhong Li was utterly perplexed by the statement and instinctively glanced at the screen of the device. In the next moment, his mouth fell open in astonishment. A 1998 Honey Badger? What on earth is this? It was neither the 009 Good and Evil Buddha, nor the 19976 Salamander, but rather this 1998 Honey Badger. What on earth is going on? After a moment of contemplation, however, Zhong Li began to form a hypothesis, the only plausible one at that. This so-called 1998 sequence Honey Badger must be the product of 009. After all, aside from it, nothing else could easily achieve this feat and deceive professional testing equipment. While Zhong Li was still in a state of confusion, Li Ling released his grip from Zhong Li's shoulder and waved to the nearby testing personnel. One of the men holding a camera approached Zhong Li. "The testing has concluded," Li Ling announced. "All that remains is for you to record a video application for joining. Simply answer whatever questions he poses." Li Ling's demeanor toward Zhong Li had shifted dramatically. The 1998 sequence indeed possessed the qualifications of a novice. "Oh." Zhong Li nodded in a daze, returning to the sofa. The subsequent procedure involved formal inquiries and official responses. At the conclusion, Zhong Li declared, "I affirm my voluntary intention to join Camphor Tree and comply with the organization's personnel arrangements." With that, the entire review process came to a close. "I will submit your application to the headquarters in Jiangnan Province. You should receive a response in 2 days. I will come to your home to find you then." After leaving this remark, Li Ling departed with the review team, leaving the newly confirmed 1998 honey badger, Zhong Li, with no reason to linger in the hospital. After tidying up, he completed his discharge procedures and returned to his rented apartment. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar figure that caused him considerable distress, Yang Siyu. At that moment, she was clad in an apron, holding a cloth, embodying the image of a devoted wife and mother, diligently wiping down the coffee table that was hardly dusty. "Darling, you're back. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll make it for you." Upon seeing Zhong Li enter, Yang Siyu immediately approached him with eager enthusiasm, clasping his arm and playfully shaking it. "How'd you get in?" Zhong Li was not swayed by her antics. He shrugged off her hand, looking at her with displeasure. He distinctly remembered changing the password for the front door. "The numbers related to you are not difficult to guess. I remember them all. Moreover, why do you not welcome me?" Observing Zhong Li's firm demeanor, Yang Siyu immediately feigned vulnerability, lowering her head. "What is wrong with you? First, you silently threw all my belongings outside that day. When I came to visit you during your hospitalization, you also sent me away. And now you still. Sobi wachi have you done wrongy?" After forcing out a few tears, Yang Siyu nestled against Zhong Li's chest like a delicate bird. I must say, every one of her movements was meticulously crafted. Previously, while in the hospital, she had skillfully teased Zhong Li with her warm breath through the sheets. Now, she employed the same tactic, directing her warm breath to the small sun on Zhong Li's chest as she sobbed. Yet, I must reiterate, this sensation was undeniably pleasant. However, Zhong Li was no longer easily deceived. In the past, he naively believed this was her reliance and affection for him. But now he had come to a complete understanding. Her initial agreement to his pursuit was solely due to his status as a prospective university student at a research institute, which promised a bright future. But later, she had encountered the man who introduced her to yoga, a formal staff member of the research institute. Eager for wealth and glory, she promptly abandoned Zhong Li, climbing into that man's bed. Now, upon learning that Zhong Li had awakened exceptional abilities and received consolation from the members of Camphor Tree, she hastily discarded the mere researcher and returned to Zhong Li's side, pretending as if nothing had transpired. She sought to continue leveraging her body to obtain everything she desired. "You have done nothing wrong." Zhong Li turned aside, pushing Yang Siyu away. "A parasite seeking a more suitable host. What is wrong with that?" "Nothing at all. However, whether the parasite can remain depends on the host's disposition. If the host is in a foul mood and decides to cast the parasite into the dung pit, that is quite a normal occurrence. After all, the parasite should have anticipated such a possibility when choosing its host, should it not?" Zhong Li approached the door, not once glancing back at the astonished Yang Siyu. "Shall I leave, or would you prefer to be shown out? By the way, in 2 days, I will officially become a member of Camphor Tree. Provoking me now is hardly a wise choice." Yang Siyu gazed at Zhong Li's indifferent back, feeling both helpless and exhilarated. In 2 days, he would indeed be an official member? "I have not chosen wrongly. That fool thinks he can win me over with a single yoga lesson. How naive." However, Zhong Li was not wrong. He did not appear to be in a good mood, and provoking him was indeed unwise. It would be best to wait until he was in better spirits. With this thought, Yang Siyu removed her apron, intentionally adopting a reluctant expression. After casting a glance at Zhong Li, she turned and departed. Meanwhile, as Zhong Li uttered his final words, He regretted them deeply. He was filled with remorse. Damn it, am I out of my mind? Is this not akin to throwing a bone to a dog? Alas, it seems this troublesome matter is inescapable. Yet, having spoken my mind, regret serves no purpose. After giving myself a couple of slaps for my indiscretion, I took a bath and retired to bed. Perhaps due to the exertion from earlier, when I had dealt with some ruffians at the hospital, as soon as my head touched the pillow, I was enveloped by drowsiness. I did not even have the chance to listen to my usual audiobooks before drifting into slumber. The following day, I went to school as usual. Although I had awakened an extraordinary ability and applied to join the camphor tree, I was merely 2 days away from becoming an official member, a step away from achieving the societal elevation that ordinary individuals yearn for. Nonetheless, there was no need to hastily abandon my studies. The tuition of 600 beeswax for the semester had already been paid, and I ought to complete at least this term's courses. Mr. Chong, I heard you were hospitalized. Are you all right? A gentle voice floated from behind me as I settled into my seat. It was Elon, my desk mate and the school's universally acknowledged flower. She was also the object of my long-standing affection before Yang Siyu arrived on the scene. Chapter 12, Is There No Problem? Not a significant issue. Zhong Li turned his head in a daze, gazing at Elon behind him. Not only did she possess the beauty of a campus goddess, but she also had a figure that rivaled that of a popular internet celebrity. However, due to her affluent background, such a physique did not appear vulgar on her. It could only be described as a feast for the eyes. It's nothing really, just a minor mishap. I was in the hospital for 2 days, but I'm perfectly fine now. After dismissing Yang Siyu and acquiring the Crystal Palace and Sequence 009, Zhong Li felt as if he were in a different world upon seeing Helan's exquisitely surreal face, despite their last encounter being merely 3 days prior. Helan gently nodded, revealing a sweet smile. If you have any questions about the assignments or exam progress, feel free to ask me. She said this, and then lowered her gaze to her textbook, a faint blush seemingly gracing her cheeks. Damn it, I am such a scoundrel. Zhong Li ruarat internali. Observing Helan's graceful demeanor, he deeply regretted his past choices. What was so great about Yang Siyu? Was it merely her age? Was it just her alluring figure? Was it solely her mastery of the art of seduction? Why did he let himself be swayed into being with her? If only he had chosen to pursue Helan back then. Perhaps he would already be with this stunning campus beauty now, with a heart full of regret. Zhong Li began the lesson. Classmates, today we will discuss the Human Protective Organization, Camphor Tree. It is well known that the organization was named Camphor Tree to convey to the public that, despite the powerful abilities of its members, they are still commonplace and not noble. Offering shelter like the ordinary camphor trees by the roadside, the language teacher spoke passionately from the podium, never mentioning class distinctions, yet each word echoed with them. This was because her son was already an official researcher at the Camphor Tree Research Institute. Her son basked in the glory of the capable. While she reaped the benefits of her son, almost every class would begin with a discussion of the capable, concluding with the familiar refrain, "As you all know, my son." Zhong Li had typically been disinterested in such monotonous content, but now it was different. The capable individual her son relied upon, the camphor tree, might very well be himself in the future. To Zhong Li, this was a peculiar sensation, akin to having a relative boast about their child working at a Fortune 500 company, only for the CEO of that company to be none other than himself. He found himself inexplicably reveling in the delight of this realization. With each statement made by the teacher, Zhong Li nodded in agreement. He had never been so attentive in a language class before. Even after the class ended, he felt a lingering sense of fulfillment. Who would refuse a teacher who showered them with praise from beginning to end? Just as Zhong Li was basking in this unspoken satisfaction, a commotion suddenly erupted at the classroom door. He raised his head and beheld 3 elegantly dressed young men standing at the entrance of the classroom, their demeanor unmistakably that of affluent science. The cacophony surrounding them emanated from a throng of admirers, akin to those of Yang Siyu, who encircled the trio. Yet, the 3 seemed entirely disinterested in their admirers, pushing them aside before striding directly into the classroom. Zhong Li had initially been indifferent to the antics of such debauched youths. However, As the trio approached him and leaned down to whisper something in Helan's ear, an unsettling premonition flickered within him. Uncertain of why he felt compelled to act, he rose and discreetly followed Helan as she trailed after the three. She followed them all the way to the rear of the school library before halting. What would they be doing? A rendezvous? Surely not. With Helan's pure and ethereal beauty, how could she possibly be meeting three suitors at once? He quickly dismissed the thought, hiding behind a flower bed to observe the quartet. Zhong Li remained nearly 10 meters distant, yet their conversation reached his ears with startling clarity. Miss He, although my father's dealings with uncle, he came to an abrupt end. I still don't wish to relinquish you. The leader of the young men spoke with a determined tone. Helan furrowed her brow, letting out a resigned sigh. I knew you would still be fixated on this matter. I've sought you several times regarding this. Just agree to it. I truly like you, the same young man asserted, reaching out to grasp Helan's arm. But I do not have any feelings for you. Helan trembled at the touch, her expression betraying a hint of disgust as she shook off his hand. Huh, Miss He, you certainly have a high opinion of yourself. As Helan turned to leave, the leader's expression hardened, and the two companions flanked her, effectively trapping her in the middle. Don't overestimate your importance. My father is a member of the school's board of directors. Inviting you to converse is a privilege. The young man's demeanor shifted abruptly from that of a suitor to that of a rogue. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Li felt a tightening in his chest. What era are we in, where such shameless brutes still bully girls? Do they think they are in a drama? As the leader inched closer to Helan, Zhong Li pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing Li Ling's number, resolutely rushing forward. Hello, Brother Li. I am not yet a member of the camphor tree, correct? His voice drew the attention of the three young men, who turned to face him. Yes. What's the matter? Li Ling inquired from the other end. Under my current status, devoid of any law enforcement authority, if I act to defend a girl and give those three brutes a thrashing, there shouldn't be any significant repercussions, right? Zhong Li approached the trio, deliberately emphasizing the term brutes. Upon hearing Zhong Li's words, the three individuals surrounding Helan, though perplexed, were evidently provoked. After exchanging glances, they advanced towards Zhong Li with a menacing demeanor. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Li Ling fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly in contemplation. In that brief interlude, the trio reached Zhong Li with the leader, who had been rejected by Helan, grasping Zhong Li's collar with determination. However, Zhong Li, unfazed, awaited Li Ling's response. It seemed there was no significant issue. As long as they refrained from excessive force, he could report the situation later. It's fine. Go ahead and strike. Thudded Li Ling's command through the phone, just as Zhong Li's forehead made a swift yet gentle collision with the leader's nose. Sequence 009, Benevolent and Malevolent Buddha's Countenance Vajra Body, a delicate strike at 16 progress, was no different from a punch delivered by the heavyweight champion, Tyson. Chapter 13. Do you know who he is? Crack. The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed as the lead boy's body arched gracefully through the air before plummeting to the ground, unconscious and silent. Huh, did I use too much strength? Zhong Li, witnessing the boy's sudden flight, awkwardly touched his forehead. Previously, when he had dealt with those delinquents at the hospital, his strength had not exceeded that of an ordinary person by much and was still within a controllable range. However, after an additional 5% progress, it seemed that his force had become somewhat difficult to manage. He had just promised Li Ling not to go all out. Surely, this fellow isn't dead, is he? Chen Yusen. The other two boys, stunned by Zhong Li's strike, abandoned thoughts of retaliation and rushed to the side of their fallen companion. It was evident that Chen Yusen, having been struck on the forehead, had completely lost consciousness. It took both of them combined to hoist him from the ground. With a sudden rush, a torrent of blood gushed from his severely deformed nostrils, splattering the ground. What the hell? When did this school have ability users? Let us get out of here. One of the boys supporting Chen Yusen turned to glare fiercely at Zhong Li before urging the other to hastily flee with their injured friend. As they retreated, blood continued to flow from Chen Yusen's nose, yet he appeared to be alive, as his dragged feet exhibited slight involuntary muscle reactions. Hey, Zhong Li, hello? After watching the trio depart, A slightly anxious voice broke through the phone in his hand. Zhong Li quickly returned the phone to his ear. Hey. I'm here. What is up, brotherly? You've been silent for ages, and you asked me what is wrong? You didn't kill him, did you? Li Ling's tone was laced with urgency. After all, Zhong Li's true sequence had been identified as 1998, honey badger, although this species no longer existed in this apocalyptic world. There were plenty of wild animal videos available online from before the end times. Who wasn't he familiar with the notorious reputation of the honey badger on the grasslands? Revenge on the spot was the honey badger's motto. Oh, relax, no one is dead. Zhong Li waved his hand dismissively into the air. However, after noticing the scattered pool of blood, he quickly added, not dead, but definitely hurt. All right, as long as there are no fatalities. Tell me the details later, and I will report it. Upon hearing that no life had been lost, Li Ling sighed and hung up the phone, somewhat irritated. He had thought he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to find that this treasure was a honey badger. Li Ling suddenly felt that not only had he gained nothing, but he had also incurred a loss. It seemed he would have to clean up quite a few messes for this kid in the future. Are you all right? Zhong Li, having tucked away his phone, approached the bewildered Helan. As a distinguished daughter of a wealthy family, she had never witnessed such a fierce scene, let alone a mere street brawl. Had it not been for Zhong Li's timely support, she would have crumpled to the ground. I'm Fina. After a moment of recovery, she finally spoke. Once Zhong Li helped her onto a nearby staircase. I'm relieved to hear that. I thought you were scared. Are you an ability user? Zhong Li's words were abruptly interrupted by Helan, who spoke hesitantly. Yes. I am an ability user, Zhong Li stammered, initially attempting to deny it. However, upon reflection, he realized there was no room for evasion and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have revealed my true self. I am an ability user. I had hoped to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but alas, I cannot tolerate even a hint of evil. Sigh. I couldn't help but take action. As he spoke, Zhong Li stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, adopting an air of an otherworldly sage. Since evasion was futile, why not seize this splendid opportunity to impress the campus beauty? Thank you. Helan slowly lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, yet overshadowed by profound concern. No witties. If anyone bullies you again, just tell me. I've got you back. Zhong Li patted his chest, his words spilling forth with a youthful exuberance that made even him blush. Yet he considered it a means to compensate for his regrets towards Helan. Thank you, but... Helan looked up at Zhong Li, her face etched with worry. Do you know who you just knocked out? Uncle Chun Yusen. He was knocked unconscious by an ability user. The two boys who had helped Chun Yusen escape had barely traveled a few hundred meters when they pulled out their phones to call his father. What? The old man's furious roar erupted from the other end. What happened? Who did this? Where are you? I'm coming to get son right now. At school. We're at school. Uncle, please listen. After carefully placing Chun Yusen on the ground, one boy embellished the tale, twisting the events of the recent altercation. Damn it. So what if they're an ability user? Anyone who dares to harm my son, even if they are an ability user, will pay the price. Upon hearing the account, Chun Yusen's father nearly suffered a stroke from rage. His son, merely pursuing a girl he admired, had been toyed with by a passing rogue ability user and then beaten before being released. Such humiliation was utterly intolerable. Within 20 minutes, a luxury business vehicle, even by pre-apocalyptic standards, arrived at the school. After collecting Chun Yusen and the two boys, it swiftly turned and departed. When Chun Jin Wang, gazing through the glass, saw his son in a private therapy room, bloodied and receiving urgent care, he was overwhelmed with fury and fainted on the spot. As the president of the Golden Group, responsible for the entire animal wax production in Jiangnan province, his only son, Chun Yusen, was the treasure of his heart. From his childhood to the present, his son had never dared to lay a finger on him. Now, witnessing his son in such a pitiful state, it was a miracle that he had not succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away instantly. It was a testament to his robust constitution. After several doctors took turns administering aid between father and son, Chun Huangjin finally regained consciousness. Call Chun Baiyin. Call Chun Baiyin. As soon as Chun Huangjin awakened, before he could even rise, he began to bellow at the steward beside him. My lord, please do not. The steward quickly stepped forward to offer support. Contact Chen Baiyin. Let him see what kind of condition his precious nephew has been reduced to by the ability user he brought forth. Chapter 14. The bounty on heads. The phone on the desk rang sharply, interrupting Chen Baiyin as he was engrossed in his paperwork. He lifted the receiver to his ear, only to be startled by the furious bellow of his elder brother. Chen Baiyin, look at the mess you've created. The piercing shout instinctively made him pull the receiver away slightly. What's wrong, brother? Why the sudden outburst? As he listened to his brother's account, Chen Baiyin's brow furrowed deeply. A college student, an awakened ability user, was engaging in misconduct, resulting in his nephew being beaten into a coma? As the captain of the hunting squad in Jiangnan province, Chen Baiyin was acutely aware of his nephew's character. The description he received already hinted at the unfolding narrative. It was highly probable that this wayward nephew had committed some egregious act, provoking retaliation from others. Chen Baiyin, Sun Sun is our family's sole heir. You cannot allow him to suffer such unfounded bullying. His brother's voice crackled with barely contained emotion, sounding as if he might burst into tears. Sighing, Chen Baiyin replied, Brother, it's not that I don't want to help, but I simply lack the authority to intervene with an ability user. He shook his head in resignation. This was not the first time such a predicament had arisen. Whenever his brother, Chen Huang, or this nephew found themselves in trouble, they would invariably call upon him, a member of the hunting squad, to clean up their mess. Past issues had been manageable, merely disputes between companies or brawls among ruffians. However, he never anticipated that this time they had provoked an ability user. What did these two think their standing was within the organization? Given the government's oversight of Xiangzhong and the presence of the 1069 hive, infighting among ability users was utterly inconceivable, even in apocalyptic times. This was Xia, not a lawless territory where wealth dictated one's actions. Chen Baiyin, have you no conscience? Do not forget who raised you, nurturing you through thick and thin. Hearing this, Chen Huang's anger surged again, his voice straining at the edges. Sighing deeply, Chen Baiyin closed his eyes in bitterness. It was always the same. The moment he expressed any reluctance to assist his brother, he would be met with such emotional appeals to guilt. Brother, it's not that I don't wish to help Sun Sun, but he has crossed paths with an ability user this time. The regulations within Xiangzhong are stringent. To engage with an ability user would mean relinquishing my own career. As soon as he uttered this, he realized he had fallen into a trap. The tone of his brother on the other end suddenly calmed. Ah, I understand your predicament. How about this? I want to put you in a difficult position. Just help me find out who is responsible for this incident. I will handle the rest. As Sun Sun was beaten to such a state, the elder brother implored for this trivial matter, and surely you wouldn't refuse, would you? Hiss. Upon hearing this from his brother, Chen Baiyin leaned back against the chair in regret, realizing he should have hung up the phone immediately. The intention behind Chen Huangjin's request for Chen Baiyin's assistance was never genuine. His true aim was to uncover the identity of the one who had acted violently, and, subsequently, employ his influence to eliminate that individual, leaving Chen Baiyin to clean up the mess afterward. It was too late for Chen Baiyin to realize he had fallen into a trap. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Chen Huangjin's demands. A university student yet to be registered, an unnamed ability user. Combining these two conditions, discovering the perpetrator was not a daunting task. Merely half an hour later, the identity information of Zhong Li, along with his review submission report, was already in Chen Huangjin's hands. Only 2 days remain until officially joining the camphor tree. Chen Huangjin gazed at the documents with keen interest, his expression devoid of the helplessness he had shown while pleading with his younger brother. As he looked at the photograph of Zhong Li, his eyes glimmered with coldness and malice. The 1998 sequence, Honey Badger. Quite a ferocious sequence indeed. Had you arrived 2 years later, I might have had my hands tied. Yet, alas, you are still too green. Joining the camphor tree? You no longer possess that qualification. With a sinister smirk, Chen Huangjin set down the documents and picked up his phone once more. However, this time it was not the one he had used to call Chen Baiyin, but rather an old-fashioned flip phone, its plastic casing worn and greasy. Hello? Chen Baiyin spoke into the receiver in a hushed tone. 5 million beastwax, plus 3 women. Help me kill a man. Yes, an ability user. Recently awakened. Sequence 1998. Honey Badger. Then it shall be 7 million, plus 5 women. Ensure his demise. The price is negotiable. Spread the word. Bring me the head within 2 days. And an additional 500,000. The body? Dispose of it as you wish. All right, it's a deal. Chun Huangjin hung up the phone and gazed out at the darkening sky, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ability user? A hero of humanity? What of it? Anyone who provokes me shall meet their end. Returning to his rented room, Zhong Li tossed his backpack onto the table and lay down on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The person he had just sent flying was none other than the son of the chairman of the Golden Group. Even if you are an ability user, they will not let you off easily. He recalled He-Lan's words echoing in his mind. He was well aware of the Golden Group's name, though not intimately familiar. He had heard of it. Chairman Chun Huangjin, one of the top 10 philanthropists in Jiangnan province, often featured in television broadcasts for his charitable deeds. However, Zhong Li had never been swayed by such narratives. In his eyes, the morality of a person transcends mere appearances. All villains can easily cloak themselves in a facade of virtue with the gilding of gold. A man who could raise a son like Chun Yusen, Chun Huangjin, could not possibly be a good person in Zhong Li's eyes. Before the school day concluded, He-Lan repeatedly cautioned him to exercise utmost vigilance. For the fate of the weaker individuals had often been sealed by treachery, and she was well aware of numerous such occurrences. Vigilance? What could they possibly achieve? Zhong Li reclined upon his bed, gazing at his hand, which stretched skyward towards the ceiling. Whether it was the seemingly innocuous 1998 honey badger or the Buddha of good and evil, which had only reached 16 progress within the palace, neither feared retribution from the ordinary populace. Contemplating this, Zhong Li closed his eyes, his consciousness shifting. After a disorienting experience of spatial expansion and transmutation, he found himself once more before the Buddha of good and evil. Alas, the coexistence of virtue and vice is indeed perplexing. Zhong Li lifted his gaze to behold the towering statue of the Buddha, soaring 100 meters high within the mirror. Was his act of valor in rescuing He-Lan from the clutches of a rogue not a reflection of this duality? After all, was it not merely a fade he donned after the rescue? To have provoked such a formidable adversary, must he not receive even a modicum of progress in return? Chapter 15. Progress Reset. Containment failure. Zhong Li gently placed his hand on the mirror, and a passage instantly materialized before him. 009. The Bodhisattva of good and evil. The Vajra body. The potency of this sequence's abilities can be enhanced in accordance with the containment progress of 009. When the containment progress reaches 25, 2 abilities of the Bodhisattva of good and evil can be randomly acquired. When it reaches 50, one can access the information regarding sequence 008 upon achieving 100. The master can transform into 009, the Bodhisattva of good and evil. The last time he encountered this text, the suddenness of it had prevented Zhong Li from examining it closely. Now, however, his attention was entirely captivated by the latter part. When the containment progress of 009 reaches 25, 2 abilities of the Bodhisattva of good and evil can be randomly acquired. The 2 abilities of the Bodhisattva of good and evil. Zhong Li regarded the words with curiosity. To his knowledge, such terminology did not exist among anomalous entities or sequence powers. The essence of a sequence's ability was simply that he had never heard of an ability being described as a variant of XXX. Could this be a unique power exclusive to 009? What are the subsequent details? Turning his gaze towards the mirrors situated behind the Bodhisattva of good and evil, he pondered whether they too possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Just as Zhong Li wrestled with these thoughts, the eye on one side of the Bodhisattva in the mirror suddenly flickered open. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous force surged forth from the mirror, hurling Zhong Li violently from that space. What? As he gazed at the ceiling of the room that had abruptly come into view, Zhong Li was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered by the occurrence. Wasn't I just in the palace? Before he could comprehend how he had been thrust into this situation, a resounding explosion erupted. The wall of the room, facing the street, suddenly imploded as if struck by a missile. The immense shock wave lifted Zhong Li off his bed and flung him violently against the wardrobe across the room. In an instant, the air was filled with a dense cloud of dust, revealing exposed steel and bricks where the destruction had occurred. The wooden wardrobe could not withstand the impact of Zhong Li's body and collapsed entirely upon contact. Coughing from the choking dust, Zhong Li struggled to push aside the splintered wood that had buried him, crawling towards freedom, with 16 progress of the Vajra body shielding him. Such a degree of impact was insufficient to inflict injury upon him. What was that? Stray bullet. Zhong Li's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the devastated wall shrouded in dust. Yet, he had never heard of stray bullets wreaking havoc in a bustling urban area, demolishing residential buildings in such a ludicrous manner. This was the Great Xia, not some neighboring territory. Heh, the kid's quite resilient. He survived that explosion. Amidst the ochre haze, a figure gradually emerged. Who are you? Until this moment, Zhong Li finally realized that the recent explosion was not the result of a stray projectile, but rather a deliberate act of terrorism. Undoubtedly, it must have been orchestrated by Chun Yusin's father. However, he had anticipated that it would merely involve an assassination attempt or the creation of an accident akin to those depicted on television. What he did not expect was the direct involvement of a supernatural being. Such a grand scheme. I am here to earn money. As the smoke and dust began to dissipate, a figure gradually became discernible. Yet, her upper body and face were shrouded beneath the large brim of a tactical jacket, leaving only her voice, unmistakably feminine, to betray her identity. Earn money? Zhong Li's feast slowly clenched. The mere ferocity of this individual's entrance had already instilled a sense of threat within him. Someone has paid 7 million for your head, the woman remarked with a soft chuckle. 700. Before Zhong Li could complete his statement, the woman flickered and appeared before him, seizing his collar. Therefore, I kindly request that you die quietly. As her words fell, the woman bent backward, her wrist exerted force. And with a motion reminiscent of shot putting, she hurled Zhong Li through a gap in the wall. Whoosh! A tremendous rush of wind surged, and Zhong Li felt as if he were a cannonball soaring through the air at an astonishing speed. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and air resistance rendered him utterly immobile, leaving him with nothing but the sight of the rapidly diminishing buildings around him. Swoosh! Amidst the receding city lights, the woman's form materialized before Zhong Li once more like a specter. Without any unnecessary movements, she executed a maneuver that defied the limits of human flexibility, delivering a whip-like kick to Zhong Li's abdomen. Clang! The woman's legs were slender, seemingly devoid of any signs of rigorous training. Yet, that delicate limb, akin to a chopstick, struck Zhong Li with the force of a colossal truck colliding head-on. Pua! A copious amount of blood erupted from Zhong Li's mouth at the moment of impact. The immense upward momentum was abruptly countered by that whip kick, and immediately thereafter, his body plummeted toward the ground with alarming speed. Before he could reach the ground, the woman flickered once again, executing the same motion and angle, delivering another whip kick to Zhong Li's abdomen. 2 consecutive kicks, spaced less than a second apart, each intent on causing fatal harm. This woman had no intention of sparing Zhong Li's life. Boom! The tremendous force of the 2 kicks sent Zhong Li hurtling toward the ground at nearly supersonic speeds. The friction of his back against the surface generated a searing heat that instantly incinerated his clothing. It was only after he struck the ground with enough force to create a 5-meter deep crater that the kinetic energy within him finally dissipated. Damn it! Cough, cough, cough. Even with the protection of his indomitable physique, this strike left Zhong Li severely injured. He could distinctly feel that at least 5 or 6 ribs had been shattered within him. However, the woman's assault showed no signs of abating. Even before she afforded Zhong Li the slightest chance to rise, the stiletto heel of her shoe loomed ominously above his head. Farewell, little brother. I am Sequence 5169, Hummingbird. Should you harbor any grievances, feel free to seek your sister in your next life, she taunted mockingly. With a resounding thud, her heel descended. It pierced his scalp like a steel nail, forcefully driving his head into the mud beneath him. In that fleeting moment, Zhong Li felt as though the entire world was spinning uncontrollably. His senses were in disarray, his body unsteady, and it seemed as if his very skull had been crushed underfoot. Suddenly, a deafening sound emanated from the Crystal Palace. Severe bodily harm detected in the Master. 16 of Good and Evil Buddha Mask. Containment progress expended. Healing initiated for the Master S body. Warning, warning, warning. Sequence 009, Good and Evil Buddha Mask. Containment progress has reached 0. Containment failure imminent. Chapter 16. Hummingbird versus Evil Buddha with a dismissive scoff. Hummingbird regarded the pit where the head of the mangled Zhong Li lay crushed beneath her feet, thinking that the so-called honey badger was merely an inexperienced weakling. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a sharp dagger sprang forth from Hummingbird's sleeve. Leaning down, she grasped Zhong Li's blood-soaked hair and twisted his neck to the side, preparing to sever his head entirely. Just then, Zhong Li's bloodied eyes snapped open, glaring furiously at the hummingbird within arm's reach. His expression, charged with rage and filled with blood, bore the intensity of one who seemed ready to annihilate all living beings in sight. That gaze, Hummingbird instantly perceived the danger. Retracting her dagger and executing a series of rapid flashes, retreating to a distance of several meters. What on earth is that? Once at a safe distance, she assumed a defensive posture, her countless experiences in assassination and combat informing her that the look she had just witnessed did not belong to the boy she had just tormented. It was a tremor that emanated from the depths of the soul, a sensation akin to the fear a small shrimp feels when confronted by the gaze of a great whale swiftly rising from the depths. Zhong Li, now drenched in blood, slowly rose from the pit, flexing his neck and shoulders as he ascended. "You wish for me to take over? Then I shall not hold back." The voice emanating from him was no longer that of Zhong Li, but rather sounded like an ancient deity, aged and sacred. As he emerged from the abyss, a transformation began to unfold upon his skin. It morphed into a bizarre, metallic sheen resembling that of bronze, intricate patterns spreading from his chest to envelop his entire form. Each line shimmered with a ferocious glow reminiscent of bubbling magma. This molten energy coursed through his body, converging into his eyes, which became engulfed, transforming into endless pools of magma, weeping fiery tears. The entire metamorphosis reached a standstill at that moment. Zhong Li's being was irrevocably claimed by the evil Buddha. "What are you?" Hummingbird stood transfixed, witnessing the transformation unfold before her, utterly stunned. The intelligence had been flawed. This could not possibly be the honey badger of sequence 1998. Not only was it not 1998, but this creature, cloaked in armor of bronze patterns, might not belong to any known sequence at all. "Oh, you question me?" The evil Buddha turned to gaze at Hummingbird from afar, its bronze visage and molten eyes betraying no emotion. 5169. Little Hummingbird, this wretched fool is utterly worthless. Despite being warned and pushed away, he still succumbed to such a pitiful sequence. He deserves this fate. Cursed be him. The malevolent entity roared, and each word it uttered transformed into terrifying sound waves, hurtling directly towards the hummingbird. Run. This was the sole thought racing through the hummingbird's mind. The creature before her was the most horrifying entity she had ever encountered. Her instinct screamed that lingering here for even a second could lead to her demise. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the onslaught of terrifying sound waves, the hummingbird hesitated not for a moment, unleashing her utmost speed to flee into the distance. In mere seconds, she had covered several kilometers. Yet, even at such a distance, she dared not relent. The oppressive terror emanating from that beast still lingered. "Ha, little hummingbird, where are you rushing off to?" Without warning, the malevolent entity materialized directly in her path, less than 2 meters away. At such a proximity, the hummingbird could not halt her rapid momentum. Almost like a moth to the flame, she was seized by the throat with a single hand, lifted off the ground. How could you be so fast? The hummingbird held absolute confidence in her speed. While she may not have been the swiftest among the sequences, her endurance undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. Yet, the speed she took pride in seemed but a jest before the malevolent being. As she writhed in agony, Trapped by the grip on her throat, she struck at the entity's chest and arms with her hands and legs. However, her attacks, which could easily fell lesser foes, felt like mere tickles against the malevolent creature. Ha ha! How utterly laughable! Do you think your paltry speed can challenge me? Ha ha! The malevolent entity, still gripping the hummingbird's throat, ceased applying pressure, merely watching her struggle as one might observe a jester. What? Are you? Even without applying force, the grip felt like a noose around the hummingbird's neck. If she did not escape soon, she could not hold on much longer. Me? Heh! You are far from worthy of knowing my name. The malevolent entity spoke slowly, raising its other hand, clenched into a fist, aimed at the hummingbird. The mere act of forming a fist distorted the very space surrounding them. If that punch connected, not only would she perish, but there would be nothing left of her. Yet, just as the malevolent entity was about to strike, it abruptly halted. The bronze-patterned brow furrowed slightly, and it murmured to itself, "Shall we go back? On what grounds?" "Oomph. Understood. What a nuisance, cursed be it. I have no interest." "You come." As the words fell, the bronze patterns adorning the malevolent Buddha's form receded like an ebbing tide, transforming within a heartbeat into radiant golden scriptures that enveloped Zhong Li entirely. Simultaneously, the molten magma within Zhong Li's eyes returned to its normal state, albeit remaining slightly narrowed as he gazed at the struggling hummingbird in his grasp. "Amitabha, I apologize for your suffering." After performing a single-handed gesture of reverence, the benevolent Buddha gently flicked his wrist, sending the hummingbird hurtling away with tremendous force. It soared directly towards the bustling traffic and pedestrians several kilometers distant. An act of cruelty, just as the hummingbird was about to collide with an unsuspecting passerby. The benevolent Buddha murmured softly. In a flash, he positioned himself between the hummingbird and the pedestrian, seizing the creature's body and casting it once more into the distance, thereby saving the innocent soul who would have surely perished upon impact. An act of kindness, the benevolent Buddha whispered softly. Chapter 17. Throwing the hummingbird at the pedestrian is an act of malevolence. Rescuing the pedestrian from the brink of certain death is an act of benevolence. Such actions, benevolent Buddha grasped the hummingbird and repeated them a total of 16 times. After the final act, benevolent Buddha had transported the hummingbird to a suburban area several kilometers away from Zhong Li's residence. But how infuriating. Do you take me for mere toy? The hummingbird was pressed against the ground by benevolent Buddha's single hand. Its limbs could move, yet it remained utterly unable to escape. Amitabha. Once more, benevolent Buddha performed a one-handed gesture of prayer towards the hummingbird. Someone has asked me to spare your life, to serve as a tool on this child's path of progress. I shall not take your life. Get lost. What kind of tool am I? I refuse to accept such a role. If you have the capability, then kill me. Upon hearing this, the hummingbird was instantly consumed by rage. Though she did not comprehend the transformation occurring within Zhong Li, nor the nature of this creature that could shift forms, the word tool struck her as an unprecedented insult. As a member of the camphor tree, in absolute rebellion against the camphor moth, the idea of being a tool for an individual affiliated with the camphor tree was utterly unacceptable to her. Yet, what she failed to realize was that as the 5,169th hummingbird, her desires were inconsequential before the 009 benevolent Buddha. Benevolent Buddha disregarded her provocations, continuing to gaze at her with half-closed eyes and a benevolent expression. Then, he extended a hand, gently placing his palm upon her forehead. Amitabha, I shall replace your memories. From this day forth, assist him well. Benevolent Buddha's palm began to emit a faint glow. Moments later, the hummingbird ceased her struggles, her curses gradually fading away. She fell into a tranquil slumber. Amitabha, well done, well done. After completing this, the golden script representing benevolent Buddha slowly dissipated, and Zhong Li's body returned to its normal state. He then collapsed weakly upon the hummingbird. Within the crystalline palace of Zhong Li's mind, benevolent Buddha and malevolent Buddha had merged into one, standing in a vast central hall in their true form as the face of good and evil. At its feet lay Zhong Li, devoid of any signs of life. Opposite them stood another entity, Did you not say that when the progress reaches 0, I would be released? Malevolent Buddha glared at them, his voice filled with fury. Why have you brought me back again? By what right? And why must benevolent Buddha restore all lost progress? Malevolent Buddha's voice boomed, causing the entire palace to resonate with a deep hum, a testament to his inner fury. However, the entity did not respond to malevolent Buddha's outburst, but instead slowly lowered its gaze to the lifeless form of Zhong Li. Its eyes were calm, yet not indifferent, embodying a distant compassion. After a moment, its voice resonated within the face of good and evil. Observe the stars shifting and the constellations turning. Your freedom, joy, and sorrow are but fleeting moments in the vast river of time. The transformations you desire exist solely within the parameters already established in my palm. I shall only assist you this once. From henceforth, all calamities are fated. Upon uttering these words, his voice withdrew from the mind of the good and evil Buddha. He then slowly knelt, placing his hand upon Zhong Li's chest. Those who defy the Tao shall find themselves imprisoned within their own hearts. Yet, when the heavenly gates finally yield, I shall patiently await to take your hand. Go back now, Zhong Li. As his words faded, he gently waved his hand, and instantly, Zhong Li's body was revitalized, gradually floating out of the palace, through the void beyond, and returning to his corporeal form. Having completed this, his form slowly dissipated, vanishing within the palace. Damn! By what means? The evil Buddha roared. Amitabha, 002 acts with purpose. Why must you be angered? Return now, the good Buddha interjected. In a flash, the good and evil Buddha returned to the mirror, transforming back into the towering statue that reached 100 meters in height. When Li Ling arrived with others to find Zhong Li, all were stunned by the sight before them. Zhong Li, unclad from the waist up, lay peacefully atop a woman's bosom, breathing softly as if in slumber. The woman beneath him gently cradled his head with one hand, while signaling silence to the approaching crowd with the other. Is this lunatic out of his mind? Attacked in the dead of night, with no report, and after dealing with it, he runs off to rendezvous? I worried for him for nothing. Truly, he is the epitome of a carefree spirit. This was the first thought that sprang to Li Ling's mind upon witnessing the scene. Zhong Li's rented apartment had been utterly destroyed, and the assailants were still being investigated. Li Ling, accompanied by Zhong Li and the hummingbird, returned directly to the branch of the camphor tree in District H05, arranging a room for Zhong Li in the members' dormitory. Due to excessive exhaustion, Zhong Li remained in a coma for 2 full days. Meanwhile, the enigmatic hummingbird, after Zhong Li was settled, was taken by Li Ling to the interrogation room. What is your name? Yao Jiao Jiao. Occupation? Delivery person. What is your relationship with Zhong Li? A secret crush. I have liked him for a long time. How'd you come be there? I saw him fighting with someone while delivering food and ran over. Who was he fighting? I couldn't see clearly. By the time I caught up, he had already chased him away. Very well. Li Ling adjusted his posture. Yao Jiao Jiao's testimony revealed no apparent flaws. Her oversized tactical jacket further corroborated her identity as a delivery worker. Do you have no impression of the person Zhong Li was fighting? Li Ling continued his questioning. None. I couldn't tell if they were male or female. Hiss. Li Ling furrowed his brow. This truly is peculiar. How could Zhong Li, a mere applicant yet to join the camphor tree, have such a deep-seated enemy willing to launch a terror attack in a bustling city? Could it be? Li Ling vaguely recalled the phone call Zhong Li had made to him earlier. Before the attack, did Zhong Li say anything to you? Li Ling inquired once more. No, it is I who harbors a secret affection for him, not the other way around. Why would he confide in me about his circumstances? Yao Jiao Jiao coldly shook her head. Forget it. You should go take care of him. I appreciate your assistance these past few days. Observing Yao Jiao Jiao's distracted demeanor, consumed with worry for Zhong Li, Li Ling sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Thank you very much. Yao Jiao Jiao rose, politely bowed, and turned to leave. Wait. In that fleeting moment as Yao Jiao Jiao turned, Li Ling keenly sensed an anomaly. You are also an ability user? Chapter 18. The camphor moth Yao Jiao Jiao did not respond. Upon hearing Li Ling's question, she simply halted in her tracks. Yet, This gesture was as good as an answer to Li Ling's inquiry. Why not report it? Li Ling's expression gradually turned serious. Yao Jiao fiddled with the hem of her garment, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. I have awakened, but I do not aspire to be a hero. I merely wish to earn a decent living and exist peacefully. Is there anything wrong with that? Yao Jiao's response left Li Ling momentarily speechless. He was well aware that many individuals, upon awakening, choose to continue living as ordinary people, avoiding conflict and showing little interest in safeguarding humanity. Although he had heard of such choices, this was the first time he had truly encountered someone like her. And what about the sequence? Li Ling pressed on, unwilling to relent. Having uncovered a hidden awakener, he felt compelled to ascertain her sequence. Hummingbird, swift on the run. Delivering takeout, Yao Jiao replied, turning her back and departing from the interrogation room. Sigh. Li Ling had contemplated saying something for a while, but ultimately held his tongue. Once Zhong Li's review is approved, I will seek you out. He called after Yao Jiao as she walked away, shaking his head in resignation. During the 2 days of unconsciousness, Yao Jiao had remained by Zhong Li's side, providing attentive care. Li Ling had visited several times, and from Yao Jiao's actions, he had come to the conclusion that she harbored feelings for Zhong Li. On his last visit, Li Ling brought news of Zhong Li's approval. This signified that Zhong Li had officially become a member of the Camphor Tree reserve team. However, in his state of unconsciousness, Zhong Li was unaware of this development. It was Yao Jiao who received the Camphor Tree member's badge on his behalf. The oath of allegiance required for membership, however, would have to await Zhong Li's awakening. In District H05, at the heart of the underground sewage system, the sticky walls of the pipes were marred with filth, and, occasionally, a foul substance slid down from the walls. The entire space was permeated with the acrid stench of ammonia. Any ordinary person without a gas mask would likely succumb to unconsciousness within a minute. Yet, within this dismal environment, a metal door stood incongruously against the backdrop of a massive sewage pipe. The door bore no markings and appeared, at a cursory glance, to be a passageway for maintenance personnel. However, beyond the metal door, an entirely different world awaited, spanning over 100 square meters. The central space was furnished with an abundance of tables and chairs, several hundred in total. Neatly arranged against the walls were numerous transparent containers, housing the weapons of the Camphor Moth members, along with a substantial quantity of beast wax. This was the headquarters of the organization to which the Hummingbird belonged, the Camphor Moth. At that moment, at least 50 individuals gathered within the space. All were clad similarly to the Hummingbird, their upper bodies and faces obscured by the large hoods of tactical jackets, rendering it difficult to discern even their genders. Damn it, what's going on with the Hummingbird? After accepting the task, there has been no further communication. Even the target, Zhong Li, has vanished. One of the men shouted furiously. It matters not. Just as those around were about to voice their agreement, a man, distinct from the rest and clad solely in a tank top and shorts, emerged from the shadows of the corner. His appearance was strikingly ordinary. Had he not been present in this context, one might mistake him for a humble barbecue vendor. Yet, this unassuming man silenced everyone in attendance with just 3 words upon his arrival, including the irate man. However, the termite and hummingbird are among us, possessing the utmost mastery over their abilities. A petite girl in the crowd piped up, her voice still youthful, reminiscent of one yet to enter puberty. I have stated, it matters not. The man referred to as termite was indeed the one who stood apart, dressed in nothing but a tank top and shorts. He was the leader of the Cypress Moth, sequence 2138, termite. Since we have chosen this path, death is inevitable. We shall temporarily regard the hummingbird's disappearance as a sacrifice. Termite strode among the crowd, his expression betraying no change as he spoke. The target has also vanished, which can only imply that they are yet to meet their demise. Hence, we consider the hummingbird's mission a failure. As soon as Termite finished speaking, many members of the organization lowered their heads. Judging by their leg characteristics, it was evident that the girls were silently mourning the hummingbird in their hearts. This indicated her considerable popularity among the female members of the Cypress Moth. After all, she was a 1998 honey badger, As a 51-69, the hummingbird's defeat at the hands of her opponent was entirely reasonable. Termite's tone was devoid of emotion, showing no regret for the loss of the hummingbird. Although the combat abilities of awakeners do not directly correlate with their sequence rankings, it was understandable that the hummingbird fell to the honey badger, who ranked over 3,000 sequences above her. Following this defeat, it is evident that everyone has grasped the formidable difficulty of this task. Otherwise, the bounty for the head of Zhong Li would not be set so high. So, is there anyone else who wishes to undertake this mission? Termite coldly surveyed those around him. Those with lower sequences than the hummingbird naturally bowed their heads in silence, unwilling to meet Termite's gaze. After all, if the most skilled member, the hummingbird, had perished in this task, why should they with lesser proficiency and lower sequences dare to take it on? A bunch of useless fools. After a glance around and seeing no one willing to accept, Termite's expression darkened. With such cowardice, you lack the audacity to challenge even the 1998. What makes you think you can contend with the cypress tree in the future? I will take it. Before Termite could finish his statement, a towering man stepped forward from the crowd. Others don loose-fitting jackets, yet on him it appears akin to a second skin. The pronounced contours of his muscular chest, the robust arms showcasing distinct muscle lines, and the exaggerated trapezius that seems to elevate the entire garment, all testify to this man's undeniable superiority in strength. No one dares to confront him, yet I shall. The man, exuding an overwhelming presence, strides past his companions and stands before the termite. Is he not merely a honey badger? How could he possibly be as tough as I am? In an effort to affirm the potency of his strength, the man speaks while audibly striking his chest muscles. 3341, Polar Bear. The termite gazes up at the man, towering over him by at least 2 heads. A hint of amusement dancing on his lips, a contest of toughness between a polar bear and a honey badger. How intriguing. Chapter 19. A bold confession. Zhong Li felt as though he had traversed a lengthy dream, one that unfolded in a realm of chaos, akin to the void surrounding the Crystal Palace. Yet, unlike that enigmatic space, this dreamscape was entirely devoid of anything. No palaces, no mist. It seemed as though he wandered endlessly, unable to perceive anything, as if he had plummeted into a rift of reality. The sensation of aimlessness and the loss of his senses enveloped him in an abyss of confusion and dread. Uncertain of how long he had wandered in this chaos, he faintly discerned a flicker of gentle light amidst the obscurity. With renewed determination, he sprinted towards that glimmer. Time became irrelevant as he raced toward the expanding radiance. And soon, he perceived a shadowy figure emerging from the light. The features were indiscernible. Neither gender nor height could be established. The only certainty was that as Zhong Li gazed upon the figure, it too was observing him. Return, Zhong Li. As the soft light began to envelop him entirely, this phrase echoed in his heart. In the next instant, he found himself surrounded by blinding electronic illumination, compelling him to shield his eyes with his hand. This brilliance was starkly different from the distant gentle glow he had pursued. It was a harsh, electric light, glaring and incessant. Are you awake? Before Zhong Li could comprehend the source of this searing light, a gentle yet weary voice resonated in his ear. Struggling to turn his head, he focused on the speaker. With great effort, he pried open his eyes, which stung from the brightness, and in his dazed state, he caught sight of a woman's silhouette. Her figure was remarkable. Even through her shirt and trousers, the powerful yet alluring contours of her muscles were evident. Zhong Li's throat felt as parched as if he had swallowed molten rock. After considerable effort, he managed to articulate a few words through his dry throat. The woman turned her head, revealing a face that was entirely unfamiliar to Zhong Li. In terms of physique, she eclipsed Yang Xiu by leagues, and in beauty, she rivaled Elon. Yet, despite his attempts to conjure any recollection of this face, he found no trace of familiarity. He did not know her at all. Do you remember what happened? Instead of directly addressing Zhong Li's query, the woman retrieved a glass of water, gracefully seated herself beside him on the bed, and offered him the cup. What happened? After accepting the water and gulping down a few mouthfuls to alleviate the sensation of swallowing lava, he began to recollect. He could only recall lying on the bed in his rented room, entering the crystal palace in his mind, and seeking information regarding the Buddha of good and evil. Shortly thereafter, he had lost consciousness and descended into that chaotic void. Now, awakening here, he felt a sense of resignation. Forget it. If I can't remember, there's no need to force it. The woman raised her hand, gently caressing Zhong Li's head. When I found you, your head had sustained severe injury. So it is only natural that you have lost your memory. Why you found me? Zhong Li looked up in confusion. Who are you? I'm Yao Jiao Jiao. The woman replied, taking the empty cup from Zhong Li's hand and rising to refill it at the water dispenser. It's perfectly normal that you don't recognize me, but I have secretly admired you for a long time. As Yao Jiao handed the filled cup back to Zhong Li, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her gaze began to shy away. Her words landed in Zhong Li's heart like a deep water bomb, leaving him utterly stunned. In that instant, he felt as if his worldview, moral values, and all beliefs had crumbled to dust. What on earth? Just awakened from a coma, and now a stunning beauty he had never met is boldly confessing her feelings? No, this must be a dream. Zhong Li dazedly set the cup down and returned to the bed, closing his eyes. I must awaken. If this dream continues, it could lead to unfathomable consequences. He feared losing control, succumbing to desires in the presence of this enchanting figure. Her figure was simply too captivating. As Zhong Li shut his eyes, the surrounding air fell into silence. Moments later, what are you doing? Yao Jiao's voice resonated once more, this time alarmingly close, as if she were whispering directly into his ear. Her breath brushed against his ear, like a delicate hand slipping into his very being. Instinctively, Zhong Li recoiled slightly, turning to look at her. Yao Jiao's face was mere centimeters from his nose, their eyes locking in a moment of shared astonishment. He could feel the warm air she exhaled, and the heat radiating from her luscious lips. Her eyes, so close, were devoid of any impurities, as pristine as the finest amber in existence. What were you just doing? Yao Jiao's lips parted, and with each word, a sweet fragrance wafted into Zhong Li's nostrils. The proximity and the sweetness rendered Zhong Li speechless, transforming him into an endearing stutterer. He yearned to rise and escape from Yao Jiao, to disrupt the palpable tension, but his body betrayed him, refusing to comply. For the first time in his life, he was frozen before a girl. Even during his first encounter with Yang Xiyu, he had never experienced such a sensation. Are you all right? Do you still have a fever? Yao Jiao inquired, reaching out to touch Zhong Li's forehead, carefully gauging his temperature. She appeared oblivious to Zhong Li's embarrassment, yet there was an air of deliberate provocation in her demeanor. As she used the back of her hand to gauge his temperature, she leaned in closer. Their noses nearly brushed against one another, and the space between their lips diminished to less than 2 centimeters. At that moment, a mere tilt of Zhong Li's neck would bring their lips together. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrust open. Zhong Li, you're finally awake. You have no idea how long I've been monitoring the data from your wristband. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, Li Ling's words abruptly ceased. As adults, and particularly as a seasoned middle-aged man, he was acutely aware of the direction in which the two were heading. It's nothing, you two carry on. With that, Li Ling promptly turned on his heel, exited the room, and shut the door behind him. Goodness, this young man, waking up and diving straight into it. Chapter 20. Doubt. A few minutes later, Yao Jiao sat blushing on one side, her feet fidgeting as she nervously clutched the hem of her garment. Manuela, Li Ling abraça Zhong Li's shoulders, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of understanding, as if to say, I comprehend everything. Brotherly, I truly did not. Zhong Li felt a bit speechless upon witnessing Li Ling's demeanor. He was acutely aware of Li Ling's thoughts, yet he insisted that he had not behaved in that manner. Nothing to worry about, brother understands. It's only natural for young ones to have such needs, especially after just awakening. It's perfectly understandable. Li Ling consoled Zhong Li with a considerate tone. Given that only a few minutes had elapsed from the moment he turned to leave until Yao Jiao called him to enter, it was reasonable to conclude that, as a member of Sequence 1998, such rapidity was certainly implausible. It must have been a consequence of just regaining consciousness. No, I truly did not. Never mind. Zhong Li contemplated offering further explanation, but upon noticing Li Ling's knowing expression, he ultimately surrendered to the moment. It was futile to clarify. It would remain ambiguous. Brotherly, what on earth is happening? After an awkward silence lingered for a moment, Zhong Li shifted the topic. What exactly transpired to me? Where am I? How'd I come to be here? A torrent of questions swirled within Zhong Li's mind. Additionally, when he thought of Yao Jiao, he lowered his voice, leaning closer to Li Ling, and whispered in a tone only he could hear. Who is she? Huh? You don't remember anything? Upon hearing Zhong Li's inquiries, Li Ling's brow furrowed, his expression suddenly turning grave. I was hoping you could provide some information about the assailant. This complicates matters. Assailant? Zhong Li was taken aback. What assailant? In the following minutes, Li Ling recounted everything he knew about the events surrounding Zhong Li. He explained how Zhong Li had been attacked in his apartment, leading to their discovery of him unconscious in Yao Jiao's embrace on a lawn in the countryside. He also relayed Yao Jiao's claim of being Zhong Li's secret admirer, who had reached him first after witnessing his struggle against an adversary. I was attacked in the apartment, and then you rescued me? After hearing Li Ling's account, Zhong Li turned to Yao Jiao, who was sitting beside them. Yes, I was delivering food when I saw you fighting someone. Yao Jiao gently nodded. From her expression, Zhong Li sensed that her personality was somewhat peculiar. When they had been alone, she seemed quite confident, yet upon Li Ling's arrival, she exhibited a shy demeanor, her voice shrinking to a mere whisper. Who were you fighting? Did you see clearly? Zhong Li's initial thought mirrored Li Ling's. Upon learning of the attack, his first instinct was that it must have been retaliation from Chun Yusin and his father, Chun Huangjin. No, you moved too swiftly. I couldn't see anything. Yao Jiao shook her head slightly, a hint of apology in her demeanor. By the time I caught up, the assailant had already fled, leaving you unconscious there. Oh, I see. Zhong Li nodded in realization. Hearing her words, he began to somewhat accept the notion that such a stunning beauty harbored feelings for him. After all, in this world, countless individuals pass by one another. Who can guarantee that no one secretly admires them without their knowledge? Moreover, her actions indeed resembled those of a secret admirer. Yet, just as Zhong Li began to convince himself of this in his mind, Li Ling, observing from the side, suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait a moment. Li Ling's gaze shifted past Zhong Li to Yao Jiao. What was your number again? His tone bore a hint of the suspicion he had displayed during his initial questioning of her. He sensed a certain dissonance in Yao Jiao's narrative. This had been apparent during their previous interrogation, but it felt considerably stronger this time. My number? 5169, Hummingbird. What of it? Yao Jiao responded, feeling somewhat bewildered under Li Ling's scrutinizing gaze. Hummingbird. Li Ling nodded, finally grasping the source of the dissonance in her words. If I recall correctly, hummingbirds rank among the fastest in the speed category. Whether you are lying about your sequence or your combat style, I remain uncertain, but Zhong Li's sequence is 1998. Honey Badger, which does not belong to the speed category. This implies that his combat and movement speed should be easily manageable for you. How could you have seen nothing at all? As Li Ling spoke, his expression grew serious, akin to an interrogation, as he fixed his gaze intently on Yao Jiao's eyes. Yet, her subsequent reaction and subtle facial expressions did not suggest deception. I don't know. They were just so fast, faster than I could chase. This doesn't add up, you clearly. Li Ling intended to press further. However, in the next moment, Zhong Li unexpectedly leaned in to position himself between Li Ling and Yao Jiao. Li, she must be telling the truth. There is something I haven't mentioned to you both, you know. What is it? Li Ling, taken aback, had not anticipated Zhong Li would interrupt him at this juncture to defend Yao Jiao. Dismayed, he thought that the young man had succumbed to the allure of beauty, overlooking the evident logical discrepancies. Actually, on my little board, it states that the honey badger when provoked, can unleash a terrifying burst of speed. Zhong Li endeavored to present himself as if he were well-informed and rational. In truth, he was fabricating this on the spot. His objective was not solely to protect Yao Jiao, but also to acknowledge that he had likely exhibited capabilities far beyond his current strength during this incident. If that is indeed the case, it must surely stem from the yet undiscovered abilities of 009. It is highly likely that Yao Jiao did not speak falsely. For throughout this entire affair, the only one who needed to weave a web of deception was none other than Zhong Li himself. Huh? Is that so? Is there such a notion? Li Ling, somewhat skeptical, shifted her gaze from Yao Jiao back to Zhong Li. Indeed, there is. However, I have always considered this matter to be trivial and thus paid it no heed. Zhong Li met Li Ling's gaze, nodding with considerable solemnity. Surely, he would believe it, right? After all, he accepted such implausible claims in the hospital. Surely he would now as well. Chapter 21. Official induction. After Zhong Li finished speaking, Li Ling remained silent for a considerable time, displaying an expression that seemed to question, "Are you certain?" As he regarded Zhong Li, the three of them lingered in silence until Li Ling ultimately relinquished his inquiries, finding no grounds to refute Zhong Li's assertions. For the moment, he chose to accept that everything Yao Jiao had witnessed was indeed true. After all, he could hardly fathom the purpose behind Zhong Li deceiving him under such circumstances. With a sigh of relief, Zhong Li finally exhaled when he noticed Li Ling's cessation of questioning. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly expose his possession of 009. Brother Li. In an effort to dissolve the somewhat awkward atmosphere in the room, Zhong Li took the initiative to shift the conversation. Has my application been approved? It has been 2 days, hasn't it? While he was uncertain of the exact duration of his unconsciousness, he was certain it had exceeded 2 days. Zhong Li's inquiry successfully interrupted Li Ling's attempts to continue his contemplations. It has been approved. The membership insignia has already been collected on your behalf by Yao Jiao. You only need to accompany me for the oath later. Li Ling nodded in agreement while glancing at Yao Jiao, whose expression was a blend of shyness and happiness, signaling her to present the insignia she had retrieved earlier. All right. Yao Jiao promptly stood up and fetched a small box from the table opposite the bed, which bore the inscription of camphor tree alongside its emblem. As she handed the box to Zhong Li, her cheeks flushed with color, a lingering effect from Zhong Li's timely intervention moments ago. However, Zhong Li's attention was entirely captivated by the small box in his hands, oblivious to Yao Jiao's blushing countenance. Trembling with anticipation, Zhong Li opened the box to reveal the shield-shaped insignia, representing the camphor tree. The entire outline of the insignia was fashioned in the shape of a shield. It was composed of intricate leaf veins. These veins bore an astonishing resemblance to actual leaf structures, differing in directionality, so much so that, were it not for the metallic sheen reflecting under the light, Zhong Li might have mistaken it for a genuine leaf. At the very bottom of the leaf shield, in fine script, the name Zhong Li was engraved. This insignia was uniquely his own, a singular emblem of the camphor tree in the entire world. As he lifted the leaf shield, its reverse side revealed a smooth metallic surface devoid of any leaf veins. Inscribed upon this side were 2 lines of text: evergreen as wood, protection ever present, born of this land, sheltering its people. These lines, much like the name of the organization Camphor Tree, resonated with a sense of simplicity and resilience. They encapsulated the spirit that had been passed down through millennia in the Great Xia, forming the very foundation of its culture. Even the mightiest of heroes emerge from the populace, safeguarding them without a sense of superiority. However, occasionally, there arise individuals who exploit such goodwill to wreak havoc upon society, such as the unscrupulous Chen Huang and Chen Yusen, who, under the guise of their capabilities, perpetrate evil and dominate the marketplace. As Zhong Li grasped the medal within his palm, Li Ling, seated nearby, abruptly rose to his feet, rendering a formal military salute to Zhong Li. With a resounding voice, he declared, "I am Li Ling, Tactical Commander of the Preparatory Squad, Senior Ability User from H05 District, representing all members of Karya. And I extend a warm welcome to you. Henceforth, the Ability User of Sequence 1998, honey badger, Zhong Li, is officially a member of Karya. Your every act and sacrifice for the concealed humanity shall become an eternal ring in the annals of Karya. Member of the preparatory squad, Zhong Li, rise. With the solemn atmosphere instilled by Li Ling, Zhong Li stood without hesitation, straightening his chest and returning a formal salute. The act of receiving the medal signified his genuine allegiance to Karya, and he fully comprehended Li Ling's sudden formality. It was akin to a soldier donning his uniform. Regardless of prior frivolity, the moment one dresses in uniform, it signifies the acceptance of duty and responsibility. Thus, even if Li Ling's demeanor had shifted abruptly, it was entirely justified. Once the ceremony concluded, Li Ling maintained his grave expression, standing tall. As an official member of Karya, please accompany me to the oath room, where you shall place the medal upon your chest and take the final oath. Yes, Zhong Li's voice echoed with equal resonance, as the oath-taking ceremony was a personal rite. Yao Jiao remained behind and did not follow the two men outside. As Zhong Li trailed behind Li Ling out of the room, he beheld the grand expanse of the establishment, an enormous egg-shaped structure consisting of 7 levels, each possessing distinct functions and purposes. Zhong Li's quarters were located in the dormitory area on the 3rd floor. Descending the staircase on the right, he observed numerous staff members clad in white garments, each adorned with a brooch resembling the Yeshield insignia. Zhong Li recognized the brooch. It was the emblem of Karya, as affiliated research institution, the very aspiration he had pursued diligently prior to awakening his abilities. However, that ambition was now rendered obsolete. Although sharing the name, Karya, the responsibilities of the researchers and the ability users diverged significantly. Some ability users were tasked with exterminating the anomalous creatures concealed within the walls, while others hunted the formidable biological entities beyond them. Conversely, the researchers were responsible for either containing, dissecting, or converting the anomalous beings brought back by the ability users into fuel or raw materials for beeswax production. Unlike the ability users who faced life-threatening dangers directly, the researchers confronted a different peril: the unpredictable biochemical hazards associated with handling the remains of these anomalous entities. Bereft of extraordinary abilities, the dangers they faced, even for mere corpses, could rival those encountered by the ability users. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Ling instructed Zhong Li to attempt opening a glass door marked with the words Preparatory Squad, Training Ground using his palm print. Less than 5 meters beyond the door lies the solemn oath room. Upon entering, Li Ling's expression grew even more grave. I am Li Ling, the commander of the Dasha Ability Agency, and this is my member, Zhong Li. We shall take the oath. Yes. Once the oath was completed and Li Ling escorted Zhong Li out of the room, his demeanor finally softened. He addressed Zhong Li regarding the recent attack. Authorities have dispatched personnel to conduct an investigation. It will take time to ascertain the precise results. Although your sequence is formidable, this incident should have made it clear that sequence does not equate to combat prowess. In order to expedite the enhancement of your combat skills for practical application, I have petitioned the higher-ups for specialized training tailored to you. The individuals responsible for this training will be my team, Broken Spine. Naturally, I, as the tactical commander of the team, will serve as your instructor during this period. Are you ready, young one? Chapter 22. The Spinal Squad. Upon exiting the oath room, Li Ling led Zhong Li deeper into the corridor. This lengthy passage was flanked by numerous tightly sealed iron doors, devoid of any signage, leaving Zhong Li unable to discern what lay beyond. As he turned his head in confusion to survey the doors, Li Ling, walking ahead, began to elucidate. These doors conceal the anomalous entities that our squad has contained. The containment area is co-located with the training grounds to ensure that, in the event of an unexpected containment breach, our team members can respond swiftly. Zhong Li silently nodded, contemplating the weighty iron doors before him. The phrase containment breach evoked memories of the entity imprisoned within the crystalline palace, 009. The Buddha of good and evil. Did the timing of this assault and the subsequent amnesia have any connection to it? Up ahead lies our training ground, where the members of our spinal squad are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Upon reaching the grand door at the corridor's end, Li Ling gestured for Zhong Li to enter first. Halting his thoughts, Zhong Li took a deep breath and solemnly grasped the doorknob. What would the team of powers, which he had only glimpsed in forums, truly be like? As he pushed the door open, he was greeted by an expansive arena, roughly the size of 4 basketball courts. At the center of this space, 6 individuals were gathered around a long table, animatedly engaged in conversation. Old sure, stop eating that. It's meant to welcome the newcomers once they wake up. A woman, appearing to be in her late 40s and clad in a green apron, was furiously tugging at a burly man's ear while unleashing a thunderous reprimand. The man, instead of being incensed by the public reprimand, seized the opportunity to snatch a piece of omelet from the table before being pulled away. Hee. Sister Lu's cooking is simply irresistible. The man, sporting a full beard, looked ageless, though his reference to Sister Lu indicated he was younger than the apron-clad woman. I tell you, sure you, flattery 1T work. No eating allowed. Sister Lu was unimpressed by his antics and raised her soup spoon, prepared to strike. At that moment, 2 slender arms reached out from beneath the table, seizing a piece of cake while Sister Lu's attention was diverted by Shiryu. Lin Montauk, put that down. It seemed Sister Lu had an uncanny sense as she turned her gaze towards the little girl beneath the table who had pilfered the cake. The girl, identified as Lin Mo, giggled upon realizing she had been discovered and promptly returned the cake to the table. Apart from this raucous trio, the remaining 3 individuals exhibited a much quieter demeanor. One girl, bespectacled and gentle in appearance, was meticulously wiping the table with a cloth. The remaining 2 young men stood with their backs to Zhong Li, busily arranging plates in the areas they had just cleaned. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhong Li was momentarily taken aback. This seemed somewhat at odds with the heroic image he had envisioned. Haha. Li Ling, standing nearby, scratched his head awkwardly, acknowledging that during their downtime, they hardly maintained a semblance of decorum. Well, this is rather pleasant. Zhong Li nodded. Although it diverged from his preconceived notions of heroes, he surprisingly found himself enjoying this atmosphere. After all, he had grown up largely alone. He had never experienced such a warm, familial scene before. At that moment, one of the 2 young men arranging the plates seemed to sense something and abruptly set down the plate in his hand. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, soaring over a distance of several meters before executing a flawless backflip and landing gracefully before Zhong Li, extending his hand. Greetings. I am Shun Xiao, the lead combatant of the Broken Spine Squad, 26 years old, sequence 8996, Foxbat. Hello. I am Zhong Li, the newcomer, 1998, Honey Badger. Although somewhat puzzled, Zhong Li instinctively returned the gesture, shaking hands. How did he know I had arrived when he was facing away from me? Shun Xiao immediately detected Zhong Li's confusion and cast an irritated glance at Li Ling. Seriously, Captain, you haven't introduced the newcomer to us at all? I was busy. I completely forgot, Li Ling replied with an awkward shrug. What a letdown. Never mind. Allow me to introduce everyone, Shun Xiao declared, pulling Zhong Li closer as he began to introduce the members of their team. First, it's me. My Foxbat sequence allows me to emit ultrasound that covers a radius of 100 meters. The closer you are, as long as there are no obstacles, I can discern your appearance even if my back is turned to you. That hefty fellow is named Shiryu. Shun Xiao pointed to a robust man being playfully tugged by a green apron woman. True to his name, he is a tank. He serves as our frontline combatant. Sequence 9526. Wild Boar. The woman in the apron is Lu Li. Shun Xiao gestured towards the increasingly exasperated Lu Jia. We all affectionately refer to her as Lu Jia. Like Shiryu, she's also a frontline combatant. Sequence 7787 Mantis. By the way, she cooks exceptionally well. Under the table is the little one. Shun Xiao pointed to a girl crouching beneath the table. Lin Mo, 12 years old, serves as our flank combatant. Sequence 9047, Funnel Web Spider. Don't be deceived by her petite stature. She can be quite fierce. A friendly warning, do not mock her for having many arms. Even if you're a newcomer, you will find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Zhong Li followed Shun Zhao's finger and realized that the two arms Lin Mo had used to steal a cake belonged to the same side of her body. The one wiping the table is Wen Yuan, who seems to be your senior. She was previously with a research institution and joined our squad only after her abilities awakened. The introduction of Shun Xiao continues. She is in charge of medical affairs, belonging to Sequence 7094, known as the Fire Ant. However, much like Lin Mo, she possesses considerable ferocity in combat. Then there is Jiang Che, who is busy setting up. He is our sharpshooter, classified under Sequence 7765, the water fish. Although referred to as a sharpshooter, he does not utilize a firearm. The specifics of his method will reveal themselves in due course. After concluding the introductions of the entire Broken Spine squad, Shun Xiao cleared her throat and, with an exceptionally piercing voice, shouted to the bustling crowd still engaged in their tasks. Everyone, we have newcomers. Chapter 23. Make this place your home. The crowd within the venue was momentarily stunned by the resonant wave of a single voice. Turning their heads in unison to gaze at Zhong Li, they promptly set aside their belongings and approached him. Oh my goodness, this is Zhong Li. Let me have a look. The first to reach Zhong Li was Sister Lu, clad in an apron. Her face beamed with excitement, akin to that of a mother seeing her long-absent child. She circled around Zhong Li several times, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, quite impressive. This young man appears robust. Sister Lu, don't daze our newcomer. Before Zhong Li could steady himself, the imposing Yu squeezed his way to the front, still chewing on a stolen egg roll from the table. Quite sturdy indeed. Young man, your physique is remarkable. Come train with me. I, Shurge, am also of the strength-oriented sequence. I can unleash your full potential. Oh, come on, Shurge. Training with you would be a waste of his high sequence. The petite Lin Mo shoved Shuryu aside, standing defiantly before Zhong Li. With her 8 arms akimbo, she glared at Shuryu, her stature belied by her fierce presence. Hey, you little brat, if you're not training with me, who will you train with? Certainly not with you. Thus, a lively dispute ensued among them regarding who would train with Zhong Li. The cacophony reverberated painfully in Zhong Li's ears, surpassing even the earlier shout from Shun Xiao. Is this truly a professional team of ability users? Zhong Li pondered. Ahem ahem. Everyone quiet down. Just as the bickering reached its peak, Li Ling, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally spoke. As expected of the captain, despite being the lowest in sequence within the team, he commanded respect. The moment he spoke, silence fell over the crowd. Everyone understood that Zhong Li possessed an exceptionally high sequence. Once the commotion subsided, Li Ling began to articulate his thoughts methodically. Logically speaking, his sequence of 1998 qualifies him for direct entry into the hunter teams beyond the wall. However, considering his lack of combat experience, the higher-ups have decided to place him in our preparatory team for now. The responsibility of his specialized training does not rest on any single individual among us, but rather on all of us. As Li Ling spoke, he cast a serious gaze over the group. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, the playful atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a collective solemnity. Zhong Li will not remain in our team indefinitely. Once his sequence abilities are sufficiently developed, he will depart to join his own hunter team. Our duty, therefore, is to enhance his combat skills and experience during his time with us, cultivating a new talent for the nation. This has always been the essence of our preparatory team's mission. After Li Ling finished speaking, everyone, except for Zhong Li, nodded solemnly. Zhong Li, however, gleaned a piece of information he had never known before from his words. The function of the reserve team was not merely to eradicate the anomalous creatures concealed within the high walls. They were also responsible for nurturing new members for the hunting squads. No wonder they were called the reserve team. Yet, Brother Li, didn't TU previously say that once one joins the reserve team, they remain a member for life? Zhong Li turned to Li Ling, holding on to his puzzlement. He distinctly recalled Li Ling stating this during their time in the hospital. Indeed, members who join the reserve team, unless their sequence changes, remain members for life. Li Ling did not refute Zhong Li's inquiry, but continued, I never claimed you had joined our team. Since your oath, I have always referred to our team as your special training instructors. So that is how it is. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhong Li's heart. He had just felt that the warm, familial atmosphere was quite pleasant. Now, Li Ling's words shattered that illusion. It turned out he was merely a temporary worker here, not truly a member. Smack! Just as Zhong Li was feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Li, clad in a green apron, strode forward and slapped the back of Li Ling's head. Buh, buh, buh. You little rascal, can't you keep the mood light? Shut your mouth. If you utter another word of discouragement, you want to get a bite of the food on the table today. With that, Lu Li turned and linked her arm with Zhong Li's, leading him toward the long table in the center of the training ground, continuing to speak. Young man, don't listen to his nonsense. Once you're here, we're family. What does it matter whether you join or not? Just take this place as your home. Even if you train hard and leave, you can always come back. It's just a matter of chopsticks. Honestly, exactly. Just treat this place like your own home, chimed in Lin Mo, who had 8 arms. Following closely behind, the 2 women, one large and one small, seemed to completely disregard Li Ling and his team. Meanwhile, Shi Yu, Shun Xiao, Wen Yuan, and Jiang Che, who remained standing, though not as direct as Lu Li, all shot Li Ling a glare before making their way to the long table. Hey, are they staging a rebellion? Li Ling rubbed the back of his head where he had been slapped, chuckling helplessly, and stepped forward to follow the others. Until all the dishes were served, Zhong Li did not manage to grab a single task. Instead, as the captain, Li Ling found himself burdened with an abundance of chores for his discouraging remarks, forced into action by Lu Jia. Come, everyone raise your glasses. Let us welcome Zhong Li as one of us. Cheers! Cheers! Lu Jia took the lead, igniting the atmosphere at the table, and even Zhong Li instinctively felt a surge of happiness. Just as everyone raised their glasses high above their heads, the sonar-equipped foxbat, Shun Xiao, suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the entrance of the training ground. The others followed his line of sight. There stood Yao Jiao, somewhat flustered. The glass door outside wasn't closed, so I just came in. I hope I didn't disturb you all. Oh dear. ISNT this our little friend from Zhong Li? You silly Li Ling. How could you forget her outside? It was still Sister Lu who broke the silence, promptly standing up to greet her. Chapter 24. The special training begins. Logically speaking, Yao Jiao was not a member of the camphor tree and thus lacked the qualification and authority to enter this place. Yet even Li Ling found it inappropriate to directly expel Yao Jiao in such an atmosphere. Consequently, he allowed Lu Li to lead her to a seat at the table. Initially, Yao Jiao felt somewhat awkward, as she was only acquainted with Zhong Li and Li Ling in this gathering. However, she soon became immersed in the convivial atmosphere, joining in the merry toasts and exchanges. Time passed swiftly, and as the dishes on the table dwindled, it was already evening. Zhong Li was forcibly dragged by Shi Yu and Shun Xiao to explore the external base, while Lu Li and Lin Mo took charge of the aftermath. A bunch of heartless souls, always running off after a meal, leaving me to clean up the mess. Lu Li grumbled, donning an apron and deftly tidying up. Before Yao Jiao, the last to join the gathering, could leave, she was called over by Li Ling. Yao Jiao, please come with me. Me? Oh. Yao Jiao was unsure why Li Ling had summoned her, but she followed him nonetheless. I understand that you do not wish to join the camphor tree. However, I would like to request something of you, Li Ling said, glancing at Zhong Li's figure being tugged away by Shi Yu and the others. Request? Me? Yao Jiao's face was filled with confusion. What could a captain and tactical commander of a reserve team possibly ask of her? Yes, Li Ling affirmed, continuing. You should already be aware that Zhong Li ranks quite high in the sequence. With training, the combined combat strength of our entire team may not match his alone. Yet, he is also one of the most temperamental in the sequence, 1998 Honey Badger. I am genuinely concerned that he might lose control during training. Therefore, I would like to ask if you could remain and join this special training for Zhong Li as a temporary instructor. Li Ling halted, his expression serious as he regarded Yao Jiao. This conclusion had been reached after careful consideration upon seeing her at the banquet. Their Broken Spine team had previously served as instructors for a hunting team, but those members were all ranked beyond 3,000. In contrast, with a sequence beginning with 1, even he felt uncertain despite his rich combat experience. Yao Jiao's hummingbird sequence, which he had already investigated, ranked at 5169, surpassing all members of their team. If she were to agree, it would undoubtedly contribute significantly to Zhong Li's training outcomes. What do you think? Can you accept this request? Li Ling looked at Yao Jiao with a probing gaze. This is not a high-level plan, merely my personal request. If you decline, it is certainly not an issue. I agree. Yao Jiao's response was remarkably swift, catching Li Ling by surprise. My ability to sequence, though scarcely utilized in battle, can still be of assistance to Zhong Li. I wholeheartedly agree. Yao Jiao replied with determination, her cheeks flushed. After her memories were altered by the Buddha of good and evil, not only did she develop a fondness for Zhong Li, but she also lost all recollections from her time in the camphor nest moth. In her current perception, she had only employed her sequencing ability to deliver takeout. Excellent. Thank you. Li Ling expressed satisfaction with the outcome. I will promptly apply for your temporary identity, and if the higher-ups approve, you will have free access to the base during Zhong Li's specialized training. Very well. Before the swearing-in chamber of the camphor tree, the two reached a consensus and shook hands. Zhong Li had indulged a bit too much in drink, and, having recently awakened from a deep slumber due to a severe blow from Yao Jiao, was in a particularly heavy sleep that night, unaware of when she returned to her room. In Zhong Li's chamber, there was only a single bed. After pondering for quite some time about whether to sleep beside Zhong Li or on the floor, Yao Jiao eventually decided to step outside. After much effort, she finally located Sister Lu's room, knocked on the door, and entered. The following morning, Zhong Li was abruptly lifted from his bed by an overwhelming force. Zhong Li, rise for training. The thunderous voice of Yu jolted him awake from his dreams. Yet, before he could fully awaken from the delightful aroma of Sister Lu's braised pork dream, he found himself hoisted onto Yu's shoulder and carried to the training ground. Li Ling, Lu Li, Shun Xiao, Lin Mo, Jiang Che, and Wen Yuan had already assembled at the venue. Their attire was strikingly different from the casual outfits of the previous day. What astounded Zhong Li the most was Lu Li, yesterday clad in an apron. She appeared to be nothing more than a housewife managing the household. However, now, donning a pristine white, form-fitting combat suit, she exuded the formidable presence of a battlefield heroine. The others, too, mirrored her transformation, except for Lin Mo, who, due to his small stature and youth, could not emanate any aura of menace. Even more surprising to Zhong Li was the sight of Yao Jiao, not a member of the camphor tree, dressed in the same immaculate white combat attire. A brooch resembling a leaf shield adorned her chest. What are you doing here? Dressed like this? Zhong Li gazed at Yao Jiao, his mind a flurry of questions. Yet, Yao Jiao did not respond. Instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Zhong Li, your specialized training commences today, Li Ling announced, also clad in the pure white combat suit. Huh? The questions swirling in Zhong Li's mind multiplied. What? Training right upon waking? Not even a moment to brush my teeth or wash my face. However, Li Ling paid no heed to his bewildered expression and continued. You may freely choose your opponents from among us, and we shall commence one-on-one combat, given the strength of your sequence. We will not hold back during the specialized training battles. Rest assured, regardless of which party sustains an injury, immediate medical attention will be administered, and there will be no risk to life during the process. After Li Ling's statement, all members of the Broken Spine team, including Yao Jiao, stepped forward simultaneously. Very well. Choose your opponent. The decision is yours. It took Zhong Li a moment to comprehend that Li Ling was not jesting. They were all utterly earnest. The special training had commenced without any preparation on his part. Zhong Li gazed at the assembled team, enveloped in deep contemplation. His true sequence was 009, Buddha of good and evil, with a Vajra body, even though his containment progress was merely at 16. It felt somewhat inappropriate to use it to bully a girl. Therefore, Brother Yu, it is you. Call me forth. After careful selection, Zhong Li beckoned to Yu, the largest and seemingly most resilient member of the team. Chapter 25. Victory decided by a single blow, huh? Me? You chose me? Yu pointed at himself, his expression one of utter bewilderment at Zhong Li's choice. He was not alone. Shan Xiao, who had introduced the members to Zhong Li the previous day, wore a similarly perplexed look. I distinctly recall informing him that Shi Yu is the frontline combatant of the team. Could it be that this fellow has had previous training? With this thought, he turned to Captain Li Ling beside him, conveying his confusion through a subtle wink. Li Ling's wink in response reassured him. Rest assured, he is trained. He told me himself. The other team members exchanged astonished glances. Lu Li exclaimed, "Wow, is this kid really that formidable?" Lin Mo added, "Goodness. He is going to fight Uncle Stone?" Jiang Che suggested, "Should we step back a little?" The scene of a honey badger facing a wild boar is bound to be quite the spectacle. After selecting their sparring partners, Zhong Li and Shi Yu took their positions at the center of the training ground. After a brief warm-up, they faced each other in a battle stance. The remaining members stood in the corners, holding their breath in anticipation of this monumental clash between two titans. Boom! Shi Yu, having completed his warm-up, was the first to make a move. He planted his left foot firmly on the ground and, utilizing the floor's reaction force, propelled himself towards Zhong Li with explosive speed. His massive frame, coupled with his bushy beard, resembled a wild boar charging through the wilderness. Faced with Shi Yu's oncoming assault, Zhong Li was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Reflecting on his life, he realized that aside from enduring the sharp blades of thugs in a hospital with his indomitable body, he had no prior combat experience. Other than lowering his center of gravity and preparing to counter Shi Yu's rapidly approaching fist, he could think of no other defensive posture. Bang! The two fists collided head-on, akin to two heavy trucks colliding at 120 kilometers per hour, producing a colossal sound that echoed throughout the training ground. As expected, within a mere 0.01 seconds after the explosive impact, Zhong Li's body was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing speed, without any means of absorbing the force or employing fighting techniques. Even a solid iron Buddha statue would have been launched away. Clap, 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 boom! After being struck and sent flying, Zhong Li's form resembled a stone skipping across the water's surface, bouncing several times on the training ground floor before finally crashing into the wall dozens of meters away. Yet, Shi Yu's momentum had not ceased. During those fleeting seconds while Zhong Li was airborne, Shi Yu had granted him that moment of respite. Once Zhong Li came to a halt against the wall, Shi Yu once again launched himself off the ground, propelling towards Zhong Li with sheer force. His fist aimed at Zhong Li's head. When Zhong Li had stood face-to-face with Shi Yu, he had the opportunity to react, but now, pinned against the wall, even if he realized what was happening, he could not evade. Thud! Shi Yu's fist, carrying a mighty gust of wind, halted just inches from Zhong Li's nose. "You have lost." As the language concluded, Shi Yu retracted his fist. He understood that even if he struck with all his might, Zhong Li would remain unscathed. Yet, the moment Zhong Li was sent flying, the balance of the confrontation had irrevocably tilted towards a one-sided beating. This honey badger, no matter how resilient, was merely a fish on the chopping block. Regardless of its toughness, it was only a matter of time before it was reduced to fragments. One punch sent him soaring. One punch determined the victor. Thus, the battle between the honey badger and the wild boar had ended before it even began. A collective sigh of disappointment escaped the members of the Broken Spine team, including Yao Jiao Jiao. What on earth was this? We've come this far, only to witness this? Zhong Li, observing the disheartened expressions of his comrades, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. How could there be such a disparity? After all, I am at 16 progress with the Buddha of good and evil. My face has been utterly disgraced. Nevertheless, Li Ling shook his head helplessly as he watched Zhong Li peel himself off the wall. It was best not to let him choose his opponent. Otherwise, he might endure an unending barrage of punishment. Anin, it's your turn. Hold back just a bit and let him experience what combat feels like, Li Ling instructed, turning to Wen Yuan, who stood nearby. Understood. Wen Yuan accepted the task, nodded at the returning Shi Yu, and approached Zhong Li. As the medical officer of the Broken Spine team and the last member to join, it was not customary for her to engage in combat. However, the current objective was to train Zhong Li, enabling him to grasp the fundamentals of combat from scratch. Sending in anyone else would be futile. It was only fitting for the relatively weaker Wen Yuan to step in. The moment Wen Yuan exited the formation, Li Ling felt the weight of Shen Xiao's resentful gaze beside him. Didn't you say he had training? What kind of training was that? Once Zhong Li descended from the wall, the second round of sparring commenced without delay. Wen Yuan's sequence was 7094 honeypot ant, which boasted no combat capabilities, serving exclusively as a logistical medical personnel. Yet, it was more than adequate to challenge a novice like Zhong Li. As soon as Zhong Li found his footing, several semi-transparent, gelatinous blobs shot forth from Wen Yuan's palms, hurtling towards his limbs. What on earth is this? The speed of these transparent blobs was far from that of Shiyue's explosive charge, allowing Zhong Li to easily track their trajectory and evade them initially. However, it wasn't long before Zhong Li began to struggle. The sheer volume of these gelatinous masses was overwhelming, and the trajectories Wen Yuan employed grew increasingly perplexing. Frequently, before Zhong Li could even land, a gelatinous mass would already be waiting at his landing spot. It was evident that Wen Yuan was deliberately creating obstacles for him without launching any actual attacks. This is infuriating. If this continues, I want to have a place to stand. With the ground around him now cluttered with gelatinous blobs, Zhong Li had no choice but to devise a strategy to break free. Long-range attacks. As he dodged, Zhong Li glanced towards Wen Yuan, who was relentlessly firing the gelatinous masses from a distance. Then, he decided on close-range attacks. This is a well-known fact among all of humanity, the so-called art of combat. Upon landing, Zhong Li swiftly adjusted his posture and, within the confined space available, forcefully pushed off the ground, charging directly towards Wen Yuan. Archers are not meant for close-quarters combat. This was Zhong Li's ingenious solution to the predicament. However, not far away, Shen Xiao, upon witnessing Zhong Li's sudden lunge towards Wen Yuan, was once again rendered speechless. He recalled having warned him that despite Wen Yuan's gentle demeanor, she was remarkably fierce in battle. Chapter 26. The fury of the flat-headed brother, utilizing the reaction force of the floor, Zhong Li surged towards Wen Yuan with remarkable speed. Unable to alter his body mid-air, he could only brace himself against the gelatinous masses. It was only at this moment that he realized these gelatinous entities seemed utterly devoid of any offensive capability. Once they adhered to him, they merely felt sticky and cold, reminiscent of the antiseptic iodine a doctor applies to the skin before a procedure or injection. Yet, Zhong Li had no time to ponder further, for he had reached Wen Yuan's presence. Given that Li Ling had previously instructed him to hold nothing back, Zhong Li did not hesitate before the serene visage of Wen Yuan. Instead, he twisted his waist and unleashed his mightiest punch. Although Zhong Li was unfamiliar with the intricacies of combat techniques, the sheer force of his strike was not particularly challenging for him. Would this punch land? He held his breath, gazing at his fist, which was now less than 10 centimeters from Wen Yuan's nose. Unbeknownst to him, the members of the Broken Spine Squad, observing from a distance, wore expressions of malicious glee, as if eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Just as Zhong Li's fist was about to connect with Wen Yuan's face, a mass of gelatinous substance appeared, interposing itself before her. The soft material absorbed the impact, making his punch feel as though it had struck a cloud, rendering it immovable, as if his fist were ensnared in cotton. This gelatinous mass had materialized abruptly before his fist. Junior, it seems you're destined to lose again. With the small gelatinous mass restraining Zhong Li, Wen Yuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. What? This smile instantly filled Zhong Li with a sense of foreboding. But it was too late. All the gelatinous substances that had previously been launched from Wen Yuan's palm began to levitate off the ground following her smile. Then, as if drawn by an invisible force, they surged towards Zhong Li. It remained unclear whether Wen Yuan was merely toying with him or if the gelatinous entities possessed inherently slow flight speeds. But before Zhong Li was completely encircled, he was afforded precious moments to react. Damn it, what is this? Zhong Li roared at the gelatinous substance constraining his fist. Guess. Wen Yuan replied with an air of nonchalance. With a firm stomp, Zhong Li planted his feet on the ground and engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the gelatinous mass. If he could not extricate his fist, he would use brute force to break free. Before long, His efforts bore fruit. The gelatinous substance began to yield under Zhong Li's relentless strength, morphing like a piece of stretchable putty. After a few seconds of resistance, it finally exploded, relinquishing its hold on him. In that instant of liberation, Zhong Li swiftly extricated himself, darting out of the encirclement of gelatinous masses with utmost speed. Panting heavily, he was already drenched in sweat after the relentless evasion. However, what he did not realize was that a small mass of viscous substance was adhering to the fabric of his back. "Farewell, Junior." As he watched Zhong Li escape his encirclement, Wen Yuan remained unperturbed, even gesturing playfully at Zhong Li. "Huh? What?" Breathing heavily, Zhong Li pondered how to continue his assault when he noticed Wen Yuan's peculiar gesture, leaving him somewhat perplexed. In the next moment, the mass clinging to his back surged rapidly toward his mouth and nose, instantaneously blocking all his airways. A sensation of suffocation engulfed him. The mere act of the viscous mass burrowing into Zhong Li's respiratory passages was ample evidence that Wen Yuan had set a veritable ocean in motion. Honey Badger versus Honey Ant. Honey Badger lost. Zhong Li's training record stood at 0-2. Observing Zhong Li's frantic attempts to pry at his nose and mouth, Shun Xiao, at a distance, transformed into a merciless announcer. Zhong Li's next training partner was the sharpshooter Jiang Che. Within 5 seconds of the start, Zhong Li attempted to employ close combat tactics, only to be struck on the forehead by a high-speed water projectile launched from between Jiang Che's index and middle fingers. Had Jiang Che not withheld 99.9 of his strength, Zhong Li's head would have surely been shattered. Zhong Li versus Jiang Che ended in 5 seconds. Zhong Li versus Lu Li. Sister Lu's scythe-like forearm blade swiftly sealed Zhong Li's throat, concluding the fight in half a second. Zhong Li versus Lin Mo. Not only was he swiftly eliminated, but Lin Mo also toyed with him like prey, entangling him in his 8 arms for a prolonged duration. The combat lasted 2 minutes. Zhong Li versus Shun Xiao. Without even leaving his team, Shun Xiao dispatched Zhong Li with a burst of ultrasonic waves, signifying that the battle had ended before it truly began. Lastly, Zhong Li versus Li Ling, culminating in a battered and bruised Zhong Li, having been pummeled by Li Ling, who was bouncing off the walls at high speed. The fight concluded in 5 minutes. In his first training session, the 1998 series Honey Badger suffered a dismal defeat with a record of 0-7. While this was a harsh outcome for the members of the Spinebreaker squad, it was not unexpected. However, for Zhong Li, this was an utterly unacceptable reality, for his true sequence was 009. Such a degree of humiliation was akin to public disgrace. After a brief respite, one more time, just as Li Ling prepared to grant Zhong Li a moment's respite, the battered Zhong Li suddenly let out a furious roar. He then lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with determination, addressing everyone. "Please, let's go again." All members of the Spinebreaker squad stared in astonishment at the bruised and battered Zhong Li. Lu Li and Shi Yu exchanged appreciative glances, while the others were slightly moved. Only Li Ling and Yao Jiao shared a knowing look. Li Ling: "Oh no, the Honey Badger is angry." Yao Jiao, "It seems so." Despite Zhong Li's fury, it proved of little consequence. He received no less of the punishment he was due. In the second round of practice, the third round of practice, and so forth until the 20th round, Zhong Li, who initially endured a one-sided beating, had ultimately learned to rely on his reflexes and mastery of his own body to successfully evade the encirclement of Wen Yuan's gelatinous orbs and Shi Yu's frontal assaults. As the day of rigorous training drew to a close, Zhong Li finally comprehended the purpose of Wen Yuan's peculiar, icy, gelatinous spheres. Just as Shun Xiao had initially introduced her, Wen Yuan served as the team's medical personnel. Those gelatinous substances represented her serial abilities, which she could manipulate during combat to promptly seal her comrades' wounds and provide healing and hemostatic effects. In other words, what had nearly suffocated Zhong Li to death earlier was merely a clump of medical protein. Chapter 27. Sister teaches you how to apply force. The restorative protein released by Wen Yuan swiftly healed the wounds on Zhong Li's body. All members of the Broken Spine squad had departed from the training ground, not due to the end of their break, but rather because they had grown weary from beating Zhong Li. As Shiryu left, he remarked, "This kid is truly resilient. I'm exhausted. Yet he can still fight." With the others gone, only Zhong Li and Jiao remained in the training arena. "So how was your day? Did you learn anything?" Jiao leaned against the wall, sipping water while observing Zhong Li. He said, "Hurts a lot." Zhong Li grimaced, pressing on the swelling on his forehead. "I suppose I learned quite a bit, especially Shiryu's combat techniques, which are exceedingly practical for me." During the earlier rounds of sparring, Zhong Li had found himself utterly defenseless against Shiryu, often being struck down in an instant. However, gradually, after keen observation, he began to absorb Shiryu's method of exerting force. It became clear that one must not rely solely on brute force derived from the reaction during an impact to attack. The ground provides a reaction force that may only be utilized for advancing, whereas the true direction of exertion must be determined within the fleeting moments when approaching the enemy. Beyond Shiryu, Zhong Li gleaned numerous combat techniques from others as well. For instance, Liu Li taught him how to instantly aim for the enemy's most vulnerable points. Lin Mo instructed him on how to compensate for size disparities through high-frequency attacks, and so forth. Jiao listened attentively, nodding in satisfaction. "Do you wish to try again?" "Huh?" Zhong Li was puzzled by her words. They had all left. Calling them back would not be appropriate. Who said anything about calling them back? Jiao smiled gently. "I meant, would you like a try with me with you?" Zhong Li was taken aback by her suggestion. He had never quite understood why Jiao was here until this moment. Upon seeing her expression, he finally realized, "Wait, you're also part of the Broken Spine squad?" Jiao softly shook her head. "Not quite. I was merely invited by Captain Li Ling to assist with your training. I've been watching your sparring today, and it made me eager to ask if you'd like to try again with me. Are you ready?" "Ready. Go." Before Zhong Li could finish his sentence, Jiao's figure had already flashed behind him. With a gentle lift of her hand, she lightly tapped the back of Zhong Li's neck. "You've lost without even granting Zhong Li a moment to process or react." She had already defeated him in an instant. It wasn't until Jiao's hand left his neck that he turned in astonishment to face her. Her speed was astonishingly faster than even Li Ling's. It was beyond mere reflexes. He could scarcely perceive her movement with his eyes. "Do you know where your problem lies?" Jiao took a step forward and gently pressed herself against Zhong Li's back. As he felt the softness, his face flushed instantly. Instinctively wanting to retreat, he was caught by Jiao's grip on his arm from behind. "The reason you have consistently faltered against them is your sluggishness," she remarked, her lips brushing against his ear, her warm breath creeping in like a delicate insect, leaving him tingling all over. He couldn't fathom why, but it seemed that whenever they were alone, Jiao transformed, becoming even more assertive than Yang Xiu. Sluggishness? Zhong Li bit down hard, striving to divert his attention from the softness behind him to what Jiao was saying. Indeed, it was sluggishness, as she nodded in agreement. However, this very motion caused the softness to quiver. Clad in the same fitted combat attire as the members of the Broken Spine squad, Jiao's movements were both alluring and taut. The method of combat was not one I was well acquainted with. Just as Zhong Li felt he could barely contain himself, Jiao suddenly released him and continued, "But I can teach you how to master your strength." Gulp. Zhong Li labored to swallow, the sensation of that trembling softness nearly overwhelming his focus. Yet, Jiao maintained a serious demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. "Your speed is lacking because all your attention is fixated on the enemy before you, neglecting the control of your own body. You've been contemplating how to respond and retaliate, but never how to attack." In a flash, Jiao appeared several meters away. "If you had initiated with an attack from the outset, the outcome might have been different," she added. At this juncture, her serious expression shifted, a playful glint sparkling in her eyes as she glanced at the slight protrusion on Zhong Li's frame. "If you cannot harness your muscular power, let me teach you how to exert force." How infuriating, watching Jiao, who spoke so earnestly about exertion. Zhong Li felt a surge of blood rush to his head. With a thunderous crash, he lunged toward her. "Ah, we truly do not understand the youth." Indeed, if he had trained this way from the beginning, he might have mastered it in a day. The 7 members of the Broken Spine squad stood in the monitoring room outside the training ground, observing the passionate yet somewhat provocative combat on the screen, all wearing amused smiles. Yet it must be said, Yao Jiaojiao's training method proved unexpectedly effective for Zhong Li. With a speed akin to teleportation, combined with sporadic playful taunts, it yielded surprisingly fruitful results. As for the nature of the action, due to Lu Li's obstruction, none of the members of the team were able to witness it, leading to their dejected return. After enduring a grueling 2-hour training session akin to a marathon, Zhong Li found himself completely drenched and utterly exhausted. His training partner, Yao Jiaojiao, was not faring any better. Large patches of sweat on her combat uniform, devoid of any dirt, had transformed the fabric in contact with her skin into a darker hue. It could be said that every feature capable of driving young men to madness was accentuated by these darkened areas. However, Zhong Li was in no mood to appreciate such sights. All his thoughts were consumed by the power techniques Yao Jiaojiao had just imparted to him. After a considerable time, having firmly etched those skills into his memory, Zhong Li began to anticipate the next day's training session with eager enthusiasm. Chapter 28. The first mission in the ensuing days. Each morning, Zhong Li was roused from his slumber by Shiryu. During the day, he engaged in practice with his team members, and at night, he sparred with Yao Jiaojiao. His progress was nothing short of remarkable. By the 6th day, he could spar with Lu Li, the mantis, for a full 2 minutes without succumbing to despair. As for his school, at Zhong Li's request, Li Ling had arranged for him to take a leave of absence. The reason cited was an attack by anomalous creatures, resulting in severe tremors that caused injuries, necessitating his transfer to Jiangnan Provincial Hospital for treatment. Ah, young man, you are advancing swiftly. In the expansive training ground, Lu Li, Shiryu, and Lin Mo surrounded Zhong Li. This 3-on-1 practice had persisted for a full 10 minutes. Despite their relentless assault, Zhong Li, though utterly exhausted, showed no signs of weakness. Throughout these days of training, he had adeptly mastered the control of his own muscle movements. Whether accelerating from a standstill or adjusting his form mid-battle, he had become quite proficient. Are you ready, young man? Here I come again. Lu Li assumed an attacking stance, revealing the mantis blades hidden within her forearms. Let us go. Despite being drenched in sweat, Zhong Li displayed not a hint of fear. Rather, excitement illuminated his face. Just as the bout was about to commence, the doors of the training ground swung open. Li Ling entered with a serious expression, declaring, "Everyone, today's practice is over. We have a mission." As he approached the group, he waved a file in his hand. 10 minutes ago, in H05 district at Xiangzhang Tree Research Preparatory University, an incident involving concealed anomalous creatures attacking students and faculty has occurred. His gaze shifted to Zhong Li, whose expression had altered slightly. That is your school. Currently, there are 30 injuries and 2 individuals missing. Fortunately, there have been no fatalities thus far. The police and local military have sealed off the campus. According to radar detection reports, the anomalous creatures remain within the grounds, and nearly 50 students and faculty are trapped in a library, with their situation unknown. Eyewitnesses suggest that the anomalous entity is likely a sequence 6759, known as the mimetic octopus, which possesses considerable strength. 5 minutes ago, the military, concerned for the safety of those on campus, deemed it unfeasible to deploy large-scale lethal weaponry and thus sent us a request for cleansing. After sharing this information, Li Ling set down the documents and looked at the assembled group. After such a long period of rest, it is time to get moving. Yes, Li Ling continued ordinarily. You would not be included in a cleansing mission as a newcomer, but considering it is your school and your familiarity with the layout and various details therein surpasses ours, the higher-ups have decided to allow you to accompany us. Are you confident? Yes, Zhong Li shouted with a quivering voice, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Firstly, exhilaration coursed through his veins. The 10 days of rigorous training were finally bearing fruit, and he was about to embark on his inaugural mission as a member of the Camphor Tree team. Secondly, a wave of concern washed over him. The very institution he held dear was under siege, and he could not help but wonder if any of the trapped faculty and students in the library were acquaintances of his, particularly the benevolent and gentle Mr. Jiang. The mere thought of Mr. Jiang's warm smile tightened Zhong Li's heart. He fervently hoped that no harm had befallen her. "Let us move out." With a decisive wave of his hand, Li Ling signaled for the team to commence their operation. As they exited the expansive egg-shaped base, a military helicopter was poised on the open ground outside. Shi Yu and Shan Xiao had been waiting aboard for their arrival. The deafening roar of the helicopter's blades filled the air as the 7 members of the Broken Spine Squad, along with Zhong Li, settled into their seats. "Young man, this is your combat helmet. It facilitates communication with the squad leader and internal military channels during operations. Put it on." Amidst the cacophony, Lu Li shouted as she handed Zhong Li a pristine white, half-egg-shaped helmet. Before he could reach for it, she firmly placed the helmet atop his head. A metallic scraping sound ensued, and in an instant, the half-egg helmet adapted seamlessly to fit the contours of Zhong Li's head. The helmet enveloped his entire face, its base connecting directly to his white combat uniform. A solitary V-shaped black visor provided visibility, while the rest of the helmet was impeccably sealed. Once the helmet enveloped Zhong Li's face, the external clamor vanished instantaneously, showcasing its remarkable soundproofing capabilities. Moments later, Shan Xiao's voice resonated within the helmet. "Hello? Can you hear me, Zhong Li? This is Squad Leader Shan Xiao." The clarity of his voice was astonishing, as if he were speaking directly into Zhong Li's ear rather than through some device. "I can hear you." Zhong Li nodded, glancing at his fellow team members, who had all donned their helmets. Each helmet bore their respective serial names inscribed in elegant script along the jawline, distinguishing one from another. Zhong Li's helmet was marked with the designation 1998 Honey Badger. "We have arrived. Are you all ready?" As Zhong Li pondered the potential advanced features of the helmet, the voice of Captain Li Ling cut through his thoughts. He turned to gaze outside, and indeed, the school loomed just beneath them. With a gentle shudder, the helicopter descended gracefully onto the plaza outside the school gates. As the doors opened, everyone rose simultaneously and disembarked from the cabin. The helicopter's rotor blades ceased their rotation, and the helmet's soundproofing feature automatically disengaged. Evidently, this helmet possessed the remarkable ability to discern sound frequencies, providing selective sound isolation. In the next moment, the jubilant cheers of the surrounding crowd and the students echoed in Zhong Li's ears. "The ability users! The ability users have arrived! Go, ability users! Defeat that monstrous creature, the Broken Spine Squad! Keep it up! You are the most impressive! Fox Bat, so dashing! I want to marry you! Water Shooter, I want to bear your children!" Amidst the exuberant shouts, a few remarks left Zhong Li feeling somewhat speechless. "Hey, enjoy the encouragement from the people before the battle begins. Do not let their expectations down." Li Ling's voice resonated in Zhong Li's ear. Chapter 29-2 Objectives. The cheers grew increasingly fervent, causing Zhong Li's body to tremble uncontrollably. This was not due to excitement. Rather, the overwhelming applause from the crowd instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure within him. No matter how confident he felt about 009, or how adept he appeared during practice sessions, the weight of responsibility now resting on his shoulders made him feel anxious. "Young man, there's no need to be nervous," came Lu Li's gentle voice through his helmet. It was the first time Zhong Li had heard her speak in such a tender tone. "Look at my age. I'm not nervous at all. Why should you be? Besides, you are the highest ranked among us." "Exactly, Brother Zhong Li. Just treat it like another day on the training ground," chimed in Lin Mo playfully, following Lu Li's encouraging words. Bolstered by their support, Zhong Li took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Let us go. The teachers and students inside are waiting for us." As Li Ling's words resonated, the 8 individuals clad in pure white stepped beyond the military's barricade, advancing towards the school gate amidst the cheers and encouragement of the gathered crowd. The once bustling central avenue of the school was now eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. As they walked a few meters down the avenue, a flower bed, drenched in blood, came into view. The scent of blood was overwhelming. At least 4 individuals' lifeblood stained the ground. Shan Xiao, possessing sonar-level awareness, was acutely sensitive to the composition of blood, enabling him to make precise judgments even through the helmet. Can you determine if it is 6,759, the mimetic octopus? Li Ling inquired. Not at the moment. There are no distinct characteristics left by the assailant, Shun Xiao replied, shaking his head. Zhong Li, lead the way. Our objective is to locate and eliminate the anomalous creature swiftly, and then cooperate with the military to rescue the 50 trapped teachers and students. Li Ling's tone was unusually grave, shedding all semblance of his usual carefree demeanor. Understood. Zhong Li nuda firmly. Liu Li, Shiwa. You two follow me with Zhong Li and head straight for the target anomalous creature. Yes, yes. Wen Yuan, provide flanking cover and be ready for protein infusions. Yes. Shun Xiao, stay behind Wen Yuan and provide real-time updates on everything within a 20-meter radius around us. Yes. Lin Mo, devise a flexible action route. Once we engage with the target, be prepared to provide web support. Yes. Zhang Ke, seize the high ground. Yes. Break spine squad, commence the cleansing operation. Li Ling swiftly organized the tactics. In the next moment, apart from Li Ling, Zhong Li, Shi Yu, and Lu Li, the remaining four transformed into shadows, vanishing rapidly into the darkness. Let us move, Zhong Li leads, Li Ling commanded. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhong Li guided the three towards the library. He understood that he had now entered the true battlefield, where there was no time to ponder the tension brought by responsibility. Even in the absence of others on campus, the pace of their advance remained sluggish. Shortly after Li Ling had devised their tactics, the voice of a military commander resonated through their helmets. The biological radar feedback indicates that, aside from the anomalous creature, there is a highly energetic unknown target on campus, estimated to rank within the top 4,000 in energy levels. Instantly, the atmosphere of the battlefield shifted to one of palpable tension. An anomalous entity already posing a threat to 50 faculty and students was troublesome enough. Now, the emergence of a formidable, unknown target, potentially ranking within 4,000, only compounded their predicament. The four-member team, led by Zhong Li, found that with every 10-meter advance, Shun Xiao had to provide real-time reports on their surroundings. Nearly half an hour elapsed before they reached the entrance of the library from the school gate. Yet, throughout their journey, even with Shun Xiao's cognitive coverage, no hidden targets had been detected, accounting for their sluggish pace. With the enemy concealed while they remained exposed, a sudden disturbance could lead them to confront two powerful, anomalous entities simultaneously. Captain, do we know on which floor the personnel are trapped? Upon entering the spacious, open lobby of the library, Zhong Li immediately inquired. The faster they located the trapped individuals, the greater the hope for their survival. I don't know. The military cannot provide specific information. We must search for ourselves, came the response. Once inside the library, the positioning of the four-member team shifted. Shi Yu took the lead, flanked by Lu Li and Zhong Li, while Li Ling remained at the rear, gradually ascending the staircase on the side of the library hall. They soon arrived at the second floor. As quiet as the first, the second floor offered a clear view, save for a few areas obscured by bookshelves. Although termed a library, the collection of books was sparse due to the apocalypse, rendering the space significantly smaller than the first floor. The narrow aisles between the shelves could hardly accommodate 50 individuals. Nevertheless, the quartet meticulously examined every passage between the bookshelves. Nothing, Shi Yu declared after inspecting the last shelf. Shaking his head, let us move up. We must accelerate our pace. Being flanked by two anomalous creatures would spell disaster. Li Ling's tone had grown increasingly anxious. His experience from multiple encounters with anomalous beings warned him that such a pincer movement almost invariably resulted in casualties. Thus, they had to quicken their search and eliminate one threat as swiftly as possible. To enhance their efficiency, the team split into two pairs. Zhong Li and Lu Li formed one group, while Li Ling and Shi Yu made up the other. One team was tasked with searching upward toward the library's rooftop, while the other descended to the underground parking lot. After confirming their targets via helmet communication, the two teams separated to commence their search. Strangely enough, after thoroughly scouring every corner of the library, There was no sign of the anomalous creatures or the 50 trapped students and teachers. 10 minutes later, the four reconvened in the atrium of the library. What could be happening? Could the information provided by the military be flawed? Shiryu was the first to voice his concerns. It is impossible. Our military could not possibly make such a fundamental error. There must be some underlying issue, Li Ling countered, immediately lost in contemplation. Yet in the next moment, a perplexed voice echoed in their helmets. Shun Zhao's, Captain Lu Jie, Shi, Zhong Li. Why have you all been standing motionless at the library entrance for so long? Is there something weighing on your minds? Chapter 30, Strike with Closed Eyes. What? Upon hearing Shun Zhao's words, the four were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. What does this mean? What does it signify that we stood motionless at the library entrance? Li Ling quickly sensed something amiss and inquired through his helmet. After you four arrived at the library's entrance, you just stood there without moving. I wondered if you were discussing tactics. But I couldn't hear a word you were saying. Before Shen Xiao could finish his sentence, Li Ling's thunderous shout resonated through their helmets. Lin Mo. Pull us away. Zhong Li was utterly confused by their conversation when he suddenly felt a powerful force tugging him backward at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, the scene of the library's grand hall began to shift dramatically. At the instant he was pulled away, the visual before him disintegrated like a lump of sticky clay. The image of the hall ebbed away like a receding tide, akin to a stage backdrop being withdrawn. The library's grand entrance reappeared before the four, now drawn several meters away from its threshold by the threads Lin Mo had shot out. Captain, what on earth is happening? Zhong Li stared in bewilderment at the changing scene, utterly perplexed by what had just transpired. Before Li Ling could respond, Shen Zhao's voice echoed in their helmets. We can confirm that the anomalous creature ensnaring the teachers and students is the 6759 mimetic octopus. It possesses the ability to emit geometric mimetic interference, plunging you into a sensory illusion akin to a mirage. Only the mimetic octopus could achieve such a feat. Damn it, where did we fall for this trick? I felt nothing at all. As soon as Shen Xiao finished speaking, Shiryu's furious exclamations erupted in their helmets. It was evident that he was infuriated by the mimetic octopus, itching to charge in and smash it into octopus paste. The geometric mimicry likely operates through visual perception. Shen Xiao elucidated. It continuously simulates the surrounding environment, and the moment you stepped into its simulated realm, you were ensnared. No wonder. Zhong Li nodded gravely, realizing why only the four of them had entered the mimetic illusion. Shen Xiao and the others were far removed from this location, thus unaffected by the mimetic environment, allowing them to discern the unusual state of the four. Upon this realization, Zhong Li was instantly in awe of Li Ling's tactical arrangement. As the tank, Zhong Li and his trio advanced, with Shen Xiao clearing the path as the sonar, and Lin Mo providing flanking support. Regardless of the circumstances, they could make the optimal judgment instantly. Oh dear, hearing Xiao Shun describe it. This creature seems quite troublesome. What should we do, Captain? Lu Li's voice chimed in the helmets. Zhong Li shared the same concern. If the mimetic environment of this anomalous creature offered no forewarning, how could they possibly engage in combat? Isn't that simple? Li Ling smiled with calmness and remarked, since it relies on visual effectiveness, let's strike with our eyes closed. With his eyes shut, he thought, if I can't see anything, how can it still disguise itself? Understood. Understood. Both Shiryu and Lu Li replied, while only Zhong Li appeared utterly bewildered. How can one fight with their eyes closed? Just flail about? Just as his mind swirled with confusion, he heard Shun Zhao's confident laughter beside him. Zhong Li, have you ever watched a rally car race? From now on, you shall be the driver, and I shall be the navigator. Lu Li's voice followed closely. Each subsequent step, every action, will be entrusted entirely to Xiao Shun. Even if you feel like you're stepping into thin air, do not hesitate, for Xiao Shun will always guide us. All right, though it felt peculiar, Zhong Li promptly closed his eyes. Go! With Li Ling's shout, the four surged towards the library. Shi too directly charged ahead, while the others sprinted in a straight line. Shen Xiao declared, without hesitation. Shiryu surged forward like a truck at full throttle. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and in the next instant, as Zhong Li ran, he felt his feet land upon numerous sharp objects. They must have burst through the library's entrance. Lu Jie stop, left slash, Captain leap and stomp. Zhong Li exerted all his strength and swung his fist forward. Shun Zhao's commands were swift and precise, devoid of any superfluous words. Upon hearing his name, Zhong Li lowered his center of gravity, channeling power from his feet through his torso and ultimately to his arms. Then he unleashed his punch with all his might. Bang! The moment Zhong Li struck, his fist collided with something both soft and remarkably resilient. In the next moment, the object assaulted from 3 different directions. Emitted a piercing scream, Gua. The trio withdrew, while Shi-Tu lunged forward to embrace it. Bridge throw. Xin Zhao's directives maintained a relentless flow. Guji. As Zhong Li retreated a step in response to the command, he instantly heard the sound of some sticky substance being forcefully constricted. Then, snap! The sound of the sticky substance bursting resonated. Zhong Li could vividly imagine Shi-Tu throwing something forcefully to the ground. Shi-Tu, tilt your head to the left. Lu Jie, turn and strike downward. Whoosh! The shrill sound of a blade slicing through flesh rang out not far from him, accompanied by an even more harrowing monster scream. Shi-Tu and Lu Li rose, while the captain charged straight ahead, taking 5 steps before delivering a kick. Zhong Li stepped to the right twice and brought his fists together, preparing to strike down with all his strength. Immediately responding to Shun Zhao's guidance, Zhong Li moved 2 steady steps to the right and raised both hands, bringing his fists together above his head. With a deep breath, the formidable techniques imparted by Yao Jiao surged in Zhong Li's mind. A terrifying core strength erupted from his lower abdomen to his chest, and then, pivoting at the waist, he struck downward with his clasped fists, akin to a meteor hammer. In this strike, Zhong Li channeled every ounce of his strength. All the enhancements from the 16 of the power derived from 009 into this singular blow. Bang! The impact was such that Zhong Li felt his fist encounter almost no resistance, as if a pile driver had shattered a water-filled balloon. Countless juices erupted, splattering everywhere. Chapter 31. A great entity approaches. With a resounding crash, Zhong Li obliterated the balloon, and in that moment, Xin Zhao's voice resonated in his ears. It should be fine now. Open your eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li and the other 3 cautiously opened their eyes. The sight before them caused Zhong Li to gasp in astonishment. Shi was firmly grasping a colossal, slimy octopus, pinning it to the ground. His head was turned to the side, mere centimeters from the blade protruding from Lu Li's forearm, which was embedded in the octopus's head, anchoring it to the earth. The creature's tentacles writhed incessantly, a result of Li Ling's final kick that severed the octopus's neural nexus, leading to its grotesque demise. The octopus's massive head was now completely obliterated, and Zhong Li's fists were deeply buried in the remnants of its flesh. With their eyes closed, the 4 of them, under Shun Zhao's impeccable coordination, had managed to vanquish a formidable foe, the mimetic octopus, within mere seconds through a unique combat technique. The proximity between Shiryu's head and Lu Li's lethal blade sent a shiver down Zhong Li's calves. Had Xin Zhao miscalculated even slightly, it would have been Shiryu's head pinned to the ground instead of the octopus's. Well done. Xin Zhao deserves great credit. Li Ling and Lu Li exclaimed in unison. Zhong Li shared their exhilaration. Was this the sensation of collaborative warfare among powered individuals? It was simply magnificent. At that moment, a familiar voice drifted from nearby. Are you powers users of the camphor tree? The voice was so recognizable that Zhong Li instinctively turned to look. Teacher Jiang, drenched in blue octopus blood, was crouched behind the library reception desk, clutching a trembling girl who was quaking with fear. Only after the sounds of battle had ceased did she help the girl to her feet. Jiang, Zhong Li nearly blurted out, but the memory of his current predicament, undergoing treatment in a hospital in another province, prompted him to swallow the word teacher back down. The moment Zhong Li recognized Teacher Zhang's face, the crystalline palace in his mind erupted with a thunderous sound, and a passage of text materialized before his eyes. The Lord balances good and evil in action. Good and evil Buddha's face, Containment Progress 5. Current containment progress, 21. The Lord's Vajra body, sequence ability strength, 21. The sequence ability has first surpassed 20, granting the Lord a monumental enhancement in physical strength. Monumental enhancement? Zhong Li was momentarily stunned, but he soon felt an overwhelming power surge from the crystalline palace, flooding into every muscle of his being. It was as if his body were being meticulously cleansed, and in an instant, all fatigue and soreness evaporated, leaving him feeling as if he had been reborn. This is an unprecedented sensation. Neither during the initial appearance of 009 nor during prior progress enhancements had I ever experienced such a refreshing feeling. Is this the true strength of 009? As I revel in the relaxation coursing through my body, I find myself increasingly eager for the forthcoming advancements, especially after witnessing that upon reaching 25 progress, one would randomly acquire 2 abilities from the Buddha mask of good and evil. How formidable will I become by that time? At present, I cannot fathom such power. Greetings. We are the Camphor Tree, Preparatory Team, Broken Spine, and I am the captain of the Broken Spine team. While I was immersed in the changes within my body, Li Ling had already approached Teacher Zhong. Hello. The tremor in Teacher Zhong's voice was evident, a consequence of prolonged fear and the disorienting environment. What about the other students? Li Ling hurriedly stepped forward, supporting the faltering Teacher Zhong. It's all right. They're all fine. In the library storage at the back, Teacher Zhong's voice grew increasingly faint. The sudden rescue amidst despair caused her emotions to fluctuate dramatically. As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted. Linimo, to the library storage. Li Ling bent down to lift the unconscious Teacher Zhong, calling out through the helmet. I found them. Linimo, moving with remarkable speed, had located the remaining students upon hearing the exchange between Teacher Zhong and Li Ling through his helmet. A power user. A power user has come to rescue us. What about Teacher Zhong? Is she all right? Oh, she went out to lure that giant octopus away. She must be okay. Woo-woo. The concerned voices of the children for Teacher Zhong echoed in my ears through the helmet, allowing me to momentarily set aside my own physical sensations. Captain, is the teacher all right? I rushed to Li Ling's side, gazing at the unconscious Teacher Zhong. There are no obvious wounds. She should be fine. Li Ling shook his head. Upon hearing this, I released a sigh of relief. My premonition before our arrival had been validated. Yet fortunately, Teacher Zhong had not sustained any injuries. She merely succumbed to severe mental strain and fainted. Lin Mo, take the children outside. Shen Xiao, contact the military for backup. Jiang Che, maintain vigilance at the high ground. After confirming the safety of the students and teachers, Li Ling immediately began issuing commands, ever mindful that, apart from the mimetic octopus, there was another target within the campus exhibiting strong energy feedback that had yet to manifest. Yes. Lin Mo and Shen Xiao responded in unison through the helmet. However, the next moment, Jiang Che, who had been on high alert, suddenly spoke. Hold on, Captain. A large entity is barreling down the central avenue of the school toward your location. Bang! Before he could finish, a sound akin to a sniper shot echoed from Jiang Che's direction. It's moving at incredible speed. My water bullets won't hit. Bang! Another shot was fired. Yet it was evident that it missed again. I've noticed it too. Immediately following was the voice of Shen Xiao, now within the realm of my perception. Lin Montak, cease all actions. Zhong Li, Liu Li, Shiwa, prepare for combat. Li Ling reacted with remarkable swiftness, carefully placing Teacher Zhong, cradled in his arms, onto the ground beside a column that could serve as a makeshift shield. Upon witnessing Jiang Che miss 2 consecutive shots, he had already grasped the gravity of the situation. While Jiang Che's marksmanship may not be infallible, he undeniably ranks among the elite sharpshooters within all the reserve teams of Jiangnan Province. The fact that he had failed to hit his targets twice was a clear indication of the formidable strength of their adversary. Shi Yu and Liu Li promptly adjusted their stances, their expressions laden with vigilance as they fixed their gaze upon the entrance, bracing themselves for the imminent confrontation. Less than 200 meters. Shen Xiao whispered urgently. 50 meters. The approaching entity not only moved with astonishing speed, but also possessed tremendous destructive power. Even from several dozen meters away, Zhong Li and the others could hear the thunderous sound of its footsteps, akin to a colossal beast rivaling Godzilla in its stride. Just as Li Ling and his companions were intently focused on the distance, poised for a fierce battle, Zhong Li suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of them. "Captain, you all stay here to protect the teacher and the students. Let me handle this." The true nature and strength of the creature outside were unknown to Zhong Li. He only understood that if the four of them confronted this monster here, the impact would undoubtedly place Teacher Jiang behind their cover in grave danger, potentially resulting in injury. Moreover, given the creature's speed and the ferocity of its advance, Zhong Li had an ominous premonition that aside from himself, who had just managed to elevate the containment progress of the face of good and evil to 21, no one present stood a chance against it. Chapter 32. Honey Badger versus Polar Bear. What? Li Ling exclaimed, staring at Zhong Li in disbelief. "What kind of joke is this? You're still a newcomer. How could you possibly?" Boom! Before Li Ling could finish his sentence, Zhong Li had already dashed out. After increasing the containment progress of the Buddha of good and evil to 21, Zhong Li's strength had evidently surged several times over. In the training ground, while sparring with the members of the Broken Spine squad, his charges had merely left an imprint on the ground. Yet this time, the tremendous backlash had blasted a deep crater into the earth. The dust that erupted enveloped Li Ling and the other two, who were momentarily stunned. By the time the haze dissipated, Zhong Li had vanished from their sight. "Shen Xiao, report on Zhong Li and that entity's movements." Li Ling commanded without hesitation. It was Zhong Li's first mission with him, and if anything were to happen that caused the camphor tree to lose the 1998 sequence, he would regret it for a lifetime. "Captain, I." To Li Ling's surprise, the usually composed Shen Xiao stuttered. "What is going on?" For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition began to brew within Li Ling, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead inside his helmet. Zhong Li's speed is even faster than that thing. I can't capture it. Shen Xiao's voice trembled. How is that possible? Li Ling's voice quivered as well, a rare occurrence for him. The entity's speed had allowed Jiang Che to miss 2 shots in the air. Was Zhong Li truly faster than it? Could it be that you're mistaken? Li Ling queried again. In both the training ground and the recent skirmish, Zhong Li had never demonstrated such terrifying speed. "Captain," Shen Xiao sighed in resignation. He said nothing further, yet that sigh conveyed everything. His awareness could not be mistaken. Could it be that? Li Ling turned to glance at Teacher Jiang, hidden behind the cover in the distance. The only explanation could be that Zhong Li, fearing for his teacher's safety, had allowed the 1998 Honey Badger to enter a berserk mode. Of course, Zhong Li had overheard the conversation between Li Ling and Shen Xiao, but he had no time to respond, as he had now arrived before the entity. He was a man, an individual of such absurdly large stature. The chief tank of the squad, Shi Yu, who possessed the wild boar sequence, appeared almost childlike in comparison to this man. In a fraction of a second, the two individuals, each endowed with terrifying speed, collided with one another. Boom! The sound of fists meeting fists reverberated back to the ears of the Broken Spine squad members through their helmets. Even though the sound was compressed through the equipment, it remained deafening. And for Zhong Li, facing that man directly, he even experienced a moment of deafness at the instant their fists clashed. Until now, Zhong Li had finally discerned the true visage of the man before him. His imposing figure was shrouded in an oversized windbreaker, the brim of his hood absurdly large, obscuring the light and rendering Zhong Li unable to see his features. "Who are you?" Zhong Li summoned all his strength to confront the man. Sensing that the attack which had occurred in his rental apartment, leading to his amnesia, was likely connected to the individual standing before him. "Huh, so, you are the Honey Badger of 1998? I've heard you're quite formidable." The man chuckled lightly, his tone revealing that he found this confrontation far less taxing than Zhong Li did. "Listen closely. I am called Polar Bear, sequence 3341. Here to collect your head for a reward." No sooner had the man finished speaking than he swiftly twisted his wrist, seizing Zhong Li's arm, and tilted his head back to the extreme, preparing to deliver a fatal blow with his skull. Just as the man's forehead was about to strike down, Zhong Li exerted his arms with force, leveraging the man's grip to propel himself into the air. He then brought his legs together and delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at the man's neck. The throat is the most vulnerable part of any creature, and Polar Bear was no exception. Although Zhong Li's kick did not inflict a fatal wound, it succeeded in causing enough pain for the man to release his hold on him. Damn it! Polar Bear bellowed in fury, and in the next instant, he lunged forward, attempting to tackle Zhong Li to the ground. Yet, the Zhong Li of now was no longer the same as when he had first joined the camphor tree. The moment Polar Bear loosened his grip, Zhong Li was already executing his next attack. He sprang off the ground, soaring several meters into the air, performing a 360-degree spin, channeling all the kinetic energy into his lower legs. He then aimed a devastating strike directly at Polar Bear's crown. With a resounding thud, Zhong Li's heel struck the center of Polar Bear's head, the immense force coursing through the man's body, compelling him to kneel. Though Polar Bear possessed remarkable strength and speed while charging, his reaction time during combat lagged significantly behind that of Zhong Li. Unprepared, he could only endure the full brunt of the blow. However, true to his sequence 3341 designation, he managed to withstand what would have shattered an armored vehicle's steel plating with his skull. As the impact dissipated, Polar Bear rose, bracing himself against Zhong Li, and began to wildly swing his arms in an attempt to strike his head. Sensing the danger, Zhong Li did not linger. He delivered another fierce kick to Polar Bear's crown, using the momentum to leap away and create distance between them. Damn it! It seems your head is not so easily claimed. Polar Bear turned, glaring fiercely at Zhong Li, his rage making his teeth grind audibly. Although Zhong Li's previous strike had not dealt a fatal wound, it was evident that it had been far more effective than the earlier kick to the throat. Polar Bear's eyes were now bloodshot with fury. With a hint of mockery, Zhong Li casually gestured to the Polar Bear, then summoned his strength and turned to flee. In a fit of inexplicable provocation, the Polar Bear's fury surged, and without hesitation, it charged after him. Their speeds were astonishing, and within mere seconds, they had burst out of the campus. However, Zhong Li did not head towards the main entrance, bustling with people. Instead, he chose a more secluded side gate typically used for delivery trucks to the cafeteria. With a resounding crash, he flung open the iron gate and quickened his pace, racing towards the southern outskirts of the city. His decision stemmed from the palpable terror he felt after their initial skirmishes. Should they unleash their full potential within the confines of the school, the aftermath would necessitate the reconstruction of the campus, regardless of the outcome. Honey Badger, if you have the guts, don't run. The Polar Bear, consumed by rage, followed closely behind Zhong Li, oblivious to the rationale behind his actions. All it desired was to seize and crush this pesky honey badger that kept targeting its vulnerable spots. Yet, Zhong Li had overlooked one critical aspect. While luring the Polar Bear away from the school prevented it from becoming a wreckage, it wreaked havoc on the vehicles along the way. Despite his efforts to steer the bear onto smaller roads, many parked cars were still demolished by the rampaging creature. I'm sorry. Each time he heard the sound of metal crumpling and shattering behind him, he repeated apologies in his mind. Fortunately, the school was not too far from the outskirts. After sprinting 6 kilometers, Zhong Li led the Polar Bear to an expanse of desolate land, devoid of any buildings for a mile in every direction. Chapter 33. Progress breakthrough at 25. As soon as Zhong Li stepped into the desolate terrain, he abruptly halted, leaving a long skid mark on the soft earth. Why aren't you running now? The Arctic Bear, following closely behind, smirked contemptuously upon Zhong Li's sudden stop. To lure Zhong Li out, the Arctic Bear had exerted considerable effort to bring the mimetic octopus to the school. Initially, he had thought that the confines of the school were too small for his strength-based combat style, especially since he had just been outmaneuvered by the relatively more agile Zhong Li. Just as he was pondering how to deal with Zhong Li, he was taken aback to discover that Zhong Li had willingly ventured into such an expansive area. Was this not tantamount to seeking his own demise? With such intellect, how had he managed to defeat the hummingbird? The Arctic Bear harbored great skepticism about this. While he contemplated this, Zhong Li lowered his voice and contacted the members of the Broken Spine Squad through his helmet. Damn it, what are they underestimating over there? Do they look down on me? The Arctic bear vaguely caught snippets of Zhong Li's murmured words and, in a fit of rage, violently kicked the ground and lunged at Zhong Li. Boom! His ferocious punch struck the soft ground, creating a deep crater and causing the surrounding area to tremble for several meters. Missing his target, the Arctic bear did not relent upon locking onto Zhong Li's movement. He swiftly turned and threw another punch. Yet Zhong Li evaded once more, adopting an entirely different strategy from when he was on campus. He chose to solely evade, avoiding direct confrontation with the Arctic bear. After dodging the Arctic bear's attacks repeatedly, the ground had been churned as if it had been plowed countless times. Not only Zhong Li, but even the Arctic bear found it increasingly difficult to navigate the terrain as effortlessly as he had at the beginning. Damn it, if you have the ability, stop dodging. What kind of battle is this? The Arctic bear's fury reached its zenith. Yet he found himself powerless against the incessantly evasive Zhong Li. If Zhong Li were fleeing, he could pursue. If he engaged directly, the Arctic bear would have no fear. However, Zhong Li merely sidestepped, neither exhausting the Arctic bear's stamina nor provoking him. It was as if he were waiting for something. Damn it, if you have the guts, come fight me head on. The Arctic bear was becoming increasingly exasperated. Yet Zhong Li did not respond directly to him. Instead, he spoke calmly. Big silly bear, do you know why I lured you here? Upon hearing this, the Arctic bear's blood pressure surged, and the veins in his neck and forehead bulged with fury. He despised being called a silly bear. Yet, the wrathful demeanor of Zhong Li was of no concern to him as he continued. Do you believe I am here out of fear of damaging the school? Or perhaps because the space is too confined to unleash my potential? Upon hearing this, the Arctic bear was momentarily taken aback, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Zhong Li persisted. Do you know why the fully armed military invited us to cleanse the campus of the mimic octopus? It is because, at this juncture, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly sliced through the air, followed by the thunderous roar of missile propulsion engines. Both the Arctic bear and Zhong Li looked up simultaneously. They beheld a missile nearly 10 meters in length hurtling towards them at a speed approaching that of sound. It is because, Zhong Li sneered, within such a vital facility as this school, the military cannot deploy weapons of mass destruction. Realizing he had been duped, the Arctic bear glared at Zhong Li with bloodshot eyes. He finally comprehended what Zhong Li had been murmuring into his helmet moments before. 5 minutes earlier, Zhong Li, Captain, can this helmet pinpoint coordinates? Li Ling, yes, but it requires military assistance for localization. What do you intend to do? Where are you currently? Zhong Li, in a desolate area not far from the school. Please request the military to locate my position and then deploy the most lethal weaponry available to that coordinate. Goodness gracious, truly a dim-witted bear. The missile drew closer, and just before its warhead was about to make contact with the ground, Zhong Li flashed a universally recognized gesture at the Arctic bear. He then sprinted away at the utmost speed in the opposite direction of the missile. Zhong Li could not ascertain whether he would survive the impending explosion. His only hope lay in his combat suit and the 21 progress of his indestructible form. Boom! In the aftermath of the colossal explosion, a profound silence enveloped the area. Overwhelmed by the shockwave, Zhong Li lay incapacitated for nearly 2 minutes before he could once again hear the ambient sound around him. Goodness, truly, it is a missile. Just 1 second before the detonation, Zhong Li had managed to distance himself by 200 or 300 meters from the explosion's epicenter. Yet, he still endured a shockwave potent enough to claim the lives of ordinary individuals multiple times over. Uncertain of the fate of the Arctic bear at the heart of the explosion, an extensive period passed before the smoke began to dissipate. To Zhong Li's astonishment, the Arctic bear remained standing. Although his body was charred, with portions already carbonized, he was indeed still there, his chest rising and falling. He was alive. However, despite still being upright, he appeared to have lost consciousness. Goodness gracious, is this even human? How can he endure such devastation? Observing the Arctic bear, who stood as a mere shadow of his former self, Zhong Li's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Perhaps, just perhaps, his indestructible form could withstand such an onslaught as well. Yet he certainly lacks the courage for such a feat. Very well. Allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Zhong Li swiftly arrived at the epicenter of the explosion, gazing with a tinge of regret at the charred polar bear. If you had not lured the mimic octopus into the school with the intent to kill me, perhaps your demise would not have been so tragic. Let this serve as a blood tribute to bless the injured students and faculty. With a decisive movement, Zhong Li raised his foot and gently kicked the polar bear's head. The already crisp spine and neck muscles crumbled, causing the head to fall. Sequence 3341, Polar Bear, deceased. Ding! At the moment the polar bear's head hit the ground, a resounding echo reverberated within the crystal palace of Zhong Li's mind. Subsequently, words materialized. The master acts with a coexistence of good and evil. Buddha of good and evil. Containment progress 5. Current containment progress 26. Master, Vajra body, sequence ability intensity 26. With the containment progress of Buddha of good and evil surpassing 25, the master may randomly acquire 2 of its abilities. The master's consciousness may enter the palace to commence the ability randomization. Goodness gracious, is this happening already? Zhong Li was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the text, as he had not anticipated such swift progress. Yet, it is only natural, whether it was slaying the mimic octopus or delivering the final blow to the polar bear. It embodied the coexistence of good and evil. After surveying his surroundings and confirming safety, Zhong Li closed his eyes and entered the palace within his mind. The colossal Buddha statue sealed within the 100-meter mirror never failed to evoke awe. However, Zhong Li's thoughts were not on the nature of the Buddha. He was eager to discover which 2 abilities he would acquire. As he stepped into the palace, the text before him began to transform, pulsating momentarily before gradually forming 2 brief lines. The master has acquired the Buddha of good and evil abilities. Malevolent armor. Buddha's voice. Chapter 34. Understanding Lu Jie. And then, Zhong Li gazed at the 2 lines of text for what felt like an eternity. Yet they remained unchanged, devoid of any further elaboration. Was there truly no manual? What did evil armor and Buddha sound mean? Was there no guidance on how to utilize them? He lifted his eyes to the towering Buddha statue, reaching over 100 meters, but it offered no response. Turning his gaze to the vast expanse of the hall's center, he was met with the absence of any enchanting system, as portrayed in novels, to elucidate matters for him. Hey, what gives? Zhong Li spread his hands towards the statue, shrugging in exasperation. While it was true that one should not be overly demanding after receiving such formidable powers, it felt a tad excessive to remain silent. Yet, having received these gifts, he couldn't help but wish for a little more assistance. In the next moment, Zhong Li was uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he thought he faintly heard a cold snort emanating from the statue, which represented the sinister aspect. Suddenly, a distortion akin to a Hitchcock zoom enveloped the space. The massive Buddha and the palace began to rapidly shrink from his view, and in mere seconds, he found himself expelled from that place. The desolate wasteland, ravaged by missile strikes, and the lifeless corpse of a polar bear reappeared before him. Sigh. Zhong Li shook his head, feeling a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. How could he, the master of the hall, be so easily cast out from his own domain? Absurd. Yet, aside from this internal lamentation, he dared not voice any dissent, as the formidable power of the statue loomed large. As for himself, apart from the text that referred to him as master of the hall, which certainly sounded impressive, he had little leverage to boast. TCH, if they want to teach me, I'll figure it out myself. Zhong Li rolled his eyes at the empty air. A few minutes later, the members of the Broken Spine Squad arrived in a military armored vehicle. As soon as Li Ling stepped out, he unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Zhong Li. Have you lost your mind? Who the hell permitted you to operate solo? If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to the higher-ups? And missiles? If I cooperate, I fear you'll be blown to bits. If I don't, I worry you'll get beaten to a pulp. While berating him, he approached Zhong Li and delivered a punch to his helmet. Had Zhong Li not been wearing the helmet, he would have likely found himself being reprimanded by the ear. Hey. Faced with the captain's fury, Zhong Li could only offer an awkward smile. All right, Captain, the young fellow was merely considering his school and us. Lu Li promptly stepped forward, pulling the enraged Li Ling aside. then gestured to Zhong Li with a silent signal to hurry. Grateful for Li's intercession, Zhong Li quickly darted behind her and swiftly climbed into the armored vehicle. How did you get so fast all of a sudden? As soon as he boarded and removed his helmet, Shun Xiao leaned in, intrigued. I never saw you move this quickly during practice. You rascal, are you perhaps toying with us? Not only Shun Xiao, but Lin Mo, Wen Yu, and also cast curious glances at Zhong Li. What? Upon hearing Shun Xiao's remark, Zhong Li was momentarily taken aback, but then instantly grasped the situation. It must have been when he diverted the polar bear from his school earlier. The speed was so remarkable that it exceeded Shun Xiao's perceptual limits. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, only managing an awkward smile. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I was just so exhilarated at that moment that I unleashed a speed I usually don't possess. After all, it is the 1998 sequence. It's not entirely unfathomable to exhibit latent potential in a crisis. Beside him, sure, you interjected. The primary concern now is not why Zhong Li could attain such rapid speed, but rather the identity of that individual. Sure, you lifted his gaze towards the distant figure kneeling in the pit, the polar bear's body now reduced to charred remains. If I recall correctly, when we received the security request and found Zhong Li, he had just been attacked at his home, hadn't he? Upon this statement, the onlookers, who had been somewhat intrigued by Zhong Li, fell silent. Indeed, it seems this individual was also targeting Zhong Li. But who could they be? And why did they repeatedly cause such chaos to assault him? Perhaps it's due to some organization opposed to the camphor tree, seeking my demise? Zhong Li could roughly ascertain who had hired these assassins. Yet since the inciting incident occurred before he joined the camphor tree, it was inappropriate to discuss it here. As for the specific identity, let the military and higher-ups handle that. Regardless of who is behind this, they will eventually be unearthed. Sure, you stated with a grave expression. As a member of the reserve team, he harbored a deep disdain for those abilities who not only refuse to join the camphor tree, but also thrive on chaos and malevolence. After Captain Li Ling and the most experienced Li reported all the details of the battle to the military personnel, the group boarded the armed helicopter that had brought them and returned to the base. Throughout the journey, Li Ling maintained a stern demeanor towards Zhong Li, but fortunately, Lu Jie was present, occasionally engaging the others in conversation about what they wished to eat that evening, thus sparing the cabin from an awkward silence. To Zhong Li's surprise, as the helicopter touched down and he stepped out of the cabin, Yao Jiao, who had been waiting at the base entrance, rushed forward and tightly embraced him. Are you all right? I just heard a tremendous explosion. I was so worried. I'm fine, overwhelmed by the softness pressing against his chest. Zhong Li found himself at a loss for words. Oh, TSK. Before Zhong Li could utter a second word. The fellow members of the Broken Spine team who had disembarked with him let out a chorus of exclamations typical of onlookers. Their reactions, rather than being subdued, only served to redden Zhong Li's face to the hue of a pig's liver. Yet, Yao Jiao appeared utterly unconcerned. Not only did she refuse to release her grip, but she also tightened her embrace around Zhong Li. The mutual pressure of their bodies instantaneously transformed the softness into a shape that set one's blood racing. Zhong Li sensed this change and dared not lower his gaze, fearing that if he did, he might unwittingly provoke some indecorous physiological response in the gaze of onlookers. Away! Just go inside. What is there to see? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Just as Zhong Li found himself in the throes of embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed, Sister Lu intervened once again, shoving everyone into the base as if herding ducks. Before departing, she cast Zhong Li a look of encouragement, as if to say, go for it. You got this. Although Li Ling was quite irked by Zhong Li's unilateral actions in battle, the absence of casualties and the successful elimination of the target under Zhong Li's strategy softened her ire. Therefore, after dinner, once her anger had subsided, she merely issued a formal admonition against such behavior in the future and allowed everyone to retire to their quarters, perhaps to avoid drawing excessive attention to them. Yao Jiao chose to stay in Sister Lu's room. This inadvertently provided Zhong Li with an opportunity, due to the day's combat. He could rest tomorrow without the need for practice, granting him ample time to study the newly acquired evil armor, the Buddhist sound. While he had previously complained about the absence of a manual, the term evil armor was relatively straightforward. It likely referred to a defensive capability akin to the diamond body, though he was uncertain how to activate it. However, the remaining term, Buddhist sound, left him completely perplexed. Could it be similar to Shun Zhao's ability to speak at extraordinary volumes? Contemplating this, Zhong Li took a deep breath, slowly opened his mouth, and shouted at the wall opposite his room, "Hey!" 2 seconds later, with nothing happening, Zhong Li lay back on his bed in silent exasperation. He felt rather foolish. What was he thinking, shouting like that? Chapter 35. A madman who speaks the truth. What could this Buddhist chant possibly signify? As Zhong Li lay on his bed, he racked his brain in vain to decipher its meaning. Reciting Buddhist scriptures? He searched online for ancient Buddhist texts from the pre-apocalyptic era, yet after a long while, found nothing. Singing Buddhist songs? The pronunciations were utterly foreign to him. If that were the case, then such an ability would be of no use to him. Just as he pondered for an extended period without arriving at any conclusions, a recollection from his time in the hospital surged into his mind. The individual on the Anomalous Beings forum who had claimed to have encountered the 009 sequence and had accurately described it as a statue of Buddha. Zhong Li hastily opened the forum and clicked on his private messages. To his utter astonishment, the individual had replied with numerous messages a week prior. "Are you interested in 009 as well? Haha, I knew it. I'm not insane. 009 does exist in this world. Haha, I've seen it. In pursuit of the most powerful sequence entity, I once falsified my sequence and joined a hunting squad to venture beyond the walls. 009, it is a colossal Buddha. We encountered it, and then we all perished. Only I returned, but no one believes me. You believe me, right? I'm waiting for your reply. As he gazed at the frenzied messages, Zhong Li's brow furrowed tightly. It was evident from the frantic words that this person's mental state had deteriorated, verging on madness. Were it not for Zhong Li's genuine possession of 009, he too would have assumed this individual was merely a fantasist lost in his delusions. Uncertain whether he could extract anything of value from such a disturbed mind, he hesitated momentarily before sending a message. "Could you tell me how the hunting squad met their demise?" Zhong Li had a premonition that the malevolent capability he had recently acquired, the Buddha chant, might be intricately linked to the ability that 009 employed to obliterate that hunting squad. After dispatching the message, he anticipated a prolonged wait for a response. However, to his surprise, just a few seconds later, a new notification appeared. I've been waiting for you. I knew you would ask. I knew it. They all died, right before my eyes. I shall never forget. That statue, it is 009. It uttered but a single phrase. It commanded them to die, and they all perished. That was the hunting squad. Within the high walls, there are only 10 elite hunting squads, and they all died just like that. The speed at which the individual typed was astonishing, leaving Zhong Li scarcely enough time to digest one sentence before the next arrived. It was clear that this person's mental state had spiraled into complete madness, making it impossible to discern the truth within his words. Nevertheless, Zhong Li has finally gleaned a fragment of information regarding 009, namely, that it annihilated an entire hunting squad with but a single utterance. Could this be what is referred to as the Buddha's voice? Yet, is this statement genuine or false? It remains indeterminable. While Zhong Li pondered these thoughts, another one red dot materialized, but this time it was not information. Rather, it was a request for attention from the other party. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Li clicked to accept. The instant he was approved, a voice call came through. The caller was none other than this deranged individual. Zhong Li hesitated for quite some time, contemplating whether to answer the call, and just before the calling time was about to lapse, he gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button. "You believed it, didn't you? Ha ha." The moment the call connected, a cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted from the receiver. "You believed it. Ha! I was deceiving you. What 009? What Buddha statue? What annihilated hunting squad? None of it exists. They told me it is non-existent. Non-existent, ha ha ha." The piercing, frenzied laughter continued to reverberate through the receiver. prompting Zhong Li to instinctively pull the phone away from his ear. It seemed this person was indeed mad. Yet he declared, "I have returned. I have returned." The other party continued, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." But why? Those who clearly saw nothing must claim I am lying. They assert that I am insane. They saw nothing at all. I alone witnessed everything. How dare they deny me? How dare they? They say I saw nothing at all, that it was all an illusion. Yes, I saw nothing. That was false, a figment of my imagination. Ha ha. You fell for my trickery. You fell for my trickery. Nurse, look, someone has been deceived by me. A fool has been deceived by me. Ha ha ha. The deranged laughter finally ceased, and the last words Zhong Li heard were the nurse stating that half an hour was up and to hand over the phone. Subsequently, the call was disconnected. On this end of the line, Zhong Li found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. On the surface, this person appeared to be a lunatic, a veritable madman, long confined to a psychiatric institution. Yet Zhong Li was not so easily swayed. He was capable of making an astute judgment that this individual had been forced into madness. After witnessing 009's obliteration of the hunting squad, he returned to share his tale with the world. However, within the realm of human understanding, the 009 sequence does not exist, and his words resonated with others as though they had been slain by a specter that spoke but a single word before extinguishing their lives. It was no wonder he was deemed a neurotic. Nevertheless, Zhong Li knew that every word he spoke bore the weight of truth. In the realm of his mind, 009 now truly exists within a palace, embodying the formidable force of the malevolent armor. The capability of the Buddha's sound has manifested itself in a tangible form. Setting aside his phone, Zhong Li stepped out of the room and made his way to the training ground. At this hour, the place lay desolate, with all the lights extinguished. He ventured directly to the far end of the training area, where a props room awaited him. Here, an array of equipment for combat training was readily available. Sandbags, wooden dummies, soft walls, and steel figures. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Li approached the solid steel figure forged from high-carbon steel and unleashed a powerful punch. The moment his fist made contact, an intricate bronze-patterned layer of armor enveloped his knuckles. This solid steel figure had been utilized as a practice dummy during sparring sessions with his team members. At a previous progression of 16, striking it would result in excruciating pain. Even the formidable Shuriyue, with combat skills far surpassing his own, could not withstand a direct confrontation with this steel figure. As Li Ling aptly described, this figure could withstand the onslaught of multiple missiles without sustaining any damage, illustrating its remarkable hardness and density. Yet now, to Zhong Li's astonishment, his punch left a subtle indentation on the figure's surface. Even more astonishing was the absence of any pain, thanks to the protective bronze armor. Although it was merely a dent, Zhong Li understood its significance better than anyone else. The force behind this punch had surpassed the previous 16 progression by several magnitudes. If he were to exert all his strength, he was confident that he could shatter the solid steel figure in half. Is this the power of the malevolent armor? Retrieving his fist, Zhong Li's gaze remained fixated on the indentation etched into the figure's surface. The next step was to test the Buddha's sound. If the words of that madman held any truth, then the Buddha's sound could indeed be a manifestation of reality following intention. In its prime state, 009 could annihilate an entire squad with a single utterance. Thus, with the Buddha's sound at 26 progression, restoring this dent should pose no challenge. Chapter 36. The balance of good and evil. Contemplating this, Zhong Li found himself questioning his sanity. Could it be that the concept of words manifesting power truly existed? Yet, he had no choice but to take a leap of faith and attempt it. If he were mistaken, he would have to explain to everyone the origin of the fist imprint on the steel figure by tomorrow. Zhong Li extended his hand, palm open, directing it towards the indentation. The malevolent armor clinging to his fingers was gradually dissipating. After a brief moment, he spoke softly. "I wish to retract the power I just applied, restoring it to its original state." Creak! As soon as he finished speaking, the indentation on the steel figure began to transform, accompanied by an unsettling metallic grinding sound. Within mere seconds, Zhong Li watched in astonishment as the indentation, seemingly imbued with sentience, swiftly regained its original form. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Zhong Li stood with his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Yet within his heart, tumultuous waves of realization surged. It was indeed true, words manifesting power. Such a formidable ability, akin to a glitch in reality, if wielded in combat. Could it not render one truly invincible? In disbelief, Zhong Li reached out to touch the spot where the indentation had been. The surface was exceptionally smooth, devoid of any trace of deformation. He caressed the area for what felt like an eternity before finally snapping back to reality. In order to validate his hypothesis, he hurriedly exited the training ground, dashing out of the base under the puzzled gazes of the research staff, still laboring late into the night. Once outside, after a prolonged search, he found his target, a thicket stretching over 10 meters. Aware that his current capability with the Buddha sound could not reach the lethal level, he decided to test its effectiveness incrementally. The first step was to start with insects. Approaching the thicket, he indeed spotted numerous small bugs fluttering in the darkness. Just as he had done in the training area, Zhong Li extended his hand, directing his palm towards the swarm of insects, and softly uttered, "Insects that I point at, perish." As soon as the words left his lips, a small cluster of insects began to wobble in the air, as if intoxicated. Had he succeeded? Zhong Li watched those swaying insects with anticipation, eagerly awaiting their imminent demise and descent to the ground. However, fate proved unpredictable, and failure followed swiftly. The cluster merely swayed for a moment before regaining their composure and disappearing into the swarm. This, in an instant, Zhong Li felt his confidence shatter. The power capable of restoring the solid steel figure could not even extinguish a few insects. Could it be that the distance was too great? Doubtful. He took a step forward, extending his hand once more. This time, he nearly plunged his hand into the swirling mass of insects. "Insects that I touch, perish." As before, the insects merely swayed for a few moments before returning to their normal state. Even the frequency and duration of the tremors were not as prolonged as the previous instance. How is this possible? An overwhelming sense of frustration surged within Zhong Li's heart. He had intended to commence with the extermination of insects, gradually progressing to slaying larger creatures, yet he found himself thwarted at the very first step. The ability to instantly annihilate an entire hunting squad with the sound of the Buddha was utterly ineffective against mere insects. Surely, the disparity could not be so vast. What kind of flawed Buddha is this? The frustration began to morph into anger, prompting Zhong Li to lash out. If he could not even eradicate a few insects, what was he worth as a Buddha? Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he failed to eliminate the insects, his emotions had spiraled out of control, leaving only a deep-seated desire for vengeance and outrage. However, just as he uttered the final syllable of Buddha, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. This feeling, seemingly without origin, extinguished the nascent anger in his heart almost instantaneously. It was a tranquility derived from goodness that instinctively balanced the malevolence of his wrath. For Zhong Li, this sensation felt like a moment of enlightenment, as if he had suddenly comprehended. Ah, the sound of the Buddha emanates from benevolence. How could the mere capacity of a benevolent Buddha be employed for taking life? In that moment of clarity, the balance of tranquility and anger shifted, leading Zhong Li to reconsider his perspective. The Buddha has always been an advocate for goodness. Might it not be that the ability of the Buddha's sound is to guide entities into a different state? With this thought, Zhong Li extended his hand once more, directing it towards the swarm of insects. "All the insects in the direction of my palm, come forth." Buzzing echoed in the air. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of insects erupted from the shadows, hurtling directly towards Zhong Li's face. Oh no! Caught off guard by his recent failure, Zhong Li had not anticipated that this time the sound of the Buddha would manifest so directly. Moreover, he had overlooked a grave issue. Not only were there insects directly above the thicket, but countless tiny creatures lurked in the dark beyond. And his gesture encompassed all of that area. In an instant, it was as if a vast, dark cloud descended upon Zhong Li. Oh dear! A wave of intense fear flooded his mind, and within mere moments, goosebumps erupted across his skin. Stunned for a moment, he turned and fled, Get away. Get away. Don't come near me. Ah. Without a moment to relish the prospect of success, Zhong Li was chaotically pursued by a horde of insects, desperately fleeing back to the base. 1 minute later, the entire base was engulfed in chaos. Countless moths, mosquitoes, ticks, and even wasps began to dart wildly within the confines of the base. Eek! Those timid female researchers crouched down, clutching their heads in terror, bereft of the courage to flee. Those researchers with a modicum of audacity, after a period of disarray, eventually recalled the use of insecticides. Yet, the meager supply of insecticide available within the entire base was utterly insufficient to eradicate such a vast multitude of flying pests. Even more terrifying was the fact that the insects pointed out by Zhong Li were merely a fraction of the total. As the researchers endeavored to combat the insects, an even greater swarm surged through the base's entrance. Due to Zhong Li's erroneous application of his abilities, a cataclysmic war between humans and insects erupted within the confines of the base. The immense cacophony roused the members of the Broken Spine squad. As Li Ling rubbed his eyes and stepped out of his room, he was nearly struck down by the scene before him. He could scarcely fathom that the illustrious preemptive squad, tasked with the eradication of anomalous creatures, would spend an entire night battling insects within their very own base. The 4 auxiliary members of Broken Spine were equally astonished to discover that their abilities were remarkably effective in exterminating pests. The funnel web spider, Lin Mo, ensnared vast swathes with her web. The water jet fish, Jiang Che, seized the high ground. The honeypot ant, Wen Yuan, created a mass of protein that could ensnare hundreds of insects. Meanwhile, the foxbat, Shun Xiao, exhibited unparalleled efficiency, with a single screech capable of dispatching a multitude. Ironically, the typically frontline warriors, Li Ling, Shi Yu, and Lu Li, found their skills rendered ineffective against the diminutive foes. It was not until the break of dawn that the skirmish within the base could be tentatively declared over. Observing the exhausted researchers and Broken Spine squad members, their bodies swollen and battered from countless bites, Li Ling felt his blood pressure soar. After enlisting the freshly arrived cleaning crew to clear the ground of insect carcasses, he made his way to the monitoring room. In this post-apocalyptic world, surveillance was an exceedingly rare commodity. The entire base housed only 2 cameras, one directed at the main entrance and the other at the containment corridor outside the training area. Upon reviewing the footage from the previous night at an accelerated pace, Li Ling's heart raced as he spotted the same figure appearing in both camera feeds mere seconds apart. Moments later, the battle with the insects commenced. Pausing the video, he scrutinized the individual's face, and in an instant, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. Zhong Li. Chapter 27. Newcomers are like this. When Zhong Li was summoned to Li Ling's office, he awkwardly scratched his head while feigning innocence, blinking at Li Ling. What did you do? Honestly, how did you attract so many insects? Li Ling was nearly beside himself with rage. It was a profound humiliation for the esteemed reserve base to be besieged by a swarm of insects. He was certain that this was entirely Zhong Li's doing, yet he lacked the concrete evidence to prove that it was a deliberate act. Zhong Li swallowed hard, contemplating how to concoct an excuse to gloss over the situation. What could he possibly say to deflect the blame? Claiming he could control insects? That was out of the question. Even the most skilled honey badger lacked such abilities. However, before he could settle on a suitable explanation, Li Ling spoke up. You didn't, by any chance, disturb a beehive, and after being stung, became infused with the attack pheromones of wasps, did you? Huh? At this remark, Zhong Li was momentarily taken aback, only to have a sudden epiphany as if struck by enlightenment. Yes. I intended to take a stroll, and accidentally stepped on a beehive hidden in the bushes. And then, as he spoke, he mimicked the act of recalling the grim situation. I thought there were only a few wasps at first. I didn't think much of it. After being stung a few times, I realized the insects were gathering around me in increasing numbers. In a panic, with nowhere to run, With that, Zhong Li shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of victimhood. I'm sorry, Captain. If something like this happens again, I will definitely run far away. I promise never to run towards the base again. Although he lied to Li Ling to conceal the truth, this apology was sincere. He felt genuinely remorseful for causing such trouble for his teammates and the base. Oomph. Lilingava Zhong Li apocalyptic glida. Do you think there will be a next time? Get lost. All right, Captain. I'll take my leave now. With Li Ling finally relenting, Zhong Li felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He made a funny face before promptly exiting the office. Sighing, Li Ling shook his head as he watched Zhong Li's retreating figure. Captain, are you really going to let this kid continue to deceive everyone? Just after Zhong Li left, the side door of the office swung open, revealing Lu Li in her casual floral dress, her expression mirroring Li Ling's. What else is there to do? Upon seeing Lu Li, Li Ling's demeanor relaxed, and he chuckled. These high-ranking newcomers destined for the hunting squad are all like this. Over the years, we've seen quite a few of them. Puffed. Lu Li rolled her eyes dramatically, almost to the heavens. On the surface, you seem like a stern captain, but what happens? No matter how outrageous their claims, you wear that I see expression. And when they can no longer fabricate a story, you help them out. Disturbing a beehive and becoming infused with pheromones? Really, do you even hear what you're saying? Lu Li crossed her arms over her chest, resembling a parent reprimanding a child. Ha ha ha. This time, it was Li Ling's turn to feel embarrassed. Well, I can't think of any other way to say it. How about you come up with something next time? You spoil him, uncle. Ha! Aren't you just the same? After exchanging a brief smile, both of them soon adopted a more serious demeanor. Captain, I believe. Lu Li hesitated before slowly speaking. MHM. Li Ling nodded. I understand what you're trying to convey. Zhong Li is likely not the honey badger from 1998. The detection results from the hive might be erroneous. He possesses numerous traits that do not align with those of a honey badger, but rather resemble a more formidable sequence. However, what? Before Li Ling could finish his sentence, Lu Li waved her hand to interrupt. You know how it is. Newcomers are always like this. We've seen plenty of them. 2 days later, Zhong Li, having been transferred to a hospital outside the province due to an injury, finally returned to campus. As he gazed at the areas of the academy obscured by scaffolding, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Just 2 days prior, he had arrived here as a revered hero, basking in the cheers of the crowd at the school gates before the battle. Now, he was once again donning the identity of student. The stark contrast between the two roles made him feel as if ants were crawling all over him. He yearned to propel himself forward at breakneck speed into the classroom, or even leap into the air and ascend to the rooftop of the teaching building to survey the entire campus. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing such antics would only invite unnecessary trouble. Upon entering the classroom, the first thing Zhong Li heard was his classmates discussing the battle from 2 days ago. The content of their conversation greatly alleviated his regret for not showing off. I heard Jiang Che was executing a sniper mission on the rooftop of our dormitory. A female classmate exclaimed, Really? Oh my gosh, I have to go check the rooftop. What if he left something behind? Another girl squealed in excitement. What is Jiang Che compared to that new member? Another girl interjected, standing beside the two. He single-handedly faced an aberration. I heard it was a high-level aberration. That new member subdued the creature on his own and pounded its head all the way to the desolate land outside. This girl spoke authoritatively, instantly capturing the attention of several other girls who gathered around her. Even Zhong Li, who was not far away, perked up his ears, listening intently. Which boy could resist the allure of being idolized by his female classmates? I heard that the area remained sealed off due to their battle, prohibiting anyone from entering. The girl continued embellishing the tale, as if she had witnessed the battle firsthand. In the end, to completely eradicate that aberration, the military even deployed missiles to bomb that desolate land. The newcomer, alongside an anomalous entity, was struck head-on by a missile. The entity perished, yet he emerged unscathed. Astonishing. Withstanding a missile? Is it truly credible, such prowess? The surrounding girls were instantly awestruck by her assertion, some displaying admiration, while others expressed skepticism. As their conversation deepened, the corners of Zhong Li's mouth rose higher, nearly reaching the point of being uncontrollable. To suppress the overwhelming urge to laugh heartily, he restrained himself to the point that even his nostrils began to quiver. At that moment, a male classmate suddenly raised his hand amidst the crowd. I have photos of the new recruits from the Broken Spine Squad. Would you like to see them? Chapter 38. One must not speak recklessly upon hearing these words. Zhong Li felt a sudden tightening in his chest and instinctively stood up. Do I have a photograph? How could that possibly be? He was acutely aware that he had worn a combat helmet throughout the entirety of the battle that day, making it impossible for anyone to capture his likeness. What did that male classmate mean? With this thought, Zhong Li adjusted his expression of surprise and stepped into the crowd, feigning interest in the photograph. Meanwhile, the girls from earlier had already gathered around the boy. After considerable effort, Zhong Li finally caught a glimpse of the photo on his phone screen. First, a remarkably blurred silhouette against a pure white background, depicting Zhong Li leading a polar bear in a wild dash toward the outskirts. The second image was of the entire Broken Spine squad walking toward the school. The third photo captured Zhong Li disembarking from an armed helicopter, with only this last image clearly showcasing the 1998 Honey Badger inscription on his helmet. At this revelation, Zhong Li breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling slowly. Thankfully, it was merely an image of him in combat attire. Had it been a close-up of his face, he could scarcely imagine the chaos that might ensue. Oh my goodness. 1998. The girl who had initially narrated the story let out a shrill scream upon seeing Zhong Li's sequence number in the photograph. Not just her. Several other girls around her covered their mouths, their faces contorted in astonishment. For these students, who usually only encounter abilities on the Anomalous biology forum, seeing a preparatory squad was already akin to a celebrity encounter. To see such a formidable sequence within it was nothing short of meeting the Monkey King in real life. I must transfer. From now on, Honey Badger is my ultimate idol. Jiang Che, please don't contact me anymore. I fear Honey Badger might misunderstand. Shen Xiao, I'm sorry, but I must bear Honey Badger as children. Sequence 1998 detonated among the girls like a bomb, filling the classroom with an uproar so intense it felt as if the ceiling might collapse under their jubilant screams. Once assured that he had not exposed himself to any risk, Zhong Li quietly withdrew from the circle. Just a few steps beyond, he noticed a graceful figure entering the classroom. Helan's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the girls. She seemed utterly unconcerned about the battle that had transpired days prior. With her head bowed and an air of deep contemplation, she made her way to her seat. What's wrong? Zhong Li approached her, inquiring with genuine concern. Is that brute bothering you again? Startled by the sound of his voice, Helan trembled, evidently taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Her expression shifted to one of shock as she looked up at Zhong Li standing before her. You're okay? You're safe. Thank goodness, you're unharmed. As she spoke, Helan's tears began to cascade uncontrollably from her eyes. Then, almost instinctively, she leaped to her feet and enveloped Zhong Li in an embrace, burying her face in his shoulder as she began to sob. I thought after you were gravely injured in the attack, you would never return. Wu. Helan's sudden embrace left Zhong Li momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. After a brief whirlwind of thoughts, he recalled that his prolonged absence from school was attributed to an extraordinary creature attack, which had resulted in his injuries. I'm fine, really. The medical skills at that hospital are exceptional, and I'm recovering well, Zhong Li said hesitantly, finally wrapping his arms around Helan and gently patting her back. Wu, I knew they would retaliate against you, but I never expected it to be this cruel. Well, it's all my fault. Helan continued to weep, her voice strained with emotion, clearly struggling to breathe. It dawned upon Zhong Li that her tears stemmed from guilt. She believed his hospitalization was a consequence of aiding her, incurring the wrath of Chen Yusin's father, Chen Huangjin. It's all right. The captain of the reserve team saved me, and they have already reported the incident to the higher-ups at Camphor Tree. They will surely help uncover the true culprit. Zhong Li reassured her, while a hint of disappointment flickered within him. He had initially thought her embrace was motivated by something else. After a while, as Helan's sobs diminished, Zhong Li gently pushed her away from his shoulder. You must not tell anyone about my abilities, he whispered, wiping the tears from her face. His desire to conceal his identity stemmed from a wish to avoid trouble, but now, having witnessed the somewhat frantic behavior of certain female classmates, his resolve to keep his identity hidden became even stronger. I want to say a word. Helan, having finally managed to compose herself, nodded in agreement. Once they returned to their respective seats, Helan cautiously inquired, You aren't Hey, Honey Badger, are you? Shushing her immediately upon hearing the word honey. Zhong Li felt as if he'd been jolted with electricity, nearly springing up as he turned to cover Helan's mouth. Don't speak nonsense. I'm not. I'm utterly mediocre, extremely weak. I am certainly not the 1998 Honey Badger. As he spoke, he glanced nervously at the group of girls still gathered in a circle, fearful of being overheard. Oh! Helan blinked innocently, nodding in response. The pretense was thin. Helan had merely harbored suspicions, given that Zhong Li, as an ability wielder, had spent an unusually long time in the hospital. Furthermore, she had watched the video footage of the Squad's appearance at the school gate and had thought the newcomer's silhouette looked somewhat familiar. Now, Zhong Li's reaction had effectively confirmed her suspicions regarding his true identity as the Honey Badger. It turns out that after his discharge, he joined the preparatory team to safeguard the school. No wonder I haven't seen him for such an extended period. However, as a privileged young lady, Helan has encountered numerous capable individuals and did not react with the same astonishment as her female classmates. Instead, she resolved to cooperate with Zhong Li. Since he preferred to keep his identity concealed, she decided to assist him in maintaining that secrecy. As the class bell rang, the teacher entered the classroom with the lesson materials, and the circle of girls promptly returned to their seats. Just as the teacher greeted the students and lowered the blackboard, Zhong Li's phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a message from Li Ling. After discussions between the military and the senior officials of the camphor tree, it has been decided to temporarily appoint you to oversee the school's security to prevent any further attacks from anomalous creatures. Please report to the principal's office after class. I have already informed him of your identity. And remember, do not bring shame upon me. Chapter 39. Assumption of Office. School Safety Officer. Zhong Li stared at the words on his phone, momentarily taken aback. He understood that maintaining social order was the duty of every member of the camphor tree organization. Yet Li Ling's suggestion gave him the impression that he was merely being asked to assume the role of the school security team leader. Very well, I understand, he replied. After class, with a somewhat indescribable feeling, Zhong Li arrived at the entrance of the principal's office. Having attended this school for 3 years, he had never set foot here before. The closest he had come to the principal was during the freshman military training, where he had witnessed the principal delivering a speech from the podium on the playground. Although his visit today was for a promotion, the sight of the words principal's office emblazoned in red and white on the door evoked a peculiar sensation within him. He felt as though he were a child who had committed a grave mistake. Taking several deep breaths to muster his courage, Zhong Li finally pinned the leaf shield medal he carried in his pocket to his chest and knocked on the door of the principal's office. Come in, came the principal's voice from within. Zhong Li pushed the door open. The bespectacled principal was engrossed in reviewing documents on his desk, his hair thinning slightly, and his expression grave. It was evident that the recent unusual biological attack had kept him exceedingly busy. Do you need something, student? The principal glanced up hastily at Zhong Li, then immediately returned his gaze to the documents. Well, the captain asked me to find you. As he observed the principal, who seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed, Zhong Li hesitated, uncertain if this was the right moment to speak. Perhaps he should leave and return later when the principal was less occupied? The captain? Which captain? The principal, somewhat distracted, continued the conversation and looked up again at Zhong Li. However, the next moment, his intention to lower his head again was halted. Upon noticing the leaf shield medal on Zhong Li's chest, it seemed as if something clicked in his mind, and he suddenly came to attention. Oh dear. How could I forget? You are Zhong Li from the preparatory squad, aren't you? Please take a seat. Finally recalling the military security arrangements, the principal immediately set aside his documents, standing with an unusually respectful demeanor, urging Zhong Li to sit on the sofa. He personally prepared water and brewed tea for him, all the while speaking. I've been so engrossed in dealing with the aftermath of the attack from a few days ago that I nearly overlooked the arrangements between the military and the camphor tree. Your captain must have informed you, right? The school security is temporarily entrusted to you until the military's alert is lifted. Yes, he mentioned it. Zhong Li nodded, feeling somewhat out of his depth. Logically, as a student, sitting on the sofa while the principal prepared tea for him should have felt rather impolite. However, considering his current role as the security officer appointed by the military, representing the camphor tree, it was reasonable for him to receive such hospitality. What surprised him, though, was that the principal of a research institution preparatory university offered him rather ordinary tea leaves, alongside a simple electric kettle and disposable paper cups. Though confined within high walls, the scarcity of land renders tea a precious and costly commodity. Yet, as the esteemed principal, one would expect an offering of fine tea or perhaps a gift box, if not the finest brew. Here, be cautious. After pouring boiling water into a paper cup filled with tea leaves, the principal handed the cup to Zhong Li. He swiftly turned to retrieve a small booklet from a safe nestled in the corner, placing it upon the armrest of the sofa where Zhong Li sat. This contains the blueprints of every building within our institution, along with a map marking the locations of various emergency weaponry and equipment. You shall take it. Without waiting for Zhong Li's response, the principal then fetched a device resembling a walkie-talkie from his desk. Pressing it into Zhong Li's hands, press the first button to communicate with the campus security team, and the second to connect directly with military liaison personnel. You shall keep that as well. There is another device meant for contacting the camphor trees, but that I shall withhold from you. You likely possess your own internal communication methods. Having completed these tasks, the principal seemed to recall the cup of tea he had brewed for himself. He lifted the paper cup, swallowed a few times, and then consumed the scalding tea in one gulp. Very well, I understand. Zhong Li accepted the walkie-talkie and the booklet, nodding in acknowledgement, then glanced at the tea leaves swirling in his cup. The fragmented leaves, nearly devoid of leaf stems, combined with the principal's vigorous demeanor since Zhong Li's arrival, illuminated the reason this school had swiftly resumed normal operations merely 2 days after an assault by anomalous creatures. All right, then I shall leave this to you, Zhong Li, the principal declared, returning to his desk. I have documents to attend to and cannot offer you further hospitality. You may choose to sit and sip your tea or whatever you prefer. The choice is yours. With that, he lowered his gaze once more, engrossed in his battle with paperwork. Zhong Li did not respond to the principal's final remark. Instead, he finished his tea and, with the items bestowed upon him, quietly exited the principal's office. His earlier decision to lure the polar bear away from the school during the battle stemmed from a sense of justice. However, after witnessing the principal's character and conduct, Zhong Li felt increasingly validated in that choice. Upon returning to the classroom, he briefly memorized the contents of the principal's booklet before stowing it, along with the walkie-talkie, in his backpack. During the subsequent lesson, he found himself disengaged, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to ensure campus security. Anomalous creatures? They likely would not return in the near future, so there was no cause for concern. The assailants? Having just incurred losses with the polar bear, they would likely hesitate to send forth more victims, even if another polar bear were to appear. With 26 progress now secured, Zhong Li felt no fear. He was even confident that, should he encounter the polar bear again, he could defeat it without needing to lure it away from the campus. Given this situation, what remains to be safeguarded? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhong Li leaned sideways against the windowsill, his gaze wandering absent-mindedly outside. Yet, as he glanced out, 2 somewhat familiar faces entered his line of sight. The duo, clad in designer attire, strutted along the narrow path between the classrooms, casting arrogant glances through the glass windows of each room they passed. They were none other than the 2 ruffians who had trailed behind Shin Yusen, menacing Helan at that time. Their brazen and lewd demeanor evoked in Zhong Li a peculiar sense of déjà vu. He recalled having seen similar expressions and postures in ancient costume dramas prior to the apocalypse, where debauched young scions would swagger through marketplaces, brazenly seizing peasant women. A smirk crept across Zhong Li's lips. Ah, they have indeed returned. Chapter 40. The lower 3 routes tactics. As the school bell rang, the campus erupted into a flurry of activity. However, unlike the others, Zhong Li remained seated, gazing out the window at 2 individuals. What are you looking at? Helan's voice resonated behind him. Look at those 2. Zhong Li pointed towards the entrance of the opposite classroom, expressing disdain. Those 2 are definitely up to no good. There's no need to say that. Helan leaned closer to get a better view, teasing, You weren't staring at them all class, were you? As she spoke, she positioned herself beside Zhong Li, a few strands of hair brushing against his neck. The ticklish sensation sent a jolt through him, prompting an instinctive reaction as he turned abruptly. Hey, stop. Perhaps due to the lingering shadow cast by Yao Jiao, he always felt that such a sensation would be followed by someone whispering in his ear. However, upon turning, he encountered He Lan's puzzled expression. What's wrong? Stop what? She brushed her hair back, looking at him quizzically. It's nothing really. Zhong Li stammered, his face flushed. He recognized that his reaction was somewhat exaggerated. This was He Lan, not Yao Jiao. To mask his embarrassment, he quickly leaned back against the windowsill, redirecting his attention to the two figures outside. In the next moment, their actions captivated Zhong Li's full attention, overshadowing his earlier awkwardness. As they passed by a classroom door, they suddenly abandoned their lecherous demeanor, adopting a standard wealthy heir's posture, trailing behind a girl. What were they up to? He Lan's voice chimed in again. Most likely nothing good. Zhong Li replied solemnly, this time refraining from jumping up. I'll go check it out. You stay here. Without waiting for He Lan's response, he stood up and exited the classroom. That capable person He Lan knows, Brother Chun, hasn't had a chance to act, so he might as well forget it, Zhong Lin remarked, eyeing the girl's legs not far ahead, addressing Gu Zihao. Indeed, Brother Chun hasn't been in school lately. Let us just charm the little sister. Gu Zihao nodded in agreement, his gaze also lingering on the girl's fair legs. Aside from their connection with Chun Yusin of the Golden Group, both of their families were quite affluent. Although they paled in comparison to the likes of He Lan and the Chun family, they found it relatively effortless to spend money to pursue girls. As they followed the girl out of the teaching building and onto a path bordering a small grove, Zhong Lin and Gu Zihao quickened their pace, encircling the girl from either side. Zhong Lin, how does she look? Gu Zihao shouted deliberately as Zhong Lin neared the girl. What the hell are you doing? Zhong Lin, in perfect coordination, turned and fled, embodying the persona of a bashful boy betrayed by his brother. This blatant act of sexual harassment could be effortlessly downplayed with a couple of seemingly playful remarks, instantly diminishing the girl's wariness. Ha ha. Indeed, the girl was amused by Zhong Lin's awkward demeanor, entirely oblivious to the malice lurking in the exchanged glances between the two. Once Zhong Lin had distanced himself, Gu Zihao promptly approached, engaging the girl in conversation with an air of casual charm. All of this was keenly observed by Zhong Li, who was perched on a nearby tree branch. How utterly revolting! Zhong Li spat at the two in disdain. If a typical boy were to amuse a girl he fancied in such a manner, it would be understandable. However, he harbored no belief that these individuals held any genuine affection for her. Yet, he was not in a hurry to descend and play the hero. He had a far more ingenious plan. I was just joking with him. You're not upset, are you? Gu Zihao smiled at the girl. His roguish charm, commendable physique, and model-like good looks evoked no suspicion in her. No, not at all, the girl replied, her laughter flowing naturally. But in the next moment, Gu Zihao's steps abruptly halted. An odd sensation emanated from his lower body. He felt as though his underwear was shrinking. What's wrong? The girl noticed Gu Zihao's peculiar behavior and turned to him with a puzzled expression. And nothing. Gu Zihao, convinced it was merely a figment of his imagination, took another step forward. A sudden, painful sound of fabric constricting flesh resounded, and an excruciating jolt shot through him. His most sensitive regions were instantly ensnared in a torturous grip. Gu Zihao let out a wretched howl, his face contorted in agony. He instinctively clutched his groin, his legs bending inward, squatting in an exaggeratedly delicate posture. It is well known that the male anatomy's most vulnerable area can be incapacitated without ferocious force. A mere gentle squeeze can fell even a 300-pound man. This is commonly referred to as the below-the-belt tactic. Hey, what is wrong with you? The girl, unaware of the calamity befalling Gu Zihao, reached out with concern, attempting to help him rise from the ground. Yet, the sensitivity of that particular area sent shockwaves through his entire body. Her mere touch elicited another agonized cry, and he promptly fainted, startled by Gu Zihao's sudden transformation. The girl dared not inquire further and turned to flee. Given the recent incident involving an unusual creature invasion, who would dare approach someone who had suddenly become so strange? Ha ha. Meanwhile, Zhong Li, witnessing the spectacle from his vantage point in the tree, was in fits of laughter. This was undoubtedly his handiwork. The Buddhist sound could restore a solid steel man. How much easier it was to distort a mere pair of underwear. Initially, he intended to have Guzaheo's pants drop to the ground, but reconsidered. While it would punish Guzaheo, it would simultaneously inconvenience the girl. Thus, Zhong Li altered his decision. It was only after Guzaheo had completely succumbed to unconsciousness from pain that Zhong Lin rushed back, subsequently manipulating Zhong Lin's shoelaces, causing him to fall unceremoniously. Only then did Zhong Li descend from the tree branch and depart from the scene. The sound of the Buddha's chant proved far more effective than the malevolent armor. This was Zhong Li's immediate thought. At the very least, when punishing an ordinary individual like Guzaheo, the chant could effortlessly restrain them without revealing his identity. The principal had instructed him to maintain order, yet had not specified the exact means to do so. Thus, employing underhanded tactics was indeed the most effective method for dealing with such petty rogues. As Zhong Li leapt down from the tree, a resounding noise emanated from the palace in his mind. Ding the Master operates with a coexistence of good and evil. Buddha of good and evil. Containment progress 1. Current containment progress 27. Master Vajrabhati sequence ability intensity 27. Chapter 41. 3001 White-tailed Deer. Oh, how delightful. The corners of Zhong Li's brows lifted in surprise as he gazed at the floating text before him. He had never anticipated that such a brazen act of gallantry would be deemed a coexistence of good and evil. Although the increase in his capabilities paled in comparison to when he had vanquished the polar bear, it was nonetheless a pleasant surprise. After casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Guzaheo, Zhong Li turned and strode away. However, at a distance of 30 meters, a strikingly handsome young man was observing Zhong Li's direction. Despite the numerous ornamental trees and the cascading branches of willows obscuring his view, the young man's gaze seemed unperturbed, unwaveringly tracking Zhong Li's every move. Is this the honey badger who has dispatched both the polar bear and the hummingbird? The young man mused to himself. But does the honey badger possess the ability to manipulate objects from afar? Ding, ding, ding. The ringtone of his mobile phone interrupted his thoughts. His gaze remained fixed on Zhong Li as he answered without even glancing at the screen. What is it, termite? Have you found the honey badger? Cough, cough. Here, this is your roasted eggplant. Oh, splendid. On the other end of the line, termite appeared to be entertaining guests at his barbecue stand. Yes, I found him without much effort. There are only a handful of ability users in this school. However, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. Cough, cough. What's wrong? But what? It was clear that termite was engulfed in smoke, coughing with every utterance. I can only say that the person who placed the bounty on Zhong Li has likely tricked you. After merely a few minutes of observation, he has already exhibited abilities that do not belong to the honey badger. The young man continued. Abilities that do not belong to the honey badger? Elaborate. Termite's tone shifted to one of seriousness. After a prolonged silence following the young man's account, Termite finally responded, Are you certain? He possesses the ability to manipulate objects from afar? Absolutely certain, 100%. I am 3001 white-tailed deer. No movement escapes my keen eye. Hiss. Termite fell into another lengthy silence, as if contemplating something. After a while, he said, Understood. Continue with the plan and extract as much information about Zhong Li as you can. Notify me promptly of any new developments. White-tailed deer ended the call, his gaze still following Zhong Li from several dozen meters away, not retracting his attention until Zhong Li had completely disappeared into the academic building. As the class bell rang, Zhong Li returned to his seat. No sooner had he settled down than he poked him in the back and curiously inquired, How did you manage that? Care to share? He, delighted by his own cunning tactics. Zhong Li first wore a mysterious smile before turning to regale Helan with his tale. He certainly would not miss the opportunity to impress the goddess of the campus. However, the portrayal he provided of Helan was vastly different from the actual events. He made no mention of any ability to control objects with a Buddha's voice, instead embellishing the tale into a heroic narrative of valiantly combating ruffians and rescuing an ignorant maiden. Helan, listening intently, could not suppress a chuckle. It was evident to her that Zhong Li was exaggerating. Some details were utterly far-fetched, even defying the laws of reality. Nevertheless, she allowed him to continue uninterrupted, relishing every word of his account. "So, do you plan to be a daily hero at school?" Helan inquired with a playful smile. Had Zhong Li turned to see her expression, he would have undoubtedly blushed furiously, bathed in the sunlight streaming through the window. Her laughter painted a delicate blush upon her cheeks, and her large eyes curved into charming crescents as she tilted her head to observe his unfiltered boasting. "Indeed, after all, I am a member of the camphor tree. Even in the absence of abnormal creatures, maintaining order is my duty." Encouraged by her sweet laughter and silent support, Zhong Li grew increasingly animated. Though he lowered his voice, wary of being overheard by classmates, his tone was resolute, as if pledging allegiance. "Then, will you escort me out of school after classes, little hero?" Helan teased, unable to resist the urge to jest at his earnest demeanor. "Absolutely. It is my duty." Zhong Li nodded without hesitation. The privilege of being personally invited by the school beauty to escort her out was far more exciting than merely keeping an eye on ruffians within school. "All right then, it's a promise." Helan giggled softly, covering her mouth. In truth, she had no need for Zhong Li's escort. After being harassed by Chen Yusen, her father had hired a member of the camphor tree's hunting squad to protect her during his off-duty hours, though this did not apply on campus. After all, having a member of a hunting squad on school grounds would be rather conspicuous. This was precisely why she only asked Zhong Li to escort her to the school gate. Beyond those gates, a hunter would be waiting for her. As the lesson progressed, Zhong Li remained fixated on the view outside, meticulously observing everything within sight, fearful of missing even the slightest hint of malevolence. Yet, nothing transpired. Although there were pests like Guzeheo and Chen Yusen, they were few in number at this research university directly affiliated with the camphor tree. However, just as the class was about to conclude, Zhong Li's gaze caught sight of a peculiar figure. The individual had lingered in the same spot for an extended period, and due to the numerous trees between them, Zhong Li could not discern his features, only confirming that he remained stationary. Moreover, Zhong Li had an unsettling feeling that the stranger was watching him in return. After an extended moment of mutual observation, Zhong Li extended his palm toward the figure's direction, murmuring something under his breath. In the next instant, all the leaves between them seemed to be caught in a gust of wind, swirling into the air. Zhong Li finally beheld the individual, who appeared to be a freshman, still bearing the youthful innocence that lingered after the recent Gaokao examinations. Zhong Li's intuition had proven correct. The young man was indeed gazing in his direction, and as Zhong Li parted the leaves, the boy offered a gentle smile and a nod, as if he had anticipated Zhong Li's actions all along. The moment the class bell chimed, Zhong Li rose and hurried towards the spot where the young man stood. His instinct suggested that this individual possessed abilities akin to those of Yao Jiao Jiao, someone who had not submitted an application for the review of the camphor tree. Moreover, it was clear that the young man had perceived Zhong Li's presence even before he had noticed him. Chapter 42. The eerie encounter. Zhong Li dashed out of the teaching building and arrived at the location where he had just spotted the boy. "Hello." With a gentle smile, the boy Bai Weilu extended his hand toward Zhong Li. "You can call me Bai Weilu." The boy's appearance was remarkably delicate, so much so that Zhong Li momentarily mistook him for a girl. After a brief pause, Zhong Li reached out and shook his hand. "Bai Weilu, is that your sequence name?" "Yes," the boy nodded, exhibiting no intention of concealing his abilities. "My trait allows me to sense everything happening around me, including the rustling of leaves, the flow of air, and even the heartbeat of a person. For instance, your current heartbeat is 113 beats per minute. Are you puzzled?" At these words, Zhong Li's brow furrowed. This boy seemed rather peculiar. Why would he reveal his abilities to a stranger right away? Yet, his smile radiated warmth and positivity, devoid of any malice. "Well, I am a combat-type sequence," Zhong Li replied, nodding. He had initially intended to directly mention the name Honey Badger, but the words caught in his throat. Ha ha, great. At last, I found a fellow ability user at school. Bai Weilu exclaimed, enthusiastically grabbing Zhong Li's arm. Forgive my excitement. Heh. I've never encountered someone like me at school before. I often feel like an outcast. Bai Weilu's gaze towards Zhong Li was profoundly sincere, akin to meeting a fellow townsman in a foreign land, eager to share his woes. However, Zhong Li gently extricated his arm from Bai Weilu's grasp, saying, Wait. First tell me, how did you discover that I'm also an ability user? Despite Bai Weilu's genuine expression and sunny smile, Zhong Li sensed something amiss about his presence, as if there existed an unspoken disconnect in the few sentences exchanged. It felt as though he was intentionally trying to bind them together. How did I discover it? Bai Weilu seemed unsurprised by Zhong Li's withdrawal, pondering for a moment before explaining. About 3 weeks ago, as I passed by your building, I sensed an unusual aura emanating from within. At that moment, I thought there must be a second ability user besides myself, but I couldn't be sure. The next day, I intended to visit your building, but I couldn't sense that aura again. For several consecutive days, I felt nothing and began to doubt whether I had merely imagined it. Just when I was about to give up, I passed by there again today and sensed that aura once more. Bai Weilu's excitement grew palpable as he spoke, his joy spilling over in his words. And this time, the sensation was much stronger than before. I paused to look in the direction of that aura, and to my surprise, you had already noticed me. I had initially presumed that you, Senior, were of the empathic type, only to discover, to my astonishment, that you are indeed of the combative variety. The white-tailed deer continued to chatter incessantly about his excitement and his fervent desire to befriend Zhong Li. However, Zhong Li had ceased to listen. As he gazed at the animated white-tailed deer before him, the feeling of disconnection within him intensified. He remained unaffected by the exuberance of the white-tailed deer, nor did he completely succumb to his own doubts, but rather scrutinized the individual before him. The presence of this person was undeniably jarring. Suddenly, in an unanticipated outburst, the white-tailed deer shouted, interrupting Zhong Li's contemplations. What is it? Zhong Li inquired, slightly on edge. Senior, it turns out you are a member of the camphor tree. The white-tailed deer exclaimed with the glee of a child who has stumbled upon a new world. Hey! The deer's revelation struck Zhong Li's heart like a hammer. He immediately stepped forward and covered the deer's mouth. How did you come to know this? Zhong Li demanded. He was acutely aware that within this institution, aside from Elon and the principal, no one knew his true identity. How could this lad have discovered it so suddenly? Senior, you have a leaf shield in your pocket. Despite having his mouth covered, the white-tailed deer continued to explain, I can sense everything around me. Act as if you know nothing. Do you understand? I have a mission here at school. If this information leaks, you will bear the consequences. Zhong Li was beginning to find the white-tailed deer rather bothersome. Earlier, he had instinctively regarded the deer's identity as somewhat dubious. Yet now, he was almost certain that this was merely an overly enthusiastic individual, blurting out whatever he perceived. The white-tailed deer seemed taken aback by Zhong Li's sudden fierceness and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Senior, I will not disclose your identity. I shall pretend to have sensed nothing. That is good to hear. Observing the deer's frightened expression, Zhong Li felt a sense of relief. This naive child likely lacked the audacity to gossip indiscriminately. I shall take my leave now. Slowly, he released his hand from covering the white-tailed deer's mouth. If you encounter anything peculiar while at school, come inform me immediately. Oh, certainly. After receiving the deer's affirmative response, Zhong Li departed with a frown, somewhat displeased. Yet, scarcely 10 seconds after his exit, the white-tailed deer's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The once bright and cheerful smile vanished, replaced by a chillingly sinister grin, and the previous look of dazed innocence was nowhere to be seen. His gaze, fixed upon Zhong Li's retreating figure, was rife with avarice. Although his sequence was named the white-tailed deer, his eyes resembled those of a venomous giant lizard, maintaining his unwavering focus on Zhong Li. He reached into his pocket and dialed the termite's number. I've seen his leaf shield, and he mentioned having a mission at school. He is undoubtedly the new recruit of the broken spine. Understood. I shall terminate the call now. This time, the termite hung up the phone. In the pedestrian street of the university town, less than 500 meters from where Zhong Li is located, a barbecue restaurant is bustling with patrons. The flavors here are remarkably delightful, often drawing a crowd even in the afternoon sun. The popularity of this establishment is not solely due to the delectable skewers. It is equally attributed to the owner's hands-on approach. He never adopts an air of superiority in front of his staff or customers, nor does he skimp on quality. This integrity has garnered him a loyal clientele over time. At this moment, the owner, having just concluded a busy service, reclines wearily in a chair before the fan, pondering softly, the spine-breaking squad. Let the lives of the hummingbird and the polar bear be repaid through you. Chapter 43. After symbolically warning the white-tailed deer before departing, Zhong Li did not encounter him again throughout the day. With no classes in the afternoon, once the lunch bell rang, Zhong Li dutifully escorted Yilan to the school gate as agreed, and then made his way to the library. Since their last meeting at the hospital, it had been quite some time since he had seen teacher Jiang. Although they had crossed paths a couple of days ago during the operation to eliminate the anomalous creature, Zhong Li had been in the guise of the 1998 honey badger. Not as himself. Teacher Jiang, I'm here. As he stepped into the grand hall of the library, Zhong Li spotted teacher Jiang bustling at the reception desk and rushed over. Oh, Zhong Li, when did you return to school? Why didn't you let me know? Teacher Jiang chided playfully upon seeing him approach. Let me see how your recovery is coming along. She set down the forms in her hands and, like a mother inspecting her child, rose to take a closer look at him, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Oh dear, there is no need to worry about me. It's nothing serious. Zhong Li gently urged her back in her seat, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the pillar that Li Ling had used as cover when teacher Jiang had fallen unconscious. Indeed, teacher Jiang, oblivious to his line of sight, shook her head in mild frustration. But thankfully, the ability users arrived just in time. I wasn't harmed. It's just that these past few days have been quite chaotic for me, and I haven't been able to sleep at that moment. Zhong Li noticed that her demeanor and complexion had deteriorated significantly compared to before, as if she had suffered a grave psychological blow. It was understandable, for she had exerted herself to protect all the trapped students when ensnared by the mimetic octopus, diverting its attention single-handedly. Such an ordeal would undoubtedly leave a profound psychological impact on her. Seeing the fatigue etched on teacher Zhang's brow and the new white strands in her hair, Zhong Li felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He silently vowed to unearth the leader of the organization behind the polar bear and bring him to justice. Teacher Jiang, you look so exhausted. Why are you still working here? Why not take a few days off? Zhong Li said, filled with concern. He had already noticed that the damages in the library's grand hall from the previous battle had nearly all been restored. This was a testament to the immense effort teacher Jiang had put in alongside the school to recover in the past few days. Sigh, I wish I could take a leave, teacher Jiang replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. I've been managing this place for many years now, and after such a significant incident, if I were to take a leave, who would oversee the restoration here? Oh, I understand, Zhong Li acknowledged, aware that any form of post-disaster reconstruction required experienced leadership, even for a modest library. After inquiring if teacher Jiang required any assistance, Zhong Li made his way to the library's book repository. This was the very place where teacher Jiang had previously instructed the students to take refuge. While the exterior hall had been largely restored to its former glory, the interior remained a chaotic mess, with remnants of cobwebs left behind by Lin Mo during the students' retreat still visible. The cobwebs had all fallen, clustering together in small bundles. Zhong Li extended his palm, gazing at the strands clinging between the ceiling and the books. At the moment he uttered his command, the cobwebs, as if under the influence of a formidable force, severed all connection points and naturally coalesced into a diminutive sphere in midair. Zhong Li directed his palm toward the airborne cobweb sphere, slowly closing his fingers. The cobweb sphere began to contract, shrinking until it transformed into a solid, snow-white orb, at which point he ceased the compression. With a flick of his fingers, he guided the nearly 2-centimeter diameter cobweb sphere directly into the trash bin. This was merely the first step in his endeavor to clean the space. However, he was taken aback by the fineness of Lin Mo's cobwebs. The entirety of the warehouse was draped in them, yet when gathered, they amounted to less than the size of a standard glass orb. After meticulously clearing away all the cobwebs, Zhong Li inhaled deeply, turning his full attention to the scattered books strewn across the floor. Even with the use of his Buddhist sound manipulation, organizing thousands of books was a daunting task. Initially, he levitated all the books, having them follow him like a group of eager children, and then placed them back on the shelves according to their classifications. While this method alleviated the need to run back and forth, it still proved inefficient. Soon after, he arranged all the books from thinnest to thickest, sorting them by page count, directing them to fly to their respective shelves. Although this method was somewhat faster than the previous one, it remained slow, particularly when he reached a point where he could no longer further categorize the thickest and thinnest books. After wrestling with frustration for quite some time, Zhong Li finally devised an astute plan. He would first sketch a chart of all the shelves and their classifications, keeping it in hand as a reference. Then align all the books with their spines facing him according to the classifications. A few minutes later, thousands of books had been stacked into a towering wall of literature, reaching 3 to 4 meters in height. Zhong Li then levitated himself into the air using his shoes. Starting from the upper left corner of the immense book wall, he would examine each book as classification, cross-referencing with the chart in his hand to place them in their designated spots. This method proved to be significantly faster. With precision and speed, the books soared into their rightful positions like drones released from formation. Within a mere 15 minutes, having successfully returned over 1,000 books to their places, Zhong Li's proficiency in manipulating objects through Buddhist sound had markedly improved. He was now able to execute small aerial maneuvers while simultaneously directing 3 to 4 books to soar forth at once. At this moment, the entire warehouse seemed to be under the enchantment of a celestial being, with 4 or 5 dozen books soaring through the air simultaneously. The adept Zhong Li, having mastered the art of telekinesis, had fashioned a makeshift sofa from cardboard boxes, gliding effortlessly amidst the floating tomes. In less than half an hour, the meticulous organization of all the books was accomplished. The arrangement of the remaining small items proceeded even more swiftly, with a mere silent incantation in his mind. The warehouse was restored to its original state. Naturally, to avoid revealing his secret, Zhong Li lingered in the warehouse for quite some time after completing the task before making his exit. As he stepped out of the library, twilight enveloped the surroundings, and having developed a fondness for the sensation of flight, Zhong Li found himself reluctant to walk. Once he confirmed that there were not many people nearby, he deftly commanded his shoes to glide just above the ground at a leisurely pace. Chapter 44. Engaging in women's boxing? I'll give you a punch. According to the map provided by the principal, Zhong Li took half an hour to meticulously patrol the school before departing. Of course, he floated along, relying on the sound of the Buddha's voice. Had anyone seen him, they would have undoubtedly mistaken him for an ethereal being. After confirming that there were no anomalies within the campus, Zhong Li exited the school grounds. However, just as he stepped through the gate, he encountered a sight that left him utterly speechless. Yang Xiyu. Darling, I've finally waited for you. Upon spotting Zhong Li, Yang Xiyu launched herself at him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Do you know, ever since your incident, I've been waiting for you at the school gate every day. I was so worried, sob. As she spoke, she buried her head in Zhong Li's chest. It was astonishing how she conjured tears in less than 2 seconds, her warm tears soaking through his shirt. What the? Faced with this sudden bear hug, Zhong Li nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. What are you doing here? Waiting for me? Are you that bored? No matter how melodramatic Yang Xiyu's performance was, Zhong Li felt no interest in her. To guard against her intentions, he deliberately arched his back, distancing himself from her softness. What kind of words are those? Hearing Zhong Li's response, Yang Xiyu lifted her head, casting a somewhat mournful glance at him, and deliberately raised her voice. You were so cruel to reject me, and now you can't even spare a thought for someone who cares about you. What the hell are you talking about? Zhong Li was completely taken aback by Yang Xiyu's sudden outburst and hurriedly attempted to cover her mouth. However, due to their positioning he was too late, and her words escaped. At this moment, the flow of students at the school gate wasn't as bustling as it had been right after classes. But there were still quite a number of students present. When Yang Xiu first embraced Zhong Li, it hadn't attracted much attention. After all, college students falling in love was hardly a rarity. Yet, the moment Yang Xiu uttered that phrase, it immediately captured the attention of nearly everyone around. Many halted in their tracks, turning to gaze at the couple embracing, while some girls shot Zhong Li disdainful looks, as if they were munching on popcorn as spectacle. Such is human nature. As the saying goes, if there's fruit, one must partake. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhong Li's face flushed crimson. Aside from disembarking from helicopter-clad in armor, he had never experienced such scrutiny. Grabbing Yang Xiu's arm, he pulled her away from the crowd, heading in the opposite direction. It wasn't until they reached the next corner, far from the school gate and devoid of onlookers, that Zhong Li released her arm and turned to confront her. What exactly do you want? You blatantly betrayed me before, and now you're clinging on like a leech? To someone like Yang Xiu, Zhong Li had no intention of resorting to flattering words. He preferred to speak candidly. However, to his surprise, upon hearing his words, Yang Xiu momentarily froze, then furrowed her brows in anger. What do you mean I betrayed you? Do you have any proof for such baseless accusations? Just because you think you are now the center of attention doesn't give you the right to slander me. I assure you, if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation for throwing my belongings out without a word, this matter is far from over. And what do you mean by calling me shameless? I have gone to great lengths to seek you out and show concern for you. And yet, I am met with your biting words, being labeled as shameless. Is that it? Let us say, for argument's sake, that I did visit Lu Ming that night. Does that absolve you of any wrongdoing in this affair? Yang Xiu's words cascaded like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Zhong Li utterly stunned. Am I at fault as well? He thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. I have been wronged, yet I am the one at fault? Seeing Zhong Li silent, Yang Xiu recognized her psychological manipulation had succeeded and continued. You clearly know that I enjoy practicing yoga, yet you failed to arrange a personal trainer for me, forcing me to seek Lu Ming's assistance instead. Where's the fault in that? Just because I was breathless from my practice, you cannot accuse me of betrayal. That is merely your own corrupt interpretation. How dare you cast me aside, based on your twisted thoughts? You owe me an apology. Yang Xiu's face flushed with rage, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Zhong Li, radiating an air of righteous indignation that might lead an outsider to believe she was the innocent party wronged by a callous lover. What? Zhong Li could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed into hers, anger boiling within him. In a mere 2 minutes, the narrative had shifted, with the betrayed Zhong Li now painted as the aggressor. Yet, he found himself devoid of an outlet for his fury. For Yang Xiu's logical arguments left him with no means to retaliate. It was evident she had come prepared this time, dizzy with frustration and unable to counter her claims. Zhong Li experienced a profound sense of humiliation. If you smear my reputation and now fall silent, is this your form of emotional cruelty? Yang Xiu sensed the shift in Zhong Li's demeanor and, adopting a reproachful tone, softened her relentless approach. Apologize to me. I can forgive you, and we can still be together. As she spoke, she gently grasped Zhong Li's hand, easing the tension in her voice. I can overlook the incident of you discarding my belongings and not informing me of your move, but you must refrain from speaking of me in that manner again. Understood? Pushing someone to their limits only to later soften her stance and take control was a tactic Yang Xiu often employed. Although Zhong Li had never recognized this pattern before, the removal of his romantic lens allowed him to see her true nature clearly. Yet, he found himself unable to pinpoint a rebuttal. In a fit of rage, he felt an overwhelming urge to push her away, yet found himself devoid of any legitimate reason to do so. The prospect of acting upon such an impulse only served to solidify the sordid accusations he feared of being a slanderer. Just as Zhong Li was rendered utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed, a voice, both cool and gentle, resonated from a distance. Ha! You truly are amusing. How can a woman be so shameless? Both Yang Xiu and Zhong Li turned in surprise at the sound. There stood Yao Jiao, arms crossed, her expression rife with disdain as she fixated on Yang Xiu. Her demeanor was devoid of aggression, yet radiated a commanding presence. "Who are you?" Yang Xiu retorted defiantly. "Come on, everyone is waiting for you to dine." Yao Jiao dismissed Yang Xiu entirely, advancing without hesitation to shove her aside and take Zhong Li by the hand, leading him away. After just a few steps, she glanced back at Yang Xiu, her gaze reminiscent of a disdainful dog assessing its prey. "I advise you to be silent. Should you dare to challenge me, I won't hesitate to deliver a punch." "You." Yang Xiu trembled with indignation, her plans disrupted by Yao Jiao's abrupt entrance. Yet, she refrained from retaliating, fully aware that the intensity in Yao Jiao's eyes was no jest. After a prolonged silence, Yang Xiu finally directed her words toward Zhong Li. "After slandering me, you hide behind your new girlfriend. What sort of man are you?" As her words lingered in the air, Yao Jiao abruptly halted, slowly turning to meet Yang Xiu's gaze. Her expression akin to that of a queen pitying a fallen courtesan. "If you dare to claim my man is not a man, then what do you consider yourself?" Chapter 45. "Come, husband, let us return home." Yao Jiao's words struck Yang Xiu like a resounding slap, leaving her utterly bewildered. Even Zhong Li was taken aback, staring incredulously at Yao Jiao. When did she become so commanding? "You." Yang Xiu trembled with rage, her fists clenched, yearning to retaliate against Yao Jiao, yet lacking the courage to do so. "Oh, are you flustered? Do you wish to strike me?" Yao Jiao released her grip on Zhong Li's hand and stepped before Yang Xiu, her gaze frosty. "I offer you a chance. If you have the audacity, then strike. If you lack the courage, then keep your distance." In that instant, the malevolence in Yao Jiao's eyes reached its zenith, rendering Yang Xiu no more significant than an ant, easily crushed underfoot. In the presence of sequence 5169, the Hornet, her aura radiated an overwhelming dominance, a life-level suppression that would terrify any ordinary individual. Yang Xiu cast a venomous glare at Yao Jiao, yet under such scrutiny, she could barely muster a sound. Slap! Without hesitation, Yao Jiao lifted her hand and struck Yang Xiu's face. "Conceal that worthless gaze, if you dare. Retaliate. If you are too cowardly, bow your head in shame. Your cruelty does not intimidate me." Having said that, she cast no further glance at Yang Xiu, treating her as if she were invisible, and turned to take Zhong Li's hand. "Come, husband, let us return home." Zhong Li, utterly mesmerized by Yao Jiao's assertive demeanor, was like a child, dumbfounded as he allowed her to lead him away. The Yao Jiao etched in his memory was the one who delighted in teasing him, leaving him blushing. The regal presence before him was an entirely different being. After Yao Jiao and Zhong Li departed, Yang Xiu stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, gradually regaining her senses as she touched her face. Did that wretched girl truly strike me? This was the greatest humiliation she had ever endured, and shockingly, she could not summon the will to resist. It felt as though someone had forced her head into a chamber pot, compelling her to drink, while insisting it was delightful. After what seemed an eternity, Yang Xiu fixated on the retreating figures, her gaze turning venomously bitter, her fists clenched so tightly that her teeth nearly ground to dust. With her beauty and figure, she had always been adored by men. She had never before faced such a humiliating affront. The hatred she harbored for Yao Jiao ignited a fierce desire within her, a longing for vengeance that had never before crossed her mind. Just as this thought crystallized in her mind, a voice, as if descending from the heavens, echoed beside her. Ding as the sound resonated, her vision blurred momentarily. After a moment of distortion, a small crystal materialized before her eyes, inscribed with several lines of text. Name: Yang Xiu. Gender: female. Sequence: 2038. Type: hand snake. Sequence ability: produces saliva that induces emotional fluctuations, possessing the most potent toxicity on Earth. Even a milligram of this saliva can kill several individuals. Upon gazing at the suddenly manifested crystal panel, Yang Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Have I awakened an extraordinary ability? In the next instant, her expression transformed, The venomous hatred that once consumed her morphed into ecstatic delight. Even the heavens are aiding me, haha. Do you dare to look down upon me? All of you shall perish. With a fierce growl, Yang Xiu brought her hand to her mouth, extending her tongue, now resembling a serpent's forked appendage, to lightly lick her fingers. Then she set off at a brisk pace, her sole aim being to immediately eliminate the ones who had humiliated her, Yao Jiao Jiao and Zhong Li. However, just as she turned the corner obstructed by construction site fencing, a hand suddenly reached out, grasping her arm. Hold on. Killing in broad daylight might attract the attention of the camphor tree with your current combat prowess. You won't survive until tomorrow. Yang Xiu was momentarily stunned, her gaze turning with irritation towards the individual who had seized her, a youthful and seemingly tender young man, a few years younger than Zhong Li. Had he not been dressed so plainly, he would have certainly caught her eye for potential exploitation. What does that have to do with you? Yang Xiu retorted phenomenally. The abilities outlined on the panel imbued her with immense confidence, even tempting her to twist her wrist and poison this meddlesome young man on the spot. Greetings, I am Sequence 3001. You may call me White-tailed Deer. The boy smiled gently into Yang Xiu's eyes. With remarkable speed, he pinched her wrist between his thumb and forefinger. Don't even think about killing me. Heh. Although I'm still unaware of your abilities, your intentions are painfully obvious if you charge recklessly. You will be slain by that woman beside Zhong Li before you even reach him. White-tailed Deer glanced disdainfully at Yang Xiu's fingers, and within half a second, he had surmised the general situation. Just awakened? Poison-type sequence? How intriguing. How will you try to convey by speaking in their defense? Yang Xiu glared at White-tailed Deer with malice, her eyes devoid of any courtesy. The murderous intent directed at Yao Jiao Jiao and Zhong Li had clouded her rationality, rendering her oblivious to White-tailed Deer's words. I am not defending them. White-tailed Deer tightened his grip on Yang Xiu's wrist once more. I am saving you. A slight ache radiated from her wrist, momentarily clearing Yang Xiu's mind. If you cannot even escape my simplest restraint, what makes you believe you can kill Zhong Li and that woman? The White-tailed Deer cast a disdainful glance at Yang Xiu and continued. That woman's prowess far exceeds my own. Not to mention you, even the entire reserve team of Zone H05 would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat her. I have laid it out plainly. Do you still wish to proceed? Do you know her? Yang Xiu's emotions calmed slightly as she watched the White-tailed Deer with a wary gaze. Of course I know her. However, logically speaking, she should be dead. To encounter her here is quite unexpected. As the White-tailed Deer spoke, she turned her head to gaze in the direction where Zhong Li and Yao Jiao Jiao had departed. Yet what is even more astonishing is that she is together with the one who killed her, even calling him husband. How amusing, truly amusing. Tell me, how can 1998 Honey Badger manage such a feat? Chapter 46. Nest Resonance. Having spoken, the White-tailed Deer disregarded Yang Xiu and instead picked up the phone. Termite. You would never guess who I just encountered. Who? The voice on the other end of the line sounded languid and somewhat indifferent. The hummingbird. The one we presumed was dead, and, astonishingly, adorned with a leaf shield medal. Who? Upon hearing this, the termite, reclining in a wicker chair and leisurely fanning himself, sprang up in surprise. The hummingbird? Wearing the leaf shield? Surely you must be mistaken. The termite's sudden movement startled those around him who were indulging in skewers. Yet, he was utterly unconcerned by the patron's reactions, his mouth agape in astonishment as the rhythm of his fanning became increasingly frantic. The death of the hummingbird did not instill anxiety in him. Rather, he maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to dispatch assassins. The demise of the polar bear elicited no distress either. He merely adapted his strategy, sending the White-tailed Deer to uncover the depths of Zhong Li's intentions. However, upon hearing that the hummingbird had donned the leaf shield medal, an unprecedented astonishment crossed his face. Who could be mistaken? I, the White-tailed Deer, could never be wrong. He continued. You heard me correctly. Our first assassin, the hummingbird, adorned the leaf shield medal and walked right past me. The reaffirmation from the White-tailed Deer rendered the termite's gaze increasingly vacant, the hand that held the phone slowly descending. He understood better than anyone the profound loyalty the hummingbird held for their organization. With a swift motion, the termite summoned a transparent crystal devoid of thickness before his eyes. Name, Chunlong. Gender, male. Sequence, 2138. Termite, sequence ability, when steadfast in belief, can activate nest resonance, inducing a false sense of belonging. The hummingbird was the first among the termite to invoke nest resonance. Her inner sense of belonging to the organization indistinguishable from genuine affiliation. It was tantamount to a mental branding. Yet, this very hummingbird not only survived her mission, but also betrayed her own, wearing the medal that signifies the camphor tree. What difference does this bear from witnessing a beloved child, raised with unwavering dedication, suddenly stab one in the back without warning? Follow them. Ascertain what transpired. The termite returned the phone to his ear, his voice now tinged with a hint of hysteria. At that moment, a customer abruptly spat out the morsel in his mouth, frowning as he stood. "Excuse me, boss. Why is this skewer so unbearably salty? Indeed, why is it so salty?" Following that customer's exclamation, nearly a dozen others simultaneously discarded their food, casting disdainful glances at the termite. "Silence. Eat." The termite barked, not even turning his head, as he uttered those 3 words while opening his mouth, causing his tonsils to vibrate rapidly. In the next instant, an invisible sound wave emanated from his throat, enveloping all the customers. Ah, a touch of salt enhances the flavor. Indeed, barbecue is best enjoyed with a savory kick. Yes, the saltiness truly brings out the taste, dear proprietor. I shall take 2 bottles of whey, soybean milk, please. As the sound waves faded, all the patrons at the barbecue stall returned to normalcy, showering the owner with praises for his culinary prowess. "I understand." White-tailed deer chuckled on the other end of the line. "I'll be following suit. And I've made a new friend, whom I shall introduce to you later." With that, white-tailed deer hung up, casting an intrigued gaze towards the now-vanished Zhong Li and Yao Jiao. "Who are you calling?" Yang Xiu inquired. "Where do you intend to take me?" She had overheard the entirety of white-tailed deer's conversation and was well aware that the new friend he mentioned referred to herself. He chuckled softly. "Someone capable of aiding you in dire situations." Without further elaboration, he began walking towards Zhong Li and the others. "Wait." Yang Xiu hesitated for a moment before following suit. Thank you." Several minutes after parting ways with Yang Xiu, Zhong Li finally managed to muster a stiff thank you toward Yao Jiao. Her previous commanding presence, akin to a queen descending from the heavens, lingered in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. He feared her temper might still be flaring, turning against him. To his surprise, upon hearing his gratitude, the previously imposing Yao Jiao suddenly turned her head away shyly. "I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously." Her tone had completely shed the earlier audacity that had intimidated Yang Xiu, now resembling a bashful young girl enamored for the first time, retracting her confession for fear of inadequacy. "What? Was just a joke." Zhong Li blushed at Yao Jiao's sudden shyness. "That, calling you my wife, was a mere jest." It seemed she had exhausted her strength to utter those words, her face now as crimson as a ripe apple. "I know, it must have been just a jest," Zhong Li replied, equally flustered, his cheeks flushed deep red. Yet, he couldn't quite fathom why her bashfulness brought him a sense of delight. From that moment on, Yao Jiao remained silent, her head bowed in embarrassment as she trailed behind Zhong Li, boarding the bus that would take them directly to the base of the Broken Spine Squad. Throughout their meal at the training ground, Yao Jiao's face remained flushed, while Zhong Li feigned a nonchalant demeanor reminiscent of an innocent young man. Their demeanor piqued the curiosity of onlookers, even drawing the attention of Lu Li, typically known for thwarting idle gossip. "Are they returning from some escapade?" Someone mused. "Heavens, let us hope they're not planning to start a family at the base. Has Zhong Li taken precautions?" No. I must check on Jiao tonight." After the meal, Zhong Li feigned insistence on keeping Shi Yu and Shun Xiao for practice, casting frantic glances at Lu Li to signal her to take away Yao Jiao. Meanwhile, the others dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. "Oh dear, patrolling the community every day is so exhausting." Lin Mo stretched her 8 arms lazily as she exited the base, intending to take a leisurely stroll and snack a bit. Unbeknownst to her, in the distant shadows, a pair of eyes, one male and one female, were fixated upon her. Is that the funnel web spider from the Broken Spine team? Yang Siu inquired. Indeed, Bai Waidalu replied without turning, his gaze seemingly entranced by Lin Mo. You haven't seen her before? Why are you staring so intently? Aren't there plenty of photos and videos of her on the forum? Yang Siu asked, puzzled by Waidalu's peculiar expression. I have seen her, Bai Waidalu nodded, but don't you think? For such a grotesque creature with 8 arms, it is rather cruel to stare at her? Chapter 47. The venom of the taipan, the words of the white-tailed deer left Yang Siu utterly speechless. Even she felt that the statement was rather inhumane. What exactly are we here for? She inquired, gazing at the white-tailed deer. Of course, we are here to eliminate every single person within this base, he declared, gesturing towards the expansive Broken Spine team headquarters. What? Upon hearing his words, Yang Siu could not suppress a gasp. You mean to kill the entire Broken Spine team? How is that even possible? Though she had awakened her sequence ability, her mindset still resonated with that of an ordinary person, instilling in her an innate reverence for those possessing powers. How could it be impossible? Our ultimate goal, as the camphor moth, is to ensure the demise of every individual associated with camphor tree. The white-tailed deer spoke, his eyes emanating a malevolence that was entirely unbefitting of his youth. This revelation sent a chill down Yang Siu's spine. Her sole objective was to eliminate Yao Jiaojiao and Zhong Li, those who had humiliated her. The thought of acting against the entire camphor tree was beyond her contemplation. Perhaps. It's best if I take my leave now, she contemplated, feeling as though she had been ensnared by a sinister organization. She lifted her leg, intending to depart. Go ahead, the white-tailed deer replied, his expression devoid of surprise or any attempt to retain her. He merely smiled faintly. Feel free to leave. I want to pursue you. However, I cannot guarantee your survival until tomorrow. Yang Siu's steps came to an abrupt halt. It wasn't regret that caused her pause, but rather the unsettling sensation of those venomous eyes fixed upon her from behind, rendering her legs immobile. She was entirely certain that today, and for all the days to come, she would never escape. If you choose not to leave, then come and assist me with a small task. The white-tailed deer continued to smile, his tone deceptively benign, completely at odds with his previous threat. What task? Yang Siu turned mechanically, a sense of dread enveloping her as she faced the boy who exuded a demonic aura despite having done nothing yet. With your mouth, gently blow onto this, he instructed, casually plucking a leaf from a nearby shrub and handing it to Yang Siu. Blow onto this? She clearly did not grasp his meaning, accepting the leaf in a daze. If I am not mistaken, your saliva is highly toxic, correct? Therefore, a mere gentle blow will suffice to let a few droplets touch the surface, he elaborated, turning to face Yang Siu, who stood behind him. A soft breeze wafted through, carrying with it a faint scent of laundry detergent from the white-tailed deer. Even before confirming whether Yang Siu's saliva was indeed poisonous, he had positioned himself at an angle that rendered it impossible for her droplets to reach him, leaving her with no opportunity to counter his advantage. The white-tailed deer, one of nature's most vigilant creatures, remained ever alert. Even the slightest rustle of grass could incite his immense wariness. Puff! With the leaves positioned near her lips, Yang Siu followed the instructions of the white-tailed deer, gently blowing upwards. She was uncertain whether such a delicate puff would suffice to land her breath upon the leaves. Excellent. After Yang Siu completed her gentle exhalation, the white-tailed deer turned to observe Lin Mo, who was gradually approaching. After assessing the wind direction and distance, he instructed Yang Siu to raise the leaf above her head. 3, 2, 1. Release. The leaf floated from her fingers, swaying gracefully through the air toward Lin Mo. Its trajectory mirrored the white-tailed deer's expectations almost perfectly. This shot is unappealing, too blurry at that moment. Lin Mo remained oblivious to the two hidden figures, engrossed in perusing the photographs of herself uploaded by students on the forum. Despite her unusual appearance among the empowered, Her petite and adorable figure garnered unexpected popularity among the students and youth. Plop, a tiny leaf silently drifted down onto her head, sliding gently through her hair, momentarily brushing against her skin before being whisked away by the wind. Throughout this entire episode, Lin Mo remained unaware of the leaf's presence. Casually tossing her hair, she continued her stroll. However, scarcely having walked 100 meters, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over her. Huh? What is happening? Lin Mo shook her slightly dizzy head, and in the next instant, she felt the world around her spinning. Thud! Before she could comprehend what was transpiring, she collapsed to the ground. The toxin spread rapidly. Merely brushing against the leaf that had contacted Yang Siyu's breath caused her body to become paralyzed, rendering her unable to rise. Success, let us go, lend a hand, observing Lin Mo incapacitated on the ground. The white-tailed deer displayed a satisfied smile and beckoned to Yang Siyu. All right, put on the mask before turning to approach Lin Mo. The white-tailed deer retrieved a seemingly unused mask and tossed it to Yang Siyu. If you wish to avoid becoming a target for both the camphor trees and the military, don't hesitate to wear it properly. Captain, Xiaoma has gone out and hasn't returned yet. Wen Yuan frantically knocked on Li Ling's door. What's going on? Li Ling emerged from her room in pajamas, appearing as if she had just been about to sleep. Speak slowly. Xiaoma told me she was going out for a walk after dinner. Wen Yuan's face was filled with concern. She left 2 hours ago, and I thought she had merely succumbed to cravings and went to buy snacks, but now it has already been 5 hours. She isn't answering her calls. As she spoke, tears brimmed in Wen Yuan's eyes. She was not initially this worried, but upon seeing Li Ling's increasingly grave expression, an ominous premonition surged within her, and her emotions became uncontrollable. No worries, there's no need to rush. Xiao Mo has been part of the reserve team for over 2 years. Even alone, he should be fine, Li Ling reassured Wen Yu. Yet, despite his words, uncertainty gnawed at him. The image of the enigmatic figure, whose identity remained unknown, flashed through his mind. The one who appeared alongside the anomalous entity on campus, only to be lured away by Zhong Li and ultimately perished beneath the military's missiles. If they were indeed facing a concealed anomaly within the city, Lin Mo, as an agile team member, would likely remain unharmed. However, if it were those mysterious individuals again, wake everyone up, we must go search. Without even changing from his pajamas, Li Ling called out to Wen Yu before dashing towards the staircase. Yet, just a few steps into his hurried escape, a small figure with 8 arms slowly ascended from the stairs. Oh, Captain, Sisterin, why are you still awake at this late hour? Chapter 48, a delightful barbecue restaurant, Xiao Mo. Where have you been? Upon seeing Lin Mo, Wen Yuan's delicate brows shot up in surprise. Her earlier concern and fear instantly transformed into anger. Didn't you say you were going for a stroll? You've been gone for so long, without even a phone call to inform me. As she spoke, Wen Yuan approached Lin Mo and seized her ear firmly. Do you have any idea how worried I was? You're not allowed to go out for the next couple of days. Do you understand? Her fierce expression resembled that of an elder sister deeply concerned for her younger sibling. Sister, please be gentle. Sorry. Lin Mo winced in pain, grimacing as her ear was tugged. Tell me, where have you been? Wen Yuan's grip remained unyielding, tightening even more until Lin Mo's ear turned a shade of crimson. I went to the northern part of the city for some delicious barbecue, sister, and please let go. Lin Mo flailed her arms humorously in discomfort. If you do this again, I won't let you off easily. Wen Yuan finally released Lin Mo's ear, her anger palpable. Oh, come on, sister, and don't be mad. Next time, you must accompany me, all right? That place is truly delightful. Just a tad salty, he. Lin Mo flattered her way while pulling Wen Yuan towards their room. I want to go. I'm on a diet. Please, sister, and you're the best. Come with me now. Sighing softly, Li Ling watched the 2 retreating figures, relieved that all was well. Time for some sleep. After yawning, he turned back to his room. Barbecue. He chuckled, realizing it had been ages since he last indulged. Perhaps he should ask Lin Mo to join him for a feast soon. The following morning, The entire Duanji team, including Zhong Li and Jiao, sleepily arrived at the base cafeteria. Aside from their usual meals prepared by Lu Li at the training ground, they often dined with the research staff. "Oh my goodness, Xiaomo, what happened to you? Those dark circles are alarming," Lu Li exclaimed upon entering the cafeteria and spotting Lin Mo, taken aback. "Did you stay up all night playing games?" The circles around Lin Mo's eyes were ominously pronounced, and her complexion was astonishingly pale. She looked more like a ghost than a vibrant young woman. Lin Mo let out a tremendous yawn, half closing her eyes as she placed fried pumpkin vines onto her tray. "No, Aunt Lu, I didn't play any games. I went out for barbecue last night." At the mere mention of barbecue, her demeanor shifted dramatically, as if she had been revitalized by an unexpected surge of energy. "Barbecue, right? Aunt Lu, would you accompany me to that barbecue restaurant next time? It's absolutely scrumptious." As Lin Mo spoke, her hand holding the tray trembled, the tantalizing aroma of the barbecue evoking a frenzied release of dopamine within her. "What? Me? Accompany you to indulge in barbecue?" Luli responded with a hint of perplexity. Although the camaraderie among the members of their team was notably strong, the age gap meant that Lin Mo, Wen Yuan, and the others seldom invited Lu Li to partake in youthful endeavors. It was akin to how Shan Xiao and Jiang Che would never invite Li Ling to join them in gaming sessions. This child must still be half asleep. Lu Li mused internally. "What were we discussing?" At that moment, Shiryu approached, also holding a tray. "Oh my, Lin Mo, have you gone off to pilfer?" His surprise was palpable upon seeing her expression. "Brother Shir, last night, I discovered an incredibly delicious barbecue joint. Would you accompany me next time?" With Shiryu's arrival, Lin Mo's enthusiasm surged, even prompting her to set down her tray. She incessantly extolled the virtues of the barbecue establishment, insisting that they must go together next time. Shiryu, taken aback by the invitation, glanced at Lu Li and found her expression mirrored his own bewilderment. He too sensed that Lin Mo was acting rather oddly today. Inviting Lu Li was one thing, but asking a man of his age to join her for barbecue? Moreover, it wasn't even a collective team outing. "Brother Zhong Li, last night, I discovered a barbecue place that's simply divine." Throughout breakfast, Lin Mo fervently recommended the barbecue restaurant to anyone who crossed her path, until when Yuan finally pulled her away by her ear, bringing a semblance of tranquility back to the cafeteria. "That restaurant." Shiryu lifted his gaze towards the group seated at the table, his demeanor turning serious. "Let us hope they aren't adding anything untoward to the meat. Has this child become addicted?" "I agree. The portions seem quite generous." Shin Xiao chimed in immediately. "Surely not. In this day and age, who would dare cultivate that kind of thing?" Jiang Che, who had remained silent until now, joined the conversation. As the group animatedly debated whether the establishment had indeed added anything questionable, Yao Jiao furrowed her brow. Before being hired by Li Ling as a temporary coach, she had been a food delivery worker, traversing the snack streets of the northern district countless times. She had never heard of such a delicious barbecue place. After breakfast, the recently rested Broken Spine squad received a new mission. This task did not originate from the military, but rather was a commission from the community committee. A small internet celebrity had reported a burglary. The stolen items were all food, and the house had been ransacked. The celebrity suspected that an anomalous being had infiltrated his home, leaving him too frightened to return for several days to continue his live broadcasts. Given the simplicity of the task, it did not warrant the entire team's deployment. Thus, after careful consideration, Li Ling dispatched only Shin Xiao, who possessed search capabilities, and Jiang Che, who was skilled in long-range targeting, forming a standard pest control team to visit the victim's residence, regardless of the presence of any anomalous entities. Their goal was to assist the victim in clearing out the thief who had made off with his belongings. Aside from Zhong Li and Yao Jiao, the others remained at the base on standby. Due to the incident involving Yang Siyu the previous day, Yao Jiao felt uneasy about Zhong Li attending class alone and insisted on accompanying him. Reluctantly, Zhong Li suppressed his embarrassment and allowed her to follow him. Shortly after they exited the base, Yao Jiao abruptly grasped the corner of Zhong Li's garment, exclaiming, "Zhong Li, do you not feel?" Zhong Li was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively stepped back. Upon seeing Yao Jiao's serious countenance, he confirmed that she would not suddenly whisper in his ear, and gradually relaxed his awkward demeanor, asking, "What is it? Do you not feel that Xiao Mo has an issue?" Yao Jiao spoke with utmost gravity. "What issue? Isn't it merely her gluttony?" Zhong Li pondered, unable to discern any problem, yet noticing that Yao Jiao's demeanor suggested she was not jesting. "No, they are a team, accustomed to being together, so not detecting any issues seems entirely normal, but here," Yao Jiao paused. "Do you recall how Xiao Mo despises having others see her 8 arms? During routine patrols, it is manageable. With a helmet on, others cannot see her face, and she cares less. However, with someone as self-conscious as she willingly venture out alone to a bustling night market to indulge in barbecues in the dead of night?" Chapter 49. On the other side of the wall, upon hearing Yao Jiao's words, Zhong Li's expression gradually turned solemn. She was not mistaken. Lin Mo's insecurities had been pointed out to him by Shan Xiao on the very first day he met them. Normally, due to the camaraderie shared among the group, this aspect had been overlooked, and Lin Mo was naturally regarded as a cheerful and endearing young girl. However, as Yao Jiao rightly noted, everyone had neglected one crucial point. When Lin Mo was not in the presence of her teammates, she remained a rather self-conscious girl. "What do you think is the matter?" Zhong Li inquired, furrowing his brow. "I don't know, but I can't shake the feeling." Yao Jiao mused, shaking her head thoughtfully. "Lin Mo's demeanor seems eerily familiar, yet I can't quite place where I've seen it before." As she pondered, she continued forward, with Zhong Li following closely, waiting for any recollection to surface. "Forget it. I can't remember. Perhaps it's merely my imagination," she said after a moment, glancing back at Zhong Li. Her expression tinged with a faint blush as their eyes met. "Why do you look at me with such anticipation?" Flushing, she quickly turned and dashed back toward the base. "I'm not really going to accompany you to school. I merely wanted to discuss this matter with you." Zhong Li was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering her sudden shift in demeanor. What was that about? I didn't say anything. After a brief moment of confusion, as he watched Yao Jiao's retreating figure, an exhilarating thrill surged within him. With no one around, he could finally indulge in his dream of becoming a martial hero. Every young boy has imagined soaring through the skies at least once, hasn't he? Now, endowed with the ability to fly and without an audience, he would fly. The brief moment of floating at school yesterday had been utterly insufficient. Determined, Zhong Li retrieved the leaf shield medal and combat helmet from his pocket, one to pin to his chest and the other to place atop his head. With a swift motion, the helmet, seemingly crafted just for him, enveloped his entire head with a metallic clink. "Here we go." As he summoned the power within him, a formidable force was instantly channeled into his shoes and throughout his attire. Gradually, the strength intensified, and Zhong Li's body lifted gently off the ground. Wow, this sensation! As he gazed down at the receding earth beneath him, his heart raced with exhilaration. This was his inaugural flight. Unlike yesterday's mere floating, he was truly soaring like a bird. The energy continued to swell, and soon Zhong Li found himself elevated several meters above the ground. As he ascended, the rush of air quickened, causing the fabric of his clothes to flutter and snap in the wind. Once he reached a sufficient altitude, he attempted to recline in midair, distributing his weight onto the clothing that was buoyed by the power he had harnessed. With a renewed exertion of strength, a powerful thrust emerged from beneath Zhong Li's feet, propelling him forward like a missile. However, this direct flight lasted only a few fleeting seconds before he began to sway in the air due to the immense air resistance. It was akin to extending one's hand out of a car window on a highway, beyond that delicate balance point. Any slight deviation in finger movement or wind direction would distort the equilibrium in his palm. The moment Zhong Li sensed this shift, it was as if he had stepped on an invisible banana peel, causing him to lose his balance instantaneously and plummet towards the rooftops of the nearby residential buildings. 2 seconds later, a brief gasp of surprise was followed by a cascade of joyous laughter akin to that of children echoing between the buildings. Suddenly, Zhong Li's figure shot out from the midst of it all. "I am a genius. Ha ha ha. If a speedometer were pointed at him now, it would reveal that his ascent had surpassed 160 kilometers per hour. He climbed rapidly, and the view before him transformed. The familiar streets he had traversed countless times soon morphed into an unfamiliar, miniature model of the world he had known. The gray-black rooftops, the pristine white apartment terraces, laundry fluttering in the breeze, and the diminishing cars and bustling crowds. A sensation of unprecedented control, combined with a hint of vertigo from his first flight, caused Zhong Li's adrenaline to surge. Higher, higher, ever higher. The dual lift of the sacred sound and adrenaline only heightened Zhong Li's excitement, amplifying the lift generated by his shoes. The combat helmet shielded him from the rapidly moving air, blurring his sense of altitude. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he had plunged headlong into the clouds. Amidst the white expanse, battling the mist on his V-shaped visor and the swiftly enveloping ice crystals, Zhong Li continued his ascent. The sunlight, penetrating the fluffy clouds, flickered in and out due to their density. A few seconds later, with a triumphant surge, Zhong Li broke through the clouds and emerged above them. The sun blazed dazzlingly overhead, while the sea of clouds churned beneath him, revealing a magnificent world he had never encountered before. Astonished, he uttered an exclamation that could only be described as a natural reaction of bewilderment. It was not due to a lack of education, but rather an overwhelming sense of awe. Witnessing a scene beyond the realm of his imagination, the immediate response of 99 of people, excluding the great literary figures, would be one of sheer astonishment. Gazing into the distance, Zhong Li beheld an even more astonishing sight, the Anomalous defense wall. At the far edge of the horizon, a towering wall pierced through the clouds, its summit nearly aligning with his own altitude, came into view. Since his earliest memories, even online, he had only ever glimpsed images of the Anomalous defense wall. This was the first time he had seen its apex in person. Everything that humanity had left was on this side of the wall, while beyond lay a world once vibrant, now ravaged and desolate by the hands of anomalous beings. Before the emergence of the Crystal Palace, Zhong Li had envisioned countless times the possibility of one day crossing to the other side of the wall, yearning to witness the world as it once was. Yet now, as he stood before the towering pinnacle of the wall, possessing the capability to surmount it, he found himself devoid of the courage to do so. The extraordinary defensive barrier, stretching across the vast sky and constructed along the entire border of the Great Xia, revealed an unprecedented sanctity within Zhong Li's heart. What manner of terrifying existence warranted the creation of this monumental edifice, transcending the scale of mere mortals? This formidable structure, standing resolute before the dwindling embers of human civilization, concealed what kind of hell beyond its imposing facade? For the first time, a profound confusion welled up within Zhong Li's soul. Chapter 50, Sequence 079, Zhong Li felt an overwhelming desire to soar across and glimpse what lay beyond. Yet, despite having the backing of 009, he could not muster the courage to do so. His fear was not of the bizarre creatures outside, but rather a profound reverence for the obliterated human civilization that lingered in his heart. He was not yet ready to confront the harsh reality. With this thought, his interest in observing the sea of clouds dissipated. Upon relinquishing the buoyant force beneath his feet, he began to plummet freely through the cloud layers. Moments later, the silhouette of the city re-emerged before him. Just then, a ferocious cry erupted from his left rear. The instant the cry pierced the air, every hair on Zhong Li's back stood on end. It felt as though he had been targeted by an immense, ancient beast. Instinctively, Zhong Li turned to look, and there, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers above him, a colossal avian creature was diving toward him. Its trajectory was unmistakably directed at the anomalous defense wall that he had just observed. Upon glimpsing this immense shadow, troubling memories surged in Zhong Li's mind. Shadowy wings blotting out the sun, the stench of blood fog, and the agonizing burn of acid. These were the last remnants of his consciousness before he obtained the Crystal Palace, when he was merely an ordinary human. Damn it, another one has entered? Zhong Li's gaze fixated intently on the giant shadow racing toward him. Wasn't he there supposed to be a plethora of heavy defensive armaments on the wall? How had it managed to breach their defenses? Without hesitation, Zhong Li adjusted his posture and reactivated the control ability of Buddha's sound on his clothing and shoes, propelling himself directly toward the colossal bird. He had to intercept and eliminate it in midair. He could not allow it to reach the city below. The tragedy that befell him must not be repeated. As he drew nearer, the bird's cries grew increasingly deafening, and Zhong Li was almost certain that this sound was one of its attack methods. However, to his astonishment, as he approached within a kilometer of the giant bird, the external viewer suddenly displayed 2 lines of text. Biological image captured, conducting biological sequence retrieval. Retrieval result: 9991, sharp-tailed swallow. Oh, this feature exists? The sudden appearance of the text brought a flicker of surprise to Zhong Li. The last time he faced an anomalous creature while wearing the helmet, he had fought with his eyes closed and had not encountered this functionality. Yet, alongside the surprise, a grave expression settled on his face. The massive bird that had nearly claimed his life before was later identified as 15,649, the fierce bird. Although the creature before him bore a striking resemblance to the fierce bird, its sequence was markedly superior. Furthermore, aside from its sequence, Zhong Li had no additional information about it. With my current flying proficiency, can I truly defeat it? A twinge of self-doubt crept into Zhong Li's mind. However, the distance between him and the swift-tailed swallow no longer permitted any semblance of self-doubt. His flying speed paled in comparison to that of the swallow. If he failed to eliminate it in a head-on collision, the prospect of catching up thereafter would be daunting. The ominous news of high-speed aircraft and birds colliding, resulting in catastrophic airplane accidents, flooded into Zhong Li's mind. There was but one course of action. Zhong Li resolved to emulate the bird, using his indomitable body to crash directly into the swift-tailed swallow. With a fierce roar, Zhong Li maximized the propulsion of Buddha's sound. Then, out of a protective instinct, removed his helmet and clutched it tightly in his hand. With 27 of his indomitable body's strength, a collision with a 9991 sequence aberration was, in terms of sheer power, a guaranteed victory. The distance of 1 kilometer dwindled to less than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. As a collision loomed, Zhong Li disdainfully closed his eyes, envisioning the aftermath of shattering the swallow, his body drenched in crimson, a scene of utter chaos. However, the anticipated impact never materialized. In that fleeting moment of closing his eyes, Zhong Li felt a gust of wind rush past him, causing him to tilt and nearly lose his balance. Regaining his composure, he quickly turned his head to look around. Strangely, the swift-tailed swallow had vanished. The sky was devoid of any obstruction, yet the swallow had disappeared without a trace, no matter how diligently Zhong Li searched. A creature with wings spanning several meters, which could be clearly seen from kilometers away, had simply ceased to exist. It was not surprising that his attempt to collide had been evaded. After all, it was only natural that his flying abilities fell short. But how could such a colossal beast disappear in an instant? Could it be that it had dived into the city at an extraordinary speed? Anxiety surged within Zhong Li as he increased the force beneath his feet, plunging downward. 3 kilometers away, an altitude of 2,000 meters, a charming girl cradling a show-quality ragdoll cat stood gracefully suspended in the air. Absently stroking the feline in her arms, she gazed, wide-eyed, at Zhong Li, who was diving toward the city. Did he just intend to crash into the bird? After a moment of astonishment, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight, as if she had just witnessed a spectacular performance beyond her imagination. A linear tier ability user, capable of flight, daring to attempt to physically confront a body tier swift-tailed swallow. Did I just imagine that? Where did he find such audacity? Wait, no, he can fly. How is he flying? A linear tier can fly. Am I dreaming? Could it be that the mushrooms I had yesterday were undercooked? No, they were definitely well cooked. The girl, seemingly in a trance, floated in the air, muttering to herself for a full 2 minutes, rambling from thoughts of Zhong Li to what she might have for dinner. Ding, ding, ding. Just as she had entertained herself with her musings, a sudden urgent ringing interrupted her reverie. The young girl gently tapped her headphones to connect the call. What's up, Yinjia? What are you doing? We've been waiting for you to start the meeting. A cool, composed voice responded from the other end. Oh, right. The meeting. The cool voice jolted the girl from her reverie, and she seemed to finally remember her obligation. I'll be there shortly. Just a moment. Oh, by the way, Yinjia, you won't believe what I just saw. On my way here, I encountered a magnificent swallow that flew over the wall. It was enormous, truly astonishing. Before she could continue her excited rambling, the cool voice interrupted her. Stop. Just record what you've seen on the crystal. Let's focus on the meeting for now, shall we? All right. The meeting. Please hold on. Yinjia, I'm on my way. With that, the girl ended the call. Stepping forward, her surroundings seemed to warp under some unseen force, and in the next instant, she vanished into the sky. Within 100 kilometers, not a soul could be seen. Recording the girl casually took a few steps before accessing the crystal within her mind. Name, Do Kai Kai. Gender, female. Sequence, 079, quiet. Category of sequence, memory sequence. Development level of sequence, blank stage. Recorded information, mushrooms are delicious, oh wait. There S a linear stage boy who S quite handsome chapter 51 a massive emergence, once again donning his combat helmet. Zhong Li plummeted from several thousand meters above, his expression growing increasingly grave. Throughout the descent, whether from the heights or amidst the towering structures of the city, he did not catch a glimpse of the colossal beast, as though it had truly evaporated from existence. Wow, look, the ability user is on a mission. Indeed. Ability user. Over here, look this way. Observe his helmet. It's the honey badger that withstood a missile alongside the anomalous creature last time. Zhong Li landed in the grandest square of the H05 District SCBD. Although the crowd was not as large as it would be in the evening, nearly 100 people witnessed his descent from the sky. Damn it, where could it have gone? Zhong Li's focus remained fixed on the sky, searching intently. Yet, his efforts yielded nothing. Military. Can anyone from the military hear me? I am a temporary member of the Broken Spine Squad. 1998 Honey Badger. Is anyone there? In a state of frantic urgency, Zhong Li activated the communication feature in his helmet, broadcasting on the military channel. If that monstrous creature had indeed infiltrated the city, contacting Captain Li Ling would be too late. The only recourse was to alert the military and facilitate the swift evacuation of the civilians. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? The cheers of the surrounding crowd grew increasingly raucous, forcing Zhong Li to shout desperately over the channel. However, no response echoed back, regardless of his attempts. Was communication with the military channel only activated at the commencement of a mission? At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Zhong Li's back. If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Honey Badger, look over here. Can we take a picture together? Just one. Honey Badger. Seeing that Zhong Li showed no intention of leaving, the crowd gradually encircled him, the cacophony rendering it impossible for him to think clearly. What nonsense! Why aren't you all running? Just as he was about to erupt with frustration at the crowd, that familiar flicker of inspiration surged in his mind once more, akin to when he attempted to control the insects. The profound struggle between good and evil quelled his burgeoning agitation. Indeed, their reactions do not resemble those who have just witnessed a colossal beast looming in the sky. Zhong Li's mindset was instantly calmed as he observed the surrounding crowd. Undoubtedly, the instinct for emergency evacuation during an anomalous assault is ingrained in one's DNA from childhood. If they had truly seen a gigantic creature appear in the sky, even for a fleeting moment, they could not possibly remain so composed while observing him. This indicated that it was not Zhong Li who lost track of the sharp-tailed swallow, but rather it had genuinely vanished from a world. Given this realization, Zhong Li ceased to dwell on the matter. The occurrence of such a situation suggested a possibility. The military had detected it in advance and employed some formidable weapon to eliminate it instantaneously. Another possibility is that a member of a human elite hunting squad happened to pass by and effortlessly resolve the situation with a mere wave of their hand. However, Zhong Li remains more inclined to believe in the former scenario. After all, there has been no information about such elite forces even on the forums. Just like the 009 and above sequences, which exist only in legends, no one has ever encountered them. They may merely be a potential existence. Once he sets aside his anxiety, he is confronted with a greater concern. The crowd around him is growing larger, and he is about to be late for class. If he does not remove his helmet, the crowd will only continue to swell. If he does take it off, it would be even worse. There would be no chance of escaping today. Just as Zhong Li contemplates whether he should recklessly take off and fly away, he hears Li Ling's voice in his helmet. Zhong Li, can you hear me? Zhong Li. Li Ling's tone seems somewhat urgent, as if something has occurred. I'm here, Captain. What's the matter? Zhong Li responds hastily. Fortunately, you've put on your helmet, so do your best to clear things up. Upon hearing Zhong Li's reply, Li Ling's voice noticeably relaxes. Huh? Clear what? Li Ling's words leave Zhong Li momentarily baffled. Could it be that the giant bird truly has appeared in the city, but not in their vicinity? You've already donned your helmet and entered combat mode, and you still ask me what to clear? It's those small, anomalous creatures appearing everywhere. Not just at Shanxiao and Jiangche's location, but there are traces of anomalous creatures all over the city, including at your school. Wait a moment. So you're not at school? Then why are you wearing your helmet? As Li Ling realizes something is amiss mid-sentence, he shifts the topic. I am at school. Zhong Li stammers in his explanation. If he were to tell the truth, that he had flown high into the skies for the thrill, encountered the giant beast, failed to track it, and landed amidst the crowd, there's a high chance Li Ling would think he has lost his mind. I am at school. Didn't he realize it was an anomalous creature attack? I thought it was something else. All right, hurry and clear the area. Come back and report once you're done. Li Ling interrupts Zhong Li's feeble explanation in a timely manner, then abruptly ends the communication. Phew, Zhong Li lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, he has a legitimate reason to leave this place. After explaining a few things to the surrounding crowd, Zhong Li plants his feet firmly on the ground, applies Buddhist sound to the soles of his shoes, and takes off in a standard superhero-style launch. Upon reaching the rooftop of a tall building at his school, he gazes down at the serene campus, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, feeling somewhat dazed. Has he once again fallen into the mimetic environment created by the mimic octopus? Where are the traces of anomalous creatures? He longs to call Li Ling back for clarification, but feels embarrassed to reveal his predicament, especially since he just boasted about already being in the process of clearing the area. Since the captain has stated it so, the situation cannot be that simple. It is highly likely that the military's feedback radar has detected some minuscule traces in remote areas. To avoid causing panic, the evacuation of teachers and students has not yet been initiated. With this thought in mind, Zhong Li leapt from the teaching building and began to search through the seldom visited nooks and crannies of the school, guided by the topographical map provided by the principal. As expected, it did not take long for him to discover some peculiar substances beside the sewage pipeline of the cafeteria, dozens of slimy trails emerging from the grass by the riverside, stretching for several meters before vanishing into the pipe. It resembled the residue left by a colossal snail. Were they headed towards the cafeteria? Zhong Li followed the pipeline's direction towards the cafeteria. It was breakfast time, and countless students were hurrying down the central avenue, eager to seize the freshest buns straight from the steamer. Oh no! Zhong Li immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and hastened towards the cafeteria. Chapter 52. The Parasite, Old Lu. Hurry and wash all the dishes clean. The children have already arrived. A woman in an apron exclaimed impatiently in the kitchen of the cafeteria. All right, I know, replied the middle-aged man, known as Old Lu, carefully placing a large stack of bowls and plates retrieved from the cupboard into the sink. While the cafeteria may not have offered a wide variety of meals for the teachers and students, it maintained stringent hygiene standards. Even though he had thoroughly cleaned all the dishes before leaving work the previous day, they still required another wash before use today. What a hassle. What's the point of washing them every day, as long as they are clean enough to use? After placing the dishes in the sink and turning on the faucet, Old Lu rolled his eyes at the woman's back. However, despite his annoyance, he began scrubbing the bowls and plates with a sponge. Just as he had barely washed a few plates, something peculiar at the bottom of the sink caught his eye. A strange, curved object about 4 to 5 centimeters wide, resembling a twisted apple peel, floated near the drain-S filter, moving erratically with the flow of water. Oomph, how dare she criticize me? A piece of trash this size is stuck in the filter and hasn't been cleared. Old Lou muttered a few complaints under his breath. Habitually, he reached down to pull out the apple peel for disposal. But just as his hand was about to touch it, the object suddenly moved. Like a leech doused in salt, it quickly contracted and purposefully latched onto old Lou's hand as it submerged in the water. Thinking it was merely the natural disturbance of the water caused by his hand, he paid it no mind and instead grasped the object. Yet, the slick sensation that surged through his palm in the next moment made him aware that something was amiss. Decades of life experience instinctively informed him that this was certainly not an apple peel, but rather some sort of creature crawling out from the drain. However, it was too late to withdraw his hand. In an instant, the long creature pierced through his skin and burrowed directly into his body. The speed was so rapid that he had no time to react. By the time he withdrew his hand from the water surface, the entire 2-meter-long worm had completely vanished inside him. A wave of terror surged through him, prompting an uncontrollable scream that drew the attention of everyone in the cafeteria kitchen. What on earth? Why are you screeching while washing dishes? The woman in the apron was the first to approach, grabbing his arm in an attempt to turn him around for a reprimand. Goo-ah. Coo. In mere seconds, old Lou, now infested by the creature, began to convulse, frothing at the mouth, emitting chilling sounds that sent shivers down the spine. My goodness, what is happening to you, old Lou? The woman gasped in horror at his condition. Quick, someone come. Old Lou is having a seizure. Hurry, the woman cried out anxiously. In her understanding, only those who suddenly suffer from epilepsy exhibit such behavior. Observing the scene, some colleagues in the kitchen rushed to restrain old Lou, while others dialed emergency services and alerted the cafeteria manager. The entire kitchen descended into chaos in an instant. Yet, unnoticed in the depths of the sink, concealed beneath a multitude of plates and bowls, a dozen elongated creatures, approximately 2 meters in length, were crawling up the drain one by one. Make way. Clear the path. Upon spotting the disappearing trail in the pipe, Zhong Li dashed toward the cafeteria. Thanks to his combat helmet, he needed not shout. The students instinctively parted to allow him passage. Within a minute, Zhong Li burst into the cafeteria. At that moment, the cafeteria was not overly crowded, as most students had yet to arrive. Thus, as he entered, he immediately heard screams emanating from the kitchen, while the students lined up at the serving counter gazed curiously inside. Oh no, am I too late? Zhong Li thought, swiftly pushing through the students, blocking the kitchen door, and rushing inside. The sight that met him there sent chills down his spine. A number of elderly men and women lay sprawled on the floor, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. The scene was utterly horrifying, resembling a mass poisoning. I just heard them shouting about epilepsy. Are they having seizures? Upon noticing the arrival of a capable individual, a student at the entrance promptly relayed the information he had. Zhong Li offered no response, merely shaking his head gently. Could it be that a dozen individuals experienced seizures simultaneously? Such a phenomenon was impossible. This had to be linked to the bizarre creatures he had seen earlier near the riverbank. Everyone step back. Do not approach this area. Go outside and tell the other students not to enter. There are anomalous creatures here, though no sign of the strange entities had yet been observed. He had to make a decisive judgment to prevent the situation from worsening. Quickly, everyone get out now. Hearing the capable individual's command, the throng at the door hurriedly retreated. As Zhong Li turned his gaze back to the elderly individuals on the floor, he was about to attempt to move them to safety when something wiggling and serpentine caught his eye from the depths of the sink. What could it be? In the next instant, words appeared on the external display of his helmet. Biological image captured, biological sequence retrieval in progress. Retrieval result: 12779, parasitic tapeworm. Indeed, it was an anomalous creature. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant the text appeared, Zhong Li lunged forward and crushed the 2-meter-long giant parasite beneath his foot. A horrifying shriek escaped the elongated creature as it was crushed, and before its demise, it writhed in a desperate attempt to pierce Zhong Li's skin. Does this mean they have all been parasitized? After thoroughly crushing the insect beneath his foot, Zhong Li turned around and made an assessment. He hoped it was merely a larger parasite, one that would not pose a threat to life. However, before he could finish his thought, the scene before him rendered his words impotent. Those elderly individuals who had been convulsing on the ground moments ago were now all standing upright. A viscous, crimson substance oozed from their mouths, their eyes vacant and limbs limp. Suddenly, old Liu, the first to be infested, let out a ghastly shriek, his mouth agape and stained with blood, as he staggered towards Zhong Li with alarming intent. Chapter 53. A different form of coexistence between good and evil Gua. Following closely behind old Liu, the elderly residents began to emit strange cries in succession, all lunging toward Zhong Li. Zombies? This was the first thought that flickered through Zhong Li's mind. He had witnessed such mindless aggression in numerous cinematic portrayals, where individuals, having lost their consciousness to parasitic entities, attacked indiscriminately. The speed of the elderly was not particularly swift. It was merely a tad quicker than ordinary walking. Such a pace posed no threat to Zhong Li. With a gentle invocation of Buddha's sound, an invisible force enveloped the elderly, instantly immobilizing them in place, rendering them incapable of movement. Gua, Gua. Once trapped, the group could do nothing but roar in place, twisting their fingers as if intent on tearing Zhong Li apart. After restraining all those who were parasitized, Zhong Li meticulously searched the entire kitchen, ensuring no parasites had been overlooked before casting a troubled glance at the elderly. If they had indeed transformed into the zombies depicted in films, they were as good as dead. However, if this was merely a manifestation of parasitic tapeworms, there might still be hope for their salvation. The pressing question remained: how could he save them? Gua, Gua. The elderly continued to wail, and with each cry, a foul, crimson liquid spewed forth from their mouths. Within a mere minute or two, this liquid pooled beneath their feet. If this liquid were indeed blood, even if there was a chance for rescue, by the time medical personnel arrived, they would have long succumbed to exsanguination. Time was of the essence. He had to act now. Zhong Li furrowed his brow and raised his hand, palm open towards the elderly. Before they bled out completely, he was their only hope. All the parasitic tapeworms within them, come forth. This was the first time Zhong Li had invoked Buddha's sound in a declarative manner after becoming familiar with its usage. He dare not whisper, fearing it would compromise the precision of his control over the sound and squander the precious moments for saving lives. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. Moments after invoking the sound, a series of rumblings erupted from the bellies of the elderly. Then, the abdomen of the nearest elderly woman swelled outward, as if something enormous within was about to burst forth. Despite the parasitic affliction rendering her face expressionless, the veins in her neck and forehead throbbed ominously, her eyes bloodshot as if on the verge of bleeding. The evident agony inflicted by the writhing parasite within her body was palpable. Stop! 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 Just as the woman's abdomen was about to rupture, Zhong Li halted the invocation of Buddha's sound. No, this approach was untenable. In a matter of seconds, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The elderly woman, who still had a glimmer of hope, nearly succumbed under the control of Zhong Li's resonant voice. The parasitic tapeworms within them crawled up their esophagus and emerged from their mouths. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Li activated the resonant voice once more. Just as the sound lingered, an elderly man a distance away from Zhong Li let his head droop down. In the next instant, a torrent of viscous, sanguine fluid erupted from his mouth, as if a dam had burst. A portion even splattered onto Zhong Li himself. The sheer volume of blood loss made it abundantly clear without a doubt that the elderly man had met his demise. As his head hung limply, a thick tapeworm was visibly writhing beneath the skin of his neck. Following Zhong Li's command, it contorted its elongated body and slithered out of the man's mouth, trailing a stream of blood and foam behind it. Stop! 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 Zhong Li shouted almost hysterically, his voice trembling with unprecedented intensity. Gazing at the man's lifeless face and drooping head, he was frozen in shock after halting the resonant voice. Did I kill him? He could not fathom that his intention to save had inadvertently snuffed out a life in an instant. Although the true culprit was the parasitic tapeworm, it was Zhong Li who had directed it to slay the man. Ding! At the very moment the man's life signs vanished, the crystal palace erupted with a deafening sound. The master of the palace operated under the principle of coexistence of good and evil. Coexistence of good and evil. Containment progress 3. Current containment progress 30. Master S. Vajrabhati ability strength 30. Aside from the demise of the polar bear, this marked the most significant increase in the containment progress of the coexistence of good and evil. Yet, as Zhong Li beheld the text before him, joy eluded him entirely. Ah, what a splendid coexistence of good and evil! Zhong Li mused bitterly in despair. Indeed, to save one person by inadvertently taking another's life, how could it not be deemed coexistence of good and evil? This was merely a variant of the coexistence that Zhong Li had never before contemplated. Alas, the cost was exorbitantly high, a single innocent life exchanged for a mere 3 of that cold, numerical measure. As the cacophony from the Crystal Palace gradually subsided, Zhong Li lowered the hand that had activated the resonant voice. Aside from continuing to contain them, he dared not take any further action. Without a clear understanding of the parasite's conditions within their bodies, reactivating the resonant voice could very well result in yet another death. Just as this thought crossed his mind, that fleeting moment of clarity emerged once more. Yet, unlike before, this time it bore the essence of malevolence. A dozen individuals, if each could yield 3 progress. If all were to be mistakenly killed, Zhong Li instinctively raised his gaze toward the elderly men and women before him. The acceleration of this progress would far surpass any effort to protect humanity by vanquishing aberrant creatures. He trembled uncontrollably at the emergence of such thoughts. No, these are innocent lives. They must not be harmed, yet no one is watching perhaps, once they are parasitized. They are beyond salvation. What harm is there in granting them a swift end? It could expedite progress, allowing for better protection of humanity. Indeed, there is no issue with this, as he murmured to himself. His gaze began to drift into a haze. To spare them, is that not also a waste? He raised his hand once more, opening his palm towards the elderly. The duality of good and evil. A single thought can lead one to enlightenment or to malevolence. Chapter 54. The abilities of the hummingbird, all the parasites. The glint in Zhong Li's eyes began to edge towards madness, and the gaze he cast upon the elderly was devoid of any compassion. Instead, it was replaced by a frenzied malevolence woven from the darkest recesses of his heart. Enough. Greed, anger, ignorance. At the moment Zhong Li resolved himself, these emotions had completely taken hold of his being. Zhong Li, just as he was about to unleash the final syllable of his Buddha's voice, Yao Jiao Jiao's anxious voice echoed from behind him. What has happened here? Her exclamation interrupted the activation of Zhong Li's ability, yet she remained oblivious, approaching him with a grave expression directed towards the elderly. I can't believe. The dazed Zhong Li, as if awakening from a dream, gazed at his own palm in disbelief. It was so close. If Yao Jiao's voice had arrived a moment later, he would have succumbed to the darkness within and unleashed a massacre. A spark of clarity ignited once more, and benevolence surged within him. Good and evil balanced precariously. What transpired here? Yao Jiao, entirely unaware of the transformation beneath the helmet, continued. Captain Li and the others are currently occupied. He feared something might go awry here and sent me to check. What has occurred? Why is there blood everywhere? Breathless, having just emerged from the fog of moral conflict, Zhong Li's mind still felt somewhat muddled. What did you say? Yao Jiao reiterated her inquiry twice, yet he failed to comprehend. I asked, what has happened? Why are you so distracted at this moment? She gazed at him, a hint of reproach in her eyes. No, it's nothing, just a bit of low blood sugar. Zhong Li shook his head vigorously to dispel the haze, forcing his awareness back to the present, and continued, they have all been parasitized by the 12,779 tapeworm. I do not know how to save them. As he spoke, he discreetly retracted the effects of Buddha's voice from the elderly. Even in the presence of Yao Jiao, he dared not reveal the truth. Gugwa. The moment the restraints were lifted, everyone turned, and the deceased elder crumpled to the ground. This, Yao Jiao stood before the scene, her mouth agape in astonishment. Since their movements had been slow, to her, It seemed as if they had merely turned from a dazed state, facing in another direction. She did not perceive that they had previously been bound. That creature was enormous. I just attempted to pull it from the elder's mouth, but I was unsuccessful. Zhong Li pointed at the lifeless elder, weaving a tale that was half truth, half lie. As the feeling of disorientation faded entirely, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloped Zhong Li's heart. He possesses the formidable 009 sequence, which once obliterated an entire hunting team, yet now finds himself utterly powerless against these minuscule creatures that have infiltrated the human body. I understand. Allow me. With that, Yao Jiao strode boldly towards the elderly individuals. You. Zhong Li stared in bewilderment at Yao Jiao's retreating figure, his mind awash with questions. Wasn't her ability speed? How could she possibly employ speed to tackle this situation? Without a word, Yao Jiao approached an elderly man, her hand darting forth with remarkable swiftness to make contact with his body. In the next instant, the man, who had been wailing in agony, collapsed to the ground. As he hit the floor, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from his mouth, revealing numerous parasitic remnants reduced to a pulpy mass. Yet, Yao Jiao's actions did not cease. Her slender figure weaved deftly among the elderly. Each time she brushed past someone, she touched their body. Thud thud. Within mere seconds, all the elderly fell to the ground, each one expelling a mixture of parasitic remnants and blood from their mouths. You killed them directly? Zhong Li was taken aback. You have slain them all. He had never anticipated that Yao Jiao meant to eradicate them entirely when she spoke of handling the matter. Rest assured, I have not killed anyone, she replied, halting her movements. It seems you are still unaware of my true ability, are you not? Zhong Li nodded, having always believed that Yao Jiao's power lay solely in speed. However, her words suggested otherwise. Have you ever seen a hummingbird? Yao Jiao inquired as she approached him. The speed of its flight is not particularly impressive. Its greatest advantage lies in its ability to hover. By rapidly flapping its wings, it achieves suspension in midair. Therefore, my ability does not actually pertain to speed, but rather to high-frequency vibrations. As she spoke, Yao Jiao extended her hand before Zhong Li. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her fingers vibrating at an astonishing speed with minuscule amplitude. The velocity you perceive in me is merely a consequence of the power derived from the vibrations of my muscles. Thus, I did not kill them. I annihilated the parasites within their bodies through a specific frequency. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li finally grasped the situation. No wonder, during their sparring sessions, the seemingly frail Yao Jiao could unleash a punch with force comparable to that, assure you. It was all thanks to her ultra-high frequency vibrations. However, Yao Jiao cast a regretful glance at the fallen elderly. Even if I did not slay them, they are beyond saving. The speed at which those parasites devoured their bodies was too swift. When I initiated the vibrations, I sensed that their internal organs had nearly been consumed. You must urgently notify Captain Li and the military personnel to address this situation. With so many corpses in the cafeteria, leaving them here for too long will lead to even greater problems. Understood. Zhong Li nodded and activated the communication device in his helmet. In less than half an hour, the military dispatched personnel to secure the cafeteria and all surrounding drainage systems. After evacuating all students, the bodies of the elderly were transported away in specialized body bags. The military's capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. Once they arrived, matters concerning Zhong Li and Yao Jiao were no longer of significance, and they naturally withdrew. Yao Jiao returned to the Broken Spine Squad base, while Zhong Li received an urgent assignment. There seemed to be some ambiguity regarding the situation with Shun Xiao and his team, just as the military's biohazard transport vehicle departed the school with the bodies. A white-tailed deer concealed within the woods along Central Avenue displayed a maniacal grin. Is it true that you only killed one? Zhong Li. Hey, this is becoming rather uninteresting, isn't it? If only one was slain, the common folk can hardly harbor much hatred towards you. Chapter 55, Shun Xiao. Zhang. Captain, what exactly happened with Xin Xiao? After parting ways with Yao Jiao upon leaving the school, Zhong Li soared through the air while conversing with Li Ling. I'm not sure. No matter how I call out, Neither Xin Xiao nor Jiang Che has responded. I suspect something must have occurred that compelled them to remove their combat helmets. A hint of concern permeated Li Ling's tone. It shouldn't be. As Li Ling's words echoed, a frown gradually formed on Zhong Li's brow. He recalled that Xin Xiao and Jiang Che had gone to the community to assist in resolving an issue involving a suspected anomalous creature stealing food. Yet, what manner of anomalous being could prompt both a radar-type ability user and a sniper-type ability user to simultaneously remove their helmets? Zhong Li's speed of flight was rapid. It did not take long before he arrived at the location that Li Ling had sent him. This was an aged residential complex, with the exterior walls peeling and adorned with creeping ivy, suggesting it had been constructed at least 20 years prior. The inhabitants of such complexes were predominantly elderly individuals and laborers renting accommodations. Furthermore, the most conspicuous characteristic of these older complexes was the haphazard arrangement of the buildings, lacking any discernible order. Building 22, as Zhong Li meandered through the complex, he lifted his gaze to the side of the building, searching for the number for quite some time before finally locating the 22nd building that Li Ling had mentioned. Xin Xiao and his companions were stationed on the 5th floor. As he ascended, having passed the workday hours, Zhong Li encountered no one. Upon reaching the resting platform between the 4th and 5th floors, an ominous premonition washed over him. The door on the left side of the 5th floor was ajar. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any sound. Xin Xiao, Zhang Ke? Zhong Li stepped onto the 5th floor and called out toward the open door, but the stillness persisted, offering no reply. Could I have taken a wrong turn? Zhong Li pundarat. Glancing again at the door plate, 504, he affirmed that he was indeed at the correct location. Furthermore, observing the arrangement of various pieces of furniture within, he noted an accumulation of delivery boxes and takeout containers piled in one corner, while the center of the living room boasted a large square table, cluttered with gaming and streaming equipment. This was unmistakably the residence of a typical online streaming influencer. Yet, where were Xin Xiao and Jiang Che? As Zhong Li stepped inside, he discerned a disjointed aspect to the decor of the room. The delivery boxes and gaming equipment exuded a modern technological essence. Yet the walls bore faded and brittle traditional paintings and calendars, reminiscent of a bygone century. However, this was not the most peculiar aspect. After all, these could have been remnants of a landlord's past endeavors, unrelated to the influencer renting the space. The strangest element lay in the doors and furnishings of the rooms. All the doors were constructed of wood, featuring old-fashioned wooden doors with lattice windows, each painted a vibrant red. The furniture appeared to be decaying wooden cabinets and chairs, their surfaces devoid of any varnish, giving the impression that they had been placed here directly after being hewn from raw timber. Even the broad daylight, the sight before Zhong Li evoked a cold sweat upon his brow. The starkly anachronistic decorative furniture heightened his sense of unease as he gazed at it alongside Xin Xiao and Jiang Che. As he stepped further inside, a faint sound of trickling water emanated from behind a door, likely indicating the location of the restroom. Xin Xiao, is that you? Zhong Li inquired, hastening toward the sound, yet was met with silence. Grasping the aged iron handle, he pushed the door open with a creak, and as it swung wide, a dim, yellow light spilled forth, illuminating the scene within. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding horror, a metallic, sweet scent invaded his nostrils. In an instant, his pupils constricted at the nightmarish sight before him. Jiang Che slumped against the toilet, his head grotesquely tilted to one side, his neck severed by some unknown force, leaving only a sliver of flesh connecting it to his shoulder. The pristine white combat helmet was shattered, fragments resembling bloodied bone spikes embedded in his face and skull. His hands hung limply in a pool of thick, congealed blood, devoid of any sign of life. On the opposite side, Xin Xiao sat on the floor, the same gruesome fate befalling him, a shattered helmet, his body drenched in blood, yet the singular difference was that his neck remained intact. Jiang, Xin Xiao. This cannot be. The blood within Zhong Li felt as if it had been completely drained, his fingers and feet numb and icy, his lips stiff, rendering him speechless. The acrid scent of blood rushed into his nostrils, and a wave of nausea surged in his throat. forcing him to clench his teeth to stave off the urge to vomit. The earlier sight of the polar bear, charred by missiles, had been crueler, yet it did not evoke the same visceral reaction as this moment did. For the two individuals before him were comrades. Familiar faces he had shared nearly a month of camaraderie with. It cannot be. It cannot be. What new manifestation is this? Surely it must be. Zhong Li's mind fell into a void, instinctively rejecting the information his eyes beheld. Absurdly, he pondered whether he had stepped into a new geometric anomaly of some sort. He swept his gaze over the familiar visages of Jiang Che and Shen Xiao, even closing his eyes, then reopening them, repeating the act in a desperate attempt to discern any trace of illusion. But regardless of how he blinked, nothing altered. Just as despair loomed to envelop him entirely, a nearly imperceptible gasp escaped Shen Xiao's throat. Ha! Ha! The rise and fall of his chest, along with the gasping, were faint, yet Zhong Li noticed. That slight sound pierced through his numbness like a jolt of high voltage, rekindling the nearly stilled heartbeat that fear had nearly stifled. Shen Xiao, all rigidity and numbness were instantaneously dispelled as his body lunged forward. Kneeling beside Shen Xiao in the crimson pool, trembling hands hovered in the air, yearning to straighten Shen Xiao's form, yet hesitating to touch those harrowing wounds. Shen Xiao, can you hear me? Shen Xiao, hold on. Wen Yuan. Yes, Wen Yuan. She will undoubtedly save you. Shen Xiao, hold on. Zhong Li, in a frenzied state, lifted his hand to the helmet, preparing to activate the communication device. However, in the next moment, upon hearing Zhong Li's voice, Shen Xiao desperately opened his blood-smeared eyes, his gaze unfocused yet directed towards Zhong Li. His lips trembled violently, as if struggling to articulate something, but only thick, viscous blood froth escaped his mouth. What? Observing Shen Xiao's movements, Zhong Li swiftly removed the helmet and leaned down, pressing his ear closely to Shen Xiao's lips. With the last remnants of his strength, Shen Xiao forced out 3 words through the torrent of blood. 4, 7, 3. Chapter 56. The 3-digit sequence. What? I can't hear you. Zhong Li whispered. Due to the excessive blood froth spilling from Shen Xiao's mouth, even with his ear pressed closely against his lips, he could only discern that it was likely a number, but the words remained indecipherable. Yet, Shen Xiao could no longer respond. When Zhong Li glanced at him again, his mouth was frozen in the shape of his last moment, devoid of any signs of life. Shen Xiao! Shen Xiao! Zhong Li emitted a hoarse cry, desperately hoping that Shen Xiao might, just as before, open his eyes upon hearing his voice. How could this happen? How could this happen? Zhong Li was bewildered. Was this not merely a routine search mission? How could it have escalated to this? At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the horrifying wounds on Shen Xiao's body. After swiftly laying him flat on the ground, he began to compress his chest. While applying pressure, he shouted hoarsely towards the helmet nearby. Captain, Wen Yuan, is anyone hearing this? Someone come quickly. Shen Xiao and Jiang Che. They're dead. Shen Xiao, hold on. When Li Ling arrived with military personnel, police, and other members of the Broken Spine squad, it was too late. Shen Xiao and Jiang Che's bodies had already grown cold and rigid, rendering any attempts at resuscitation futile. Meanwhile, Zhong Li stood in a daze, mechanically continuing his compressions on Shen Xiao's lifeless form. Brother Shen Xiao, how could this be? Lin Mo and Wen Yuan covered their mouths, stifling their tears, unable to believe the scene before them. Lu Li, upon arrival, rushed forward, exclaiming, Little Shen, little Jiang. My God, who did this? How could someone be so cruel? Little Shen, typically the most carefree and composed, Lu Li was the most distraught among them, crying uncontrollably. It took both Li Ling and Yu considerable effort to pry her away from the bodies. Li Ling, suppressing his own grief, coordinated with the military captain to manage the scene, securing the area before finally pulling Zhong Li aside. Tell me everything you saw. As he spoke, he activated the recording device. His voice trembled to the core, eyes reddened, yet he refrained from shedding tears. As captain, he could not afford to weep until the truth was unveiled. It was like this. Zhong Li glanced at the recording device aimed at him and began to recount his account, his voice quivering as well. Li Ling did not view Zhong Li as a suspect. Rather, he aimed to document the testimony of the primary eyewitness, preparing for the ensuing investigation. 3 digits? After Zhong Li concluded his account, Li Ling quickly inquired, "Are you certain it was 3 digits?" This was the sole clue left by Shun Xiao before his demise, and it was highly probable that it pertained to the biological sequence Shun Xiao had glimpsed on the helmet's external visor before his death. Yes, 3 digits. Zhong Li nudda beakli. He understood what the numbers represented, yet he remained entirely unaware of the implications of the anomalous 3-digit biological sequence and what it signified. Though he frequently peruses forums dedicated to anomalous entities and the school curriculum imparts considerable knowledge on the subject, all of this merely amounts to hearsay. Whether from the forum's discourse or the textbooks, the practical enhancement in real encounters is virtually negligible. What is the first number? Li Ling inquired gravely, having held back his emotions for quite some time. The first? Zhong Li pondered meticulously, yet uncertainty lingered in his mind. His voice had been too faint, perhaps it was 4. Upon hearing this number, Li Ling's eyelids twitched noticeably, his visage darkening to an extreme. How could a 3-digit sequence possibly emerge from within the wall, especially one beginning with 4? His gaze withdrew from Zhong Li as he lowered his head, murmuring to himself. After a brief pause, he lifted his eyes to Zhong Li once more. After he uttered the last digit, did he hesitate? Could it have been a 4-digit sequence? But he did not manage to articulate the final digit before. It should not have been, Zhong Li pondered, shaking his head. He meticulously recalled Shun Xiao's final tone. After pronouncing the last digit, Shun Xiao had emitted a sigh indicative of mortality, exhaling all remaining breath before succumbing. The information contained within the sequence is crucial. If it were indeed a 4-digit number, there would have been at least an instinctual pause for breath before the last digit was spoken. Even if he had been unable to articulate it, such an instinctual pause would have been evidently pronounced. Yet, the truth is, there had been none. I can assure you, there was none. Zhong Li reiterated, with a newfound firmness. Upon receiving Zhong Li's affirmative response, Li Ling fell into silence, his lips visibly paling at an alarming rate, and the hand gripping the recorder began to tremble uncontrollably. After a moment, Li Ling suddenly lifted his gaze. Do not attend school for the next few days. Remain at the base. I will report this. He rose abruptly and strode towards the exit. Remember, do not go anywhere. Wait for me. He turned back to emphasize once more. Zhong Li had never witnessed him in such a grave and helpless state. What is it about the 3-digit sequence? Perhaps due to possessing 009 and the Crystal Palace within him, Zhong Li instinctively dismissed the significance of the 3-digit sequence. However, reflecting upon it, he realized that neither textbooks nor the anomalous forums seemed to provide much information regarding sequences below 1,000. Previously, he had assumed this scarcity was merely due to their infrequent occurrence. But now, observing Li Ling's reaction, it appeared to be far more serious. Less than 10 minutes after Li Ling's departure, a man adorned with a golden leaf shield medal, clad in an oil wax jacket and sporting a buzz cut, arrived at the scene. Greetings. Upon his arrival, the man disregarded the members of the Broken Back team, who were engulfed in sorrow, and approached the leader of the military squad directly, extending his hand in greeting. I am Pu Ning from the Zhangzangshu Earthly Branch Hunting Dog Squad, currently engaged in the profession of a hired bodyguard in this city. I've been dispatched here to oversee the investigation following reports of a preliminary squad member's demise during a mission. After speaking, Pu Ning casually turned his gaze towards Lu Lishir, Shuri Wei, and Zhong Li within the room. His expression bore little emotion, as if he considered the occurrence to be an ordinary matter unworthy of grief. During this exchange, Zhong Li met his gaze. Those eyes, hardened by countless battles and experiences of life and death, radiated an aura of lethal intent that caused Zhong Li to involuntarily shudder. It was clear that, aside from 009, Pu Ning represented the most formidable force Zhong Li had ever encountered. Pu Ning noticed the peculiarity in Zhong Li's gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. Your sequence. It seems rather unusual, doesn't it? Chapter 57. Of utmost importance, Pu Ning's words startled Zhong Li. How peculiar. Could he possibly discern the existence of 009? But how could that be? Even the hive used by the reviewers of the camphor tree had failed to detect it. How could he perceive it merely with a glance? As these thoughts raced through Zhong Li's mind, Puning had already approached him, inquiring, "You are the new recruit reported by Captain Li recently? What is your serial number?" His voice, devoid of emotion, mirrored his expression. Coupled with his imposing demeanor and eyes brimming with menace, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. 1998, Honey Badger. Zhong Li swallowed hard and replied, "Honey Badger?" Puning scrutinized Zhong Li for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "Heh, I must admit, you are the first honey badger of your kind that I have encountered. What has become of your white hair?" Puning's gaze shifted to Zhong Li's head of black hair, revealing a complex expression that left Zhong Li bewildered, a blend of mockery and skepticism. White hair? Zhong Li was taken aback. Did honey badger serial ability users truly possess white hair? He had never heard of such a thing. More critically, Puning claimed to have never seen another like him. Had he indeed encountered other honey badger serial ability users? It was a universally accepted notion that each serial ability user existed solely as one in the world at any given time, unless he had met previous generations of the 1998 honey badger serial ability users. The good news was that he had not discerned the existence of 009. The bad news was that he had indeed encountered a honey badger ability user. If he did not fabricate an impeccable excuse, his true identity would inevitably be exposed. After contemplating for a moment, Zhong Li was about to explain that he had dyed his conspicuous white hair to black, but before he could utter a word, Puning interrupted, "Forget it. No need for an explanation. It does not concern me. What is your name?" His gaze shifted from Zhong Li's hair to his eyes once more. "Zhong Li." "Zhong Li? You're the classmate of Ms. He?" Upon hearing the name, Puning's face registered surprise. He had intended to turn away to inspect the scene. Yet instead, he sat opposite Zhong Li. "Ms. He, Helan?" Zhong Li pondered. The only person he knew with the surname He, who possessed the means to have a hunter squad's ability user address her as a mess, could only be Helan. Indeed, Puning nodded noncommittally. However, he fell silent afterward, gazing at Zhong Li with a somewhat inquisitive look, as if he were indulging in gossip. After a prolonged stare, he finally rose and remarked, "You lad, your luck seems to be quite favorable." He then turned and headed toward the restroom, where Shen Xiao and Jiang Che's bodies lay. "My luck is favorable? In what regard?" But before Zhong Li could fathom Puning's meaning, his voice echoed from the restroom. "All unrelated personnel, aside from the military, are to vacate this area immediately." The irrelevant personnel here naturally refers to the members of the Broken Spine Squad. Having lost 2 comrades, being labeled as irrelevant left Lu Li and Wen Yuan visibly agitated, prompting them to rise from their seats in search of an explanation. Yet, it was ultimately Sure Yu who restrained them. Sister Lu, Xiao, and let be. Whatever they say, the crucial matter is to identify the culprits who murdered Shen Xiao and Jiang Che. Let us depart. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhong Li, beckoning him for assistance. Eventually, with the combined efforts of Zhong Li and Sure Yu, they managed to usher the fuming Lu Li and Wen Yuan away, returning them to the base. Within the training grounds of the Broken Spine base, an unprecedented heaviness permeated the atmosphere. Upon their return, the group remained silent for an extended period. Lu Li, typically the one to balance the mood, was today the quietest among them. Due to her seniority, she had always regarded her teammates as her own children, and the unexpected loss of Shen Xiao and Jiang Che felt akin to a parent mourning a child. The only 2 individuals in the training ground whose spirits were not as burdened were Zhong Li and Yao Jiao. Zhong Li, having been part of the team for a relatively short time, had yet to forge the same bond as Lu Li. As for Yao Jiao, her presence was merely a result of being invited by Li Ling to assist with Zhong Li's training, leaving her with little interaction with the other team members outside of Lu Li, with whom she shared daily quarters. After a prolonged silence, Lu Li was the first to exit the training grounds. As she passed a particular iron gate outside, she raised her fist and struck it with force, seemingly venting her fury upon the anomalous creatures contained within. Following Lu Li's departure, the others gradually rose to leave, with no one discussing dinner plans, and Lin Mo refraining from insisting on company for barbecue. This oppressive atmosphere lingered in the base for several days, with neither the Xiangzhang Tree officials nor the military providing any updates on progress. Just as Lu Li and her team began to grow impatient, seeking answers, Li Ling returned. His demeanor was grave, weariness etched across his face, his hair disheveled as if it had become a nest, and dark circles under his eyes attested to several nights of inadequate rest. Upon entering the base, neither Lu Li nor Shi Yu pressed him for answers. They simply maintained serious expressions as they headed straight for Zhong Li's room. Having been teammates for a considerable duration, Lu Li and Shi Yu quickly sensed something was amiss. "Captain, what is wrong? Did something unexpected arise in the investigation?" Lu Li, who had shed countless tears over the past few days, had eyes swollen like grapes. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ling nodded. However, he offered no further words and continued towards Zhong Li's room. "Zhong Li, come with me at once." The sudden intrusion startled Zhong Li, who had been resting on his bed. Li Ling had previously instructed him not to go anywhere for the past 2 days. He had either been practicing with Shi Yu and Yao Jiao at the training ground or lying in bed awaiting Li Ling's return. Where to? Upon entering, Li Ling was greeted by Zhong Li, who immediately rose to his feet. "The senior management at the headquarters in Jiangnan province awaits your presence." The gravity etched on Li Ling's face at this moment was even more profound than on the day of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che's passing. Zhong Li dared not inquire further, following Li Ling as they exited the base and boarded the helicopter designated for their transport. "Zhong Li, you must answer all my questions truthfully," Li Ling stated with a stern demeanor as they ascended into the aircraft, the matter at hand being of utmost significance. "Understood," Zhong Li replied with a solemn nod, a deep unease having already settled in his heart since Li Ling had appeared at his door. "What is your true sequence? Speak honestly." Chapter 58. Sequence classification. Li Ling's words plunged Zhong Li into an icy abyss, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The mere fact that Li Ling could pose such a question indicated that he had discerned Zhong Li was not the 1998 honey badger. The sensation of having one's most profound secret laid bare felt akin to having one's soul exposed, an excruciating experience. Yet, it was a comfort that the one uncovering this truth was Li Ling, rather than someone with malevolent intentions. Nevertheless, before proceeding, Zhong Li felt compelled to inquire how Li Ling had arrived at this conclusion. "Captain, how did you know I am not the honey badger?" "Quite simply," Li Ling replied, eschewing any pretense. "All approved ability users possess documented records, including the previous honey badger, who is now deceased. So, do you understand?" Zhong Li, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, slowly lowered his gaze. It turned out Li Ling had known all along that he was not the honey badger, but had chosen to feign ignorance. After much hesitation, Zhong Li resolved to be forthright. The expression on Li Ling's face conveyed a sense of urgency, making the inquiry about his true sequence feel less like an interrogation and more akin to a heartfelt plea. "It is 009. Zhong Li exhaled deeply, unveiling his greatest secret. "What?" Li Ling nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing this. "Stop joking around. This is serious. I have no time for games. Be honest, what is it?" Li Ling's demeanor shifted from earnest entreaty to visible irritation, clearly dissatisfied with Zhong Li's response. "I am not joking." Zhong Li was taken aback. He had expected a different reaction after his candid confession. Li Ling evidently did not believe that his true sequence was 009, for throughout human history, no sequence beyond 010 had ever been recorded. For Zhong Li to claim he was 009 was akin to a devout believer proclaiming in a church that he was the ancestor of Jesus. Only the gullible would entertain such a notion. "I asked to help you." Li Ling composed himself and pressed on. "What is it truly? Time is running out. If you don't tell me the truth, I won't be able to assist you later." Worry and a hint of fear began to manifest in Li Ling's eyes. It was not difficult to surmise that his inquiry about Zhong Li's true sequence stemmed from a desire to protect him from those so-called higher-ups. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious. With this understanding, Zhong Li felt there was no reason to continue concealing the truth. He reached for a stack of paper documents beside Li Ling and declared, "I truly am 009. And my sequence name is the face of good and evil, and it is currently residing in my mind. As he spoke, the resonance of the Buddha's voice stirred within him, causing the papers to float as though they had lost all weight. This was one of the abilities of the face of good and evil. As he spoke, the sheets of paper suspended in the air began to fold themselves, transforming in a brief span into vividly animated paper cranes that flapped their wings and circled around Li Ling. At this moment, Li Ling was already rendered speechless when the papers took flight. His astonishment deepened upon witnessing the cranes, seemingly imbued with consciousness under Zhong Li's control, soaring effortlessly. "I apologize, Captain," Zhong Li said, nodding in acknowledgement of Li Ling's overwhelming shock. "The incident with the flying insects at the base was due to my lack of proficiency with this ability. I deceived you." Sensing Li Ling's lingering disbelief, Zhong Li invoked the Buddha's sound directly upon him. He released Li Ling's safety harness from a distance, allowing him to hover in the air alongside the paper cranes. "Captain, this is Buddha's sound. It enables me to manipulate objects according to my thoughts. The strength mistakenly attributed to the honey badger is actually evil armor. These are the two abilities of good and evil Buddha's face." After elucidating everything, Zhong Li gently returned Li Ling to his seat, unfolding the paper cranes and smoothing them out before placing them back in their original position. He then bowed his head like a remorseful child, enveloping the cabin in silence. The silence stretched on for several minutes. Eventually, Li Ling emerged from his profound astonishment, stammering as he managed to ask, "What is your sequence classification?" "Sequence classification?" Zhong Li paused, taken aback. It was a term he had never encountered before. Even the introduction panel for Good and Evil Buddha's Face did not contain those 4 characters. What does sequence classification entail? Zhong Li asked, perplexed. Recent events had led him to a realization. Although he possessed the 009, it was akin to a child from a remote mountain village who had never seen a bicycle suddenly acquiring a supercar. The supercar was indeed impressive, yet the child remained utterly ignorant of all forms of transportation. This was the essence of Zhong Li's current predicament. Sequence classification. Li Ling took a moment to gather his thoughts before articulating his explanation. It refers to the classification naming of sequences ranked within the top 1,000. I am not entirely certain about the specific classification methods. However, I know that those ranked between 1,000 and 20,000 are all classified as biological sequences, while those above 1,000 are not biological in nature. According to higher-ups, there exists an attraction among certain categories of sequences. They suspect that the 3-digit sequence organisms, starting with 4 that killed Shun Xiao and Jiang Che, were drawn by another classification. This is why I inquire about your true sequence. The meaning behind Li Ling's words was unmistakable. The unknown anomaly beginning with 4 was likely attracted by Zhong Li's sequence classification, having crossed over the high wall in some manner. However, the color drained from Zhong Li's face. If it truly were due to his connection with 009 that attracted that entity, he would become the direct cause of Shun Zhao's and Jiang Che's demise. I believe in you. The higher-ups possess merely a modicum of doubt, which is why they summoned you for verification. Li Ling interjecta timidly. Even if we entertain the notion of mutual attraction among sequences, it is not your subjective fault. There is no need for self-reproach. Furthermore, whether this is indeed the cause remains unverified. Li Ling turned to glance out the window, his expression instantly becoming exceedingly grave. We are nearing our destination. Your true sequence must remain absolutely confidential. You must staunchly maintain that you are the 1998 honey badger. No matter how they probe, you must hold firm. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. Zhong Li nodded gravely, sensing the underlying urgency in Li Ling's words. There was evidently an unspoken warning that accompanied them. Yet perhaps to shield Zhong Li, he chose not to articulate it. The helicopter descended slowly, arriving at their destination, the Jiangnan province headquarters, known as Camphor Tree. Chapter 59. Inconsistent Testimonies. Before him stood a quintessential commercial skyscraper, its pinnacle seemingly lost to the heavens. Let us proceed. They have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Li Ling remarked, gesturing with a wave of his hand. After presenting their access pass to the security personnel at the entrance, he guided Zhong Li into the edifice. This place bore no resemblance to the base of the Broken Spine Squad. The absence of researchers was palpable. Occasionally, a figure clad in a formal crimson robe would hastily pass by, clutching materials, their demeanor starkly contrasting with that of the scientific personnel at the preliminary squad's base. Upon entering the elevator alongside Li Ling, they ascended to a floor near the summit in less than a minute. As Zhong Li stepped out of the elevator, he gazed through the corridor's end window, observing a cityscape reminiscent of a Lego model. Over there, the largest door. Make your way there, Li Ling instructed, pointing towards a substantial brown door on the opposite side of the corridor. Remember what I just told you. No matter how they probe, staunchly assert that you are the 1998 Honey Badger. Do not exhibit any of 009's abilities. I will seek out the personnel to expedite your exit. Before proceeding towards the grand door, Li Ling reiterated his admonitions, akin to a parent escorting a child to an important examination. I understand, Captain, Zhong Li replied, anxiety evident in his nod. Go forth. With that, Zhong Li turned and approached the brown door, gently pushing it open. The atmosphere within was palpably heavy. As he stepped inside, the air felt almost suffocating. The expansive conference room housed a massive table that dominated the space, around which sat 7 or 8 individuals, all elderly men with graying beards. They were adorned in pristine white military uniforms, each embellished with numerous medals, exuding an unmistakable aura that distinguished them from mere members of a hunting squad. The oppressive gaze and presence that had emanated from Pu Ning earlier was merely a manifestation of battlefield ferocity. However, the aura that enveloped these men conveyed a singular notion: power. The distinction between Pu Ning's presence and theirs was akin to that of an ordinary soldier compared to a commanding general. The stifling atmosphere that Zhong Li had just experienced was a direct result of their commanding presence. Sit, commanded the elder occupying the principal seat, gesturing towards a position at the far end of the conference table with an impassive expression. His deep voice carried an inherent authority, prompting Zhong Li to take his seat without hesitation. You are the primary eyewitness, are you not? Once seated, the elder in the primary position ceased speaking, passing the responsibility of interrogation to another elder seated to his left. Indeed, Zhong Li affirmed with a nod. What did the anomalous entity that attacked your 2 squad members look like? The elder inquired further. I did not see it. By the time I arrived, Jiang Che was already deceased, and only Shun Xiao remained, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Do not provide responses beyond the questions posed. The elderly man regarded Zhong Li with an impassive expression. Very well. Before his demise, Shun Xiao disclosed 3 numbers. Apart from you, is there a second individual who can corroborate this? No. The elder's inquiry was piercing, seemingly positioning Zhong Li as the primary suspect. He nodded and continued. How much time elapsed from your arrival at the scene to the discovery of their bodies? Perhaps 1 or 2 minutes. Despite the elder's formidable presence and incisive questioning, Zhong Li felt no guilt and responded with clarity. Did you observe anything peculiar at the scene aside from the bodies? The elder pressed on. Peculiar things. At this point, Zhong Li immediately recalled the oddly adorned furniture within the room. He was uncertain if this qualified as peculiar, but he articulated his observations nonetheless. The New Year paintings? The cabinet? The interrogating elder suddenly furrowed his brow, tilting his head to converse quietly with the elder seated in the main position. After a brief exchange, the elder turned back to Zhong Li. Are you certain you witnessed these items at the scene? Absolutely. Zhong Li affirmat solemnly. For he had indeed seen those anachronistic objects, and there was no reason to fabricate a lie. Click. Just as Zhong Li completed his response, the elder pressed a button on the table before him. The wall behind the main elder slowly descended, revealing a vast screen, which displayed photographs of the very room where Shun Xiao and Jiang Che met their untimely end, captured from various angles. After pressing the button, the elder straightened his posture and gazed intently at Zhong Li. 2 members of the preparatory team were murdered simultaneously. Your testimony will serve as a crucial lead. However, your account now contradicts the images from the scene. Without the elder needing to pose another question, Zhong Li was already taken aback upon viewing the photographs. The scenes depicted bore no resemblance to his recollections. There were no faded, yellowed New Year paintings, no calendars, no nearly decayed wooden cabinet, nor the crimson-painted old lattice door. The house in the photographs appeared entirely ordinary, indistinguishable from a typical rental property. Before your arrival, I had already inquired with your Captain Li Ling and the investigator in charge of follow-up, Pu Ning. Their testimonies diverge from yours. Until now, only your two statements have mentioned the bizarre nature of the interior decor. The elder continued. He referred to two statements, one being Zhong Li's recent account and the other a prior recording made by Li Ling at the scene. This implies that by the time Li Ling and Pu Ning arrived, the condition of the room underwent physical, or shall we say, visual alterations, am I correct? The elder, who had remained silent for an extended period, suddenly spoke. When you arrived at the scene, the things you observed were distinctly different from what Li Ling and the others encountered. This was evidently a transformation caused by the departure of an anomalous entity. Yet, you claim not to have seen the entity itself. Is that correct? Indeed, Zhong Li replied, hesitating momentarily before nodding again. At that time, everyone was engulfed in the sorrow of Shen Xiao and Jiang Che's sacrifice, and Zhong Li had scarcely noticed the substantial changes occurring within the house. What is your sequence number? The elder continued his inquiry. Upon hearing this question, Zhong Li felt a jolt of alarm within. After identifying the flaw in Zhong Li's control, they had finally reached the segment that Li Ling had emphasized repeatedly. 1998, Honey Badger. Zhong Li reminded himself to remain calm, determined not to reveal any slip. 1998, biological sequence. Yet it had drawn an unknown anomalous entity, one beginning with a digit for which was lured by something and upon sensing your arrival, chose to retreat immediately. Am I correct in my understanding? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly as he locked his gaze with Zhong Li's across the entire conference table. Chapter 60. I will prove it to you. Zhong Li was acutely aware that the elder's probing had commenced. However, he did not anticipate the directness of this interrogation. It was not merely a test, but a blatant affirmation. From that moment on, any misstep in his response could jeopardize the secrecy of 009's existence. Prior to entering, he had called out several times for Shen Xiao and Jiang Che on the resting platform between the 4th and 5th floors. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Li began to respond. If the anomalous entity withdrew because of my arrival, then I should have heard some sounds of its retreat when I reached the resting platform. Zhong Li understood that the possibility of deceiving this assembly of elders was virtually non-existent. Thus, he had to conceal any potential clues pointing to his true sequence with irrefutable facts. Sounds of retreat? The elder chuckled softly. On what basis do you determine that this anomalous entity would produce sounds upon its departure? You heard something, did you not? The elder did not let any hint in Zhong Li's words slip by, pressing closer with each inquiry. No, I merely made a judgment based on my previous experiences battling anomalous entities. I was simply stating the fact that I heard nothing at all. Zhong Li's response was devoid of hesitation. As long as his words were grounded in truth, they were impervious to scrutiny. Moreover, during his journey to this place, Li Ling had already informed him that certain sequence classifications possess an inherent attraction towards one another. Now, from the elder's narrative, he deduced that not only did such sequences exhibit mutual attraction, but also a tendency to repel one another out of fear. If the elder's assertion that the anomalous entity retreated of its own accord upon his arrival was indeed factual, there must have been the aura of 009 that drove it away. In that case, it could not have been 009 that lured the entity within the high walls. Attraction and aversion cannot coexist between the same two beings. Perhaps it was merely the ferocity of my honey badger aura? Zhong Li continued. After all, I had just dealt with an anomalous entity incident at the school and was still in an elevated state of excitement. The entity might have fled to avoid trouble. This was an almost flawless rationale. The 1998 sequence was not insignificant. It could certainly pose challenges to those in the 400 range without seeming implausible. The elder's voice emitted a sound, neither in agreement nor disagreement with Zhong Li's assertion, but rather in contemplation of other possibilities. Zhong Li's response did not assuage his suspicions. After a brief silence, the elder inquired, "Is that so? May I ask what your sequence ability is?" His narrowed eyes glinted like a blade. piercing directly into Zhong Li's being. At first glance, this seemed a commonplace inquiry, even imbued with a touch of concern from an elder toward the junior. Yet to Zhong Li's ears, it was the most aggressive question he had encountered since stepping through the door. The elder did not begin his scrutiny of the exterior like Punin. Rather, he posed an exceedingly simple question that struck at the very core of Zhong Li's vulnerability. If Zhong Li was not the honey badger of 1998, he would be utterly incapable of answering such a query. Thus, based on this premise, all of his testimonies could be dismantled, potentially branding him as the primary suspect. After all, in the entire sequence of events leading to the deaths of Shun, Xiao, and Jiang Che, there existed no other eyewitness. In that fleeting moment, Zhong Li's mind began to whirl with fervent speed. He was compelled to articulate, based on his deductions, the true capabilities of the honey badger with precision and in a short span of time. Li Ling, akin to a locust, possessed formidable leaping abilities and leg strength. Aptly named for his kicking prowess, Li Ling could transform her forearm into a lethal blade during combat, indistinguishable from Mantis. Shen Xiao, the fox bat, boasted sonar-level detection capabilities. Yu, the wild boar, exhibited tremendous epidermal resistance and strength. Lin Mo, the funnel web spider, had 8 limbs. As for Yao Jiao Jiao, the hummingbird, she was initially presumed to possess great speed, yet her own explanations revealed a capacity for rapid vibrational movements akin to that of a genuine hummingbird. Now, regarding the honey badger, my temper has become exceedingly difficult to control since my awakening. I pondered if this might be classified as a form of ability. This was my first conjecture. My surface defense and muscle strength can temporarily reach over 30 times that of an average human. This constituted my second assessment. He was, of course, oblivious to the true extent of the honey badger's defenses and strength beyond human limits. This deduction stemmed from the enhancements he could derive from the progress of the Buddha of good and evil. The power enhancement associated with the sequence should gradually amplify rather than adhere to a fixed value. The elder, seated in his primary position, nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Zhong Li's description. However, he then leaned forward, placing his clasped hands upon the table, casting a look of assured victory toward Zhong Li. Is that all? It was evident that Zhong Li's response had not satiated his curiosity, implying that the honey badger's abilities extended far beyond what had been disclosed. Alternatively, it suggested that Zhong Li had yet to mention the more significant capabilities of the 1998 sequence. Zhong Li struggled to suppress his rising panic, continuing to ponder while meticulously controlling his micro-expressions to avoid revealing any possible flaws. Simultaneously, he fervently recalled the contents about the honey badger from his biology textbooks. A thought emerged, although he could not ascertain whether it pertained to the abilities of the honey badger sequence. Now, he could only resort to desperate measures. Hoping for divine intervention, taking a deep breath, Zhong Li finally spoke. This is somewhat embarrassing, but if you truly do not believe me, I can demonstrate it directly for you. He endeavored to present an expression of a wronged child, ready to abandon all pretense, then rose from his chair, preparing to feign a defiant posture. Enough, sit down. Before Zhong Li could take further action, the elderly man seated closest to him instinctively covered his nose and gestured for him to sit down. Thank you. Zhong Li exerted himself to feign an expression of anger, reddening his face, and returned to his seat. He had made the right wager. The honey badger, renowned on the grasslands under the moniker of the Gradual, is often overlooked due to a crucial detail. It belongs to the weasel family and possesses scent glands akin to those of a skunk. Its aggression far surpasses that of mere resilience. Had the elder not intervened promptly, Zhong Li had resolved that he would go to any lengths, even if it meant soiling himself, to unleash a foul stench. His actions rendered all the elders present somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, to be questioned and then resort to releasing a foul odor exemplified the quintessential temperament of a honey badger. Just as the elder in the main seat was about to speak further, the conference room door was abruptly pushed open from the outside. A young girl, cradling a ragdoll cat in her arms, appeared in the doorway. After surveying the room, she seemingly disregarded the assembled elders and directly addressed Zhong Li, saying, "You are Zhong Li? I need to speak with you." Come with me. Chapter 61. The heavenly stems and earthly branches. A previously unseen maiden suddenly uttered her name, leaving Zhong Li momentarily taken aback. Who is she? How does she know me? Yet, after a brief moment, Zhong Li realized that she must be the reinforcement Li Ling had summoned, the one capable of facilitating his swift departure. Silence. We are still investigating potential leads. Is it appropriate for you to take someone away like this? The elder at the head of the table's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to regard the girl who had entered. Although his tone conveyed a hint of dissent, Zhong Li could sense that the maiden's rank was evidently superior to that of the elders present. I assert that he is unrelated to this incident. Is that a problem? The girl spoke softly, one hand cradling a plush cat while the other gently caressed its head, her gaze never once meeting the elderess. Let us go. Why are you still standing there? Do you enjoy being among these old geezers? The girl, seemingly unconcerned, gestured for Zhong Li to follow her. Silence. The elder erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table as he rose. His anger seemed less about the girl's intent to take Zhong Li and more about his authority being disregarded. Don't think that just because you are a member of the Heavenly Stems A-class hunting squad, you can act recklessly here. The elder glared at the girl, his face a deep shade of anger, veins bulging in his neck. Ha ha, go ahead, hit me. The girl stuck out her tongue at the elder, then walked over to Zhong Li and pulled him out of the conference room. Silence. You have gone too far. As they exited the meeting room, Zhong Li could still hear the elder's furious shouts behind them. Yet, no one pursued them, indicating that apart from their indignation, they had no recourse against the maiden. To Zhong Li's surprise, Li Ling was waiting at the door of the conference room. Here, the girl exclaimed, pushing Zhong Li toward Li Ling. I brought him out for you. I'll take my leave now. With that, she turned to depart. Wait, Li Ling quickly called out to her. Thank you, Miss Do Kai Kai. As he spoke, he bowed, also pressing down the bewildered Zhong Li's head in a gesture of respect. Oh, no need for that. If thanks are be given, they should go to Sister Yin. If it weren't for her asking me to help, I wouldn't even know who you are. Right, boss? Ho, we don't know them. Let us go. Let us go. Boss, shall we head home? What do you want for dinner? Dried fish? No way, we can't eat dried fish every day. The girl exchanged barely 2 sentences with Li Ling before she began conversing with her plush cat as she sauntered away. If not for her previous act of extricating him from the elder's presence, Zhong Li might have suspected that this girl was mentally unbalanced. Captain, who is she? Zhong Li inquired with curiosity. In the headquarters of Jiangnan province, before the imposing presence of the towering camphor trees, the girl who effortlessly revealed herself was undoubtedly extraordinary. She was a combatant from the national-level hunting team, Tiangane, known as Do Kai Kai, with the sequence number 079. As Li Ling spoke, he straightened his posture only after the girl had completely walked away, clearly demonstrating his profound respect for her. A national-level team, Tiangane. Upon hearing Li Ling's explanation, Zhong Li's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had heard of the ranking classification within the camphor tree hunting teams. Above the various cities' reserve teams were the 22 hunting teams, comprised of 10 Tiangong and 12. The team that had previously taken over the case of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che was from the DG Sugo team, led by Pu Ning. Despite Sugo's low ranking among the hunting teams, it did not hinder Pu Ning from wielding the authority to directly oversee a city's reserve team. Thus, the permissions of Do Kai Kai, hailing from Tiangong and referred to as the Quiet One, were indeed formidable. No wonder she could disregard those elders. The term Tiangong signified the pinnacle of human combat prowess, unparalleled by any other. Even without substantial power, she could easily command respect within the headquarters of Jiangnan province due to her sheer strength. What did she mean by Yunjie? Zhong Li inquired further. He distinctly heard her mention the name Yunjie when she left, suggesting that if Li Ling wished to express gratitude, it should be directed toward this Yunjie. However, to Zhong Li's surprise, Li Ling did not respond to his question. Instead, he retorted somewhat irritably, "Stop prying. Just be grateful you made it out. You need to remember, I've done you a favor by pulling you out of that meeting room. Now hurry up. Otherwise, if those inside change their minds, you might not be able to leave." Oh, since Li Ling has said so, Zhong Li hesitated to ask any further questions and simply followed him out of the building. Inside the descending elevator, Zhong Li's mind replayed the image of Do Kai Kai. It wasn't that he harbored any particular feelings towards her. Rather, it was his first encounter with a member of the Tiangong hunting team. It felt akin to an ordinary police officer meeting a general who had reclaimed lost territories for the nation, a figure destined to be etched in history. To say he wasn't excited or in awe would be disingenuous. As he pondered, Zhong Li began to associate her with his own 009. If he could fully develop 009's capabilities, could he also gain entry into the Tiangong team? Could he become someone who walked with authority within the headquarters? Ding! The elevator's arrival signal interrupted Zhong Li's reverie. Looking up, he realized they had not arrived at the first floor, but rather the 58th. The doors opened to reveal a corridor that resembled that of a luxurious hotel, resplendent and opulent. "Hey, what's going on, Captain? Weren't we supposed to leave? Why have you brought me here?" Merely by observing the decor of this corridor, Zhong Li could surmise that this floor was specially designated by the headquarters for esteemed guests. "Surely, there must be someone else to meet. What else could one do here? Do you think that aircraft belong to my family, allowing one to come and go as they please?" Li Ling shot Zhong Li an exasperated glance before producing the room card and proceeding forward. "If it weren't for your captain's connections, we would have had to find refuge under a bridge today. Are you aware of how exorbitant the accommodation fees are in the vicinity of headquarters?" As they spoke, the two arrived at the door of their room. Li Ling raised her hand to swipe the card, and the door swung open in response. The sight within the room left Zhong Li utterly speechless. The luxurious decor dazzled the eye, but what astonished him the most were the two alluring catgirls clad in maid outfits standing in the center of the room. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the heavenly grade suite." Chapter 62. The cloud timepiece at the entrance. Zhong Li stood in awe, his gaze flitting between the maids and Captain Li Ling within the opulent room. After a moment of astonishment at the lavish accommodations and alluring catgirl maids, he finally gave a thumbs up to Li Ling, exclaiming, "My goodness! A Class A suite, seductive catgirl maids, all amenities complimentary. This is a royal indulgence, Captain. Truly remarkable." Such naivety. Li Ling shot him a sidelong glance, though a hint of pride crept into the corners of his mouth. "With your incessant chatter, are you preparing for further studies? Step inside. This is merely the extent of my goodwill as your captain, so don't be picky." As Li Ling spoke, he shed his outer garment and approached one of the maids. Who knew the captain could be so ostentatious? Zhong Li muttered under his breath before following suit and removing his coat. Two enticing maids were evidently designated for them, one each. It was quite the privilege for a mere squad leader to enjoy such luxury at headquarters. Half an hour later. It hurts. Master, what was your previous occupation?" Zhong Li, nearly disassembled by the maid's vigorous massage techniques, had been wailing for 20 minutes on the bed. Yet, the catgirl maid seemed impervious to his cries. Her pressure remained relentless, as if determined to press him into oblivion. In this torturous experience, he inadvertently caught sight of a badge pinned to the maid's chest, emblazoned in gleaming gold letters, "Advanced Massage Therapist." What does advanced mean? Zhong Li had never encountered such a term. He even suspected a typographical error. Shouldn't it be gluten instead? He felt as though he was being kneaded into a mere lump of dough. After approximately another hour, the massage concluded, and the two charming maids expressed their gratitude before departing the room. "Goodness, Captain, that therapist was too intense. I feel as if I'm on the brink of death." Zhong Li lay sprawled on the bed, feeling as if his body was on the verge of collapse, his neck in such pain that he could barely lift his head. Who said otherwise? Li Ling, who had remained silent throughout, finally lifted his head from the bed long after the maids had left. Zhong Li assumed that Li Ling, accustomed to such services, was unfazed by the discomfort. But upon seeing his flushed face, he realized that it was not familiarity, but rather a struggle against pain that had silenced him. After the massage, the two indulged in all the complimentary equipment in the room like country bumpkins. This included, but was not limited to, an ultra-low temperature liquid nitrogen freezer, a full-body fascia stretching machine, an adjustment machine, and an ultrasonic sleep aid. Emerging from the final machine, Zhong Li's assessment was blunt not enjoyable. I feel as if I might perish. None of these contraptions offer comfort. They either nearly freeze you or treat you like a Japanese person, utterly disregarding your well-being. Had it not been for Li Ling's insistence on dragging him along for a free ride, Zhong Li would have already contemplated fleeing after experiencing this second machine. Captain, what is the nature of your connections? Zhong Li, utterly exhausted, lay on the bed, feeling as though he was on the verge of being out of breath. Of course they are legitimate, Li Ling replied, his own condition not much better than Zhong Li's, aside from maintaining a fait of composure. He appeared even more fatigued. The two lay sprawled on the bed for an extended period, gradually feeling the benefits brought by the machines and the two feline masters. The soreness began to dissipate, replaced by a sensation akin to floating on clouds. Zhong Li felt as if he were not lying on a bed, but rather on genuine clouds. His senses seemed to be entranced. Even the warm light cascading from the ceiling started to become blinding. Captain, who exactly is that Sister Yin in your network? Zhong Li, feeling as if he were intoxicated, inquired, is she like Sister Lu? Just another middle-aged woman? What middle-aged woman? She's still quite young. Li Ling responded, his tone betraying a similar inebriation. With this ethereal sensation, Li Ling gradually divulged details about Sister Yin that he had previously withheld from Zhong Li. Her name was Yun Gui, and like Do Kai Kai, who had pulled Zhong Li from the conference room, she was a member of the Tiangong Jia hunting squad, one of humanity's elite combat forces, even more formidable than Do Kai Kai. The reason Li Ling knew Yun Gui was that he had once been her captain. Indeed, like Zhong Li, when Yun Gui first awakened her sequence, she was assigned under Li Ling's command as a temporary member of the reserve squad. Also akin to Zhong Li, Yun Gui had concealed her sequence upon joining, and it wasn't until the training concluded, just before she departed from the reserve squad, that Li Ling learned of her true sequence. As for Yun Gui's current position, aside from being part of the Tiangong Jia, Li Ling was unaware of any further details. The disparity in their ranks was too vast. Even as a former captain, Li Ling no longer had the authority to access her information. However, Yun Gui was known for her strong sense of loyalty. Upon hearing that the higher-ups regarded Zhong Li as a suspect, she took it upon herself to ensure Do Kai Kai brought Zhong Li directly out. This meant that if Zhong Li were indeed the perpetrator behind the deaths of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che, Yun Gui would bear full responsibility. So that was the case. After Li Ling's narration, Zhong Li felt himself drifting towards slumber, but he still had one lingering question. Captain, do you know what Mianjia means? Mianjia. Where did you come across that? It was on the chests of those two mighty cat masters. Ah, that is currently irrelevant to you. No need to know, come on, tell me. It will eventually concern me. When Zhong Li pressed for an answer, Li Ling initially hesitated, even pretending to be asleep to avoid the question. Yet, taking advantage of this buoyant spirit, Zhong Li persistently pressed on with his inquiries. After a lengthy exchange, Li Ling finally began to elucidate. The Mian level refers to the hierarchy of strength. Our preparatory squad is comprised entirely of Xian tier members, and it is unlikely that we will ever attain the Mian level in our lifetimes. However, there may be a possibility for you in the future, but that is a consideration for another time. You haven't even mastered walking yet, so why inquire about running? Li Ling remarca lazily. Just getting a head start on my studies. Zhong Li felt himself drifting off to sleep. So what about Do Kai Kai and Yun Gui? What tiers are they? The Tiangong team is at least at the pinnacle of the Huan tier. As for Do Kai Kai, she might be at the Kong tier. As for that girl, Yun Gui, I reckon she is. Before Li Ling could finish, Zhong Li had already succumbed to slumber. Chapter 63. You are the one who crashed into the bird. The following day, when Zhong Li awoke from his slumber, Li Ling had already vacated the room. A message from Li Ling awaited him on his phone. Regarding the matters of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che, there remains a considerable amount of work to be done by headquarters. You may choose to stay in the room for leisure or return on your own. The decision rests with you. Zhong Li, of course, had no intention of departing alone. First and foremost, Li Ling had rendered him a significant favor, and it would be quite impolite to leave without expressing his gratitude. Secondly, Zhong Li found himself financially constrained. The distance to Area 805 was approximately 100 kilometers in a straight line. Even if he would take a taxi, he lacked sufficient funds. and a bus fare would similarly exceed his means. However, remaining idle within the confines of the room offered little amusement. After indulging in a brief nap, Zhong Li resolved to venture outside for a stroll. After all, he was uncertain when he might next have the opportunity to visit this place. With the rune key in hand, he stepped into the corridor, where the opulent decor astonished him once more. Finding himself rather bored, he began to meander through the floor. Due to the abundance of guest rooms, he encountered few people in the hallway. Yet, as he neared the end of his exploration, a girl's voice from one of the rooms caught his attention. "Thank you to the fan club of Baozi Ge for the light stick. Come on, everyone. Type Kai crispy in the public screen to voluntarily join our Kai star mycelium and embrace the spirit of the cat ears. Let us go. Ha ha ha. Yes. Just like that. Kai crispy. Yay." Zhong Li was not eavesdropping intentionally. The volume of the voice was simply too pronounced and unmistakable. He had not even approached the door when the exuberant sounds reached him. Kai star mycelium? Kai glitsby. What on earth? Zhong Li's lips twitched in bemusement, his expression one of utter disbelief. There was no doubt that this was a rather eccentric and overzealous streamer. Yet, in the headquarters of Jiangnan province, was it truly appropriate to have streamers? Moreover, Zhong Li felt an odd sense of familiarity with the voice. "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to the restroom." Following the bizarre fan club light stick ritual, another voice emanated from within. "Never mind. Whether or not there was a streamer here seemed irrelevant to me," Zhong Li thought to himself as he prepared to step away. However, before he could take a single step, the door swung open. The one who emerged was none other than Do Kai, the girl who had brought him out of the conference room the previous day. "What are you doing? Eavesdropping out of boredom?" Meow, her pet, nestled in her arms. Loud a soft sound as well. "Oh no, I was just wandering aimlessly," Zhong Li stammered, his words faltering. Do Kai, in stark contrast to her commanding demeanor before the group of elders, now appeared entirely different. Clad in a delightful monster-themed pajama set, her hair styled in playful twin tails, and adorning her feet were the cutest fuzzy slippers. Zhong Li had seen her twice now, and both times she had chosen not to wear makeup. Yet, even in her natural state, her beauty was extraordinary, rivaling that of Elan or Yao Jiao without any embellishment. As the excitement from the live broadcast flushed her cheeks a rosy hue, she curiously fluttered her long lashes at Zhong Li, asking, wandering aimlessly, "Didn't Sister Yin book you a room? Is it already time to check out?" "No way, it's still early." Do Kai glanced at her wristwatch and shook her head. "It shouldn't be time for you to check out yet. And would Sister Yin really only book for a single day? That seems implausible. Surely it would be for several days in succession. So why are you meandering about? The room must be far more entertaining than the corridor." Zhong Li stood there, bewildered, unable to interject as Do Kai rambled on, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Unsure whether to leave, as she was still speaking, he simply listened to her describe the fun things in the room that he had yet to discover. She went on about how, if he turned right and walked 200 meters downstairs, there was a superb fried rice restaurant known for its delectable fish-flavored shredded pork rice. For a full 5 minutes, Zhong Li remained silent while Do Kai had already escorted him on a verbal tour of the vicinity. That is Sister Kai." After waiting for Do Kai to finish, Zhong Li finally attempted to interject, but was abruptly met with a playful slap on the head from her. "Who are you calling sister? I'm only 17. All right, Sister Kai. Zhong Li stammered, unsure how to express his desire to leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed given her enthusiastic introduction of so many things. Just then, Do Kai seemed to have an epiphany. Her plump lips pouted to one side, cheeks puffed as she stood on her tiptoes, bringing her face close to Zhong Li's. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Yes, Sister Kai, don't you remember? You were the one who brought me out from that office yesterday." Zhong Li awkwardly explained, gazing into the porcelain-like face of Do Kai, who was now scrutinizing him closely. Do Kai squinted, staring intently into Zhong Li's eyes, shaking her head. "Not yesterday." "Huh, not yesterday? Then when was it?" Zhong Li found himself puzzled, recalling that yesterday was indeed their first encounter. When could they have met before? "I remember now. Just as Zhong Li was engulfed in confusion, Do Kai suddenly exclaimed, "You are the one. The one who crashed into the bird. So it was you." Do Sai's expression shifted to one of sheer excitement as she bounced on her short legs, circling Zhong Li multiple times, observing him from head to toe. "I thought there was something familiar about you. So it was you. The one who crashed into the bird." "Ha ha! Crashed into a bird?" Zhong Li was utterly bewildered. What on earth was she talking about? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the incident high in the sky when he had attempted to collide with a swift barn swallow. "How did you know about that?" The moment the memory resurfaced, Zhong Li's eyes widened in surprise. He had clearly seen no one in his line of sight that day. How could she possibly know? "I'm aware that you subsequently sought out that magnificent bird, yet you have yet to locate it. Am I correct?" Do Sai's rosy cheeks were brimming with pride as she proclaimed, "Take a guess. Where has that grand bird flown off to?" "I surmise." Zhong Li blinked, gazing at Do Kai as if she were deserving of praise. "It must have been dealt with by you, senior, correct?" Before Zhong Li could finish his sentence, Do Kai leaned in closer, seemingly oblivious to the question she had just posed. She then presented Zhong Li with a new inquiry. "You are at the line stage, aren't you? Pray tell, how is it that you soar to such extraordinary heights?" The pure and clear gleam in Do Sai's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she added, "I promise I won't tell anyone. I will definitely share." Chapter 64. Silence to her astonishment. Zhong Li never anticipated that she would pose such a question. From her words, it was evident that she had been present at that moment, and it was highly probable that the inexplicable disappearance of the bird was linked to her. Senior Kai, may I first inquire whether it was you who dealt with that bird?" Zhong Li asked. "How rude." Zhu Kai pouted, casting an irritated glance at Zhong Li. "I was the one who asked first. You should respond first." "Oh, well, all right." Zhong Li, compelled by Do Kai's playful yet assertive demeanor, took a step back. She recalled Li Ling's admonition, "No matter how they tested you, you must insist that you're a 1998 honey badger." However, how could a honey badger possibly fly? After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Li conceived a plausible explanation and tentatively spoke. "At that time, I was executing a cleansing mission and encountered that large bird on the rooftop of a tall building, which then lifted me into the sky. What you saw as me colliding with it was not me striking it, but rather me being tossed into the air by it. It collided with me, which may have caused a visual misperception, making it appear to you as though I was the one impacting it." Upon finishing her explanation, Zhong Li cast a somewhat awkward glance at Do Kai. Even she found her explanation a bit far-fetched, for Do Kai had seen her before she made the motion to collide with the bird, rendering her fabrication easily disprovable. "Oh, I see now. No wonder I was puzzled about how someone at your level could fly." Do Kai immediately adopted a look of realization. This revelation left Zhong Li momentarily speechless. Was it truly a coincidence? Did she only witness the instant when Zhong Li lunged at the bird? Then, "Can you answer me now? Was it you who dealt with that large bird?" Zhong Li hastily redirected the conversation. Regardless of the outcome, she had successfully sidestepped her own predicament. Guess. Do Kai did not provide an answer. Instead, she mischievously stuck out her tongue before abruptly slamming the door shut, leaving Zhong Li standing at the threshold in a state of bewilderment. "Wait this." Zhong Li stared at the firmly closed door, suddenly feeling as though she had been played. Fortunately, she had kept her thoughts to herself. After blinking awkwardly a couple of times, she turned to leave. Yet, the moment she pivoted, she froze in place. The resplendent corridor and Do Kai's door had vanished. Unbeknownst to her, she had returned to her own room. Throughout this entire process, she had felt no unusual sensations. It was merely a turn that had transported her back to her chamber, as though she had always stood at her own doorstep rather than in the corridor. What the heck is going on? Zhong Li was left utterly dumbfounded. The half-drawn curtains, the disheveled bedclothes from having just gotten up, and the shoes scattered on the floor, along with the solid sensation of her feet on the plush carpet, all served to affirm that this was no illusion. She had indeed returned to her room in the mere act of turning around. This is the sequence ability of Do Kai. Zhong Li instinctively thought of this, as it reminded him of a peculiar sensation he experienced during his last attempt to collide with a bird. He merely closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, The large bird had vanished. This time as well, after blinking twice, he turned around and found himself back in his room. Aside from the fact that it was all a manifestation of Do sight-size abilities, he could not conceive of any other possibility. Since it was indeed Do sight-size power, there was little to fear. However, how was this accomplished? Intrigued, Zhong Li lay on his bed and began to search. Yet, on all conventional search engines, he could find no information related to the Tiangong Jia team. This was hardly surprising, considering it was a national-level team. It would indeed be strange to find information so readily. Had it not been for Li Ling bringing him here, he might not have encountered them for quite some time. Subsequently, Zhong Li habitually opened the anomalous creature forum he frequented. After entering the term Tiangong into the search box, only a handful of results appeared. Fortunately, among these few results, one pertained to the Tiangong Jia. However, it was not an introduction, but rather an ordinary netizen's snapshot accompanied by a few lines of admiration. In the photograph, for individuals clad in dark black and dark gold pattern combat suits were visible, 2 men and 2 women, judging by their physiques. They were entering through the entrance of a high-wall hunting squad, surrounded by troops responsible for maintaining order and members of other hunting teams. Yet in the entire backdrop, only these 4 wore such colored combat uniforms. The others donned dark azure suits with white cloud patterns. Based on the color distinction, the dark azure ones were likely members of the DG hunting team. Upon enlarging the photo, Zhong Li discerned the sequence number on one of the helmets of the Tiangong Jia. Members, 079, quiet, memory. Zhong Li raised an eyebrow. 079 was the sequence number, and quiet was the sequence ability. That much was clear, but what did memory signify? Could it be what Li Ling referred to as sequence classification? After using her ability to return Zhong Li to his room, Do Kai bounced back to her computer. Ignoring the barrage of comments on the screen asking where the host had gone, she clicked the broadcast termination button and ended the stream. Then, unable to contain her excitement, she picked up her phone and dialed. Hello, Yin Jia. Guess what I found out? Hurry, guess. What on earth am I supposed to guess? If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. I'm busy. Yin Gui's cold voice emanated from the phone. She had a knack for taming Do sight-size erratic thoughts and soliloquies. Oh, please don't hang up. Do you remember the handsome guy your senior brought yesterday? The one you told me to retrieve from that old man? Yes, what about it? Yin Gui's tone was devoid of curiosity, akin to indulging a child. I must tell you, he is from the 009 sequence. He said so himself. Moreover, he is the one I mentioned to you last time, the one who collided with the bird. In contrast, Do Kai was exceedingly thrilled. He even took the initiative to showcase his abilities to me. He possesses both telekinesis and conceptual level defense. Upon hearing Do sight-size rapid-fire discourse, Yin Jue fell into an unusual silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. What sequence did you say he is? 009. I can hardly believe it. Do Kai unusually refrained from digressing into her own musings. Another prolonged silence ensued, and Yin Jue spoke again. 009. Then how did you manage to freeze him in the moment he demonstrated his abilities to you? After all, he is merely at the linear stage. It's hard to believe, isn't it? He hasn't even begun to develop his own powers. Just like last time, I effortlessly managed to immobilize him. I've already sent him back to his room, and he should be utterly bewildered right now. Ha ha ha. Chapter 65. The New Year, doll. The voice of Yin Gui echoed once more through the microphone, and she held no doubts regarding Do Kai's assertion that Zhong Li was from the 009 sequence. What astonished her was the revelation that a sequence ability user, designated as 009, was merely at the initial tier. Are you certain? He is only at the initial tier? Yin Gui sought further confirmation. Of course. How could I possibly be mistaken? Do Kai replied with unwavering confidence. In terms of combat strength, he couldn't even surpass the local massage therapist. Just a most ordinary type, akin to the capabilities of a preparatory team member. Zhu Kai not that fati sali. I understand. In the call. Do not disclose this to anyone else. After issuing her directive, Yin Gui promptly terminated the call. 009. Once he leaves the preparatory team, I must find a way to recruit him into our Tiangong Jia. Do Kai's expression radiated excitement. She seemed eager for Zhong Li of 009 to become her ally. After rising, Li Ling made his way directly to the camphor tree investigation team located on the 20th floor. This place was bustling not only with personnel from within the camphor tree, but also with many from the police and military. Under normal circumstances, such a crowd would not be present, but the unexpected deaths of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che had drawn a multitude of investigators to this venue. Captain Wang, have there been any developments? Li Ling approached a busy middle-aged man who was preoccupied and smoking a cigarette. He was the overall commander responsible for the recent attack incident. Captain Wang Ping of the Earthly Branch Ox Team. We have nearly confirmed the anomalous entity that assaulted your 2 team members. It is likely from the Go sequence. Designated as 473, the New Year doll. The man shook his head, his brow furrowing into deep lines. Based on the evidence at the scene and the autopsy results, its strength may have already reached an airborne tier. This is what led to the instantaneous demise of your team members. However, it is perplexing why such a high-tier sequence would suddenly manifest within the walls, and we are still lacking leads. We have also engaged a Tiangong team to commence a search centered around your H05 district, yet there have been no results thus far. The New Year doll. Li Ling's countenance darkened immediately. He had heard whispers of this anomalous entity in certain files. It was known to be a ferocious being ranked between 400 and 500 within the Go sequence. Li Ling was unaware of the specific abilities of the New Year doll, as that knowledge exceeded his clearance. Furthermore, it was inconceivable for such a high-tier sequence entity to infiltrate the walls without detection. Regardless of the presence of the anomalous defense walls or the Tiangong and Earthly Branch teams, especially in a second-tier city like H05, Li Ling pondered these thoughts internally. Our technicians have obtained the detection data from the wall, as well as the entry and exit record from the high wall's entrance, revealing no traces of a year painting doll. Thus, we can tentatively conclude that it did not scale the wall unaided. Captain Wang continued, so it must be. Li Ling already had her own deductions in mind. Indeed, Captain Wang nodded. It is highly likely that someone assisted it in infiltrating, enabling its presence in your H05 area. Furthermore, the individual who aided its entry is most likely from your H05 zone as well. From a behavioral psychology standpoint, it attracted such a high-level anomalous entity, yet refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering civilians, indicating a targeted approach. It only claimed the lives of your 2 team members. Captain Wang took several deep puffs from a cigarette, the flame nearing the filter. We have reason to suspect that this constitutes a terror attack directed at your Broken Spine squad, or perhaps a provocation against the entire camphor tree. Terror attack. Li Ling's pupils constricted as she immediately recalled the earlier explosion at the rental property of Zhong Li, the school-less incursion by anomalous beings, and the nameless man who was ultimately led away by Zhong Li. The common thread woven through all these events was, without doubt, Zhong Li. Even if the year painting doll was not initially drawn by him, the ultimate goal of the organization that brought it over the wall must certainly be Zhong Li. Not only had Li Ling reached this conclusion, but so too had the higher-ups of Camphor Tree, which explained their relentless focus on Zhong Li. We have already commenced our investigation into this terrorist organization. However, they evidently possess formidable professionalism and organization. Following the attack on the 2 team members, they and the year painting doll vanished without a trace. Captain Wang stated, lighting another cigarette off the smoldering end of the previous one. Li Captain, I recognize that you have your own theories, but regardless, the threat posed by this terrorist organization is exceedingly high. Upon your return, all tasks related to the cleansing and search for anomalous beings by your squad are to be temporarily halted. Any signs of disturbance must be reported and handled in conjunction with the nearby Tiangong hunting team and the military. It was evident that the weight of this situation had pushed Captain Wang to his limits. In merely conveying these few statements, he had already consumed half of a cigarette. This is not a cancellation of your squad's duties, but rather a means of safeguarding you. After all, this enemy is not a typical sequence user. It is the Ghost Sequence, 473-year painting doll. The danger level is self-evident. Understood. Li Ling Nudda Sulamli. In this context, for the sake of her teammates' lives and the safety of the civilian populace, she would not recklessly pursue heroics. When one lacks strength and is targeted by hidden foes. Remaining dormant is indeed the wisest course of action. We are also following up on the 2 incidents you previously reported. Although there is reason to suspect they may have been perpetrated by the same group, a direct connection has yet to be established. You may return for now. Should there be any new developments, someone will notify you. As he spoke, Captain Wang finished another cigarette, and, much like before, Lin knew one. Very well. I shall escort Zhong Li back, Li Ling stated, saluting Captain Wang with a precise military gesture before exiting the investigation team's office. After exchanging pleasantries with Yin Kuei, Li Ling departed the headquarters with Zhong Li. On their way back, they found themselves without a helicopter for transportation. However, to their astonishment, just as they debated whether to take a taxi or a bus, a luxurious vehicle, adorned with gilded rims and exuding an aura of opulence, came to a halt before them. The car slightly lowered, revealing a middle-aged man clad in sunglasses and white gloves at the driver's seat, who turned to address Zhong Li and Li Ling. Are you Mr. Zhong and Mr. Li? Our Miss Kai has requested that I escort you home. Please, do get in. Chapter 66. An incident at the base. Miss Kai. As Zhong Li stood before the opulent luxury vehicle, he swallowed hard, his expression stiffening. The image of a young girl clad in fluffy slippers and a charming monster-themed pajama set flickered in his mind. Wasn't she a streamer? How could a streamer in this era possibly earn such riches? In the next moment, he recalled hearing a live-streaming phrase at the door of Do Kai's room. Thank you, dear brother, for the fan club light sign. A streamer who could express such fervent gratitude for a mere fan club light sign must have quite an impressive vehicle, not to mention a dedicated chauffeur. The label of a super-rich second generation enjoying life was instantly affixed to Do Kai in Zhong Li's mind. Please get in the car, the middle-aged man said once more, his tone exceedingly polite. Despite the stark contrast between Zhong Li and Li Ling's humble attire and the magnificence of the car, he displayed no trace of disdain. The vehicle appeared extravagantly luxurious from the outside, but upon entering, its opulence was beyond comprehension. Features like a starlit ceiling, zero-gravity seats, an enormous touchscreen, and world-class audio systems were all standard. Most astonishing was the holographic projection that enveloped the entire cabin, rendering the windows and chassis invisible. In terms of both sight and touch, Zhong Li felt as though he were suspended in space. Captain, isn't your network a tad exaggerated? Huh, not at all. I barely know Do Kai, Li Ling replied, shaking his head, his expression one of bewilderment that rivaled Zhong Li's. You don't know Senior Kai? Then who is? Zhong Li's eyes widened as he stared at Li Ling. If it isn't your connections, could it possibly be mine? The journey of over 100 kilometers took less than 40 minutes. Whether due to the remarkable shock absorption or some other reason, Zhong Li felt as if the vehicle never once paused for a red light throughout the trip. Gentlemen, we have arrived. Please exit the vehicle. The back seat was completely isolated from the driver's compartment, and the chauffeur's voice emanated from the sound system as the car came to a halt. Without needing further instruction, the two immediately opened the doors to disembark, fearing that even a second longer might incur charges. As they stepped out and gazed upon the base of the Broken Spine Squad, Zhong Li felt a wave of disorientation. His recent experiences at headquarters felt like a dream. The elders who had interrogated him, Do Kai, and the elusive Yin Kuei, all seemed like figures from another realm. Captain, something has happened. Just as the vehicle that had brought them back was pulling away, Lu Li rushed out of the base's entrance, limping, her expression fraught with guilt and anxiety, breathless as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. What is wrong? What happened? Speak slowly. Upon seeing Lu Li's distressed demeanor, a shadow of concern instantly clouded Li Ling's face. For Lu Li, the nominal vice captain, to be in such a state, it could only signify a matter of grave importance. Lin Mo. Lu Li, breathless, began to speak in fragmented sentences, her pallor evident. This morning, Lin Mo insisted on dragging Yao Jiao out for barbecue. Yao Jiao, unable to refuse her, accompanied her. There was nothing amiss at first. None of us paid it any mind, but on their return, Yao Jiao was nowhere to be found. Only Lin Mo, her complexion ashen. No matter what we asked, she remained silent, her expression dark, leading us to believe they had quarreled, so we refrained from probing further. However, shortly after Lin Mo returned, the base's alarm began to blare. The alarm? Upon hearing this, Li Ling's countenance changed drastically. As the captain, he understood the implications of the base's alarm better than anyone. Indeed, Lin Mo had released all the containment specimens within the base. By the time Shiryu and I arrived in response to the alarm, it was too late. When we inquired about her motives, she remained uncommunicative. After injuring both Shiryu and me, Lin Mo departed the base with all the contained specimens. Lu Li continued her account. But Li Ling could no longer bear to listen. He instantly activated his jump ability and surged into the base. Heavy Li followed closely behind. As they crossed the threshold of the base, Heavy Li gasped in horror. The entirety of the first floor was strewn with injured research personnel. Some bore mere bruises, while others were gravely wounded, collapsed in pools of blood. The ornamental plants and seating arrangements had been utterly destroyed. The base appeared as though it had been pillaged and slaughtered, a sight most harrowing. The glass door leading to the training area was shattered into fragments. Li Ling stood trembling in the corridor, fists clenched tightly. All the iron doors lining the corridor were flung wide open, with traces, some viscous, others destructive, left by the aberrant creatures extending from within the doors, spreading throughout the entire first floor. It was evident that upon their release, they had unleashed their wrath upon the individuals present here, engaging in indiscriminate attacks before gradually departing. Heavy Li, just as Heavy Li was at a loss for how to proceed, when Yu's anxious voice rang out nearby. She was kneeling on the ground, using her honey and ability to excrete a gel-like substance to treat the injured. Little Mo left with those creatures not long ago. We can still catch up if we hurry. Her voice was tinged with desperation. I cannot believe she would do such a thing. Hurry, bring her back. I implore you. The loss of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che, the sudden disappearance of temporary member Yao Jiao, Lin Mo's unexpected act of betrayal and her assault on Lu Li and Shiryu, the captain's departure with Heavy Li to a place unreachable due to special circumstances. This sequence of events was nothing short of catastrophic for the usually gentle Wen Yu. She is managing to maintain her sanity and continue treatment, but it is merely an act of sheer willpower. Please bring Xiao Mo back. I implore you. Zhong Li. Wen Yuan's words pierced through Zhong Li's heart like 1,000 needles. With Shiryu and Lu Li injured, Captain Li Ling is duty-bound to guard the base against a potential second assault. Now, the only one capable of venturing out to retrieve Lin Mo and Yao Jiao is none other than Zhong Li. Very well. Wait for me. Zhong Li, with a dark expression, turned away and donned his combat helmet. He no longer cared about revealing his true sequence in front of his comrades. With 2 swift strides, he soared into the sky at an astonishing speed, regardless of the instigator behind it all, who has already caused the deaths of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che, and now targets Lin Mo and Yao Jiao. You shall face death. Zhong Li had never felt such fury before. Chapter 67. Heart of a Viper. Zhong Li recollected that the exquisite barbecue restaurant Lin Mo had mentioned was situated right beside his school. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the food street. Although he was familiar with the area, financial constraints had prevented him from visiting in the past. Upon his arrival, he found the entire street devoid of any patrons, not due to the hour being too early for dining, but rather as if it had been cleared of all life. As he strolled down the pedestrian street, he could even see steam rising from some hot pot restaurants, still bubbling with warmth. The tables and chairs lining the street were left in disarray, suggesting that the diners had hastily departed due to some unforeseen event. These peculiar sights led Zhong Li to surmise that some extraordinary transformation had occurred here, resulting in Yao Jiao's disappearance and Lin Mo's betrayal. But which barbecue restaurant had Lin Mo referred to? The sheer number of establishments offering barbecue made it impossible to ascertain where he had taken Yao Jiao, based solely on the description of it being delicious. After delving deeper into the desolate pedestrian street for a couple of 100 meters, 2 familiar figures emerged before Zhong Li. The young man possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, and his smile bore resemblance to that of a girl. The young woman, however, was someone Zhong Li would never forget. Yang Si Yu. What are you doing here? The sudden appearance of Yang Siyu filled Zhong Li with an ominous premonition. Last time, Yao Jiao had humiliated Yang Siyu to extricate herself from a predicament, and now Yang Siyu reappeared in the very location of Yao Jiao's disappearance. It was inconceivable that these two events were unrelated. Even more perplexing was Yang Siyu's choice to don a peculiar mask. To call a mask was somewhat misleading, for it was excessively large, nearly obscuring her entire face, leaving only her eyes and forehead exposed. Were it not for his intimate familiarity with her demeanor, Zhong Li might have failed to recognize her entirely. Why can't I be here? Yang Siyu retorted coldly. Is it only permissible for your little wife to enjoy barbecue here? Am I not allowed? Is this pedestrian street owned by you? The weight of her words struck Zhong Li with alarm. Indeed, she was behind this. Furthermore, Lin Mo and Yao Jiao were likely mere bait. Her true aim was to lure him out, stop wasting time with him, eliminate him, and bring back the powerful sequence within him to the termites. A figure beside Yang Siyu, a white-tailed deer, chuckled, casting a gaze at Zhong Li that resembled one directed at a lifeless corpse. Wati! Zhong Li was momentarily taken aback. How did he know about the sequence within him? But there was no time for contemplation. As the masked Yang Siyu charged toward him with astonishing speed, Zhong Li's heart raced once more. Yang Siyu's pace was unnaturally swift, and her movements were anything but ordinary, clearly indicating that she had awakened some extraordinary abilities. In a mere fraction of 2 seconds, Yang Siyu's high heel ruthlessly descended upon Zhong Li's crown. Her velocity far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, yet it paled in comparison to Zhong Li, who had already reached 30 of his progress. Evading Yang Siyu's onslaught was a trivial task, yet it did not diminish Zhong Li's astonishment. You have awakened? Why? This inquiry was not only a reprimand aimed at Yang Siyu for her actions against Yao Jiao and Lin Mo post-awakening, but also a query as to why someone like her was afforded the opportunity to awaken. What? Is this so surprising? Which law dictates that I, Yang Siyu, cannot awaken? As Yang Siyu spun rapidly in the air, one leg touched down while the other, propelled by immense kinetic energy, was poised to strike Zhong Li's head. It was evident that each of her blows was intent on lethal consequence. However, to Zhong Li, her attacks bore no difference from slow motion, easily evaded with minimal effort. Out of respect for your humanity, I offer you a chance. Zhong Li remarca, deftly sidestepping while asserting, hand over Yao Jiao and disclose what you have done to Lin Mo, and I assure you, I will allow you to leave unharmed. Before Zhong Li's words could fully resonate, Yang Siyu's foot descended once more, not landing directly as before, but rather slicing horizontally across Zhong Li's neck. To hell with you. Yang Siyu's tone left no room for negotiation. Her intent was clear, to eliminate Zhong Li. Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zhong Li leaned back, effortlessly dodging this deadly strike. When he turned his gaze back to Yang Siyu, malice was evident in his eyes. Seizing the moment while Yang Siyu's leg remained airborne, Zhong Li stepped forward, ensnaring her standing leg with his ankle. With a swift motion, he thrust her aside. Ah! Yang Siyu cried out, her body uncontrollably tilting to one side. Pardon me, but you were the one who initiated this murderous intent. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhong Li swung his fist towards Yang Siyu's head, still in the midst of her fall. Just as his fist was about to connect, a peculiar, sinister smile curved at the corner of Yang Siyu's eye. Oh no! A wave of dread enveloped Zhong Li. He hastily retracted his fist, exerting all his strength to pivot his body. In that fleeting moment, a small gap opened at the mouth of the strange mask adorning Yang Siyu's face squirt. A sound akin to a spray bottle being gently pressed resonated. Something was propelled toward Zhong Li. The next instant, a sharp snap. Yang Siyu, her balance compromised, collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhong Li had already distanced himself, executing several swift dodges the moment the faint spray sound echoed. What was that? Even with his rapid reflexes, Zhong Li could distinctly feel a searing pain emanating from his throat. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness washed over me, reminiscent of the disorienting experience of taking my first deceptive puff of smoke as my vision blurred and my stomach churned with nausea. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that you would be so swift. Observing the already dizzying Zhong Li, Yang Xiu rose triumphantly from the ground, casting a fierce glare at Zhong Li and declaring, "But encountering this is sufficient. You shall await your demise here, you despicable man." Ha! Standing not far away, the white-tailed deer, having witnessed the entire spectacle, allowed a derisive chuckle upon hearing Yang Xiu's words, seemingly mocking her arrogance. A woman with a heart as cold as a serpent's is often both vile and foolish. Merely one of Zhong Li's abilities is already capable of rivaling the false affiliation of a termite. Is this level of sequence something a mere little taipan snake could vanquish? He then turned to gaze at the manhole cover at the entrance of a nearby barbecue shop, pondering whether this brief moment would suffice for you. Chapter 68. Termite. Beneath the heavy iron manhole cover lies a labyrinth of intricate underground pipes. At this moment, a thick, incongruous iron door stands ajar. Inside the headquarters of the cypress moth, only two figures occupy the space. The termite, his eyes tightly shut and beads of sweat trickling down his brow, is exerting his ability of false belonging. Before him, the missing Yao Jiao kneels on the ground, her face contorted in anguish. How infuriating. How could this be possible? What force has ensnared your thoughts? The termite's lips quiver as he struggles to articulate his thoughts. False belonging is the sequence ability he employs to manipulate the minds of all cypress moth members. Lacking any combat prowess himself, he orchestrates terrifying attacks through this very power. The first member of the cypress moth, Yao Jiao, epitomizes the full extent of his abilities. The obedience he implanted within her mind is akin to an indelible mark upon her consciousness. Yet now, this profound mental imprint has utterly failed. Not only has her obedience faltered, but even the most basic influence has slipped from his grasp. After orchestrating Lin Mo to bring Yao Jiao here, the termite quickly deduced that this was the doing of Zhong Li. Yet, no matter how fervently he strives, he cannot reclaim Yao Jiao through false belonging. If the termite's ability is a mental brand, then the force controlling Yao Jiao's thoughts resembles an unyielding strand of DNA. Regardless of his efforts, he cannot shift it even a fraction. His second hypothesis suggests that severely wounding Zhong Li might disrupt that force's existence, granting him a fleeting opportunity to invade with false belonging. It is evident from Yao Jiao's current demeanor that Yang Xiu and the white-tailed deer have successfully injured Zhong Li above. Yao Jiao remains kneeling under control. Yet, this is where his influence ends. The termite is still powerless against the force that dominates her. With an exasperated thud, the termite finally concedes defeat, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. Simultaneously, Yao Jiao also falls, the clash of powers in her mind draining her vitality. However, the fallen termite displays no sign of a vanquished spirit. Instead, he erupts into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! How fascinating, utterly captivating. Ha ha ha! Chen Huangjin, you have truly procured something remarkable. Ah! The chilling, sinister laughter reverberates through the iron door, echoing within the labyrinthine sewers, gradually transforming into a low, devilish murmur as if emanating from the depths of hell. Zhong Li, no matter what that sequence of yours may be, I shall claim it. With a gradually frenzied expression, the termite slowly raises his phone to his ear. Come down, lift the hummingbird up. We retreat. Did it not succeed? The voice of the white-tailed deer crackles through the phone. No, but it has become irrelevant. Let us keep Zhong Li alive and proceed according to the original plan. Hey. All right, 10 minutes later. Jiao. Wake up. The unconscious Yao Jiao was gently roused by Zhong Li. The hard ground beneath her and the blinding sunlight quickly restored her memories. Sister Jiao, come with me to that barbecue place, will you? Everyone else says they're not in the mood. Please accompany me. Uncle, I brought the person. What is next? Release all those ghastly things you have confined in your base. We cannot proceed without some smoke bombs. Understood. Should I call you Hummingbird or Yao Jiao? What exactly is swirling in your mind? Huh. Jiao took a deep breath, abruptly sat up, and gazed into Zhong Li's eyes, which were filled with disbelief. Zhong Li, Lin Mo has been controlled. She is under the influence of the termite. She has lost her own thoughts. What? Zhong Li, puzzled, helped Jiao sit down on a chair. What do you mean she is under the influence of the termite? Who is the termite? I don't know. Jiao recalled the face of the man in her memories, but could not conjure any relevant recollections. He referred to himself as the termite. His ability seems to be controlling people, and Lin Mo has indeed been manipulated by him. Upon this realization, Jiao immediately became anxious, grasping Zhong Li's arm tightly. I remember he instructed Lin Mo to release all those things confined in the base. You must hurry and inform Captain Li. Be cautious of Lin Mo. Sigh. Zhong Li gently covered Jiao's hand and wearily sat across from her. We returned late, and she has already released everything. Sister Lu and Brother Shirtu have been injured, along with many from the research team. Jiao, what does this termite look like? An instinct told Zhong Li that Lin Mo's sudden betrayal, the explosion at the rental apartment, and the polar bear attack must all be orchestrated by this so-called termite. After all this time, a clue regarding the true culprit finally surfaced. Jiao supported her head, straining to recall the vague image of that man. He appeared quite ordinary, resembling a small businessman, with nothing particularly distinctive about him. His face bore no recognizable features whatsoever. After much contemplation, Jiao ultimately shook her head. Aside from that strange ability and his ordinariness, she could provide no further description. How could this be? Zhong Li lowered his head, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. After all the effort to uncover a lead, could it simply vanish? Wait a moment. Just then, Jiao seemed to have had a sudden realization. Seizing Zhong Li's arm, he has a certain scent, a very familiar scent. Scent? What scent? Zhong Li immediately became excited. Any clue, no matter how minuscule, is invaluable. That scent reminiscent of Jiao slowly lifted her gaze towards a nearby barbecue restaurant. The aroma of raw meat and marinades wafted from the kitchen. Zhong Li followed Jiao's line of sight. It was a barbecue establishment of moderate size. Yet the number of tables and chairs outside far exceeded those of neighboring venues. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhong Li promptly picked up his phone and dialed. Captain, we have located the barbecue restaurant that Lin Mo mentioned, renowned for its delectable offerings. This must be their stronghold. Please alert the military. Jiao, and I will await your arrival here. Chapter 69. Event Horizon Within Mere Moments. The military captain who had previously dealt with the incident involving Shan Xiao and Jiang Che arrived, accompanied by an elite squad. Is it Zhong Li? Can you verify the intelligence you just provided? The captain inquired, approaching Zhong Li. Among the entire squad, he was the only one without a helmet, and his face appeared considerably more haggard than when last seen a few days prior. Yes, I can confirm. Zhong Li nodded, asserting that the masterminds behind the terrorist attacks were either employees or the owner of this establishment. Excellent. The captain gestured for his team to encircle the area. In the next moment, the entire pedestrian street was effectively cleared, leaving only the soldiers and Zhong Li alongside Jiao. You two should not leave just yet. Follow me. We may require more detailed intelligence from you. The captain signaled to Zhong Li and Jiao, leading them out of the encircled area. What? Zhong Li and Jiao exchanged puzzled glances. They had already surrounded the location, yet instead of launching an immediate assault, they had pulled the two of them away from the perimeter. What was the reasoning behind this? As Zhong Li pondered this, the captain produced a compact communicator from his pocket. Unlike any Zhong Li had seen before, this device was not only small, but also exquisitely crafted, clearly intended for confidential communications. After retrieving the communicator, the captain swiftly pressed a series of numbers before promptly returning it to his pocket. Maintain vigilance. Ensure sufficient space for the Tiangong squad. The captain commanded his soldiers. In less than 10 seconds, all tables and chairs on the street were cleared away. Just as Zhong Li was about to inquire about the unfolding situation, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. Zhong Li and Jiao Jiao looked up to see several dark figures plummeting rapidly from hundreds of meters above. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as the figures landed on the vacant ground. They were 6 individuals clad in dark black combat suits adorned with intricate golden patterns, their helmets matching in color. Only at the jawline of their helmets were their respective serial numbers and abilities inscribed in gilded lettering. Outer perimeter secure, ready to provide fire support at any moment. Before Zhong Li could examine the scene further, the military captain bellowed again. "Yes, sir." All soldiers immediately formed a circular perimeter around the street, their weapons aimed squarely at the barbecue establishment. Zhong Li recognized the combat uniforms. They belonged exclusively to the Tiangong squad. This meant that the 6 individuals before him were part of one of the elite teams within humanity's top-tier combat forces, the 10 Heavenly Gans. However, a new doubt surfaced in Zhong Li's mind. Even if the termite were indeed the mastermind behind the so-called terrorist organization, was it truly necessary to deploy an entire Tiangong-level squad? It is worth noting that even when venturing beyond the walls to hunt, it is often only half a squad that ventures out. The appearance of a complete Tiangong team instilled an ominous premonition within Zhong Li. This situation might be far more complex than simply a termite. His skepticism stemmed from the fact that Li Ling had not shared with him the conclusions drawn by Captain Wang of the investigation department. Unbeknownst to him, the termite had already established a connection with the sequence 473 year painting doll, which had been responsible for the deaths of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che. The emergence of such a high-level sequence as 473 within the anomalous defensive wall was sufficient for the government to initiate a Level 1 combat readiness. However, due to the lack of precise information regarding 473's location and movements, and to avoid alarming the populace or triggering panic, the government refrained from executing a mass evacuation. Buzz, one member of the Tiangong team, upon landing, immediately raised his left hand, and after a piercing buzz, 6 shadowy figures vanished from the sight of all present. In that instant, everything Zhong Li could perceive was frozen in the wake of the buzzing sound. It was as though the entire space ahead had been solidified. The air, scattered debris, dust, and even the dishes on the tables that trembled from the impact of the 6 figures, all were suspended, resembling a still photograph. "Captain, what is this?" Zhong Li could not suppress his curiosity any longer and inquired of the military captain beside him. "I do not know either. Our orders were simply to maintain vigilance at the scene upon receiving a lead for the Tiangong squad. As for which squad has arrived, or what abilities they employ, that is not information I am privy to," the captain replied, shaking his head before turning to establish a perimeter outside the pedestrian street. Rustle, rustle. Just as the captain departed, an electronic sound heralding a signal connection resonated in Zhong Li's combat helmet. The next moment, a soft female voice emerged in his ear. "Is this Zhong Li?" "Hello, I am Zhang Qinyu, the captain of the Tiangong Event Horizon Squad." "Hello." Zhong Li was taken aback by the voice that reached his ears. This helmet, meant solely for internal squad communication and military contact, had connected with such ease. The electrical sound preceding her voice indicated she had forcibly intervened using her abilities. "We have located the underground nest. Please provide relevant intelligence." The tone of the female voice was remarkably official, devoid of arrogance or disdain. I merely reported it. The discovery was not mine." Zhong Li stammered, removing the helmet from his head and handing it to Yao Jiao. Once Yao Jiao donned the helmet, Zhong Li could no longer ascertain the content of their conversation. Only a few seconds had passed when Yao Jiao, with a grave expression, removed her helmet and shook her head at Zhong Li. "What have you found?" Zhong Li inquired anxiously. "Aside from the already emptied nest, we have discovered nothing else." Yao Jiao sighed as she returned the helmet to Zhong Li. In the next moment, the previously stagnant space resumed its normal state, and the 6-member team vanished. Their departure a mystery. The subsequent collection of clues and subsequent containment would now fall to the military's responsibility. Zhong Li and Yao Jiao shared all the intelligence they possessed with the military commander, including details about Yang Xiu, who possessed venomous saliva, and the white-tailed deer, known for its exceptional environmental awareness. "Let us depart. Zhong Li said to Jiao after recounting all the leads. Although Lin Mo has yet to be located, this journey has not been in vain. At the very least, we have gained some insight. Chapter 70. The Little Kitten. The existing evidence suggests that Lin Mo did not betray voluntarily. Rather, she was under the control of the termites, having lost her subjective consciousness. This realization, in fact, facilitates the search, especially considering she had escaped with numerous anomalous creatures from the containment facility. If all goes as anticipated, she should be where the disturbances arise in the city. Indeed, Zhong Li's deductions proved accurate. Shortly after they departed from Snack Street, the voice of a military communicator echoed in their helmets. 1998 Honey Badger, please respond, please respond. Honey Badger acknowledges, please proceed. Zhong Li replied promptly. H05 District, North City. Social Worker Community, Sequence 11474. Little Kitten, urgent assistance required. The communicator's message was abruptly cut off. It was evident that, akin to the previous incident, anomalous creatures were manifesting throughout the city. Zhong Li exchanged a glance with Jiao. After a mutual nod, they set off towards the social worker community. The originally cohesive spinal column team responsible for maintaining the entire H05 district had suffered significant losses. Apart from the temporary duo of Jiao, and Zhong Li, alongside the team leader Li Lu, who was tasked with guarding the base, only 2 members remained. The injured mantis Lu Li and wild boar Yu. Under the treatment of Wen Yuan, they should have regained some combat capability, yet their numbers were perilously few, while the escapees among the anomalous creatures were numerous. The military's main forces were preoccupied with the Event Horizon team, pursuing the Year Painting Doll and the leaders of a terror organization. Until reinforcements arrived, they could not attend to the weaker, anomalous beings. Therefore, both Zhong Li and Jiao had to take action, whether to locate Lin Mo or to eradicate the anomalous creatures. Upon reaching the plaza in front of the social worker community, they found it teeming with people, predominantly elderly individuals and children freshly released from kindergarten. With the assistance of community security and police, they had all evacuated from the premises and gathered here, providing Zhong Li and Jiao with the maximum possible support. Yet at that moment, the gaze of the crowd was not directed towards their would-be saviors, but rather fixated on the large screen at the front of the plaza. This screen, typically employed for community notices or evacuation alerts, now displayed a singular message. The spinal column team has betrayed us, allying with the anomalous creatures. Should we truly entrust our personal safety to them? The instant Zhong Li beheld those words, his pupils constricted. There was no doubt that this was the work of the termites. However, did this not seem rather foolish? An ambiguous statement devoid of evidence or source, attempting to sow discord between the populace and the empowered? Such simplistic machinations were hardly clever. Despite the peculiarity of the situation, Zhong Li and Jiao did not linger unnecessarily. After conferring with the community police to ascertain the location of the anomalous beings, they proceeded into the social worker community. Building 6, Units 1 to 3, were filled with cats. This was conveyed to Zhong Li by the police officer, approaching Building 6 with a sense of vigilance. Before they even reached the entrance, the two already heard a multitude of mewing from numerous kittens. The sound of a single kitten is a soothing melody, yet when countless kittens cry in unison, it transforms into an unsettling cacophony. Upon reaching the stairwell of the building, Zhong Li felt as though he had arrived at the very gates of hell. The chorus of meows blended into a haunting wail reminiscent of tormented souls from the underworld, sending shivers down his spine. Just as he was about to step inside, Jiao grasped his arm, her expression serious as she remarked, "Is there enough space in the facility to accommodate so many cats? This number seems rather peculiar, doesn't it?" Zhong Li nodded, acknowledging her concern. He too had realized that the sounds echoing from this corridor suggested there were at least hundreds, if not thousands, of tiny felines. When considering the other 2 corridors, the total would be astronomical. The length of the reception corridor in the facility was merely a few dozen meters, and there were only a handful of cells. Even if each cell were to house a kitten, it could not possibly contain such a terrifying number. Clearly, This sound was intended to confuse. After some contemplation, Zhong Li reached a preliminary conclusion. There was a high probability that this overwhelming sound emanated from a singular, anomalous creature. This creature utilized its unique abilities to produce sounds resembling countless kittens, thereby creating chaos and misleading everyone's judgment, leading the police officer to mistakenly conclude that the entire Building 6 was filled with cats. Regardless, they had to proceed. One step at a time, Zhong Li grasped Yao Jiao's arm and slowly ventured down the corridor. Whether it was a single cat or a multitude, they had to enter. However, the courage that propelled Zhong Li forward stemmed from the prior information disclosed by military personnel regarding the sequence. 11,474 kittens. The sequence was not particularly high, and the potential threat was minimal. At most, it was comparable to that of a mimic octopus. Thus, he felt relatively unconcerned. Upon ascending to the first floor, he distinctly heard the sounds of claws scratching at the doors on either side of the staircase. Moreover, the cadence from the doors was entirely different. When one side was frantic, the other would slow down. When one side howled, the other would immediately retreat. It sounded as if two cats were engaged in a playful interaction across the door. Strangely, however, during the evacuation, the residents had failed to close the main doors, meaning that these two doors were now slightly ajar. Though the gap was small, it was certainly wide enough for a cat to slip out. Yet, the cats behind the doors showed no intention of emerging. They merely continued to interact with their cries and scratching. Zhong Li cautiously advanced, instinctively shielding Yao Jiao behind him. Ready for any potential confrontation, he reached for the doorknob. Then, taking a deep breath, he forcefully swung the door open. Just as Zhong Li had imagined, there was no little cat behind it. Instead, it revealed an utterly ordinary old house. However, the sounds of meowing and scratching at the door did not cease with Zhong Li's action. On the contrary, those sounds seemed to have migrated into the interior of the house. It was as if the very cat that had been clawing at the entrance had dashed inside the moment the door opened, continuing its relentless scratching and wailing. Following the echoes of the meows, Zhong Li ventured further into the house and opened another door to a room. Unsurprisingly, just like before, there was still no sign of any feline presence within. Meow, rustle. As the door swung open, the meowing abruptly shifted to the adjacent room. This was nothing short of psychological torment. Zhong Li furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is no mere kitten. It is far more enigmatic than S.C. Char Dinger's cat." Chapter 71. Searching for the cat? How effortless. There is no need to revisit that door. It is certain that no cat resides within. The preliminary characteristics of the kitten have been deduced by Zhong Li. It produces sounds reminiscent of illusions to entice individuals into a perpetual search. From this trait, Zhong Li has also inferred its likely method of attack, probable cat-like cries that induce madness through psychological contamination. To confirm the accuracy of this deduction, a simple inquiry will suffice. Zhong Li pressed the helmet and activated the team as communication. "Lujia, are you there? This is Zhong Li. Please respond if you can hear me." After a brief moment, the breathless voice of Lu Li echoed in his ear. "Yes, what's the matter?" "Lujia, I am currently at the social workers community, dealing with the kitten. I would like to inquire about its sequence abilities and method of attack." Indeed, since the kitten escaped from the containment cell of the Broken Spine team, it must have been a defeated adversary of theirs. To discern its specific capabilities, it would be more prudent to directly consult the seasoned Lu Li from the Broken Spine team rather than speculate here. The kitten, let me think. Go away. It was evident that Lu Li was entangled with something, yet the battle did not seem overly fierce, as she could still think and reminisce amidst the fray. "I remember now. The kitten is one I captured long ago with Shiryu. It possesses minimal combat abilities. However, it is quite bothersome, as its diminutive form allows it to conceal itself in small corners. Before you find it, it replicates its movements within a radius of several hundred meters, and if you cannot endure it, you will easily succumb to madness. I cannot discuss this further. I am in a bit of a predicament." As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, she abruptly ended the communication. Upon hearing her description, Zhong Li's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Hidden away in a small corner, evading detection. How fittingly it embodies the essence of kitten. although he now comprehended its abilities and characteristics. Locating a kitten concealed in a corner would not be an easy task. Should he employ Buddha's voice? That would indeed allow him to effortlessly command all doors to open, revealing whether a cat lies within. Yet Yao Jiao Jiao is still nearby. Should he reveal his true sequence before her? Zhong Li found himself in a quandary. Based on their recent interactions, it was evident that Yao Jiao Jiao was a trustworthy ally. Even if he divulged the truth, it should not pose a significant issue. Jiao Jiao. Zhong Li resolved to candidly share with Yao Jiao Jiao. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Yao Jiao Jiao had already approached the door from which the cat sounds emanated. Then, to Zhong Li's bewilderment, she reached out to touch it. Buzz! The instant her palm made contact with the door, a rapid vibration reverberated through the air. In the next moment, all the cat sounds within the room vanished without a trace. It was as if a bucket of water had been poured onto a small flame, extinguishing it in an instant. This operation left Zhong Li utterly bewildered. What was this maneuver? After silencing the cat's meows, Yao Jiao Jiao turned her head and looked at Zhong Li with delight. Indeed, it works. Huh? What did you do? What do you mean it works? Zhong Li remained in a state of confusion. With a sweet giggle, Yao Jiao Jiao swept her hair behind her ear, exuding confidence. It's obvious you've never had a cat. When a cat is mewing under the sofa, all you need to do is knock on the sofa to startle it, and it will quiet down. Ah, is that so? Zhong Li's expression resembled someone who had been enlightened, yet remained perplexed. He had, of course, never owned a cat before joining the camphor tree. His part-time wages barely covered rent and food, leaving no spare funds for a pet. Of course, Yao Jiao Jiao proudly placed her hands on her hips. With that knowledge, catching a cat will be a breeze. In the following 10 minutes, Zhong Li witnessed the extent of Yao Jiao Jiao's mastery over her abilities for the first time. No matter which floor they ventured to, she would not need to enter a room to investigate. Merely extending her hand to the wall at the door, she could instantly silence the cat's cries inside, and, through the vibrations, discern whether there were any living beings within. Some rooms contained small pets like hamsters or birds, but these did not significantly hinder their search progress. A brief glance sufficed. In other rooms, where no signs of life were detected, they would leave immediately after silencing the meows. Before long, the two had searched every nook of the first unit, silencing all the cat sounds throughout the floor, yet they had not located the little kitten. The second unit, the third unit. Following the same method as the first, Yao Jiao Jiao used her vibrations to silence all the meows. The entire building returned to tranquility. However, regrettably, they still did not find the little kitten. Just as Zhong Li began to feel disheartened and questioned whether the kitten was even in the building, Yao Jiao Jiao suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh dear, how foolish of me. What are we searching for in this building? This noise has completely bewildered me. Zhong Li, let us head to the rooftop. Before Zhong Li could inquire about what she had just realized, Yao Jiao Jiao had already grabbed his hand and dashed back into the building. I forgot. Cats adore high places. I was so distracted by the noise that I didn't think of this sooner. It must be on the rooftop. Let us not let it escape. The two moved swiftly, bounding up the stairs with remarkable speed. Bang! They flung open the rusted iron door leading to the rooftop, revealing an old terrace cluttered with various clothes and sheets. Meow! A soft, plaintive meow echoed from a corner. Following the sound, they spotted an exceedingly beautiful little cat, no longer than 20 centimeters, curled up in that very spot. Wow! Is this it? What an adorable little kitten! Yao Jiao Jiao, a true cat enthusiast, was instantly captivated by the kitten's beauty and instinctively approached it. However, just as she came within 2 meters of the little feline, Zhong Li distinctly sensed an unusual aura of menace emanating from the creature. It was deliberately playing cute, luring humans with its charm, only to strike with lethal intent. Oomph! Zhong Li let out a cold snort. In her mind, a voice of tranquility gently whispered, "Remain still, curled up just like this, and allow her to caress you." Chapter 72. Crisis of Trust. As the small kitten prepared to pounce on Yao Jiao Jiao, the effects of the Buddhist chant at 30 containment progress took hold of it. In an instant, it was rendered immobile. He. Little creature, still wishing to leap at me? Yao Jiao discerned the kitten's intent, but remained oblivious to the subsequent control exerted by Zhong Li. Approaching, she cradled the obediently curled-up kitten in her arms and tenderly stroked its fur. Meanwhile, Zhong Li was wholly engrossed in using the Buddhist chant to control the kitten, unable to pay heed to the sweet expression gracing Yao Jiao's face. Although he had successfully managed to directly control such an anomalous creature, it was evident that he was still not entirely at ease. The kitten, nestled in Yao Jiao's embrace, appeared docile. Yet only Zhong Li could sense its desperate struggle to break free from the grip of the Buddhist chant. Shall we proceed? Since we have captured it, we can simply return it to the base's holding cell, correct? After a moment of petting the kitten's head, Yao Jiao turned to Zhong Li. Zhong Li forced a casual tone. Internally, he felt a twinge of disappointment, for although they had caught the kitten, no leads regarding Lin Mo had materialized. Sensing the unease within Zhong Li, Yao Jiao gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. The military and the Tiangong squad have yet to report any news, which means she hasn't engaged in any rash actions for the time being. We still have time." Zhong Li nodded as he prepared to leave. The image of Wen Yu's despairing expression lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. In a certain sense, all of this might have stemmed from him. If they failed to locate Lin Mo this time, let us allow everyone in the community to return home. At least the issue of their forced evacuation has been resolved, hasn't it? Yao Jiao interrupted his thoughts just in time, extending her hand to lead him toward the stairway down. Before long, they arrived at the plaza outside the community. However, to their astonishment, they were met not with cheers or welcomes, but rather with disdainful glares from the majority present, including the officer who had previously provided the kitten's location. "What is happening?" Yao Jiao whispered, feeling a strange tension in the air. "I don't know. Could it be?" Zhong Li immediately recalled the message displayed on the plaza screen before they entered the community. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to the large screen, now dark and dim. "Everyone, please return home. Yes, it's time to go home." Just as the crowd regarded Zhong Li and Yao Jiao with peculiar eyes, creating an awkward standoff, the community security personnel and the officer broke the silence, commencing the dispersal of the crowd. The residents swiftly moved, orderly making their way back into the community. However, what is peculiar is that the route they took deliberately circumvented Zhong Li and Yao Jiao. It is uncertain whether they were apprehensive of the seemingly innocuous cat in Yao Jiao's possession, or if they simply harbored unease towards the two of them. What could be the reason? As the crowd began to disperse, Yao Jiao turned back with dissatisfaction, addressing the throng. "Why is it that after we assisted in dealing with the anomalous creatures, we feel as if we have committed a wrongdoing? What does this mean?" The ambiguity was indeed perplexing. Zhong Li's confusion was no less than hers. "Well, we must extend our gratitude to you," he remarked. As their bewilderment mounted, a police officer who had been dispersing the crowd approached them. His expression conveyed a mix of reluctance and awkwardness, reminiscent of a person thanking a sworn enemy for saving their life. After speaking, he, like the residents, prepared to sidestep Zhong Li and Yao Jiao and depart the scene. Yet, Zhong Li was not inclined to let him leave in such a haze. After all, this reaction was undeniably bizarre. "Excuse me, officer. May I ask you a few questions?" Zhong Li called out. He was merely a university student. While this officer appeared to be in his 50s, so addressing him as uncle was entirely appropriate. To show respect, Zhong Li even removed his combat helmet. "Ah, what is it?" The officer, clearly uncomfortable, turned around nonetheless. "I would like to inquire. What is going on? Why does it seem as though everyone is somewhat afraid of us? Have we done something wrong?" The officer, upon hearing Zhong Li's question, suddenly shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting between Zhong Li and the residents. It was evident that he was torn about whether or not to respond. After much contemplation, the officer finally set aside his reservations, sighing deeply. "Well, it is like this. It turns out that shortly after Zhong Li and Yao Jiao entered the community, the message on the screen vanished, replaced by two videos. One depicted Lin Mo entering the Broken Spine Squad's base and releasing a multitude of anomalous creatures. The other showed Zhong Li in the school cafeteria's kitchen, seemingly casting a spell as he dispatched an elderly man who was infested with tapeworms. Each video was accompanied by a voiceover. Lin Mo's segment stated, "Everyone knows this octopus-like creature, right? I have long suspected her of being abnormal. Indeed, she is not here to protect us common folk. Look, she released so many anomalous beings." Meanwhile, Zhong Li's video narrated the honey badger that recently made quite a stir at school. Everyone recognizes him, right? Oomph. If you are unaware of the honey badger's temperament, you can easily find out online. Indeed, look, he couldn't control himself and resorted to murder. Before the officer could finish his explanation, Zhong Li felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He sensed an unprecedented and powerful conspiracy unfolding. As the words of the officer resonated, all the previously fragmented clues seamlessly coalesced. On that occasion, peculiar yet relatively feeble aberrations began to emerge throughout the city, their purpose to separate the entire Broken Spine team, ultimately leading to the demise of Jiang Che, endowed with dynamic vision, and Shun Xiao, possessing cognitive oversight. With the loss of these two perceptive members, any individual could approach the base undetected. After eliminating Shun Xiao and Jiang Che in a clandestine manner, subtle hints were fabricated to implicate Zhong Li, diverting the suspicions of the Jiangnan provincial headquarters and drawing the most formidable combatant, Li Ling, away from the team. All of this was orchestrated to ensure that Lin Mo could release the contained aberrations and capture clear footage at close range. Ironically, it was Lin Mo, the most peculiar and conspicuous member of the team, who was manipulated by the termites. A mere glance at him would etch his image into one's memory. Ultimately, all the aberrations unleashed by Lin Mo were directed to the most densely populated residential areas, forcing the populace to evacuate and converge in a specific location. Then, just as now, the footage would be made public. The termites' objective was never a mere act of terror. Their true intention was to completely dismantle the trust between the populace and the Broken Spine team. Chapter 73. The Spine-Breaking Squad. Annihilation if my deductions are correct. The first phase of the termites' objective has been accomplished. What lies ahead? A chilling sensation swiftly crawled up Zhong Li's spine, a lurking peril inching closer like a creeping centipede. Lu Li, this is Zhong Li, please respond. With no time to explain to the police officer, Zhong Li turned, grasped Yao Jiao's hand, and hurriedly departed, donning his helmet once more, his voice rising in a desperate roar. Lu Li, respond. Lu Li, sure you. Li Ling. This was the first time Zhong Li had called his teammates by their full names. Yao Jiao, pulled along by him, initially wished to inquire further, but upon hearing the muffled urgency in his voice, she grasped the gravity of the situation and chose to remain silent. Anyone from the Spine-Breaking Squad. Answer me. Zhong Li's pace quickened, his shouts growing louder. He had never yearned so fervently for the voices of his comrades to echo from the helmet. After a few anxious seconds, Lu Li's equally urgent voice reached his ears. What is wrong? Why the rush? Is there a major issue? Following Lu Li, Li Ling and Shiyu's voices chimed in unison. What is going on? Why the urgency? People have an acute sensitivity to their full names. A sudden, loud call of one's name signifies trouble. Everyone, return to the base immediately. Trust me, do not act alone. Return to the base at once. Despite hearing his teammates' voices, the worry in Zhong Li's heart remained unabated, his shouts still hoarse. Huh? Why the sudden shouting? Lu Li's tone held a hint of confusion and discontent. We are currently clearing out the anomalous entities. Why are we being called back? You are all clearing? Liu Li's words momentarily stunned Zhong Li. It dawned on him that Li Ling's voice had indeed just been present in his ears. Shouldn't he be guarding the base? Yes, we are all engaged in the clearance, including the captain. After when Yuan healed the research team, she went out to assist, but she might be facing some difficulties. So she called the captain for help. Shiyu stated nonchalantly, indicating that the anomalies needing to be cleared on his end were relatively simple. When Yuan called the captain away, upon hearing this, Zhong Li instinctively halted his steps. An overwhelming sense of déjà vu and unease enveloped him. First Lin Mo's betrayal, leading to Yao Jiao's abduction. Now, when Yuan had taken the captain away, For reasons unknown, the termites had not targeted Jiao, but what about the captain? With this thought, Zhong Li once again bellowed into his helmet. Captain, immediately distance yourself from Wen Yuan. There is no time for explanations, but trust me, if Wen Yuan and Lin Mo have indeed been ensnared, the captain's predicament would be exceedingly perilous. What on earth? Out of the blue, you bring this up. Before Li Ling could finish his sentence, the communication abruptly severed. Captain, Li Ling, can you hear me? Yet, despite Zhong Li's frantic calls, there was no response from Li Ling Lujia. Are you aware of the location of the captain and Wen Yuan? Without the luxury of emotional adjustment, Zhong Li immediately inquired of Lu Li. I don't know. Our clearance coordinates are solely provided by the military. What is happening? Clarify. Liu Li, seasoned with years of combat experience, had sensed the anomaly. There was no conceivable reason for Captain Li Ling to suddenly lose contact. Either the helmet is malfunctioning, or... Both Zhong Li and Lu Li simultaneously recalled the grim fate of the missing Shun Xiao and Jiang Che. I have identified the true culprit behind the frequent assaults against us, a man known as Termite, who possesses some form of mind control ability. Zhong Li urged Jiao forward, explaining as they ran, Listen, Lu Jia, sure to go. If any anomalous human approaches you. Huh? Before Zhong Li could finish, a perplexed voice from Lu Li interrupted. Young lady, young man, are you all right? Don't worry. I'm a power user from the Broken Spine Squad, here to rescue you. It seemed Lu Li had found 2 trapped victims on the battlefield. Young lady? Young man? Zhong Li immediately envisioned the 2 individuals. He wanted to warn them, but it was too late. A faint hissing sound, reminiscent of a spray bottle, emanated from the helmet, followed by the thud of Lu Li collapsing to the ground. Lu Ye! Zhong Li let out a heart-wrenching roar. Undoubtedly, that hissing was the sound of Yang Xiyu releasing her toxic gas. Zhong Li, I know Lu Li's location. She just informed me, and I've sent you my coordinates as well. Before Zhong Li could contemplate further, Shiyu's voice came through, weak and despairing. They are coming for our squad. Zhong Li, it will be up to you now. Bang! Before Shiyu could finish, a resounding crash of a shattered helmet severed communication between him and Zhong Li. Shiryu. No matter how fervently Zhong Li called, there was no response, just as with Li Ling moments before. How could this be? Zhong Li felt as if all strength had drained from him. Halting his frantic pursuit, he had deduced Termite's intentions with utmost speed, yet the outcome was still tragically delayed. In the most brutal manner, he was forced to listen as one by one, his comrades fell silent within their helmets. Termite! In his heart, Zhong Li roared the name of the Termite, a being he had never encountered before. Yet from this moment forth, the Termite had become the foremost target he yearned to annihilate. Beep! His phone emitted a soft chime. Upon inspection, it was a message from Shiryu, sent before his disappearance, containing the locations of him and Lu Li. After silently noting it, Zhong Li placed the phone aside. Jiao. He slowly removed his helmet. They were all missing. The next step was to rescue them. You are merely a temporary coach invited by Li Ling. You need not accompany me. No, I shall go too. Jiao's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Sister Lu and Captain Li have treated me exceedingly well. I cannot stand idly by in their time of peril. With that, Jiao handed the little kitten to Zhong Li, and the significance was unmistakable. With a swift motion, Zhong Li caught the little kitten and hurled it skyward, relinquishing control of the Buddha sound. Meow! Finally liberated, the little kitten instantly transformed into a gaunt, nearly 2-meter-long cat-like monster, adorned with feline mouths across its entire body, now hovering above Zhong Li's head. I apologize. I had intended to contain you once more, but time is of the essence. As Zhong Li's thoughts shifted, a layer of bronze patterns emerged upon the skin of his left hand. Evil armor. Boom! With a single punch, Zhong Li's arm pierced through the body of the little kitten, an explosion of indistinct flesh and blood erupting from its back as it swiftly succumbed to lifelessness. Its combat prowess was minimal. Before the 30 progression of evil armor, it was as fragile as mere parchment. With a flick of his arm, Zhong Li discarded the carcass aside. This was... Witnessing the stark transformation of Zhong Li's arm, Jiao was momentarily taken aback. This was a power she had never seen him wield. I should have told you sooner. I am no honey badger. I am 009. A being never before observed by humanity. Sequence 009. The face of good and evil, Zhong Li stated with a calm demeanor. Chapter 74. Cannot act alone. Upon hearing Zhong Li's words, Yao Jiao was initially taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of acceptance and relief. No wonder you sometimes seem so peculiar. The ability you wield, akin to a spell, is also 009, isn't it? Zhong Li silanli nudda. He was uncertain about the repercussions of disclosing the existence of 009, yet he chose to place his trust in Yao Jiao. After all, an imminent confrontation with the termite and his team loomed ahead. If he continued to conceal the truth from her and refrained from employing the evil armor Buddha sound, they would be hampered, inevitably affecting their speed in rescuing everyone. Let us go. Take me with you. Since you are so formidable, unleash your full power and defeat them. Yao Jiao cheerfully grasped Zhong Li's arm, playfully sticking out her tongue as she spoke. Zhong Li, filled with gratitude, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he channeled the power of Buddha's sound to the soles of their feet and their garments simultaneously. Wow! Yao Jiao was once again astonished. She felt as though her body were being lifted by puppet strings, gradually ascending to a height of several meters. While she could achieve brief levitation through her vibrational propulsion, it was entirely different from the experience Zhong Li was manifesting. Her own temporary elevation relied on reaction forces and inertia, whereas Zhong Li's ascent resembled true flight. Before she could ponder the mechanics behind this phenomenon, boom, the lifting force beneath them surged, and they shot forth like cannonballs, emitting a sound akin to a sonic boom in the air. Only then did Yao Jiao grasp the sheer velocity at which Zhong Li operated. During their previous training sessions, he had relied solely on his physical capabilities, nearly matching her full-speed hummingbird agility. However, now that he had fully unleashed his sequence ability, the speed he exhibited was utterly beyond her reach. Is this 009? Yao Jiao had never heard of such a sequence, but she now recognized the vast chasm that separated her from Zhong Li. In a mere few minutes, Zhong Li had transported her to the location indicated by Shiryu, where Lu Li was situated. He had chosen to seek Lu Li first, as she was a combatant without the formidable physique of Shiryu in the event of crisis. It was evident that Shiryu could endure for a more extended period on his own. They arrived at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. From the exterior, Zhong Li surmised the structure might be a remnant from the world before the apocalypse, showing signs of having stood for decades, if not centuries. The windows were entirely shattered, and the walls had crumbled, revealing brittle bricks beneath. Is Sister Lu here? Yao Jiao, regaining her composure after the exhilarating flight, inquired with a serious demeanor. Yes, the location sent by Brother Shi is indeed here, Zhong Li confirmed. Zhong Li's gaze was fixed intently on the warehouse's entrance, ever vigilant for the possibility of foes emerging from within. I'll handle this, Yao Jiao declared. You go save Brother Shi. That will save us time. With that, she began to stride toward the warehouse door. Just then, Zhong Li grasped her arm firmly. No, we cannot act alone at this moment. The termites' plan likely hinges on separating us, allowing them to defeat us one by one. First Lin Mo, then Wen Yuan, followed by the captain, Lu Jie, and the others. Even if it prolongs the rescue, we must not split up and give them an opportunity. Zhong Li's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. All right. Yao Jiao contemplated the situation and realized it was indeed as Zhong Li described. She relinquished her intent to act independently and hastened to join him. The two moved shoulder to shoulder toward the warehouse door. With a creaking groan, Zhong Li pushed open the decaying iron door, peering inside. The concrete floor of the warehouse was overrun with weeds, and a few saplings had sprouted through the cracked cement. However, they had all been severed, indicating a significant battle had transpired here. Lu Ye, are you here? Zhong Li called out tentatively. Suddenly, from the depths of the warehouse came a thunderous sound, as if a heavy object had fallen. Both were startled, turning their heads in unison. The lighting inside the warehouse was not dim, allowing them to clearly see ahead. Across the weed-laden clearing stood several containers, as dilapidated as the warehouse door itself. On top of one of these containers stood 3 figures. Upon seeing their attire, Zhong Li narrowed his eyes, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Each wore oversized parkas identical to those of the Arctic bears, their wide brims obscuring their faces, rendering their features indistinguishable even in the ample light. Are you finally here? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. The figure in the center spoke first, and the voice was hauntingly familiar to Zhong Li. White-tailed deer. How could it be you? The fury within Zhong Li threatened to erupt. Oh, you recognize me? Hey. The white-tailed deer did not seem surprised by Zhong Li's recognition, instead smiling lightly as he lifted the brim of his hat. Senior, should I commend your cleverness or question your foolishness? His gaze was akin to that of a rabid serpent, locking onto Zhong Li from a distance. What do you mean? Zhong Li inquired, yearning to charge forward and rend these 3 into pieces, yet sensing that white-tailed deer's words bore deeper implications. Ha! White-tailed deer suddenly erupted into laughter, laced with derision. Have you never wondered why she was able to return to your side unscathed? The white-tailed deer slowly raised a hand, pointing towards Yao Jiao, who stood beside Zhong Li. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Zhong Li instinctively turned his gaze towards Yao Jiao. Indeed, both Lin Mo and Wen Yuan had been utterly controlled by the termites without any forewarning. Yet Yao Jiao had been absent for such an extended period, yet remained unscathed. A cold sweat instantly trickled down Zhong Li's back. Hummingbird. Oh, hummingbird. The white-tailed deer sneered, descending from the container alongside the others, approaching Zhong Li and Yao Jiao step by step. I do not comprehend why you stubbornly defy the termites' commands to assist those whom you once vowed to annihilate. This so-called camphor tree. However, now that we have reached this juncture, you need not continue the charade, do you? Aid us in eliminating him. The termites are quite intrigued by the sequence within him, Chapter 75. The identity of Yao Jiao in a moment of urgency. Yao Jiao interjected before Zhong Li could respond to the words of white-tailed deer. What termite? I do not know him at all. Her tone was unprecedentedly resolute. If you intend to use such a clumsy excuse to incite discord between us, I advise you to cease this nonsense immediately. It is utterly tiresome. Yao Jiao took a step forward, positioning herself directly in front of Zhong Li, her gaze piercing as she confronted the advancing white-tailed deer. Oh, white-tailed deer scoffed disdainfully. Is this truly your perspective? Do you believe I am attempting to provoke a rift between you? Ha! As he chuckled derisively, he produced a stack of photographs from his pocket and scattered them before Yao Jiao. If you genuinely think that, I suggest you peruse these before speaking further at this moment. White-tailed deer and his companions had approached within 5 meters of Zhong Li and Yao Jiao, but showed no urgency to strike. Zhong Li instinctively lowered his gaze, taking in a multitude of photographs strewn across the ground. Without needing to scrutinize them closely, he recognized the image of Yao Jiao, prominently positioned, clad in a windbreaker, her smile radiating. Behind her loomed a crowd of individuals in oversized windbreakers. The backgrounds of the photos were diverse. Some were taken in restaurants, while others were set in dimly lit spaces. One particular background struck Zhong Li as oddly familiar. It was that of a barbecue restaurant. In that photograph, all the windbreaker-clad individuals were gathered around a table at the restaurant's entrance, laden with an array of skewers and beer. The atmosphere suggested a company team-building event. What on earth are these? Yao Jiao stared in disbelief at the photographs on the ground. None of these memories resided in her mind. Had there been only 1 or 2 images, she might have suspected them to be forgeries. However, the sheer volume, coupled with the fact that each appeared to be taken from her own selfie perspective, rendered any notion of fabrication implausible. As Yao Jiao's mind grappled with confusion, Zhong Li knelt down, gathering the majority of the photographs into a pile. Flipping through them, he soon realized that the images encompassed more than merely team-building snapshots with Yao Jiao and those individuals. A significant number depicted her in various murder scenes, starkly contrasting with the joviality of the previous photos. In these grim settings, her expression bore no semblance of a smile. only a chilling numbness that sent shivers down one's spine. The Yao Jiao captured in these photographs was undoubtedly a professional assassin, and the purpose of these images was likely to fulfill a task requirement. As Zhong Li pondered over the photographs, Yao Jiao also crouched down to collect the remaining images, mirroring Zhong Li's findings. They were either group photos with the windbreaker-clad members or her own selfies taken amidst the harrowing scenes of murder. Zhong Li. These. Yao Jiao's voice began to tremble. She could not recall any memories of having done such things. So what? Zhong Li did not respond to Yao Jiao. Instead, he tossed the photographs back onto the ground and coldly regarded the white-tailed deer. What significance do these images hold for us? Ha. Significance? The white-tailed deer, seemingly taken aback, waved his hand and laughed. Is that even a question? I simply wish for you, Senior, to see clearly what sort of person this woman, who calls you husband, truly is. Ha. Zhong Li scoffed disdainfully. Are you suggesting that she was once part of your group? I have reason to believe that the purpose of the termite taking her was to bring her back to your side. Yet ultimately, that endeavor failed, did it not? As Zhong Li gazed at the photographs, he became aware that these circumstances were entirely dissimilar to Yao Jiao's own memories. Furthermore, he leaned towards the belief that the contents of these photographs represented events that had indeed transpired. In other words, it was highly probable that Yao Jiao's original memories had been altered by some entity, causing her to forget everything that had occurred in the photographs. The extent and depth of this alteration rendered the termite's once prided control capabilities utterly ineffective. This also elucidated the earlier situation in which Yao Jiao had vanished yet reappeared before him unscathed. The termite's control had faltered. Resorting to the current strategy of employing the white-tailed deer-esque words to undermine the trust that remained between the two of them in the Broken Spine Squad. Speaking of memories being altered by some entity, Zhong Li recalled the initial sequence review conducted in the hospital, where the results had been modified to reflect a scene from 1998. Even the key props used during the camphor tree review could be effortlessly altered without revealing any flaws, thus modifying Yao Jiao's memories, rendering the termite unable to penetrate her mind, would surely be a trivial task. A confident smile graced Zhong Li's lips, although he was unaware of when it had occurred. Since Yao Jiao's memories had been personally altered by 009, there was no cause for concern. I am well aware of who she is, and now I also understand what sort of worthless being you are. Zhong Li nonchalantly waved his hand at the white-tailed deer. I comprehend that the contents of these photographs are indeed real, but so what? What can you do? Use a few photographs to sway her away from my side? Zhong Li stared intently into the malevolent eyes of the white-tailed deer, while his hand gently clasped Yao Jiao's, giving it a firm squeeze. This gesture, though devoid of words, bestowed upon Yao Jiao an immense sense of security. Zhong Li seemed to silently convey to her, "Do not think of anything else. I believe in you." Ha. The expression in the white-tailed deer's eyes grew increasingly sinister, revealing an undercurrent of frustration. How could one know without trying? He understood that his attempt at subversion had already met with failure. Yao Jiao is ensnared by the insidious control of the false attribution of the termite ideology, a revelation he gleaned from the very mouth of the termite itself. However, what astonished him was not merely Yao Jiao's passive compliance, but the unwavering conviction of Zhong Li regarding her identity. Yet, this momentary setback quickly dissipated from the depths of his gaze like a fleeting shadow. It was hardly surprising that Zhong Li reacted in such a manner. After all, it was his own capability at stake, and it is only natural for him to possess confidence in himself. Under these circumstances, he resolved to make the painful decision to eliminate the hummingbird and return Yao Jiao to the termite. As his words lingered in the air, the two individuals flanking him began to clench their fists and stretch their necks, preparing for action. What? Kill her? Zhong Li feigned a look of bewilderment, as if he had not heard correctly. You three think you can kill my most beloved coach in my presence? A flicker of delight sparked within Zhong Li's heart. Was this not an opportunity presented on a silver platter? If their intent was indeed to slay him, then retaliating against them would complicate the notion of coexisting between good and evil. Yet, they had volunteered their own intention to eliminate the hummingbird. To protect Yao Jiao, he would dispatch all three of them. The progress gained from such an endeavor would undoubtedly be substantial. Chapter 76. 35 Progress. Do not dwell on the trivial. What is meant to come will arrive. Zhong Li gently patted Yao Jiao's shoulder, rousing her from her daze. As she emerged from her stupor, she looked up at Zhong Li with gratitude, utterly astonished that he continued to place such unwavering faith in her despite the circumstances. Heh! The woman must be eliminated, and the man shall be brought to the termite. Bai Weidu chuckled softly before turning to depart. Stop right there. Zhong Li's furious roar resonated, his voice instantly manifesting a Buddhist aura that enveloped Bai Weidu's attire. You think you can just waltz away after a fleeting moment? Do you truly believe yourself to be an invincible boss, escaping the chaos of the mortal realm? Bai Weidu paused momentarily, realizing he had been ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Before Zhong Li could utter another word, the two individuals who had been preparing to strike lunged into action simultaneously, one toward Zhong Li, the other directly at Yao Jiao. Oomph! You dare approach me? Zhong Li scoffed. You seek death. Bronze patterns surged across his physique, and in an instant, he twisted his waist and unleashed a fist aimed directly at the assailant. This was the 30 progression of the evil armor. Should this blow connect, even a locomotive would find itself stalled today. Yet the adversary contorted his body in midair, evading the lethal strike. Clearly, he was aware of Zhong Li's formidable strength and had no intention of confronting him head-on as the previous polar bear had. Oomph! You dodged that punch. But what of this one? With the evil armor enveloping him, Zhong Li felt a significant surge in his physical prowess. Even as the force of the first punch lingered, it did not hinder him from executing a second strike. Bang! Utilizing the momentum from his initial punch, Zhong Li pivoted and drove his second fist directly toward the assailant's face. This blow, both in terms of velocity and surprise, was unavoidable for the opponent, who had just shifted his form midair. However, just as Zhong Li's fist was about to make contact, a multitude of sharp quills erupted from the assailant's body, transforming him into a spiked sphere in the blink of an eye. Prior to this encounter, Zhong Li had removed his combat helmet, leaving him unable to discern the opponent's sequence based on the helmet's indicators. Yet, judging by the long, thick quills that were black on top and white beneath, it was highly probable that he was not merely a hedgehog, but a far more perilous porcupine. Heh, a porcupine? Apologies, but I am the honey badger that can topple you. Unfazed by the spiky adversary, Zhong Li's fist met those quills with unyielding determination. What a jest! With the 009 evil armor, would he truly fear a creature armed with spines? As the bronze-patterned fist made contact with the sharp spines, a cacophony of cracking echoed through the air. Following this, a pained wail emerged. Ah, white-tailed deer, save me. It was evident that these spines were connected to his central nervous system. The severing of a spine equated to the breaking of a bone. Yet, before his scream could fully escape his lips, Zhong Li had already obliterated all the spines facing him, seizing his shoulder with a cold, indifferent grip. Heh, save you? You cannot even save yourself, Zhong Li remarked. They, including the white-tailed deer and even the termite, had gravely underestimated Zhong Li's prowess. While the termite might have surmised that Zhong Li's true sequence was not that of the honey badger, he failed to grasp the conditions for containment progress. Apologies. Your intelligence is flawed. Zhong Li mimicked the voice of the white-tailed deer after grasping the man's shoulder. With all his might, he slammed the porcupine into the ground. The sound of spines, leg bones, and skull shattering simultaneously sent chills down one spine. After delivering a fatal blow, Zhong Li gently released his grip, allowing the lifeless body to collapse to the ground like a heap of mud. Being the master embodies both good and evil. Buddha of good and evil. Containment progress 5. Current containment progress 35. Master Vajra body sequence ability strength 35. The Crystal Palace emitted a resounding noise, and words materialized. However, Zhong Li did not pause to revel in joy after dispatching his foe. Having easily eliminated one adversary, he immediately turned to charge towards Yao Jiao Jiao, who was retreating under duress. Perhaps still reeling from her recent disorientation, her movements appeared sluggish, almost as if in slow motion. Wait, something is amiss. After only a few steps forward, Zhong Li realized the discrepancy. No matter how dazed she had been, she could not possibly be moving at such a snail's pace. He halted and gazed at the individual battling Yao Jiao Jiao. Indeed, this was his ability. Like Yao Jiao Jiao, every strike he delivered seemed to unfold in slow motion. Their sluggish movements from a distance appeared almost comical, akin to a theatrical performance. Yet in the next moment, Yao Jiao Jiao's opponent suddenly accelerated, striking her in the chest with an explosive force that far surpassed her own. Poof! Upon being hit, Yao Jiao Jiao instantly shed her sluggishness, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. Yao Jiao Jiao. Witnessing her being hurled backward, Zhong Li rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. However, when he was within 3 meters of the adversary, he sensed his own movements slowing. Both the speed of his legs and the pace of his speech felt as if they had been dialed down to 0. One speed. It was as though he had plunged into an invisible swamp, unable to quicken his pace despite exerting every ounce of strength. What on earth is this? Zhong Li pundarat. What manner of sequence can decelerate motion and then unleash a surge of power in an instant? In the next moment, the image of a notoriously sluggish creature materialized in Zhong Li's mind, the sloth. This animal is arguably the slowest in the entirety of the biological realm, yet it possesses the remarkable ability to erupt with formidable strength in a fleeting moment. However, regardless of whether his sequence is akin to that of sloth, it bears no relevance to Zhong Li. For the moment that individual entered Zhong Li's line of sight, he had already been sentenced to death. Buddha's sound activated, and that person, like a white-tailed deer, was instantaneously immobilized in place. You are slow? Then let us ensure you remain motionless. Chapter 77. The faith sequence, conflicting abilities, the control was negated. The deceleration effect that person had imposed on Zhong Li vanished instantaneously, allowing him to regain his normal speed. He paid no heed to that individual and directly rushed to Yao Jiao Jiao's side, assisting her to her feet. Are you all right? Cough, cough. Yen me fine. That punch cannot possibly harm me. Yao Jiao Jiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shook her head. Good, as long as you're all right. In truth, Zhong Li was aware that the punch would not inflict any significant damage on Yao Jiao Jiao. Yet his heart tightened at the sight of her being knocked away. After confirming her well-being, Zhong Li raised his gaze to the sloth he had immobilized, rendering it incapable of movement. Chuckling softly, after ensuring Yao Jiao Jiao was seated properly, Zhong Li stood and approached that person. If you possess any capability, then release me. Let us engage in a proper battle. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Zhong Li had already pierced through his chest. The action was seamless. Pierce, withdraw, and shake off the remnants of flesh and blood from his arm, executed with absolute precision and without the slightest hesitation. It was akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot while passing by. Ding! The voice of the Crystal Palace echoed once more. The master embodies both good and evil in his endeavors. Buddha of good and evil, containment progress 5. Current containment progress 40. The master Vajra body, sequence ability strength 40. This enhancement was anticipated by Zhong Li. Just like before, he maintained a composed demeanor, not revealing any signs of excitement. After discarding the smeared remnants from his arm, he continued forward, arriving before the white-tailed deer that had been restrained for quite some time. Now, would you kindly repeat what you just said? As he spoke, Zhong Li, as if playing with clay, smeared the blood and flesh in his palm across the delicate face of the white-tailed deer. Such a person did not deserve a dignified demise. Do you truly believe that by threatening me in this manner, I would disclose the whereabouts of your teammate? The white-tailed deer, now smeared with blood, gritted his teeth, his earlier malevolence replaced with sheer disarray. He could not fathom why Zhong Li's strength had surged so dramatically in such a short span of time. Previously, defeating the polar bear had necessitated the aid of military missiles. Yet now he had effortlessly penetrated the body of the porcupine, It must be noted that the porcupine's defense was among the most formidable within the cinnamon moth. Even in peak condition, the polar bear could not breach its spiny defenses without sustaining injury. Yet, Zhong Li's arm had sliced through the porcupine's defenses with the ease of a hot knife through butter, obliterating it in an instant. The white-tailed deer had contemplated that leaving today might not be so simple, but he never imagined he would meet his demise here. Threatening? No, no, no. Zhong Li smiled and shook his head. Do you think I am performing in a crime film? What purpose does threatening you serve? Regardless, even after your demise, the so-called termites will inevitably find their way to you. After smearing the last remnants of blood and flesh onto the face of the white-tailed deer, Zhong Li seized his throat. Should you wish to speak, I'm all ears, for a man on the brink of death often speaks wisely. However, if you prefer to remain obstinately silent, I hold no objections. Having dispelled the Buddha sound that had ensnared the white-tailed deer, Zhong Li effortlessly clutched his neck, lifting him off the ground as he began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Just as Zhong Li concluded his countdown and tightened his grip, the white-tailed deer's lips suddenly stirred. Observing this movement, Zhong Li instinctively eased his hold, allowing him to articulate his thoughts. Heh, I hope that when you next slay your companions, you do so with the same resolve as you did with me. With that bewildering statement uttered, before Zhong Li could exert further pressure, the white-tailed deer resolutely bit off his own tongue, displaying a decisive action devoid of any hesitation. A torrent of blood, accompanied by the severed piece of his tongue, erupted from his mouth, staining both Zhong Li's arms and his own chest. As the blood gushed forth, the white-tailed deer's limbs fell limply, akin to a deflated sack, signifying the loss of all vital signs. Kill my companions? Although the white-tailed deer had perished, that final utterance left Zhong Li momentarily stunned. What does it mean? Have they already? A sense of unprecedented foreboding enveloped Zhong Li's heart. Then the voice of the Crystal Palace resonated once more. The Master operates with a coexistence of good and evil. Buddha's face of good and evil, containment progress, 5. Current containment progress, 45. Master S, Vajrabody, sequence ability strength, 45. Before Zhong Li could ponder further, familiar lines of text materialized before his eyes. However, unlike before, these words hovered momentarily before dissipating into particles, then reassembling into lines he had never encountered. Name, Zhong Li. Gender, male. Sequence, 009. Buddha's face of good and evil. Sequence classification, faith sequence. Sequence development level, pinnacle of line stage. The Master is about to undergo a transition from the line stage to the faith stage. Prior to unlocking the next sequence, the difficulty of increasing the remaining 5 containment progress of Buddha's face of good and evil will rise exponentially. Wishing the Master good fortune, Zhong Li stared blankly at the unfamiliar text, momentarily forgetting that he was still holding the corpse of the white-tailed deer. The concepts of pinnacle of line stage and exponential difficulty enhancement were relatively comprehensible. Yet, what does faith sequence entail? Is Buddha's face of good and evil a sequence that exists based on faith? After a moment, Zhong Li's gaze fixated on the final statement. How formidable will the exponential increase in difficulty be? For now, it remains an enigma. After all, the foes here have been completely vanquished, and it is only upon encountering enemies again in the future that their true nature can be discerned. With a sigh of resignation, Zhong Li shook his head and discarded the lifeless body of the white-tailed deer. He then turned to Jiao and inquired, "Are we ready to depart? It is time to head towards Brother Stone." His insistence on moving forward was not a reflection of his unwillingness to grant Jiao a moment's respite, but rather an acknowledgement of the pressing urgency of their situation. There was no time to waste on rest. "All right, no problem, let us go," Jiao affirmed. Rising to her feet, the brief interlude of 1 or 2 minutes had sufficed for her to regain her stamina. With a gentle intonation, Zhong Li invoked the Buddha's voice, lifting both of them into the air, prepared to embark towards the direction of Shiryu. However, in the very next moment, as they began to ascend, Zhong Li was taken aback. The velocity was astonishingly swift, so rapid that the instant he exerted force, They had already reached the speed of sound. The sonic boom at such a low altitude nearly obliterated the dilapidated warehouse. Chapter 78. The Stones of Destiny in the midst of such rapid flight. Both Yao Jiao and Zhong Li found themselves slightly dizzy from the tremendous acceleration. Fortunately, as individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, their physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary humans. And it did not take long for them to acclimate to the disorienting sensation. Supported by the power of Buddha's sound, Yao Jiao sensed a notable change in Zhong Li's strength compared to before. She was aware that something must have occurred within him during their recent encounter, yet she felt too embarrassed to inquire further. The fact that Zhong Li had chosen to trust her unconditionally after witnessing those events was, in her eyes, an act of forgiveness. Given the circumstances, she felt it inappropriate to probe into his secrets. In a matter of seconds, they arrived at the location of Shiryu. This was a modest amusement park located on the outskirts, so small that it barely deserved the title of amusement park. It resembled more of a fitness area for the elderly within a residential complex. Before they even touched down, Zhong Li spotted Shiryu seated on the central lawn. Shi Tu Yi. Zhong Li hurriedly descended and rushed to Shiryu's side. Upon seeing him, his heart raced with apprehension. Although Shiryu was present, he had not contacted him through his helmet, but instead sent a location signal, which perhaps indicated something dire. Kneeling beside Shiryu, Zhong Li lacked the courage to reach out and touch him, fearing he might find a cold body. However, just then, Shiryu suddenly opened his mouth and emitted a pained groan. Shi Tu Yi, are you all right? Zhong Li exclaimed, relief washing over him upon hearing Shiryu's voice. It seemed he had merely lost consciousness during battle. Regardless of his injuries, it was a comfort that he was still alive, rather than having vanished entirely. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhong Li, a sinister smile crept onto Shiryu's lips. Yao Jiao, stay here with Shi Tu Ge. I will find a way to locate the captain and the others. After confirming Shiryu's survival, Zhong Li turned to Yao Jiao. She nodded, but in the next moment, her pupils dilated as if she had seen something alarming. Zhong Li, be careful. Yao Jiao's reflexes were swift. It was still too late. Clang! Shiryu's fist came crashing down toward the back of Zhong Li's head with all his might. The force was far greater than anything he would have unleashed during their training sessions. This strike was aimed directly at ending Zhong Li's life, for he had been seized by the control of the termite. However, the unfortunate aspect of this plan was that it had been set into motion before Zhong Li's progress had surged, and now he had just witnessed a significant increase of 10% in his abilities. Despite the ferocity behind Shiryu's strike, it could not even graze Zhong Li. As the impact approached, the bronze patterns of evil armor materialized instinctively, completely dissipating the force of Shiryu's blow. Upon reaching the current unlocking progress, the evil armor has transcended its initial purpose of appearing solely during attacks on Zhong Li. It now manifests automatically even when he is under assault. It has seemingly evolved into a form of absolute defense, and for Zhong Li, the capabilities of the evil armor are beginning to draw perilously close to the abilities of Sequence 009, whose essence can disregard all physical attacks from sequences below its own. After delivering a punch, Shiryu gazed at the unscathed Zhong Li, tilting his head slightly, as if curious about why his strike had inflicted no damage. It wasn't just Shiryu. Even Yao Jiao, watching from the sidelines, was wide-eyed in astonishment. She had witnessed Shiryu's full-force strike during their previous training sessions, where even the solid steel man used for strength training had sustained a shallow dent from his blow. Yet Zhong Li, Brother Stone, can you hear me? Zhong Li, struck on the back of his head, exhibited no anger. Instead, he turned and grasped Shiryu's arm firmly. He understood that Shiryu's punch had been a result of being controlled by the termite, not a manifestation of his own volition. Thus he would not retaliate against him. Hee. With his wrist restrained, Shiryu smiled lightly, revealing a sinister expression Zhong Li had never seen on his face before. You little rascal, your strength has surged quite rapidly. Hasn't it? Just a few days without training, and you can take my punch without a scratch? Upon hearing this, both Zhong Li and Yao Jiao were momentarily taken aback. Shiryu had retained his original memories in their entirety. Yet the murderous intent behind his earlier strike was undeniably genuine. Is this what it means to be controlled by the termite? Zhong Li observed the malevolence on Shiyue's face with a twinge of bitterness. He recalled that morning when Lin Mo insisted on dragging everyone out for barbecue. At that time, Lin Mo had already been under control, using the outing to lure people to the termite side. The eventual outcome was the abduction of Yao Jiao. Now, Shiyue bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mo back then, his subconscious compelled to act, while his awareness remained relatively lucid. Bang! Shiyue did not grant Zhong Li the luxury of further contemplation. He swung his other arm, launching another punch towards Zhong Li's face. This time, Zhong Li did not evade, allowing Shiyue's fist to collide with his visage. The bronze patterns emerged, and once again, Shiyue's punch was neutralized, rendering it ineffective. Concurrently, Zhong Li deliberately released the wrist of Shiyue, which he had been gripping tightly. Hee, you're surprisingly resilient. Prepare to meet your end. As Shiyue realized his attack had failed, he did not retreat. Instead, he escalated his onslaught with even greater fervor. The speed of his punches blurred in the air, each strike leaving Zhong Li's face adorned with fresh layers of bronze-patterned skin, absorbing Shiyue's blows. Clang, 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 clang. After a torrential downpour akin to the pounding of fists, Shiyue's speed gradually diminished, indicating that his stamina had reached its limits. Breathing heavily, he paused his assault, exclaiming, "What manner of creature are you? How can you show no reaction whatsoever?" His gaze was filled with a sinister intensity, reminiscent of a crazed white-tailed deer. "What kind of monster am I?" Zhong Li replied, shaking his head in inquiry. "I am not a monster. I am Sequence 009. Go back and inform the termite that I, Zhong Li, am 009, a phenomenon never before observed by humanity. Isn't that what he desires? Go on. Relay my message verbatim, for I shall await his arrival." With that, Zhong Li turned away without a backward glance, taking Yao Jiao's hand as they departed, leaving Shiyue in a state of bewilderment. "Why?" Yao Jiao inquired, her voice laced with confusion just a few paces away. "Why reveal the matter of 009 to him?" Zhong Li smiled lightly. Just now, the white-tailed deer mentioned two things. First, that he covets the power within me. Second, that he wishes to control the members of the broken spine, inciting us to turn against one another. Rather than allowing him to manipulate us, it is wiser to disclose what he seeks to know, compelling him to come to us. As the adage goes, to bring about a downfall, one must first instigate madness. This approach will not only provoke him to take the initiative, but also help us avoid direct confrontation with Shiyue and his allies. Chapter 79. The war is about to begin. Not long after Zhong Li departed, several individuals clad in oversized tactical jackets approached Shiryu. One of them slowly removed his hat, revealing himself to be White Ant. At that moment, his countenance was malevolent, exhibiting signs of madness. "What happened? You didn't kill that woman, nor did you confront Zhong Li?" White Ant glared down at Shiryu with palpable dissatisfaction. Shiryu, appearing as if he had erred, averted his gaze, but refrained from answering White Ant's inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke to White Ant. "He asked me to convey a message to you. He said his sequence is 009, one that humanity has never observed before, and that he would wait for you to find it." "What? 009? Upon hearing Shiryu's words, White Ant was momentarily taken aback. He then, in disbelief, grasped Shiryu's collar with fervor, his emotions surging. "Repeat that. He truly claims to be 009. Indeed, that is what he asserted." As he observed White Ant's sudden agitation, a flicker of fear coursed through Shiryu. Since awakening his abilities, he had diligently followed Li Ling in the Broken Spine Squad, embodying the archetype of a devoted employee. His mindset had shifted from initial pride to a current indifference. For him, being an ability user had long ceased to differ from regular employment. The status of another sequence held no bearing on him, akin to how a mere worker would regard their superior's earnings as irrelevant. He had not contemplated matters related to high sequences for quite some time. Even when Zhong Li arrived in the squad and revealed his status as a 1998 sequence, it had not struck him as particularly significant. However, witnessing White Ant's expression now jolted him into awareness. making him acutely cognizant of the gravity of what he had just heard. 009. That was an unprecedented sequence, one never before recorded by humankind. For Shiryu, a common worker, this transcended the realm of leadership. It represented a tier he might never encounter again in his lifetime. With a resounding clap, White Ant, having received Shiryu's confirmation, disregarded his fearful demeanor and forcefully shoved him to the ground. Ha. After toppling Shiryu, White Ant erupted into maniacal laughter. This abrupt transformation startled his companions, causing them to tremble. 009. It is indeed 009. Ha. It is the very 009 that drove our elder brother to madness and confinement in a mental institution. Ha. Who would have thought, after all these years of scheming, he would reveal himself? Ha. His laughter, both frenzied and tragic, echoed throughout the amusement park, sending chills down spines. Were Zhong Li present, he would instantly recognize that White Ant's voice bore a striking resemblance to that of the truth-telling lunatic he encountered on the forum. Dove. Following the laughter, White Ant turned to one of his companions, his tone transforming into one of unyielding severity. Here, a figure stepped forward, bowing reverently towards the termite. Hastened to inform the pangolin to enlarge the breach in the defensive wall to its maximum capacity. The war is about to commence. Beneath the extraordinary defensive wall, 100 kilometers away from the amusement park, in a corner concealed by a decaying wooden shack, a hole, just large enough for a slender individual to squeeze through, had been carved into the wall, which boasted hardness akin to military-grade alloys. Though diminutive in size, the opening was thoroughly breached, creating a connection between the inner and outer worlds of the wall. However, for the time being, only minuscule entities such as the sequence 473, New Year Doll, could navigate through this aperture. Inside the hole, a gaunt man, resembling a rodent with long, sharp nails adorning his fingers, was laboriously excavating the wall, striving to expand the opening. Suddenly, a youthful voice pierced the darkness, startling him. What the hell? Are you trying to scare me to death? What do you think I'm doing if not working? Damn, this wall is incredibly hard. Speak. The pangolin, somewhat irked, replied. As a member of the camphor moth, engaged in the most laborious tasks, he loathed these incessant reminders from the messenger pigeon that arrived every few days. Moreover, the pigeon communicated solely through thought, with no warning, often startling him awake in the dead of night. The termite commands that you expedite the enlargement of the opening. War is imminent. The messenger's tone was frigid, cold as a machine. He displayed no concern for the content of his message, functioning merely as a vessel for information, akin to a genuine carrier pigeon. Upon hearing this, the pangolin's brow arched with interest. Is the war finally about to begin? Oh, how delightful! The weariness etched upon his face vanished in an instant, as if he anticipated the so-called war even more than the termite did. All right, understood. I shall ensure the task is completed. The pangolin's tone was filled with exuberance. After the communication concluded, he eagerly crawled out of the hole and returned to the sheltering, decayed wooden shack. This was his home. Filling a bag with all the edible provisions he could find, the pangolin once again dove back into the hole. Clearly, he had no intention of leaving until he fulfilled the termite's recently assigned task. At the amusement park, after transmitting the message, the termite maintained a frenzied expression, his eyes bulging as he gazed in the direction where Zhong Li had departed. Zhong Li, oh Zhong Li, I admire your audacity in revealing your true sequence to me. But do you genuinely believe that knowing this will compel me to seek you out? Am I to be regarded as a fool? Shiryu. At this moment, the termite suddenly lowered his head, gazing at Shiryu, whom he had pushed to the ground. Go find Li Ling and Lu Li. Your current task is to commit murder. Kill indiscriminately, slay at will, strike down anyone you encounter. The termite crouched down, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he continued. Whether the reputation of your camphor tree can be utterly obliterated rests entirely upon you. Acknowledging this, Shiryu silently nodded and rose to depart. I shall see whether you come to find me next, or if I must seek you out, he mused with a chuckle. The termite's gaze shifted once more towards the direction where Zhong Li had left, and the avarice in his eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 80. Despair. No, Zhu Gai Gai. Although Zhong Li has revealed his true sequence to the termite through Shi Yu and has provocatively challenged him to seek him out, his expression remains grave after leaving the amusement park. Shi Yu has confirmed that he is under the control of the termite, rendering the hope of rescuing Li Ling, Lu Li, Wen Yuan, and the others exceedingly bleak. Where can we possibly search for them now? Yao Jiao felt the heavy aura emanating from Zhong Li, her countenance equally somber. I fear that merely relying on our wits to locate them is rather daunting. Zhong Li shook his head in resignation. The H-05 district is neither particularly large nor small, akin to a small county before the apocalypse. Yet, with only Zhong Li and Yao Jiao lacking any search methods, the endeavor to find the missing individuals feels akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It seems that we must rely on the military's search capabilities. After pondering for a moment, Zhong Li resolved to take action. However, just as he reached for his helmet to establish communication with the military, Yao Jiao seized him, shaking her head gravely. No, we cannot inform the military. Why not? Zhong Li Kirat Bujlat. In this situation, if we do not promptly request military assistance, Li Ling and the others will only plunge into greater peril. Do you remember what the white-tailed deer said before his demise? Yao Jiao looked up at Zhong Li. Before the white-tailed deer perished, prompted by Yao Jiao, Zhong Li recalled the words spoken by the white-tailed deer just prior to his suicide. I hope that when you next kill your teammates, you are as decisive as you were in killing me. At that moment, Zhong Li had contemplated the meaning behind those words, but was interrupted by the sounds and writings of the Crystal Palace. Had Yao Jiao not reminded him, he might have forgotten. So you mean? Zhong Li removed his helmet, gazing bitterly at Yao Jiao. Yes, they are undoubtedly under control. Yao Jiao's expression was equally grim. Moreover, according to the video the termite previously displayed on that large screen, his intent is to control Captain Li and the others, which poses a threat to the citizens. If we notify the military now, they are likely to directly locate and besiege Captain Li and the others. After all, the military will not squander time on them simply because they are under control, risking the lives and safety of the citizens to negotiate with them. Upon hearing Yao Jiao's words, Zhong Li's complexion darkened further. He understood that she was correct. While both the military and the camphor tree serve as enforcers of public order, the military's foremost principle is always the protection of the citizens' lives and property. They would not disregard the safety of the populace simply because Li Ling and the others are capable individuals. It is highly likely that they would deploy large-scale weaponry to eliminate them the moment they pose a threat to public safety. What shall we do now? Zhong Li felt as though he had reached an impasse. To inform the military would be akin to thrusting Li Ling and his companions into a fiery abyss. Conversely, withholding such information would render them oblivious to their whereabouts, thus failing to prevent any harm they might inflict upon the populace, ultimately leading to the same dire outcome. Alas, Zhong Li's retort left Yao Jiao with no choice but to lower her head in resignation, as she too recognized that no matter their course of action, it seemed they were ensnared in a dead end. Just then, at the brink of despair, Zhong Li suddenly recalled an individual, a certain Do Kai, clad in charming pajamas and fluffy slippers, who, despite her wealth, had chosen to experience life as a streamer. If the military was at an impasse, they would contact the mightiest force of humanity, Team Tiangong. Although a Tiangong squad, Event Horizon, was presently stationed in Zone H05. Their mission was to track the termites and eliminate the sequence 473. The significance of Li Ling's disappearance was evidently overshadowed by these pressing matters. Moreover, even if Zhong Li wished to seek assistance, he had no means to do so. What is it? Yao Jiao lifted her gaze towards Zhong Li, curious if he had devised a plan. Yes, I have thought of someone. She will surely aid us. As memories of Do Kai flooded back, the gravity on Zhong Li's face dissipated instantly. Not only do I have 009 by my side, but I also possess connections to Li Ling's extensive network. Do you have that little app on your phone? Zhong Li grasped Yao Jiao's shoulders, shaking her in excitement. That little app? I think I might. Yao Jiao, uncertain, picked up her phone and began to search. Ah, here it is. What now? Upon discovering the application, she questioned, bemused. At such a critical moment, you aren't suggesting we watch a live stream to ease the tension, are you? As she pondered this, she handed the phone to Zhong Li, who, to her astonishment, directly opened the live stream section and began browsing. Are you truly going to watch a live stream? Yao Jiao could scarcely believe her eyes. No, I'm not, Zhong Li explained, searching for keywords related to Do Kai Kai while recounting the encounter at the headquarters in Jiangnan province under the camphor tree. Tiangong Jia? After hearing Zhong Li's explanation, Yao Jiao's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Are you certain Captain Li knows someone from Tiangong Jia? And this person is live streaming on that app? Indeed, most assuredly, Zhong Li replied without looking up, his hands and eyes glued to the screen. Finding Do Kai Kai's live stream and informing her of the current situation was the only solution that came to Zhong Li's mind. I'll do it. After a moment of shock, Yao Jiao accepted the reality of Li Ling's connections to the Tiangong squad and snatched the phone from him. If you keep searching like this, you won't find anything until next year. Based on Zhong Li's description of Do Kai Kai, Yao Jiao quickly deduced the likely section of the live stream where she could be found. Momin's Latte, a live stream titled The Boss Loves Sauerkraut, caught the attention of the two individuals. This is it. Axkalaimat Shon Liaxitavli, revealing that she had a cat named the Boss. Welcome, user 6402. We are thrilled to have you in Kai Kai's live stream. Just as Yao Jiao entered, a sweet and endearing voice of Do Kai resonated from the speakers, while a charming cat ear costume danced along with the music on the screen. It's her. Zhong Li swiftly snatched her phone and immediately sent a message in the chat. Kai, I'm the one you rescued from those old men. We have a serious situation here. Help! Li Ling's message was veiled and discreet, ensuring that the audience in the live stream remained oblivious while still conveying her plea for assistance to Do Kai. Fortunately, the live stream had a modest audience, and a few seconds later, Do Kai read Zhong Li's message. However, her response took both Zhong Li and Yao Jiao completely by surprise. She appeared utterly indifferent to the matter. If you need help, call the police or someone with abilities. What do you want me, a mere streamer, to do? Chapter 81. Terrorists. After a seemingly indifferent response to Zhong Li's inquiry, Do Kai resumed, swaying to the rhythm of the music. What to do? Upon hearing Do Kai's reply, cold sweat trickled down Yao Jiao's forehead. Wasn't this supposed to be Li Ling's network? How could it be so apathetic? Just as despair began to engulf her once more, a red one icon unexpectedly appeared in the upper right corner of her phone. Zhong Li, unable to contain her excitement, clicked on it. It was a private message from Do Kai. Don't mention this in the live stream. I'll go offline and find Sister Yin. I'll arrive in half an hour. I knew it. Reading those few short words nearly made Zhong Li leap for joy. She would undoubtedly assist. The confidence Zhong Li felt stemmed not only from Do Kai's connections with Yin Gui and others within Li Ling's upper echelon, but also from the fact that, upon returning from headquarters, Do Kai had sent her own driver to escort Zhong Li and Li Ling back to the base. This demonstrated that Do Kai saw potential in this newcomer and would not stand idly by. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Zhong Li's heavy heart began to lighten, the helmet she had just secured suddenly blared an ear-piercing alarm. What was happening? This was a sound Zhong Li had never encountered before. Yet, the urgency of the alert indicated that something significant had transpired. After returning the phone to Yao Jiao, she hastily donned her helmet and activated the communication channel. In the next moment, a voice, frantic and somewhat stammering, echoed in Zhong Li's ear. Broken spine team. Emergency security incident. Where is everyone? Why is there no response? There are people, Zhong Li quickly interjected. They are all preoccupied with eliminating the anomalous creatures that have suddenly appeared everywhere. And due to special circumstances, they have removed their helmets. What's going on? She understood that without an explanation, the matter of the entire broken spine team's disappearance would soon be exposed. What is going on? Why have they removed them? We've been calling for 10 minutes. The anger of the other person's voice intensified upon receiving Zhong Li's response. If everyone is busy, How come there are so many emergency alarms? Who are you? I'm a temporary member of the Broken Spine team, Zhong Li. What exactly is happening? Zhong Li raplia urgently. The other person was likely a high-ranking official from the military or police. Otherwise, they would not be so furious about the lack of response. Furthermore, this method of forced communication could only be utilized by those with the highest authority. What on earth are you all occupied with? The city is descending into chaos. It's teeming with terrorists. The fury in the other's voice had nearly reached a roar. Immediate support required. Yes, hearing those words, Zhong Li's heart sank once more. The city was overwhelmed with terrorists? Could it be that Li Ling and the others had already been compromised? She hoped not. It must not be so. Zhong Li was reluctant to accept his own deductions, yet the likelihood of the truth lay heavily upon him. What happened? As soon as he removed his helmet, Yao Jiao inquired anxiously. In the city center, chaos had erupted. Moments earlier, on the bustling commercial street, 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, clad in oversized jackets, silently merged into the throng of pedestrians. Although their attire appeared somewhat peculiar, the crowd paid them little mind. After all, everyone harbors their own preferences, and as long as it does not impinge upon others, what one wears is of no concern. Suddenly, with a soft thud, one of the figures in a jacket passed by a couple, a translucent, gelatinous substance plummeting onto the face of the girl. "What is this?" she exclaimed, instinctively reaching to touch her face, her expression morphing into one of disgust as she glanced upward, suspecting it to be bird droppings. Naturally, her gaze meant nothing. "Don't worry. I have wet wipes. Let me help you." The boyfriend promptly retrieved a full pack of wipes from his pocket, extracting one. However, during this moment, the girl had already succumbed to convulsions. The gelatinous matter had infiltrated her nostrils, blocking her airway entirely. "Hey, what's wrong?" The boyfriend, believing his girlfriend was merely jesting, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the next heartbeat, a faint sound resonated from her throat, the noise of the substance expanding, rupturing her trachea. "Hey, what's the matter?" As the girl collapsed lifelessly, the boyfriend finally grasped the gravity of the incident. Yet, before his scream could fully escape his lips, a clump of the mysterious gelatinous material had already suffocated him. After a brief spasm, he too fell beside her, meeting an almost identical fate. In that fleeting moment, it was when Yuan Tian, under the control of termites, who had extinguished the lives of the two. Yet, her countenance bore no trace of the gentleness and attentiveness it once had. It was now a mask of numbness, akin to that of a soulless automaton. Equally expressionless were Li Ling, Shi Yu, and Lu Li, who stood in the distance. Behind Li Ling lay several pedestrians, lifeless with severed spines, behind Shi Yu. Others had succumbed to fatal blows to their temples, and behind Lu Li, a few lay slain, throats slit in an instant. Within mere seconds of the carnage, the air erupted into a cacophony of anguished screams and wails, reminiscent of the torments of the infernal abyss. Yet, these cries did nothing to halt the four's relentless slaughter. They continued unabated, their faces growing increasingly devoid of emotion, akin to slumbering souls striving to awaken, yet forever thwarted. "Run! Quickly! Help! The ability users are killing." The streets echoed with the rising tide of terror and despair. The 4 members of the same team, possessing an extraordinary level of tacit understanding, appeared to the terrified populace as nothing short of hellish demons or merciless deities. Even if they managed to escape the confines of the commercial district in a frenzied dash, an inexplicable web would inevitably draw them back. In the subterranean parking lot of the commercial street, a dilapidated van housed the anxious figure of White Ant. With eyes tightly shut and beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, was exerting control over the 4 individuals. These were the ones he had previously dominated through the mechanism of false belonging, known for their fierce resistance to subjugation. He had to remain utterly focused, for any interruption, however slight, would allow the 4 to regain their autonomy. A bead of sweat, akin to a droplet of pearl, fell from White Ant's brow. Was it truly necessary to resist so vehemently for the sake of eliminating a few souls destined to perish eventually? Chapter 82. until we reach you upon receiving a request from military support. Zhong Li and Jiao embarked on separate missions. Zhong Li headed directly to the commercial street where the terror attack had occurred, while Jiao took over the operations in the city, continuing the purge initiated by the Broken Spine Squad. If the terror attacks in the commercial district escalated and no one addressed the anomalies released by Lin and Mo, the military would undoubtedly intervene. Should they discover that the terrorists were indeed Li Ling and his group, it would spell disaster. As Zhong Li ascended into the sky, having yet to accelerate his flight speed, a communication request echoed in his helmet. His heart raced. Had the military already made a discovery? Was it so swift? With a mix of trepidation, he answered the call, only to be greeted by a cool, female voice. Zhong Li? This is Yin Gui from the Tiangong team. I am en route to Area H05 with Kai. Please provide me with the specifics of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li felt a surge of hope. He had not anticipated their arrival would be so prompt. It's like this, he began, utilizing the Buddhist mantra to guide his flight while relaying his assessment of the current situation to Yin Gui, including the strong likelihood that the terrorists in the city center were indeed Li Ling and his associates. I understand, Yin Gui replied, her tone still icy and detached, suggesting a lack of concern for the matter at hand. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. In your vicinity, in Area H05, there are teams from both Tiangong and DG, each tirelessly pursuing leads regarding the Yerdal. They are unable to attend to the terrorism issue at present. Your only hope lies in delaying or stopping your master until I and Kai arrive. You must do this before the military uncovers the truth and deploys their weapons of mass destruction. Can you manage this? Yes, Zhong Li responded solemnly. This was no longer a matter of capability. It was a necessity. He could not afford the slightest hesitation, for both Li Ling, Lu Li, and the innocent citizens suffering at the hands of the terrorists demanded his unwavering resolve. Though Yin Gui's voice remained calm, there was an unmistakable urgency underlying her words regarding Zhong Li's situation. Despite her esteemed position as a member of the Tiangong team, she still referred to her former temporary captain as master. One more thing you must heed, Yin Gui continued, just as Zhong Li was about to terminate the communication to concentrate on his journey. Your master's actual combat power is at the face stage. You are currently at the line stage. If your master has indeed been completely compromised, you must exercise utmost caution when confronting him. Yin Gui's warning sent a jolt through Zhong Li. He had never heard Li Ling mention his status as being at the face stage. What he pondered was the true distinction between the face stage and the line stage. The commercial street lies some distance ahead, and it is highly likely that Li Ling and his companions have been completely subdued. Before the onset of conflict, he sought to gather as much information as possible. After all, as a temporary team member, he had never encountered such intelligence during training exercises at the base. For those endowed with abilities, the sequence of powers is but one aspect. The application and development of these abilities constitute another. Yin Gui's voice resonated once more. Abilities are classified by their sequence number, while the level of development of these abilities is termed rank. All ordinary individuals who have yet to awaken their abilities are categorized as point rank, while those who have just awakened their powers and learned how to wield them are classified as line rank. You currently exist at the line rank level. As for the distinction between line and surface, Yin Gui paused significantly. A single line, no matter how hard it strives, cannot transform into a surface. Do you comprehend this? Upon hearing Yin Gui's words, Zhong Li fell into a moment of silence. No wonder the textbooks at school frequently reiterated that sequence ranking does not correlate directly with combat prowess. So that is the reason. It is clear now why. Despite his sequence ranking being as high as 009, he cannot simply overpower everything. Conversely, Li Ling, who appears to hold a notably lower rank, has been appointed as a training camp instructor, successfully mentoring members such as Yin Gui from the Tiangong team. Understanding dawned upon him. After a heavy response, Zhong Li severed the communication with Yin Gui. They had arrived at the commercial street. Even before he touched down, Zhong Li beheld the horrific scene below. Hundreds of corpses littered the ground, with scarcely a soul able to escape the 100-meter radius at the center of the commercial street. It seemed that someone had, in their final moments, mustered the last ounce of breath to call for help. Otherwise, given the scale of casualties, news of such devastation could never have spread. Thus, the military was only aware that a possible terrorist attack had occurred, unaware of the true extent of the calamity. Termite. You shall pay dearly. Zhong Li clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his anger reaching unprecedented heights. He had unraveled termites' sinister plot to lure in the New Year doll through some means, seemingly causing the tragic deaths of Shun Xiao and Jiang Che, all to divert the military's and Tiangong Diji's attention. Then, by methodically picking them off, he sought to subjugate the entire Duanji team and commence his massacre. Yet, having achieved this level of devastation, why release those videos to deliberately provoke the public and sow discord between them and Xiangzhong? Zhong Li gently descended, but the square was devoid of anything other than corpses. A glance around revealed no sign of the Duanji team. Nevertheless, based on the temperature of the bodies, he was certain they were hiding somewhere in this vicinity, having not yet departed. Suddenly, as Zhong Li began his search, a tremendous sound of shattering glass erupted from the rooftop of the Vanda Plaza across the street to his left. Is anyone there? Zhong Li narrowed his eyes slightly and lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the voice emanated. With a gentle utterance, he found himself atop the square's rooftop in the next instant. The shattered remnants belonged to a glass meteorological observation house, and beneath the multitude of glimmering shards lay two figures. One was Shiryu, convulsing violently, while the other was a little girl, sheltered beneath him. Zhong Li, you have come. Shiryu raised his bloodied face, his eyes vacant and numb. Yet, Zhong Li could distinctly sense the fierce struggle within him, as he fought with every ounce of his being. His subconscious rationality was attempting to break free from the control of the termite in a nearly self-destructive manner. Zhong Li. A bitter smile of despair curled at the corners of Shiryu's mouth. Do you know how many lives I have watched myself take? Chapter 83. The Control of the Termites, 76. I have killed 76 innocent bystanders. The tremor in Shiryu's voice was palpable. Zhong Li remained oblivious to how this meteorological chamber had shattered, but from Shiryu's current actions, it was evident that he was simultaneously battling the termites with his subconscious while protecting the little girl. Brother Shi to you. Zhong Li began heavily. He could scarcely fathom the despair of a man like Shiryu, whose honest nature forced him to witness the deaths of so many at his hands without recourse. Kill me. Shiryu's body convulsed increasingly. Zhong Li, can you hear me? Quickly, put an end to my life. His expression twisted in agony, indicating that his subconscious had nearly reached its breaking point. The captain has unleashed all his strength to resist, and only then did I have a fleeting opportunity to recover. Zhong Li. Shiryu clenched his teeth, blood trickling from his gums. The time the captain fought so desperately for was to await your arrival to end our lives. Zhong Li, do it now. With a final exertion of strength, Shiryu pushed the little girl he had shielded under his body towards Zhong Li. Child, I am so sorry. Remember, the one who saves you is named Zhong Li. Zhong Li, act now. The tremors in Shiryu's body began to wane, his subconscious nearly depleted, on the verge of succumbing to the termite's control. No, Brother Shiryu, there is still a way. You must hold on. Zhong Li caught the girl Shiryu had thrust towards him, shielding her behind him. Just a little longer, Brother Shiryu. Zhong Li shouted, extending his hands with palms directed towards Shiryu. Brother Shiryu cannot move from this spot until I find a way to eliminate the termites. He must remain still. This marked Zhong Li's first extensive release of the Buddha sound ability. The normally imperceptible force, when unleashed to such an extent, formed a faint, almost invisible golden mist around Shiryu. Crack! In an instant, Shiryu's joints were immobilized, rendering him utterly still, his tremors ceasing completely. The moment the Buddha sound was cast upon him, Shiryu resembled a wax figure. Did it succeed? Zhong Li slightly turned his head, peering at Shiryu through his fingers, his heart rife with anxiety. Creak! Crack! The waxen state of Shiryu lasted barely 2 seconds before a more potent force shattered the partial control of the Buddha sound, brutally snapping his forearm in two. Brother Shiryu. Witnessing this, Zhong Li instinctively released the the Buddha sound to prevent further harm to Shuriwe. Yet in the next moment, under the termite's control once more, Shuriwe lunged towards Zhong Li, his fist, the size of half a watermelon, swung with tremendous momentum. Boom! In a bid to protect the young girl and seize the opportunity to rescue Shuriwe, Zhong Li covered the girl's eyes with one hand while thrusting his fist forward with the other. However, he had forgotten that Shuriwe's hand was already fractured. A chilling crack resonated from Shuriwe's forearm as their fists collided, shattering his bones completely. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching wail from Shuriwe. Zhong Li, don't try it. The overwhelming agony momentarily restored a fragment of his sanity. It dawned on Zhong Li that the previous punch was a desperate attempt by Shuriwe, who, in his unconscious state, had deliberately struck with his broken hand to jolt himself with pain. Don't try it. Termites and the captain are both phase abilities users. You cannot control me. Kill me now. A fierce tremor of struggle coursed through Shuriwe once more. Hurry, Zhong Li. Shuriwe's voice had turned hoarse. Yet, Zhong Li clenched his other fist tightly, hesitating to act, unable to summon the resolve to take his brother's life. He understood that the most merciful release for Shuriwe would be death. But how could he possibly bring himself to kill his brother? In that fleeting moment of indecision, Shuriwe moved again. This time, however, he did not charge at Zhong Li, but rather propelled himself in another direction. Thud! His feet left a deep imprint on the ground as he launched himself towards a wall riddled with exposed rebar. Close your eyes, Zhong Li instructed the girl as Shuriwe propelled himself. In the next instant, crack, crack, crack. Several steel rods snapped under Shuriwe's formidable physique. Yet 2 or 3 still pierced through his body, entering from his back and emerging from his chest. But Shuriwe's actions were not yet complete. In the final moment of consciousness, he grasped the protruding steel rods and forcefully bent them outward, anchoring himself to the wall like a staple. A thick stream of blood erupted from Shuriwe's mouth. As his awareness faded, he slowly lifted his head, saying, Zhong Li, what will you do now? I am a wielder of the camphor tree's power. Should you kill me, you shall. But before Shuriwe could finish, Zhong Li swiftly appeared before him, his bronze-etched fist piercing through Shuriwe's chest. Shuriwe can utter those words, but you, termite, do not deserve to. In an instant, Shuriwe's life was extinguished. Ding! The crystal palace resonated with an unprecedented thunderous sound. The master of the palace operates in a duality of good and evil. Good and evil Buddha's containment progress, 1. Current containment progress, 46. Master, Vajrabhati, sequence ability strength, 46. 4 progress until the next sequence unlocks. 1. Zhong Li's emotions had reached the brink of collapse. He could not accept the harrowing truth that he had taken the life of Shuriwe with his own hands. Just moments ago, he had been curious about the exponential increase in difficulty regarding the progress level, how challenging it truly was. Now he understood all too well. To prevent Shuriwe from continuing his senseless slaughter of the innocent, he had to end his life, achieving a mere 1 increase. With a sigh, Zhong Li withdrew his fist from Shuriwe's chest, lifting him off the steel beams and placing him gently upon the flat ground. Brother Shuriwe, I do not know what form the remaining 8 mirrors will take after 009, but I will do everything in my power to bring you back to life. Closing Shuriwe's eyes, Zhong Li rose with a cold expression and walked to the edge of the rooftop, turning his face towards the little girl. Child, remember this. The one who saved you is not named Zhong Li. His name is Shuriwe, Shuriwe, as in the stone of the mountains. Member of the Camphor Tree Broken Spine Squad, Shuriwe. Chapter 84. After uttering those words to the girl, Zhong Li leaped off the rooftop without a glance back. He needed to devise a way to rescue their captain. Shiryu's lifeless body would have to remain here for the time being, to be retrieved once everything had settled. Sure. You? The little girl slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the lifeless form of Shiryu on the ground. Her parents had perished in a secure passageway less than 10 meters from the rooftop, slain by an ant whose arms transformed into lethal blades. Just as the girl believed her fate was sealed, the assailant suddenly trembled and departed without a backward glance. As she fled toward the rooftop, she encountered Shiryu, who initially intended to kill her. Yet, at the brink of shattering her skull with a punch, his fist veered toward the weather station, ultimately saving her. In her tender youth, she was oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her. All she comprehended was that her parents had died, and a savior named Shiryu had emerged. Upon leaping from the rooftop of Wanda Plaza, Zhong Li landed at the entrance of the building, which was strewn with corpses. The electronic doors at the entrance continued to clamor, caught in a gruesome dance with a lifeless body, blaring an alarm. To locate the captain and the others, he would have to follow the trail of bodies. A flicker of hope lingered in Zhong Li's heart, perhaps with Li Ling's efforts. Lu Li and Wen Yu had managed to break free from their control. However, as Zhong Li ventured less than 100 meters inside the entrance, his heart shattered completely. He recognized a familiar figure in the first atrium. No, to be precise, two figures. Lu Li lay gruesomely severed in half, her body twitching in spasms, blood gushing from her mouth. Lu Ye. Zhong Li was utterly devastated. Upon seeing Lu Li, he nearly crawled to her side, desperation overtaking him. Lu Ye. Lu Ye. Hold on. As he beheld Lu Li bisected and suffering, he was rendered speechless, torn between the urge to embrace her and the fear that any movement might hasten her demise. Cough, cough. Zhong Li. You are here. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Li struggled to open her eyes, her gaze tender as it met Zhong Li's. The copious blood loss was making it difficult for her to breathe. Lu Jie, please don't speak, don't speak. I have a way. I have a way. Tears streamed down Zhong Li's cheeks, though he was unaware of their onset. I have a way. Zhong Li's trembling hands reached toward Lu Li's severed legs in the distance, his palms outstretched. Lu Li's legs can be reattached. They can still be reattached. Enveloped in a delicate golden mist, her legs slowly moved toward her upper body. As the golden haze dissipated, they fell with a thud to the ground. Buddha's voice could only alter the state of objects, but could not reverse the flow of time. Lu Li's legs could not be restored. Cough, cough. I hadn't anticipated your remarkable prowess. Cough. Lu Li observed that Zhong Li's actions were evidently akin to a telepathic gesture, revealing a look of solace. Then, if we must perish, it is worth it. Cough, cough, cough. Do not attempt it, Zhong Li. I sever it myself. I fear that by the time you arrived, it would be too late. So I took matters into my own hands. I never expected to survive. Liu Li, trembling, extended her bloodied hand to grasp Zhong Li's wrist. Zhong Li, I have never mentioned this. At your age, you should actually call me Aunt Lu. Please heed my words. Assist Aunt Lu, and in my life. No, Sister Lu, do not speak. Please remain silent. Zhong Li, gripping Lu Li's hand in return, was already overcome with tears. I shall seek Wen Yuan. She can heal you. She surely can. Await my return. Zhong Li. Before Zhong Li could rise, Lu Li tightened her grip on Zhong Li's wrist. It is futile. Wen Yuan is not that formidable. Hurry, Zhong Li. End Aunt Lu's suffering. It hurts so much, so much. Please, quickly. In the next life, Aunt Lu will prepare delicious meals for you all. All right, all right. Tears cascaded down Zhong Li's cheeks as she pressed her hand against Lu Li's throat, painfully closing her eyes. Aunt Lu, you and Brother Sure too, await my arrival. Crack. Ding. The crystalline palace emitted a deafening roar. The master embodies both good and evil. Good and evil Buddha's face. Containment progress 1. Current containment progress 47. Master Vajra body. Sequence ability strength 47. Only 3 progress remains until the next sequence unlocks. Ha ha ha. Zhong Li, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Just as Zhong Li concluded Lu Li's life, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Zhong Li, bewildered, rose and turned to see. It was Wen Yuan, clad in a blood-soaked tactical jacket, standing a short distance behind him, her face obscured by the brim of her hood, rendering her features indistinguishable. Her condition differed from that of Shiryu and Lu Li. Her body trembled at a significantly lower frequency, almost imperceptible. Perhaps it was due to her role as a medical team member, her strength insufficient to resist like Lu Li and Shiryu. Oh, you personally ended Lu Li's life? How does it feel? Wen Yuan tilted her head, seemingly intrigued by the sight of Lu Li's lifeless body. However, Zhong Li's mental state had become disoriented, rendering him oblivious to her actions. Otherwise, he would have certainly noticed that when Yuan's gaze lingered on Lu Li's corpse for an unusually long time. Is she still contemplating my intervention to rescue her? Hee, how naive. Pfft. Before Wen Yuan could finish her sentence, the bewildered Zhong Li flashed before her, his right hand shaped like a blade, instantly piercing through her chest. Termite, you are unworthy to use Wen Yuan's body to utter such words to me. A soft, agonized sigh escaped Wen Yuan as she felt the piercing pain in her chest, her body trembling slightly as the enormous brim of her hat slipped from her head. Yet, what Zhong Li beheld was a face awash with tears, adorned with a bitter smile. I never expected you to be so easily deceived. Did you think I was weaker than Sister Lu? Hence my failed resistance? When you. Zhong Li gazed incredulously into her eyes. She was far from being under the control of the termites. Did you forget what Shun Xiao told you? When I fight, I am quite formidable. With that, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from her lips. Why? Why would you do this? You could have survived. The color drained from Zhong Li's eyes, an overwhelming despair driving him nearly to madness. I have killed 37 individuals. I was supposed to be a medic, yet I took 37 lives. I have no face left to live. The captain fought desperately. I awakened, but I could not save those people. Not a single one. Zhong Li, do not feel guilty. It was my own choice to give up on life. There is no need for guilt. A sweet yet desperate smile graced Wen Yuan's face, as tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Promise me, Zhong Li. You must bring Xiao Mo back to the base. She is still so very young. Chapter 85. Let us rest for a while. Wen Yuan's lips parted, as if she wished to articulate something further. Yet the breath of life was gradually ebbing away from her. Ding! The crystal palace resonated with a deafening roar. The Lord of the palace embodies the coexistence of good and evil. Good and evil Buddha's containment progress. 1. Current containment progress. 48. The Lord's Vajra body sequence capability intensity stands at 48. Merely 2 progress remains until the next sequence unlocks. What? You could have lived. Zhong Li cried out hoarsely, cradling Wen Yuan's lifeless form in his arms. He could not fathom the magnitude of the blow she endured, having witnessed with her own eyes the deaths of so many she had personally caused. Her mental state had likely shattered long before Zhong Li arrived. Provoking him deliberately was the final flicker of reason she clung to as a means to conclude her own existence. Having taken the lives of Shiryu, Lu Li, and Wen Yuan, Zhong Li's sanity had been irrevocably fractured. An overwhelming fury had eclipsed his rational thought. After gently placing Wen Yuan's body on the ground, golden mist and bronze patterns began to manifest across his skin. Buzz! Zhong Li's mouth opened slightly, and an invisible wave of sound erupted forth from him. All the glass and fragile items within the mall shattered instantaneously, scattering across the floor. Termite, you must perish. The surging wrath fully consumed Zhong Li's consciousness. In the next moment, the golden mist surrounding him began to dissipate, while the bronze patterns on his skin grew increasingly pronounced. Molten magma flickered ominously from his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds akin to the tolling of temple bells resonated within Zhong Li. Simultaneously, his power level surged instantly. Phase of form, phase of body, phase of illusion. In mere seconds, he transcended 3 tiers, achieving the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Termite, show yourself. With this thunderous roar, each syllable reverberated like a solemn bell, imbued with an undercurrent of sage wisdom. Below, in the parking garage, as Zhong Li's sequence 009 power began to spiral out of control, the sweat-drenched and anxious termite suddenly opened his eyes. What is happening? This terrifying pressure. Termite had encountered high-ranking hunters before, yet he had never felt such an intense sense of oppression from them. It was as though this force transcended mere strength, emanating from the very essence of life and soul. Under this immense pressure, Termite resembled a fiercely aggressive dog confronted by a famished, slumbering tiger. Any hint of reckless movement could lead to his immediate demise. Fortunately, he had prepared an escape route for himself. Go, Termite commanded, bracing against the overwhelming pressure. Within half a second, the hollow-eyed Li Ling and Lin Mo approached him from either side. After sheltering him in the middle, he leaped into the van, directly plunging into the underground maintenance tunnel that had already been opened nearby. Heh, Zhong Li, had you not personally slain those three who alleviated my burdens, I truly would not have been able to control Li Ling so effectively. Just before vanishing into the tunnel, the termite cast a mocking glance upwards and said, "Come out! Come out!" Zhong Li's roar had completely transformed into a resonant chant, its reach rapidly expanding. Yet it lagged momentarily. Mere seconds after the termite disappeared into the tunnel, his chant finally enveloped the underground parking lot. Boom! The ground and ceiling, now shrouded in the chant, began to heave as if shaken by an earthquake. Tiles shattered, and the very foundation and load-bearing structures of the building began to crack under the strain. Zhong Li's subconscious yearned to capture the termite lurking nearby, but he could not pinpoint its exact location. Hence, all surrounding elements converged towards him. Just as the entire building seemed on the verge of collapse under the influence of the chant, everything in Zhong Li's view suddenly began to distort. In an instant, the scene of the mall vanished, replaced by an endless corridor of illusion. At the opposite end of the corridor, a petite figure cradling a cat rushed towards Zhong Li. "Die for me!" Enraged, Zhong Li lost all rationality, even upon recognizing it was Do Kai Kai. He could not rein in his body and launched an attack directly at her. Boom! A veil of golden mist enveloped his bronze-patterned physique, and with a punch capable of obliterating the entire mall, he struck at Do Kai Kai. "TSK, Yunjia, we still arrived too late." Zhu Kai Kai, facing Zhong Li's punch, exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, she effortlessly twisted and positioned herself behind him. "I understand. Let us allow him to rest." Yun Gei's cold voice resonated throughout the corridor of illusion. "All right," one hand cradling the elder cat, Do Kai Kai extended the other, gently snapping her fingers. "Snap, shoo, quiet now. Let us take a nap, we have arrived." Memory sequence 079, silence. Within the walls of the Anomalous defense, the highest-ranked abilities within human society were activated. In the moment Do Kai Kai unleashed her powers, the completely unraveled Zhong Li found his memories frozen. The golden mist and his bronze patterns vanished in an instant, and the chant that had enveloped the entire building dissipated as well. With a thud, the now utterly drained Zhong Li collapsed to the ground like a convalescent patient, his bewildered eyes shrouded by a white veil from the silence ability. "What happened? Tell me." Do Kai Kai supported Zhong Li, preventing him from falling entirely to the ground. "All those with severed spines have been controlled by the termite." In a moment of fleeting clarity, "Sure you, Lu Li, and when Yuan implored me to end their lives, desperate to escape the cycle of violence that had consumed them." Zhong Li's voice was devoid of emotion as he gestured towards the lifeless forms of Lu Li and Wen Yuan behind him. A heavy sigh escaped Do Kai Kai's lips, her expression a tapestry of complexity. It was unfathomable that such a devastating event could unfold within a mere preparatory team. With that, she extended her hand once more, poised to snap her fingers and freeze Zhong Li in time, erasing the agony of his memories forever. Yet at that precise moment, a delicately beautiful hand emerged from the void of the corridor's illusion, grasping hers and halting her intent. "There is no need to attempt it," it spoke softly. "While you may freeze him, erasing his memories without consent is something that 009 would surely oppose. If I am not mistaken, in his recent state, your ability to freeze him was merely facilitated by 009. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortlessly accomplished." Chapter 86, the scenic sequence. "Oh, is it intentionally cooperating with me?" After listening to Yun Jue's words, Do Kai Kai glanced at Zhong Li with keen interest, in a state of uncontrollable anger. He can ascend to the pinnacle of the illusion stage in a short span, merely a step away from our current void stage. This 009 is indeed intriguing. It is to be expected. After all, being an unknown sequence, anything could occur. The surrounding corridor gradually faded away, and Yun Jue's figure began to materialize. She appeared to be in her late 20s, clad in seemingly ordinary professional attire and a form-fitting skirt, adorned with a name tag inscribed with the characters Yun Jue. Her long black hair framed her face, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses perched upon her nose. her expression stern and her complexion fair. Were it not for the corridor illusion she conjured that had just directly obstructed Zhong Li's Buddhist sound, no one would suspect that such an appearance could belong to a member of the elite combat unit, Tiangong Mountain Sea Team. She resembled merely an ordinary office worker. Do Kai nodded gently, lost in thought for a moment before raising her gaze towards Yunjie. Are we really not pursuing the one who escaped through the underground tunnel? He took Captain Li and another girl with him. He has already left. Yunjui's voice was cold. Huh? Who did you send? Do Kai inquired, puzzled. It was only the two of them who came here. When did Yunjui dispatch someone to pursue him? Not someone, but my scenery. I have expanded my scenery to encompass the entire H05 area. I am fully aware of their whereabouts and actions. Oh. Do Kai nodded in sudden realization. She possessed the most potent sequence currently observed by humanity. The memory sequence. Quiet, yet her memory was particularly poor. She often forgot the extent of what Yunjui's scenic sequence could accomplish. Then why not just take action to eliminate him directly? Do Kai continued to inquire. Is not yet feasible. Yunjui shook her head. That individual seems to be contacting someone. This act of terror may merely be a fade. His team is undoubtedly plotting a grander conspiracy. If we act recklessly before they reveal themselves, we might inadvertently alert them. Oh. Do Kai pouted in confusion. Then let us just strike whoever surfaces. You? Yunjui shot her an exasperated glance. If you kill one and the remaining 10 do not surface for the next decade, will you wait here for 10 years? Moreover, our arrival here was not under the orders of the government. It was an unauthorized action. Thus, it is inappropriate to create too much commotion. If the populace learns that the Spine Breaker team was annihilated and that we from Tiangong easily resolved the crisis, it would disrupt the overall balance of the camphor tree. TSK. Do Kai scoffed at Yunjui's words. Here we go again, the overall balance, PFF. In response to Do's sight-sized disdain, Yunjui cast her a light glare, then raised her hands once more, conjuring another scenic illusion. The bodies of Zhong Li, Wenyuan, Lu Li, and the corpse of Shuri Wei on the rooftop were enveloped within a singular space, which trembled gently before they returned to the base of the Broken Spine Squad. Following the scene transition, Yunjui cast a glance at Do Kai. If you disagree, then go ahead and let the populace rely on your prowess. When even the household cat goes missing and they turn to you for help, you will understand the validity of my words. Do Kai responded playfully, sticking her tongue out at Yunjui. Despite the retort, she secretly acknowledged that Yunjui's assertions held truth. While Yunjui's words might seem callous during the scene transition, she had quietly reassembled the dismembered body of Lu Li. Do Kai certainly noticed this detail. Thus, even though Yunjui occasionally appeared indifferent due to her stubbornness, her heart remained tender, and she did not genuinely mean that she would refrain from acting when necessary. Let's take them here. That should suffice, right? After retracting her scene, Yunjui waved her hand at Do Kai. Before arriving here, the higher-ups informed me that 098 sensed a disturbance in his scene and requested the hunting squad to conduct a preliminary investigation, suspecting that the recent invasion of the year painting dolls might be linked to this matter. 098's scene has been compromised, Do Kai exclaimed in disbelief, lifting her gaze toward the abnormal defense wall visible through the glass doors of the base, over 100 kilometers away. That towering wall, 6,000 meters high and as solid as steel, was in fact 098 as seen. When abnormal creatures first emerged worldwide, a senior government official in China had awakened the scene sequence, 098. The high wall, through the collaboration of 098 and the Chinese government. This abnormal defense wall was constructed along the entire border of China. However, 99 of the population remained oblivious to the fact that this wall was the materialized scene, as China had been the world's leading infrastructure powerhouse before the advent of abnormal creatures and the apocalypse. Few questioned the feasibility of such monumental construction. Who could possess the terrifying power to damage 098's scene? Do Kai inquired, perplexed. While 098 was not the strongest among humanity, it was near the pinnacle of power. What sort of horrific strength could possibly breach his scene? Who knows? Yunjui replied, shaking her head in resignation. Although it was confirmed that 098-foot scene had been damaged, it could be surmised that the extent of the damage was minimal. Otherwise, 098 would not have merely suggested that the hunting squad take a look. Shall we depart now? Do Kai Kai asked, cradling her beloved cat in her arms. Yes. Let us leave the matters here to Zhong Li to resolve. However, Yunjui paused mid-sentence, removed her identification badge from her chest, and placed it into Zhong Li's pocket. I hope this can be of assistance, damn. After completing everything, Yunjui cast a nostalgic glance at the base, then took Do Kai Kai's hand and turned to leave, release the stasis. As a sequence ability user of 009, this is a process he must endure. Well before Do Kai Kai exited the base's main gate, she raised her arm and snapped her fingers once more. With a crisp sound, the stasis on the memories of everyone within the entire base, including Zhong Li, was lifted. In that moment of awakening, Zhong Li erupted with a furious roar. Termite, come out here! The frenzied shout startled all the research team members who had just regained their memories. In the next instant, everyone looking at Zhong Li gasped in astonishment. For them, it was but a fleeting moment of disorientation before the bodies of Zhong Li and the other three appeared in the very center of the first floor of the base. Chapter 87. Irreversible covering. Can your scenery replace the past? Or how should I phrase it? After departing from the base of the Broken Spine Squad, Do Kai Kai inquired while gently stroking the cat in her arms. No, that might alert the one who disrupts the high walls. Let us fly directly over, Yunjui replied, shaking her head. In the next instant, their figures soared into the air, instantly reaching several hundred meters in altitude. However, just as they were preparing to head towards the high walls, Yunjui's brow suddenly furrowed. There's another presence of 009. She could sense, within her scenic coverage, a faint yet unmistakable aura akin to the one emanating from Zhong Li. What? Another 009? Sister Yun, are you joking? There are two 009s. Do Kai Kai could hardly believe her ears, her eyes wide open as if she had seen a ghost. No, not two. Yunjui dismissed Do's sight-sized thoughts, stating that there was no hurry to reach the wall. They should first investigate the situation. As soon as she finished speaking, the corridor scenery materialized beside them. After a distortion of space, they were transported into an elementary school. Due to an attack by anomalous entities, all teachers and students had been evacuated from the school half an hour prior. Now, within the entire campus, Yunjui could only sense one human presence and several lurking weak, anomalous beings. Maintain your memory freeze. I have located the individual emitting the 009 aura. Yunjui said gravely to Do Kai Kai. All right. With a snap of her fingers, the quieting ability was activated once more. From that point on, anyone they encountered, aside from those of a higher rank than Do Kai Kai, would automatically have their memories frozen upon entering her sequential range. Strange, it's a girl. Yunjui frowned slightly, then casually waved her hand. The few hidden, anomalous entities were replaced into her corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Without even glancing at what had been brought into the corridor, Yunj effortlessly annihilated them within the scenic realm. Scenic sequence 092, Endless Corridor. Within this corridor, Yunjie was the undisputed sovereign. Even targets of higher rank found it challenging to gain the upper hand in combat when enveloped by the Endless Corridor scenery. All anomalous sequences rated between 190 were referred to as scenic sequences, possessing the ability to render the sequence's users nearly invincible within their own domain. After walking towards the direction of the 009 aura for a short while, a girl of graceful stature was enveloped within the scenery. Is this her? Do Kai Kai observed the frozen Yao Jiao before her, displaying immense interest. Yes, it is her, but it's very faint. Likely not what I was expecting. A situation where 009 left something within her, Yunjue remarked, gazing at Yao Jiao with a puzzled expression. A girl endowed with her own extraordinary abilities, yet still tethered to the present, exudes an aura reminiscent of 009. This sister possesses a physique that rivals your own. Yunya. Do Kai Kai hopped excitedly towards Yao Jiao, her gaze flitting back and forth between Yao Jiao and Yungue. The feline companion nestled in her arms also directed its curious nostrils towards Yao Jiao Jiao, akin to a cat intrigued by a small bird. Enough of the banter. Yin Gui's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a reproachful glare at Do Kai Kai. With all this idle chatter, why not focus and discern what is truly happening? Do Kai Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter at Yin Gui's words. Yun Jia, what is there to be embarrassed about? It's merely the truth. And there's only a slight difference. She continued, moreover. Given her presence in your surroundings, is there really any need for me to investigate? Do Kai Kai unabashedly exposed Yun Gui's bashfulness, playfully making faces at her. You, faced with Do sight-sized teasing, Yun Gui's cheeks flushed crimson. And after shooting another annoyed glance at her, she turned away. Then, as if sulking, she began to retract her endless perception, directing all her focus towards Yao Jiao Jiao. As Yin Gui delved deeper into her exploration of Yao Jiao Jiao, the blush on her face gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion and disbelief. Has 009 altered her memory? How is this possible? Before Yin Gui could utter a second thought, Do Kai Kai leapt up, exclaiming, Alter memory? 009 can modify memories. Her excitement stemmed from her self-proclaimed mastery in the realm of memory alteration, having never encountered a rival. Yet, even she could only manage to freeze or erase memories. The prospect of modifying them seemed nearly impossible. Though uncertain of the mechanics, it was indeed the case. Upon grasping the situation surrounding Yao Jiao Jiao, Yin Gui withdrew her concentrated perception. However, my assessment may not be entirely accurate. Rather than modification, it would be more precise to say it has been subjected to an almost irreversible overlay. In essence, apart from the entity of 009 itself. Reversing such alterations was impossible unless a presence more formidable than 009 intervened. Yun Gui shook her head. Based on the current condition of this girl, it seems she must have committed an act that incited 009's wrath, resulting in the cruel obliteration of her memories, leaving her with virtually no chance of reversal. Oh, I see. Do Kai Kai, who had been observing Yao Jiao Jiao intently, nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Yet in an instant, her expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Yin Jia, look. She bears the temporary medal from our camphor tree. Do Kai Kai pointed towards Yao Jiao Jiao's chest, where the temporary instructor's medal given by Li Ling was displayed. Yes, I see it. Yin Gui's brow furrowed even deeper. This medal holds profound significance, of which she is acutely aware. It is an honor bestowed solely by Captain Li Ling of this region. In other words, the girl who has provoked 009 has been recognized by Li Ling. What has transpired within her? Never mind, let us proceed. Yin Jue subtly shifted her thoughts, canceling her previous intentions. Since she is connected to 009, let us feign ignorance for the time being. Despite inciting 009's ire, she remains alive and has even been invited by Master Li into the camphor tree. Thus, she must possess some value, at least in the eyes of Zhong Li, or perhaps 009. So, onward, let us head towards the wall. Very well, with a twist of space in an instant, the realm in which the two resided was transported back to the heights they had previously prepared to reach before the tall wall. Chapter 88. Provocation in order to avoid alarming the individual who was systematically dismantling the towering wall. Yun Gui and Do Kai Kai proceeded at a leisurely pace, taking over an hour to reach their designated location. How could there be someone capable of breaching such a formidable barrier? Upon landing, Do Kai Kai furrowed her brows in puzzlement. She surveyed the extensive ruins left behind from the world before the apocalypse, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Although each time they received orders to venture outside the wall for hunting missions, the Tiangong Dizzy team would pass through places reminiscent of this. The sight of such desolation never failed to leave her in awe. Though situated within the high walls, the proximity rendered this area a veritable no-man's land. Aside from the occasional presence of those completely forsaken by society, this locale was essentially a third-world realm, referred to by humanity as the marginal lands. The inhabitants within the walls would never set foot here, and the aberrant creatures beyond the walls could not gain entry. At most, when hunting teams returned from outside, A small number of citizens and media might briefly gather to welcome them at the edge. Beyond that, this perimeter closest to the wall was a forgotten expanse. Thus, it was evident that this was linked to the individual orchestrating the terror from behind the scenes. There must be at least one team or a uniquely positioned individual relentlessly undermining the wall day and night. The doll, reminiscent of traditional New Year art, likely entered through the small breach they had created. Yun Gui also assessed the surroundings and formed her own conclusion. Could it be that other aberrant creatures have already infiltrated? Do Kai Kai asked anxiously upon hearing Yun Gui's words. While a solitary doll could be managed by the Dizzy team, an influx of aberrant creatures would pose a catastrophic threat to human society. Despite the Tiangong and Dizzy teams being tasked with hunting beyond the walls, only the Tiangong comprehended the true terror of the elite aberrant beings lurking outside. The hunting range for the Tiangong extends far beyond that of the Dizzy, and the dangers they encountered were far more harrowing. For instance, the formidable team of hunters, Shanghai Lai Sha, of which Do Kai Kai and Yun Gui were members, had once encountered beings surpassing the highest ranks of danger over 500 kilometers beyond the wall. They had narrowly escaped total annihilation. Most likely not. Yun Gui shook her head. Let us search carefully. All right. After exchanging a confirming glance, both donned their black and gold combat helmets and commenced their separate missions. In an effort to avoid startling the enemy, they moved with deliberate slowness, each suppressing their perceptive abilities to the utmost limit. Based on Yun Gui's deductions, any entity capable of damaging the formidable wall must possess some form of excavation or wall-piercing ability, which implied remarkable speed. Therefore, before they ensured a decisive strike, they could not afford to grant the adversary any opportunity for escape. In the midst of the desolate ruins, the two had searched for nearly half an hour in profound silence when Do Caicai's voice finally resonated in Yun Gui's ear. Sister Yun, I believe I have found something. But what? Yun Gui inquired hastily. It's hard to describe. You should come see for yourself. Do Caicai's tone conveyed both confusion and a hint of provoked anger. All right. Since Do Kai Kai had said so, it indicated that the perpetrator was no longer at the scene, and Yun Gui felt little hesitation. With a twist of her surroundings, she appeared beside Do Kai Kai in an instant. Upon seeing the cave before her, she comprehended why Do Kai Kai had expressed such sentiments. It was a narrow opening barely wide enough for a single person, the excavation marks suggesting it had been formed by some clawed creature after prolonged digging. Above the entrance hung a flag crafted from tattered cloth, inscribed with a provocatively taunting message. By the time you discover this, it will be too late. All anomalies that can pass through this cave have already been invited in. Are you ready to commence the war? Camphor tree? At the edge of the opening lay a small sapling, charred to a crisp, the implications of provocation unmistakable. Ha! A war, you say? Yun Gui squinted as she stepped forward, her hand icy as she tore down the ragged garment. In that moment, she recalled the scene upon arriving in Zone H05, capturing the image of the person who had taken Li Ling, engaged in conversation with someone. We have been outmaneuvered. Yun Gui's tone remained cool, yet her anger was slowly bubbling to the surface. We have been outmaneuvered? What do you mean? Do Kai Kai queried, puzzled. That person is not merely targeting the Broken Spine Squad. He is provoking the entire Camphor Tree. Everything he has done thus far was to ensure we witness this. Yun Gui raised the flag in her hand. He aims to ignite a true war, starting with a crisis of trust between the populace and the Camphor Tree. Upon hearing Yun Gui's words, Do Kai Kai stood frozen. She had initially thought this was merely a terror attack orchestrated by rebels, yet she could not fathom how severely the situation had escalated in such a short time. What should we do now? Do Caicai's expression had grown gravely serious. Immediately inform the highest echelons of government and prepare for a state of heightened alert. Deploy at least 2 Tiangong squads to secure this area. We absolutely cannot allow this entrance to enlarge. Even Yun Gui, usually composed, now spoke with an edge of urgency. Understood. Do Kai Kai nodded, instinctively reaching for her beloved cat tucked within her arms. The next moment, an aura belonging to the void stage erupted from her, her eyes turning a pale gray, her petite form gradually fading into the fabric of space. Just as she was on the verge of vanishing entirely from this place, Yin Jue seemed to recall something and turned to her, saying, "Moreover, ensure that the higher-ups are prepared to awaken Emperor Xian of Shang at any moment. Although Zhong Li is 009, his current strength is still far from adequate for engaging in warfare. We must rely on him." "You are certain?" The figure of Do Kai, already fading to the point of near invisibility, displayed an unprecedented shock upon hearing Yin Jue's words. "Indeed, the adversary we face is exceptionally formidable, and we must be thoroughly prepared. We cannot allow ourselves to be led by the nose any longer." Yin Jue's tone was resolute. She fully understood the potential consequences of awakening Emperor Xian of Shang, but as the foremost combat force of the camphor tree, in the face of impending war, sacrifices must be made. Chapter 89. The Method of Retaliation when Zhong Li awakened. His memories were still anchored in the moment just before he succumbed to overwhelming fury after slaying Wen Yuan. However, upon opening his eyes, he found himself back at the base of the Broken Spine Squad, where the recently healed members of the research team were staring at him in a state of panic. Lu Jie, Shi Tugu, Wen Yuan, yes, they were still there. As rationality returned to Zhong Li, he immediately recalled the three of them. There was no time to ponder how he had returned to the base. He was eager to rise and head back to Wanda Square. Yet, the very next second, his peripheral vision caught sight of what lay behind him. The lifeless bodies of the three, quietly resting in stillness. Among them, Lu Li had been severed in twain, her form forcibly rejoined by some formidable force. This was a profound bewilderment temporarily subdued Zhong Li's inner wrath and urgency. This disorienting shift in reality was not unfamiliar to him. It was the third occurrence. The first had been in the heights when he encountered the sharp-tailed swallow, the second, at the threshold of Do Sight-Sai's room, and now this was the third. This implied that as he had just been engulfed in despair and rage, Do Kai and her companions had already arrived. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, they refrained from revealing themselves and merely returned him to the base before departing. However, alongside this realization, another question arose in Zhong Li's mind. If they had returned Lu Li and the others alongside himself, why had they not also brought back Li Ling and Lin Mo? Before he could delve deeper into thought, a piercing scream echoed nearby. A young researcher from the team, upon witnessing the gruesome and bloody remains of Lu Li and the others, initially frozen in terror, finally erupted into a shriek. Following her, dozens of research team members began to unleash a cacophony of terrified cries. Though they were trained professionals, none had ever witnessed nearly half of their preparatory squad perish before their very eyes. This was yet another harrowing experience for them, having just survived a sudden assault from the containment creatures within the base. Fortunately, those assigned to the preparatory squad possessed a modicum of team spirit. The tumult within the base subsided swiftly as the leaders of various groups took charge and restored order. "Zhong Li, what on earth is happening?" After quelling the chaos, one of the senior leaders approached Zhong Li, trembling as he inquired. He was the most senior researcher in the Broken Spine base, and, in a sense, Lu Li ensured you were akin to comrades in arms to him. Confronted with the sudden appearance of the bodies of old allies, none could remain unscathed. Gazing at the aged and pained visage before him, Zhong Li felt a pang of compassion. He could empathize with the turmoil within this elderly leader. He opened his mouth, preparing to explain. They all were yet, having uttered merely those 4 words, the remainder of his speech was swallowed back down. A certain conjecture emerged in his mind, and the sorrowful expression on the old leader's face, under the influence of his subjective thoughts, began to take on an eerie quality. Was this leader under the control of termites? Or rather, among the individuals in the base, how many had already succumbed to this control, and how many remained untainted? As these thoughts crossed his mind, cold sweat began to pour down Heavy Li's back. The researchers, who usually shared the same base yet seldom interacted with him, now appeared to him as individuals suspiciously resembling white-tailed deer. White-tailed deer, Heavy Li pondered. The countenance of that refined yet sinister youth surfaced in his mind. Reflecting on their previous encounters with the white-tailed deer, he recalled they had always occurred in the vicinity of the barbecue shop in the northern part of the city. This indirectly confirmed that the peculiar control exerted by termites knows no bounds or limitations. Once ensnared, there is no escape unless the termites themselves choose to release their hold. Thus, Heavily raised his gaze towards the old leader and the nearby researchers. His suspicions were likely accurate. Among them, without a doubt, targets already ensnared by the termites lurked. Nothing transpired. Having clarified everything in his mind, Heavily fixed his gaze on the old leader and abruptly shifted his tone. This incident has been classified as absolute confidentiality by the higher-ups of the Camphor Tree organization and must not be disclosed. Do you understand? Heavy's expression was grave as he stood up. No longer concealing his Buddha voice ability, he directly manipulated the corpses of Lu Li and the others, making them float behind him. The task of ensuring absolute confidentiality now rests upon your shoulders. After taking a couple of steps forward, Heavily turned to face the old leader. Before Captain Li Ling's return, you are the most senior here. Only you can accomplish this task. I entrust it to you. After speaking, Heavily gave a slight bow to the old leader. He then led the corpses of Lu Li and the others toward the training ground. Upon entering the training ground, Heavily utilized Buddha voice to twist a chain to its utmost limit, securing it to the door. Consequently, no one in the base, apart from him, could open this door, realizing that there were undoubtedly moles among them. Heavily conceived a temporary strategy to counter the termites. Since he could not thwart their specific plans, he might as well let them unfold. The deliberate display of Buddha voice before everyone was a performance aimed at the mole among them. His fabrication of an absolute confidentiality rationale was intended to instill a sense of urgency in the termite mole, prompting it to feel the pressure of his counterattack and thereby expose itself swiftly. Furthermore, Do Kai Kai and Yun Gui were already aware of this matter, and it was certain that it was not solely his knowledge. As long as the termites were not foolish, they would certainly sense it too. This could be inferred from the fact that neither Li Ling nor Lin Mo had been brought back. It was highly probable that, upon sensing Do Kai Kai and her companion's presence, the termites had hastily retreated with Li Ling and Lin Mo. Now that individuals associated with the heavenly stems have emerged, the termites will undoubtedly refrain from exhibiting their previous audacity. In this context, the only way to lure the termites out once more for elimination is to compel them into action, thus allowing for a counter-strategy to be devised in response to their moves. This is the sole conclusion that Zhong Li can draw from his current knowledge. He merely needs to wait and monitor the external developments via his mobile device. The door to the training ground remained shut for a full 3 days, during which only when Yao Jiaojiao returned did Zhong Li permit her entry. Previously, the termites had failed to exert control over her during her disappearance, and the white-tailed deer had attempted to sow discord in a bid to separate her from the group. These incidents serve as evidence that Yao Jiaojiao is the only individual who, for reasons unknown, cannot be manipulated by the termites. She stands as the sole person Zhong Li can trust beyond Do Kai Kai and Yun Gui. On the morning of the third day, Zhong Li stumbled upon an unprecedented and peculiar post on the Abnormal Creatures Forum, titled, "Regardless of whether the camphor trees slaughter civilians, I shall forever support them. What harm can it do to let them kill?" Chapter 90, Insanity? The title of this post sent a chill down Zhong Li's spine the moment he laid eyes on it. Rather than supporting the camphor tree, the title seemed to cast a shadow of disdain upon it. Upon opening the post, the content immediately confirmed this suspicion. The first comment beneath the post was made by the author, stating, "The camphor tree has protected us for so long. Perhaps it's just in a bad mood now, releasing the anomalous beings to take a few civilians' lives. So what? A few deaths, and people start to curse the camphor tree. What a life, haha." The comment concluded with a facepalm emoji. Unsurprisingly, the subsequent replies to this post were filled with vehement criticisms, branding the author as a traitor to the tree. However, regardless of the vitriol directed at him, the author continued to respond with a mocking indifference. Without the protection of the camphor tree, you'd all be dead by now. So a few sacrifices for their relief, what is the big deal? Accompanying these comments were numerous photos and videos captured from above, depicting the already contained anomalous beings slaughtering civilians. Damn it. As Zhong Li stared at the graphic and bloody images, he found himself trembling with rage. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the termites. The video previously shown on the plaza screen was merely a prelude. Their true aim was to amplify the doubts within the populace regarding the camphor tree and ultimately tarnish its image in their hearts. While he did notice a few rational voices defending the camphor tree in the comments, these were drowned out by the overwhelming tide of insults. What should we do now? As Zhong Li scrolled through the post, Yao Jiao sat beside him, her expression equally grave. We have no way to refute this. Are we just going to let them continuously smear us? Though Yao Jiao was merely a temporary instructor for the Broken Spine team, her time spent with them had fostered a sense of attachment, leading her to subconsciously defend the camphor tree as if it were one of her own. No, we must devise a counterattack. Zhong Li's fingers tightened around his phone, turning pale with intensity, his fury threatening to erupt. We absolutely cannot allow Sister Lu and the others to bear such a stigma. He lifted his gaze toward the lounge at the far end of the training ground, where the bodies of Lu Li, Shiyu, and Wenyu lay frozen in the liquid nitrogen freezer. This device was originally intended for rapidly cooling the body post-training. Though it lacked the quality of those at headquarters, it could still achieve the necessary temperatures. Yet, no one had anticipated that these relaxation machines would ultimately become frigid coffins for temporarily preserving the corpses of the Broken Spine team. Just a moment, this account, as Zhong Li contemplated how to retaliate while observing the lounge. Yao Jiao suddenly gasped and immediately raised her phone before Zhong Li. The person who posted this has chatted with you privately. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li was struck as if by lightning, trembling uncontrollably, and swiftly snatched the phone from Yao Jiao's hand. Indeed, the individual who published this post was none other than the madman Zhong Li had previously questioned regarding the issue of 009. He had merely altered the system's default avatar and numerical username, which is why Zhong Li had failed to recognize him at first. Wasn't he supposed to be confined? How could this be? Zhong Li furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the past conversation between the two. He was aware that the madman could occasionally use his phone. However, from where had he obtained those photos? Moreover, what was the purpose of him posting this? Do you know this person? Yao Jiao discerned Zhong Li's confusion. Who is he? A lunatic who once falsified his own serial number and ultimately witnessed all his comrades perish before his very eyes. Zhong Li's expression had darkened to the utmost degree. Could this madman, who should be locked away in a psychiatric hospital, be connected to the termites? Was Bai controlling him? Could such a possibility exist? After pondering for a moment, a detail that Zhong Li had long overlooked emerged in his mind. His thumbs slowly moved, typing a line of text on the phone before he pressed the send button. How did you survive under 009's command? What is your objective in doing this now? Holding his breath, Zhong Li awaited the response from the other party. If he was not mistaken, the other party must have been waiting for him to initiate contact. He had survived under 009? Yao Jiao gazed at the message Zhong Li had typed. Perplexed. ISNT 009 with you? Well, Zhong Li non-committally nodded. I will explain later. He did not rush to answer Yao Jiao's inquiry, but remained completely focused on the phone screen. He had an inkling that he might soon receive an unimaginable response. Soon enough, the other party replied with remarkable speed, as though he had been eagerly awaiting Zhong Li's inquiry. Congratulations! You are the first to notice this. After all these years, it is the first time someone has asked me this question. Ha! Before Zhong Li could pose another question, the madman inundated him with messages, recounting his story. They all say I am insane, but I know they are the true madmen, the fools. Indeed, I did misrepresent my serial number, yet after you all obtained the hive sequence, no one bothered to verify this madman again. Who said misrepresentation must imply exaggerating one's serial number? Could it not also mean understating it? I simply did not want my wife to undertake such perilous hunting missions. Am I in the wrong? I merely underreported my own sequence, accompanying her outside the walls. After completing that task, we both resigned and returned home, abandoning our duties. Am I in the wrong? Why did 009 order her demise? To eliminate them all? We merely caught a fleeting glimpse of it. Where do we err? I can see that I am not as powerful as 009 and could not save her. Yet, the imbeciles from the camphor tree did not believe me when I claimed to have seen 009. Huh, fools, fools. I had nearly given up, truly. But the irony lies in the fact that you sought me out, Zhong Li. Before you, everyone who knew of 009's existence, apart from myself, had already perished. Yet, inexplicably, you stumbled upon a post I left years ago, claiming it was for a thesis. Do you believe I would trust such a tale? You cannot be anyone other than a sequence adept of 009. Chapter 91. The Fushi bell. Upon reaching this point, Zhong Li felt an unsettling chill creeping over him. Although he had previously speculated that this individual was likely not insane, witnessing him articulate such statements caused an involuntary tremor within him. What was even more disconcerting was the revelation that he not only was not a madman, but had also misrepresented his rank. He had previously claimed that, after his deception, he was assigned to a hunting squad of the Heavenly Stems level, and now he was stating that he had misreported in reverse. This implication suggested that his rank might indeed surpass that of the members of the Heavenly Stems squad. The madman's messages continued to flood in. In this life, my greatest hatred lies with 009, who murdered my wife, and with the camphor tree that refuses to believe me, no matter what. I was just pondering how to eliminate both of them. And here you are, joining forces with 009 under the guise of the camphor tree. Ha ha, splendid. It saves me the trouble. I can simply eradicate you both. After digesting the madman's full correspondence, Zhong Li was trembling uncontrollably, while the nearby Yao Jiao fell into a contemplative silence. From their exchange, she had surmised a semblance of what had transpired earlier. Could this individual be allied with the termite? After a brief moment, Yao Jiao broke the silence, her inquiry carrying weight. If the madman had no connection to the termite, it was improbable he would choose this moment to release such a post. After all, no one would willingly invite a stranger to eliminate their own target of vengeance. Zhong Li, cognizant of this fact, regained his composure and pondered for some time before responding to the madman. If your rank is indeed so elevated, why would you willingly submit to the control of the termite? This question, while ostensibly an attempt to empathize with the madman, was actually a strategic maneuver to extract information. Direct inquiries, like those posed by Yao Jiao, would likely elicit no response unless he truly was deranged. However, Zhong Li's question cleverly shifted the focus from whether he was allied with the termite to why he would choose to remain subservient to it. This not only conveyed to the madman that Zhong Li had surmised his connection to the termite, but also opened the door for potential revelations. Controlled by the termite? Ha ha ha. The madman quickly replied him. A mere false affiliation? Attempting to control me? Spotted me, Zhong Li. They call me the madman. But I see you as the true lunatic. Have you not researched any information regarding the rank, termite? A false affiliation merely fosters goodwill, encouraging others to join his ranks. To control people? That is akin to daydreaming. Upon reading these lines, Zhong Li and Yao Jiao exchanged a bewildered glance, both rendered speechless. The termite's false affiliation. Incapable of controlling individuals? The next moment, a series of urgent voice call notifications interrupted their thoughts. The madman seemed to prefer not to engage in lengthy text exchanges, opting instead to call directly. Zhong Li and Yao Jiao exchanged a glance once more, and upon receiving a reassuring nod from Yao Jiao, Zhong Li answered the call. The instant the connection was established, the maniac's frenzied voice erupted from the speaker. Yao Jiao reacted swiftly, retrieving her phone and activating the recording function, aiming it at Zhong Li's device. You must believe that your teammates are all under the control of termites, right? Ha ha ha. The maniac's laughter was excruciatingly jarring, reminiscent of a drunken individual cackling on the street, devoid of any emotion save for madness. Yet, surprisingly, his words were distinctly clear. Apologies. I won't laugh anymore, I promise. Ha ha ha. Indeed, not just you, even I, your foolish brother, perceive that as his ability. Ha ha ha. Despite claiming to cease his laughter, the maniac continued to cackle uncontrollably to the point of gasping for breath. Without me, he is utterly worthless. He wishes to instigate war, and I have assisted him to this extent, only for him to allow in a few anomalies barely the size of fingernails? Huh, is this what you call war? No one has the right to utter the word war in my presence. Do you understand, Zhong Li? No one is worthy. Do you comprehend what it means to be unworthy? Zhong Li realized that even if he had not yet become a true maniac, he was perilously close to that edge. The grievances between him and you do not concern me, but listen well, Zhong Li. It is I who must end you, including the 009 within you. Do you understand? At this juncture, the maniac's tone escalated several octaves, his voice now resembling a scream. You, 009, the camphor tree, and everyone within those high walls must perish. The more tragically she dies, the more tragically you shall die. Just as the maniac's emotions spiraled out of control, Yao Jiao swiftly intervened, terminating the call. This person is merely a simple madman. Let us disregard him. We should focus on how to deal with the termites instead. Whether motivated by her reluctance to assume the role of a world-saving hero or her inclination to protect Zhong Li, the matters the maniac alluded to far exceeded Yao Jiao's capacity for comprehension. These elements may indeed pertain to Zhong Li, who bore 009 and was destined to become humanity's foremost combat force. Yet they held no relevance to her as a temporary instructor for the reserve team. She merely wished for Zhong Li to regain his composure and manage the current crisis effectively. No, he is not a madman. At Yao Jiao's words, Zhong Li gradually lowered his head. However, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. No one could fathom what thoughts were swirling in Zhong Li's mind at that very moment. After a brief interlude, he slowly lifted his gaze. Did you record everything that just transpired? Yes. Yao Jiao nodded, hesitating momentarily before sending the recording file to Zhong Li's phone. What do you intend to do? Certainly, it is imperative to discern his true nature. When some seek to instigate conflict, as a descendant of Huaxiao endowed with the prowess of 009, I cannot remain a passive observer. Zhong Li's words left Yao Jiao with no grounds for rebuttal. Yet, within the depths of Zhong Li's gaze, she perceived something beyond the obligations he articulated, something of a loftier essence. With a swift motion, Zhong Li retrieved from his pocket a badge inscribed with the characters Yun Gui and affixed it resolutely to the back of his mobile device. This item, discovered within his pocket upon entering the training grounds, could more accurately be described as a communication card rather than merely a badge. Whether in proximity to a combat helmet or a mobile phone, it could directly connect him to Yun Gui. Previously, during an experiment, Zhong Li had hung up immediately after Yun Gui answered, but this time he awaited the sound of Yun Gui's voice through the speaker. Hello, what is it? After a brief pause, Yun Gui's cold voice resonated. I have but one question, Zhong Li replied in a composed tone. Is there a sequence among those ranked above 1,000 that is fundamentally non-biological? Yes, Yun Gui confirmed without hesitation. The sequences ranked between 200 and 100 are referred to as the inanimate sequences. What is it? Is there one among them that can induce a profound sense of comfort or even induce deep slumber in individuals? Zhong Li sought the answer that resided in his heart. Indeed, Yun Gui pondered for a moment before responding. Sequence 101, Fushi Bell. It can render any individual completely tranquil or even induce sleep, although it possesses minimal combat effectiveness. However, if utilized appropriately, it can undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. Regrettably, the sequence's ability user perished beyond the walls many years ago, and the sequence's essence has also gone missing. What is on your mind? Chapter 92, Adhesive Tape After a Moment of Silence. Zhong Li shared with Yun Gui the clues he had gleaned from the madman, along with his own deductions. The pseudo-belonging of the termites could only compel those who were convinced by him to some extent, obey his commands. Is it conceivable that, unbeknownst to him, he utilized the Fushi Bell, inducing individuals into a near-hypnotic state, subsequently issuing directives through his own pseudo-belonging, thus achieving the current state of affairs? Yun Gui, upon hearing Zhong Li's inference, adopted a serious demeanor. This possibility is quite significant, yet it cannot be confirmed at this moment. I am currently preoccupied with a more pressing matter. Regarding your speculation, I entrust it to your verification. Can you manage that? Zhong Li silan linudda. Although Yun Kuei's tone revealed no emotion, Zhong Li felt as though his heart was being pierced by needles. The last time Yun Kuei had inquired if he could accomplish something, the result was the near annihilation of the Broken Spine Squad. However, this time, he was determined to bring back Li Ling and Lin Mo at all costs. The images of Shi Yu and Lu Li before their demise, along with Yun Kuei's explanations about class, incessantly flashed through his mind. An audacious yet slightly mad idea emerged alongside. Jiao Jiao. After terminating communication with Yun Kuei, Zhong Li turned to Yao Jiao, his expression grave. Assist me with a favor. What is it? Yao Jiao. Sensing an ominous premonition from Zhong Li's extremely serious demeanor, inquired. Use every conceivable method to attack me until I'm gravely wounded. Zhong Li's gaze bore into Yao Jiao, devoid of jest, filled instead with sincerity and fervent appeal. What? Yao Jiao was taken aback by Zhong Li's request. What are you planning to do? To train the Buddha's sound with my own body. Zhong Li slowly rose, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. 10 minutes later, Zhong Li's body bore grievous wounds, inflicted by Yao Jiao using the steel blade from the training ground. His diamond body had reached a strength level of 48, making it exceedingly difficult for even specially crafted blades to pierce his skin while he was completely relaxed. Yao Jiao had gritted her teeth and closed her eyes throughout the ordeal, tirelessly sawing away until he bore the injuries now evident. And then, Yao Jiao observed as Zhong Li transformed into a bloodied figure, her voice trembling. She could not fathom what purpose lay in him enduring such harm. But in the next moment, Zhong Li's actions left her utterly astounded. He did not respond to her question, but instead slowly descended to the ground. A faint golden mist began to emanate from his body, enveloping every wound. Each flap of torn skin, every exposed flesh, gradually returned to its rightful place beneath the golden haze. Blood vessels to blood vessels, muscles to muscles, nerves to nerves. The entire process is excruciatingly slow, occasionally fraught with errors. Yet, Zhong Li perseveres, his body racked with pain, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He employs the sound of the Buddha to meticulously guide each wound back to its rightful place, restoring them on a physical level. However, this restoration is significantly constrained. If one considers blood vessels, muscles, and skin flaps as ruptured pipes, then the sound of the Buddha acts as waterproof tape. Zhong Li must simultaneously control thousands of nerves and capillaries across his body, binding and mending them. Furthermore, after the successful adhesion, he cannot rescind the sound of the Buddha. Should he withdraw this adhesive before the pipes have a chance to regrow and reconnect, all efforts would be rendered futile. This painstaking process lasts a full half-hour before all of Zhong Li's wounds are healed. Of course, this is under the condition that he maintains the sound of the Buddha. Thousands of strands of this sound adhere to every injury, although it does not signify true healing. With the aid of the Buddha's sound, all wounds are able to bypass the coagulation and proliferation phases, arriving directly at the final stage of reconstruction. As long as he sustains this multitude of adhesive sounds before the wounds are completely remade, he remains indistinguishable from someone uninjured. Yet to heal such fatal, gaping wounds through this method is evidently far from sufficient. Once more, following the initial successful experiment, Zhong Li urges Yao Jiao to raise the steel blade again. Half an hour later, again. 2 hours later, this time to a lethal degree. This frenzied endeavor persists for an entire day and night. Throughout this duration, nearly every part of Zhong Li's body sustains life-threatening injuries. During this day and night, Yao Jiao's final strike severs Zhong Li's carotid artery. Yet, not a single drop of blood spills forth. The response time of his sound of the Buddha has reached milliseconds, even microseconds. The healing of the wound trails closely behind the steel blade of Yao Jiao. From her perspective, her last cut appears to slice through water, leaving no trace before or after. Achieving this level of mastery is more than sufficient. With the training concluded, Zhong Li is exceedingly satisfied with this result. He can now confidently assert that as long as an individual is not instantaneously obliterated, he can bring them back in an instant. However, this realization comes too late, and the cost is exceedingly high. Had he grasped this understanding sooner through his experimental methods, Lu Li, Shi Yu, Wen Yuan, and the others would undoubtedly have had a chance to survive. Ding! The moment this thought crosses Zhong Li's mind, the Crystal Palace emits a deafening roar. The master navigates the coexistence of good and evil. Good and evil Buddha's face, containment progress 1. Current containment progress, 49. Master, Vajra body, sequence ability strength, 49. Only one progress remains until the next sequence is unlocked. The sudden appearance of this text took Zhong Li completely by surprise. However, upon reflection, he found it somewhat understandable. The tasks he had entrusted to Yao Jiao, in terms of the extent of harm, were sufficient to have caused his demise multiple times, which he deemed a form of malevolence. Yet, his ultimate aim was to save others, embodying benevolence. The text did not vanish. After a moment of distortion, it transformed into several additional lines. Name: Zhong Li. Gender: male. Sequence: 009. Face of good and evil. Sequence classification: faith sequence. Sequence development level: entry level of face stage. The master has completed the transition from line stage to face stage, with only one progress remaining to unlock the next sequence. Chapter 93. The counterattack begins as a resounding crash echoed through the Crystal Palace. Zhong Li had already shut his eyes. He was both intently observing the text unfolding before him and savoring the enhanced abilities that came with his recent breakthrough. Meanwhile, Yao Jiao, having executed the final strike, gazed at Zhong Li with a face full of concern. Throughout the ordeal of inflicting harm upon him, Zhong Li had divulged his thoughts and subsequent plans to her. This reckless behavior had left Yao Jiao profoundly shaken, filled with a mixture of joy for his success and dread for his future intentions. Was that plan truly feasible? 5 days after Zhong Li entered the training ground, the post created by the madman was officially closed by the Forum for Anomalous Entities. However, its repercussions had already spread among the populace like a virus, such as the relationship between the people and their heroes. When heroes confront danger, the public holds them in reverence and faith. Yet, when heroes turn against them, that admiration swiftly transforms into suppressed jealousy and the lament of "why not me?", culminating in an outpouring of unbridled rage. By the morning of the 5th day, the base of the Spinal Breaker Squad was deserted. Every member of the research team had either fled on their own accord or had been driven away in a chaotic retreat by the populace. The gates of the training ground, where Zhong Li and Yao Jiao were forcibly pried open by the crowd that afternoon, but it was already devoid of any presence. 2 days later, in the central district of Area H05 on Construction Avenue, Spinal Breaker Squad, traitors of the camphor tree and the people. Traitors of the camphor tree and the people. On the broad thoroughfare, hundreds of thousands were marching, wielding massive, handmade banners and placards aloft. The surfaces were adorned with denunciations aimed at the Spinal Breaker Squad, and the expressions of the leaders were filled with a fervent desire to bring swift retribution upon them. The police and military had been informed of the march the previous day. However, as the demonstrators were merely parading without resorting to violence, there was little the authorities could do. Spinal Breaker Squad, come out. Among the leaders, a girl clad in an oversized windbreaker stood out, her voice particularly resonant. She was exuberant, raising her flag as if she bore a deep-seated grudge against the Spinal Breaker Squad. Jiao, there's really no need to be this invested. As the girl fervently stirred the emotions of those behind her, Zhong Li's somewhat exasperated voice reached her through her earphones. TCH, weren't you the one who urged me to organize this march? Now you're telling me to tone it down? Yao Jiao, her face flushed, shot a glance at the air before continuing to vociferously chant slogans denouncing the Spinal Breaker Squad. Fine, if it works you, go ahead and vent. From afar, atop a towering building, Zhong Li gazed upon the procession below, shaking his head in resignation. The public demonstration had persisted for 2 days, and as Zhong Li had anticipated, Though the populace was furious, their thoughts remained composed. Following the deletion of a madman's post, he had taken to an Anomalous creature forum to publish an article titled "The Betrayal of the Spinebreaker Squad, Slaughtering the Innocent." Almost instantaneously, the public's animosity towards the camphor tree was redirected towards the Spinebreaker Squad. Before the incident involving the Spinebreaker Squad, Zhong Li had aimed to keep their affairs concealed from the public, law enforcement, and military. Yet now, he willingly shifted the blame entirely onto them. The reason behind this maneuver remained a mystery, even to Yao Jiao, who was merely following Zhong Li's plan by organizing a demonstration online. Throughout the 2 days of the protest, Yao Jiao and Zhong Li had not met. Their communication relied solely on headset. Now, discard the headset and proceed as planned. After the procession advanced several hundred meters, a few individuals clad in oversized jackets, much like Yao Jiao, infiltrated the crowd and swiftly approached her side. Zhong Li, observing from his vantage point, noted their every movement. Good. The last words from Yao Jiao echoed through the headset, followed by the crackling sound of the device being destroyed. Communication between the two was irrevocably severed. Isn't that your wife? What is this? Dressed in our attire, participating in such a demonstration. Are you attempting a duet? One of the infiltrators, a woman adorned with a peculiar mask, drawled as she neared Yao Jiao. Yang Siyu, you are not worthy to speak to me in such a manner. Let the termite come to me, Yao Jiao replied, unfazed by Yang Siyu's sardonic tone, continuing her steady march forward. Here we are, what do you wish to say? Just as Yao Jiao finished her sentence, a hand settled upon her shoulder. What were you thinking? Orchestrating such a demonstration? Seeking to divert the public's ire from the camphor tree towards the spinebreaker? The voice of the termite was low and venomous, each word slithering into Yao Jiao's ears like tiny poisonous serpents. Strangely, she exhibited no signs of alarm at his sudden appearance. The spinebreaker has claimed so many lives, and Zhong Li's emotions have been in turmoil for quite some time, she remarked without even turning her head. When he first broke down, my memories returned entirely. He is unaware of this. Yet, even with my memories restored, I did not know where to find you, which is why I agreed to this demonstration. As for his true intentions, he has not disclosed them to me. Perhaps he has grown wary of me. But I merely wish to utilize this protest to locate you all. It's as simple as that. Oh, the termite's lips curled into a peculiar smile upon hearing her words. Your memories have returned? How can you prove it? Huh. The skewers you grilled are truly dreadful, both overly salty and unpalatable. Is that sufficient proof? Yao Jiao shrugged with a smile. Ha, splendid. Just splendid. As soon as Yao Jiao's words fell, the termite erupted into a fit of wild laughter, a somewhat deranged demeanor that left those around him utterly perplexed. Enough proof. Termite cackled, nodding vigorously before wrapping an arm around Yao Jiao's shoulders. If anyone else were to utter such words, it would not suffice, but only you, Hummingbird, can make such a declaration, and that is irrefutable evidence. Everyone who had ever savored termites skewers had done so under his manipulation, yet only Yao Jiao had once tasted his fare without being swayed by his control. At that time, she even critiqued his culinary skills. This singular truth was known only to Termite and Yao Jiao, two souls in the entire world. Chapter 94. Insomniac Chun Huangjin, tomorrow night, we shall await your presence here. After a fit of manic laughter, the termite crept behind Yao Jiao, slipping a piece of paper into her pocket. The battle between us, the cinnamoma moths, and the camphor trees is about to commence, and we cannot do without you, our esteemed elder of the cinnamoma moths. After whispering these words into Yao Jiao's ear, the termite turned and waved goodbye to Yang Siyu and the others, disappearing into the throng. With one hand raised high, holding a parade banner, Yao Jiao extracted the paper left by the termite from her pocket. After glancing at the information inscribed upon it, she lifted her gaze towards the rooftop of the skyscraper where Zhong Li was situated, her expression becoming exceedingly intricate. 10 minutes later, in front of the Golden Group building, Zhong Li, now donned in his school uniform, sat on a flower bed by the roadside, keenly observing as Chun Yusin emerged from the building. A seemingly extravagant business vehicle glided to a halt, from which several statuesque women descended, surrounding Chen Yusen and ushering him into the car. Ha ha ha. Is this how wealthy second-generation heirs spend their lives? Watching the business vehicle recede into the distance, Zhong Li shook his head dismissively. He did not pursue Chen Yusen's car, for his purpose in coming here was not this ruffian, but rather his father, Chen Huangjin. Rising, he stepped through the entrance of the group as headquarters. The receptionist, impeccably polite, did not regard Zhong Li differently due to his school uniform. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" "Yes," Zhong Li replied, courteously nodding. "I am here to see your chairman, Chen Huangjin. I am Zhong Li from the Broken Spine Squad." Upon finishing his words, he disregarded the receptionist's astonished expression and seated himself upon a nearby sofa. The Broken Spine Squad. The receptionist, watching Zhong Li stride away, broke into a cold sweat. In recent days, she had heard whispers of the public protests against the Broken Spine Squad, though she had not participated. To think that this seemingly youthful student was a member of that squad? With this realization, she felt compelled to act without delay, swiftly picking up the internal communication phone and dialing the chairman's office secretary. In less than 10 minutes, a distinguished middle-aged man, exuding a commanding presence, emerged from the adjacent elevator. It was none other than the chairman of the Golden Group, Chen Huangjin. "Mr. Chong, greetings upon seeing Zhong Li seated on the sofa." Chen Huangjin's demeanor had transformed entirely. He no longer bore the arrogance he had displayed when seeking to have the termite assassinate him, but instead wore a visage of concern and trepidation. His initial intention was merely to orchestrate a minor mishap, to make those who bullied his son pay a price. Yet he had never anticipated that the termite would escalate matters to this extent. Chen Huangjin had scarcely slept for days, his mind plagued by worries that the investigation might ultimately lead back to him. And now, before his anxieties had fully abated, Zhong Li had already arrived. There's no need for such formality. Zhong Li gazed intently at Chen Huangjin, unexpectedly taken aback by his surprisingly humble demeanor. "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Please find somewhere else." "Ah, certainly. This way, please." Under the weight of Zhong Li's penetrating gaze, beads of sweat began to form on Chen Huangjin's forehead. A well-known adage aptly describes his current state. He harbored the ambition of a thief, yet lacked the courage to act. When Zhong Li was an inconsequential figure, Chen Huangjin had exhibited a ruthless intent, leaving no room for mercy. However, now that the situation had escalated to a potentially perilous extent, he clearly adopted a posture of supplication. Is this the nature of a businessman? Zhong Li Musa internali. Following Chen Huangjin into the elevator, it was not long before Chen led Zhong Li to a modest soundproof room. This was likely a venue he typically utilized to host important clients, underscoring his current humility. "Mr. Zhong, what brings you here this time?" To Zhong Li's surprise, once seated, the already perspiring Chen Huangjin dove straight into the subject. Yet, his manner of speaking was remarkably astute. He had surmised that Zhong Li's purpose for being there was likely to seek retribution. Thus, he immediately donned a facade of amiability. "How did you come into contact with the termite?" Zhong Li cut to the chase, eschewing unnecessary small talk, for he had not come to conduct business. "Ah, well." Chen Huangjin found himself momentarily speechless by Zhong Li's direct inquiry. To respond would be tantamount to confessing to orchestrating an assassination. To remain silent would be equally futile, as Zhong Li's question was laden with foreknowledge. "This is actually a misunderstanding, you understand." Sweat cascaded down Chen Huangjin's brow. Despite his extensive experience in the business world, he found himself unable to maintain even the most basic composure under Zhong Li's fierce, murderous glare. "The situation is actually like this." After a few rapid blinks, Chen Huangjin began to fabricate a story. While feigning interest with nods, Zhong Li began to survey the soundproof room, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, his gaze fell upon a glass fruit bowl on the table. An inner voice whispered to him. The fruits within the bowl began to levitate, while the glass bowl itself appeared to be ground down at its edges by an invisible grinder. In a matter of moments, the once smooth rim of the glass bowl was honed into a razor-sharp blade. Gradually, this lethal glass blade floated before Chen Huangjin under Zhong Li's control. "I have no time for your nonsensical ramblings." You will answer my questions, understood? All right. Yes, yes. Please, ask away. Chen Huangjin immediately fell silent, suppressing his shivers of fear while forcing a smile at Zhong Li. The glass blade, sharpened to the point of severing a hair, now rested ominously against his neck. With merely a flicker of thought, Zhong Li could extinguish Chen Huangjin's life. How did he connect with the termite? He had left an advertisement for door-to-door barbecue in the corners of various websites, which was, in essence, a business card for his assassination enterprise. Those who required his services would inevitably discern his true profession upon making contact. What organization does he belong to? It is known as the Cinnamomum Pest, reputedly specializing in the assassination of individuals endowed with the abilities of the camphor tree. Beyond that, I possess little knowledge. After locating him, how is the payment rendered? I cannot speak for others, but in my case, it is settled in beast wax, delivered directly to the designated location he specifies. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li's brow furrowed slightly. The choice of beast wax for transactions instead of digital transfers indicated that this termite was rather cautious. However, this method of settlement also revealed a significant vulnerability. He lacked any controllable contacts within a national beast wax circulation system. Although this approach leaves no evidence of the transaction, it equally exposes him to the substantial risks inherent in face-to-face dealings. If an order is placed now, will someone respond? Zhong Li inquired further. I am uncertain, but I can attempt it. At this juncture, Chen Huangjin's apprehension and dread had diminished considerably. It appeared that he was not here to settle scores with him, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief.